Chapter 571, Three Policies. Chapter 572, Renewed Disagreements. Mr. Zuo Xi, I'm aware of him. He is indeed the newly emerged scholar from the School of Eloquence. I have even paid him a visit. But what does this hostile camp mean? Is it because he is affiliated with the academia that he is deemed part of the hostile faction? This reasoning is flawed. Both Al-Haytham and I are, strictly speaking, also part of the academia. Such matters should be evaluated based on one's stance. If Mr. Zuo Xi, like us, harbors the desire to save Sumeru from its perilous plight, I believe we should consider engaging him. While Al-Haytham and Zuo Xi were embroiled in a battle of wits, Kaveh was next door, intoxicated and soundly asleep. Thus, he remained oblivious to the fact that Zuo Xi was, in truth, a rather cunning individual. He was even less informed about Zuo Xi's true identity. Speaking of which, did Zuo Xi not purchase the Ikasazali Palace? We have already convened in his domain. It is akin to treating this place as our stronghold. Would it not be somewhat late to contemplate seeking his assistance now? This marked Kaveh's first return to the palace since his visit with Al-Haytham. Being a labor of his heart and soul, he had devoted considerable effort to this architectural masterpiece, and even now, he remained attentive to the various happenings surrounding it. Moreover, he had been invited as a witness on the day of the transaction by all technicalities. Zuo Xi was indeed his creditor. If Zuo Xi were to be particularly demanding, Kaveh might even find himself addressing him as master. He was aware that this place had become Zuo Xi's property, and that it was continuously inhabited, though he was uncertain why most of the residents had vacated recently and had yet to return. The wealthy truly do not regard money as a mere commodity. I must remind you, the Mr. Zuo Xi you speak of is, in fact, an executive of the Fatui. As Kaveh was marveling at the lavishness of this major creditor, Al-Haytham's words nearly rendered him speechless. I knew it. So he is an executive of the Fatui. No wonder he possesses such With a sudden jolt, Kaveh sprang from his seat. The chair that had previously offered him such comfort now felt as though it were studded with nails, making it impossible for him to remain seated. The palace, once regarded as the pinnacle of his life's work, now felt as if he had plunged into a den of demons. In truth, under normal circumstances, the Fatui would be the Fatui, and an executive would be just that. His designs, even if handed over to an executive, would not pose a problem, as long as the buyer did not trample upon his treasures. Identity was not of paramount importance to him. But why did it have to be now? Now it simply would not do. It was essential to recognize that they were currently in opposition to the Fatui, discussing how to confront the academia, which colluded with the Fatui. Here felt akin to conspiring loudly atop someone else's shoulders, while simultaneously soliciting their opinions. Traveler, you are fully aware that Zuo Xi is an executive. Why have you gathered us all here? Do you understand what this implies? Rather, wouldn't it have been better for us to remain in Sumeru City? Or are you actually in league with the academia, intending from the very beginning to eliminate anyone who might jeopardize your plans? Kaveh was on the brink of a breakdown, his voice trembling with agitation. He had initially believed that they were all like-minded allies, united in their quest to save Sumeru, yet he abruptly discovered that their leader was, in fact, a duplicitous agent sent from the opposing side, harboring ulterior motives. Such treachery. I must say, my friend, what is the matter with your roommate's overzealous behavior? Daihia finally expressed her displeasure at Kaveh's dramatic reactions. While this young man appeared to have insightful ideas, his emotional volatility was rather excessive. Was it not? Could he not wait for others to finish speaking before voicing his opinions? On this matter, I share his sentiments. My decision to accompany you stems from the traveler's reputation and the principle of pragmatism in urgent situations. However, I still hope you can provide a reasonable explanation. If you believe that a mere insignia can achieve what you just described, then I suggest we part ways right now. Surprisingly, Al-Haytham refrained from making sarcastic remarks at this moment on this point. He had, in fact, reached a consensus with Kaveh. The ultimate solution to countering the academia and an executive being another executive raised numerous doubts regarding its authenticity and feasibility. I have encountered Mr. Zuo Xi, yet that alone does not suffice as a basis for my complete trust in him. Additionally, you assume that Lesser Lord Kusanali has dealings with him. but that is merely speculation. Do not misunderstand. I do not intend to nitpick or provoke. I am simply stating my position. In light of the uncertainty, I cannot endorse seeking his assistance. Chapter 573. An uninvited guest? Indeed, you all present compelling arguments thus. Let us forego this option. Is it now the consensus that we shall resolve this matter ourselves? To Alhaim's surprise, the traveler did not elaborate further on this matter, but quickly acquiesced. This unexpected concession caught him off guard. He had anticipated that, even if the option were dismissed, the traveler would at least clarify her innocence or vindicate her friend. Oh, have you conceded so swiftly? Well, naturally, we must resolve our own affairs. Relying on others is hardly commendable, traveler. I have faith in you. Daihya seemed equally taken aback. She was well aware of the traveler's unusually close ties with the executive. However, unlike Al-Haytham, who was lost in contemplation, Daihya did not dwell excessively on this aspect. In her view, one ought to resolve their own issues. The troubles of Sumeru should be addressed by its own people. The traveler's lack of a definitive stance was inconsequential, but perpetually seeking assistance from other nations was hardly acceptable. Whether the concession came quicker than anticipated or not, let us commence our discussion on strategies. Recognizing the traveler's rapid change in attitude, Al-Haytham realized that a prior assumption he had made might warrant reconsideration. Thus he ceased to dwell on it. Perhaps the traveler had proposed 3 options merely to render one particularly challenging choice appear more rational and superior. After all, the second option was indeed quite risky if presented alone. Many might hesitate. However, by juxtaposing it with 2 even less palatable alternatives, the high difficulty option could emerge as the most favorable solution. Yet, this seemingly straightforward traveler possessed quite the cunning mind. The original intention was to vote and discern the most suitable direction, so I see no need to cling to a single option in any case. The second option has now passed unanimously. Let us discuss how we might rescue Naida, who is imprisoned in the sanctuary of purity. One point Al-Haytham had not misjudged was that Ying indeed did not wish for them to seek assistance from Zuo Xi. The rationale was straightforward. Zuo Xi was currently preoccupied with his own affairs, and his survival for the next 5 years was solely due to the Ice Queen's grace. This incident was, after all, a collaboration between the academia and the executive. Zuo Xi had no legitimate grounds to assist them. If he were to intervene and thwart the fatuous plans single-handedly, it was uncertain whether that would be deemed a betrayal in the eyes of the Ice Queen. She also wondered if the deity of the Winter Nation would perceive it as such. She was even unsure whether there was a divine mandate from the Winter deity behind this scheme. Considering they were plotting against Sumerus deity in such a grand scheme, it would not be surprising if another deity's influence lurked in the shadows. Zuo Xi, who had survived due to the Winter deity's favor, might find himself at odds with that power. Whether the previously bestowed grace would be retracted was uncertain. 5 years may not guarantee a solution, but it was undoubtedly better than 6 months. Moreover, that 6 months would not even commence from the present, having already elapsed for quite some time. It was impossible to ascertain how much time remained. Should the Ice Queen truly decide to punish Zuo Xi and retract her healing, it was entirely plausible that Zuo Xi could perish shortly thereafter. In conclusion, Ying was not willing to take such risks. Thus, she refrained from providing any explanations, allowing them to speculate on Zuo Xi's position and capabilities. As she had anticipated, everyone unanimously opted for the second option. As if you all have the authority to decide this. What exactly do you consider Zuo Xi to be? A convenient tool to be utilized at your beck and call? A voice that did not belong to anyone present suddenly resonated, instantly alerting everyone. The suppressed anger in the voice sent chills down their spines, causing them to shudder involuntarily. Someone was here, and they bore ill intentions. Upon realizing this, Ying noticed that frost had begun to swirl in the surrounding air. The chilling aura was no mere illusion, as the temperature within the palace was indeed plummeting rapidly. While I may not see eye to eye with you, woman, I must admit that I find myself in rare agreement with you. You lot have truly vexed me. Another voice rang out. Laced with fury, the concentration of water elements in the air suddenly surged, and with the pervasive frost, ice crystals began to form upon everyone present. Ying summoned her blade to shield everyone in front of her, a motion mirrored by Daihua at this moment. She has drawn her commonly wielded great sword, with flames of elemental force swirling around her, in stark opposition to the icy waters that counterbalance it. Ying furrows her brow, recognizing these two unwelcome intruders. Good sirs and madam. Chapter 574. The Fury of Powerlessness. Why do you, the executors of winter, find yourselves here? Disha grips her great sword tightly, her expression laden with vigilance. They had just been deliberating on strategies to confront the church and the Fatui, and now these two executors have appeared, making confrontation seemingly inevitable. She must devise a way to ensure the safe retreat of the young lady. During the tense standoff, Disha does not neglect to scout for an escape route among those present. Only Paimon and Dinaze lack of vision. The traveler, although also without one, possesses the ability to wield elemental forces. In terms of numbers, they hold the advantage. However, engaging in combat poses a challenge in safeguarding the two individuals devoid of combat capabilities. Thus, prioritizing a retreat remains the foremost strategy. Originally, it was indeed expected to be 2 years before the official commencement of operations. However, all of this is attributable to your esteemed research achievements, which have significantly advanced the industrial standards of Sumeru. Natalia's praise is entirely heartfelt. As she rightly stated, Zuo Xi's research has made an indelible contribution to this nation. After dismissing Natalia and instructing the others not to approach casually, Zuo Xi retreated to her own chamber. The room was quite comfortable, aligning perfectly with Zuo Xi's standards. It was equipped with all the necessary facilities, and in addition, there was a large workbench adorned with Zuo Xi's frequently used tools, while a substantial box nearby contained various components. Approaching the washstand, Zuo Xi scrutinized her reflection in the mirror. With black hair and dark eyes, she possessed the quintessential appearance of a Liwian. Her eyelids perpetually drooped, giving her an ever-sleepy demeanor, reminiscent of someone engrossed in Genshin Impact, which was not the case. Floating beside her were 3 spherical robots, her self-developed multifunctional assistants. This was Zuo Xi's current state. Since her arrival in this world, she had maintained this appearance. It bore no resemblance to her previous life, nor did it reflect that of a celestial being. It was said that she had been awakened by the Empress from some mechanical device. So she had entertained doubts about whether she was akin to Albedo, a synthetic being, especially given her awakening from machinery, which seemed rather unconventional. However, after conducting repeated experiments, she ultimately confirmed that she was indeed human, and quite ordinary at that. It is often said that those who traverse worlds come equipped with extraordinary abilities. Zuo Xi's unique advantage lay in the vast mechanical knowledge and blueprints residing in her mind. Initially, she did not perceive any issues, attributing it to the knowledge inherited from her predecessor, until she encountered familiar skill names: self-destructors, trackers, coronas, and spiral thunderers, all unmistakably reminiscent of a mechanist's skills. Well, that was the clincher, a professional-grade advantage, essentially binding her to the vocation of a mechanist. Zuo Xi felt utterly dismayed. Although she cherished this profession, it was fundamentally an intelligence-based role, were she to possess the might of a wanderer or gunner. Translating that into her reality would at least afford her some self-defense capabilities. Yet, as for her intelligence, she perceived no enhancements whatsoever. Fortunately, despite her physical frailty, she was blessed with boundless creativity. After all, her mechanical knowledge was substantive, enabling her to create far more than just a handful of robotic assistants. Thus, relying on this mechanical expertise and the Empress's favor, Zuo Xi established a foothold in Sumeru and was later promoted to the rank of 12th executive officer. A rather absurd elevation that led her to ponder whether she might be the Empress's illegitimate child. Setting aside such whimsical thoughts, Zuo Xi now faced 2 challenging decisions: the workbench or the inviting embrace of her bed. Her emotions urged her, just sleep, just sleep. Nothing is more alluring than a bed. Meanwhile, her rational side echoed, the emotions are correct, go sleep now. After a brief moment of hesitation, Zuo Xi launched herself onto her grand bed. Thus, day by day, she passed in this mundane manner. Throughout the entire journey, Zuo Xi and Rosalind had little interaction until they finally crossed paths near Mondstadt. Rosalind, I know you are currently displeased with me. But with so many days having passed, perhaps it's time to let go of your anger. Words are futile. Let us speak plainly. We both serve the Empress under the same banner for a shared purpose. And I shall offer my assistance. Although her demeanor appeared somewhat unapproachable, it nonetheless conveyed a willingness to negotiate. Proceed with your plans, but do not let Mondstadt become aware of my presence too soon. There are certain matters I cannot afford to display openly. Humph, do you think the people of Mondstadt are blind? Or do you intend to swim to Mondstadt? Just as her words faded, Rosalind witnessed Zuo Xi raise her hand in a gesture, and the three spherical robots began to orbit around her while scanning the surroundings. Subsequently, Zuo Xi vanished before Rosalind's eyes. Unlike the invisibility of a debt collector, Zuo Xi's disguise concealed even her breath. Indeed, no one who becomes an executive officer is without their own complexities, Rosalind mused. Moments later, Zuo Xi reappeared in her original position, smiling at Rosalind. After issuing instructions to the diplomat, Rosalind gestured for Zuo Xi to leave, her demeanor unmistakably signaling dismissal. I sincerely appreciate your understanding, my dear Rosalind. Having achieved her objective, Zuo Xi had no intention of lingering, returning to her quarters to await the arrival of the battleship in Mondstadt. The coastline was already within sight. Zuo Xi summoned Natalia, relayed a few instructions, and activated her disguise. As the ship docked, she departed on her own, leaving the diplomat and the lady to manage the Knights of Favonius, who were on high alert under the pretense of a welcoming committee to at last. They had arrived. Is this Mondstadt? Is this truly the soil of freedom? Departing from Jinfeng Harbor, Zuo Xi's first destination was Starfall Valley. To grasp the narrative's critical time nodes, monitoring Starfall Valley was essential. After a brief wait, Natalia arrived at Starfall Valley, accompanied by a contingent of Fatui. Executive officer, Zuo Xi did not respond directly. Instead, she retrieved her commonly used terminal from her pocket, opened a specific interface, and tapped a few buttons. One of the spherical robots split into 4 parts, dispersing in various directions, the space between them forming a spatial teleportation device. This was a spatial folding apparatus she had developed based on her research into spatial technology, representing a rudimentary application of such science. The internal space was quite extravagant, though it had a notable drawback. It could not accommodate living beings, as they would not withstand the spatial rifts during entry and exit through the portal. As the teleportation portal shifted, a collection of apparatuses materialized in Starfall Valley. Once this was completed, Zuo Xi provided Natalia with a marked map and instructed, place that batch of devices at these locations. The positions must not deviate significantly. That batch can be placed anywhere, but they must be in open spaces. Point 1 should be placed separately at the coastline beneath Starfall Valley. As for this box, scatter it high in the air from an elevated position. That should suffice. Once everything is set, find at least 3 individuals to bring to the secret hideout to meet me. Having conveyed all her instructions in one breath, Zuo Xi no longer needed to concern herself. The Fatui would handle everything efficiently. Yes, executive officer, I will attend to it immediately. Natalia exhibited remarkable professionalism. Despite the multitude and intricacy of Zuo Xi's commands, she diligently noted everything down and executed it flawlessly. With the arrangements nearly complete, Zuo Xi contemplated taking a stroll in Mondstadt City, where she could finally reveal her official identity. As she entertained this thought, her steps naturally led her toward Mondstadt. Chapter 3. Noel. The scene shifts back to the lady that in years past, the Fatui had engaged in actions in Mondstadt that were not easily accepted. Thus, the Knights of Favonius had always maintained a wary stance towards the Fatui. Upon receiving news of the Sumeru envoy's arrival in Mondstadt, the Knights had been waiting at Jinfeng Harbor well in advance, striving to keep the other party's movements within their sight. Consequently, as the Sumeru battleship docked, a representative from the Knights approached for negotiations. The newcomer sported a luxurious outfit dominated by deep blue hues, with a healthy, sun-kissed complexion and his right eye concealed beneath an eye patch, exuding an air of flamboyance. Had Zuo Xi been present, she would have immediately recognized him as Captain Kia. Kia was exceptionally adept at handling interpersonal relations and gathering intelligence. Matters concerning foreign envoys or individuals of uncertain origins were typically entrusted to him. This occasion was no exception. Observing the battleship anchored at the harbor and the procession of individuals disembarking, Although Kia maintained his characteristic smile, he became inwardly vigilant. When did Sumeru acquire such military prowess? The equipment of these fatui differed significantly from what was commonly seen. What transformation had Sumeru undergone in recent years? The lady leading the group exuded an unsettling aura. Surely, she must be the fabled executive officer. It was unclear which seat she occupied, as information regarding Sumeru remained alarmingly sparse. While he pondered these thoughts internally, his outward demeanor remained unyieldingly cordial, welcoming them with a radiant smile. Welcome to Mondstadt. Friends from Sumeru. This is a city of freedom and hospitality, and we shall extend our utmost efforts to accommodate each guest. The unspoken implication was clear. They would only entertain guests, and it was advised that they refrain from causing any disturbances. In the face of Kia's not-so-subtle warning, the lady paid him no mind, confidently proceeding toward Mondstadt city, leaving such matters to the diplomats. Having heard much about Mondstadt as a bastion of freedom, experiencing it firsthand proved to be indeed warm and welcoming. The deployment of such a large contingent to greet the envoy was quite the spectacle. One could only wonder what awaited them in Mondstadt city. The diplomat, well-versed in such scenes, adeptly wielded the art of subtlety, skillfully expressing the importance placed on their esteemed nation. This is merely a demonstration of our regard for your country. Our two nations have historically enjoyed amicable relations, and during times of crisis, your nation has graciously extended its assistance. Thus, it is only fitting that we welcome this envoy with the most lavish of ceremonies. The translation reads, You fools of the fatui are well aware of the good deeds you have accomplished in Mondstadt. It is imperative that we keep a close watch on you. The diplomats of the envoy and Kia engaged in a battle of wits, and each time Kia attempted to converse with the lady, he was thwarted by various excuses. Reluctantly, Kia had to resort to subtle hints while following the envoy. Thus, they made their way to Mondstadt, where the Fatui's stronghold was the Goth Hotel. This establishment had been monopolized by the Fatui for years. The original owner, Goth, had no intention of leasing it to them, but the offer was simply too lucrative to refuse. The Knights of Favonius accompanied them under the pretense of welcoming and guiding. But upon reaching the gates of Mondstadt, this pretext ceased to hold. After exchanging a few formalities, the knights, led by Kia, returned to their respective posts, while the Fatui followed the local members already stationed in Mondstadt to the Goth Hotel. However, as soon as they entered the city gates, the lady spotted the left-hand hunter dining. Recalling their prior agreement, Rosalind merely cast a glance and chose not to intervene further. Any issues could be addressed at a more suitable moment. I must express my gratitude. The cuisine here is indeed delectable, and it was certainly the right decision to have Miss Amber guide me. I had anticipated that the dishes in Mondstadt might not suit my palate, but to my surprise, they are quite delightful. There is no need for formality. Mondstadt treats every guest with utmost respect, which is the duty of the knights. Our reconnaissance knight remains as enthusiastic as ever, always responding to everyone with her warmth. It seems she sensed someone observing, as Amber turned just in time to see the lady averting her gaze. Those Fatui are the envoy from Snezhnaya. It appears they were indeed watching us. You must exercise caution. Attracting the attention of the Fatui is far from favorable. Rest assured, the Knights of Favonius will ensure your safety. Thank you, Miss Amber. I will be vigilant. I shall take my leave now. You must return to your duties as well, no? Indeed, farewell, Mr. Zuo Xi. May your time in Mondstadt be enjoyable. Goodbye, Miss Amber. After performing a standard knight salute, Amber departed. As Zuo Xi noted, he too had matters to attend to and could not linger as a guide. Walking along the streets of Mondstadt, one can distinctly sense the unique aura of freedom that envelopes the place. As dusk approached, the streets became populated with revelers, particularly along the side street near the Angel's Share, where patrons were noticeably abundant. During the winter, he had vaguely suspected that the actual expanse of Teyvat would not be trivial. The authentic map must differ significantly from that in the game. However, when he traversed here, the map of Snezhnaya had not yet been unveiled, rendering his conjectures mere speculation. Now, traversing the land of Mondstadt, he truly felt that this territory was far more expansive than portrayed in the game. Moreover, it was not a mere proportional reduction, but rather a version that omitted numerous details, serving as a summarized map. This resulted in a conundrum. He only possessed a general sense of direction, but lacked clarity on the specific routes. Suddenly, Zuo Xi recalled a rumor about Mondstadt and decided to verify its truth, not due to a lack of direction, but he found a relatively secluded alley, glanced around to ensure no one was present, took a deep breath, and shouted towards the sky, "Noel!" After shouting, Zuo Xi felt a tinge of embarrassment. He must have lost his mind to believe such a rumor. If the Fatui were to learn that their Harbinger entertained such unfounded tales, one could only imagine their reaction. Just as he was about to retrieve his terminal for navigation, a gentle greeting interrupted him. "Sir, are you in trouble?" Turning his head, he found a girl with a distinctive expression, slightly shy yet filled with concern, gazing at him. The girl was of modest height, clad in a maid's version of bright silver armor, her lower half fashioned into a red maid skirt, with silver-gray hair adorned by two vibrant red roses. Staring at the Geo-Arcanis before him, as though she was momentarily stunned. Could it be that the rumors were indeed true? Sir, I heard someone calling my name on my way home, and I followed the voice here. Are you in any trouble? I will certainly assist you." Her youthful face radiated concern and determination. Noel always relished the opportunity to help others and would never turn down a request for assistance. So, she happened to be nearby, as she mused, thinking she might truly possess some ability related to causality. "Are you Miss Noel? I must admit, I am lost and I apologize for the inconvenience, but could you kindly escort me to the Goth Hotel?" Although he could rely on his terminal for navigation, who wouldn't he want to spend a little more time with such a charming maid? "Ah, certainly, sir. Please follow me." "Are you new to Mondstadt? You appear to be from Liyue." "Indeed, I have recently arrived in Mondstadt. I intended to explore and experience the local culture, but alas, I find myself lost and must trouble you for guidance to be by the way. I am Zuo X, and own need for concern. Mr. Zuo Xi, aiding others is the duty of the Knights of Favonius. Although I am merely a maid within the order, please feel free to express any needs you may have. I am here to assist you with anything." As she spoke, Noel's face was always illuminated by a satisfied smile. Helping others was, in her eyes, an exceedingly joyous endeavor. Under Noel's guidance, the two engaged in light conversation and soon arrived at the Goth Hotel. After expressing his gratitude and watching Noel depart, Zuo Xi turned to enter the hotel. Ahem, this establishment has been reserved by the Fatui envoy. Just as he approached the entrance, Zuo Xi was intercepted by a Fatui guard stationed at the door. How bold! The Fatui dares to confront the Harbinger. This particular Fatui, named Luke, had made an impression on Zuo Xi due to the similarity of his name to Dialects. Yet he had not anticipated this young man would exhibit such audacity. Daring to obstruct the Harbinger. Did he not see the ominous insignia upon himself? Ah, prior to entering Mondstadt, he had concealed his insignia to avoid revealing his identity. Contemplating briefly, Zuo Xi presented his Fatui insignia. Each Harbinger possessed a unique emblem to signify their status, and Zuo Xi was no exception. The moment he displayed his insignia, it was evident that Luke began to tremble, his words faltering and cold sweat trickling down his face. "Pardon me, esteemed Harbinger." Gently patting Luke's shoulder, as though she did not intend to make things difficult for him. After all, he would likely be restless for several days to come. Chapter 4. A Formal Entrance Mortal. You are indeed merciful. A superior who is overly lenient with subordinates is unworthy of their position. Rosalind, swirling her wine glass to aerate the liquid, scrutinized the crimson contents while speaking without turning her head. Though her words were directed at Zuo Xi, Anastasia felt as if she were trapped in the coldest depths of Snezhnaya. The atmosphere in the hall was rather peculiar, so she fiddled with his terminal. Rosalind held her glass, while Anastasia fidgeted restlessly, hesitant to leave. Anastasia served as the advisor to the Fatui in Mondstadt, and prior to the Harbinger's arrival, she had handled virtually all matters concerning the region. Luke's offense against the Harbinger placed her in a precarious position. Although Rosalind was indifferent to Zuo Xi's affairs, she seized the opportunity to deliver a subtle jab. Her remark, intended as a sarcastic dig at Zuo Xi, felt to Anastasia as a sentence of judgment. Yet, in this exchange among Harbingers, there was no room for her to interject. All she could do was await her fate. "You are Anastasia, correct? Depart now, before I change my mind." Zuo Xi, equally unperturbed, feigned indifference, as if anyone could do such a thing. Summoning a servant to pour himself a glass of red wine, he mimicked Rosalind's manner, swirling the glass with practiced grace. How is it? A vague question, yet Rosalind understood perfectly. Although she had been displeased with Zuo Xi earlier, Rosalind was not one to hold grudges. The matter of territory had been settled when Zuo Xi extended an olive branch. Thus, when faced with his inquiry, she did not press him. Even the Mondstadters themselves are oblivious to the whereabouts of their deity. To execute our plan, we require a breakthrough point, and until then, we must exercise patience. After a pause, Rosalind inquired further, "What of your arrangements? They have been set in place. Follow your own course. It shall not impede your plans. That is for the best." After draining their glasses, the two departed the reception room. It was still somewhat early for Zuo Xi. Typically, he would be in his workshop at this hour, this very moment. He found himself at a loss as to what to do, as he hesitated on whether to return his room. His peripheral vision caught sight of Anastasia approaching him. "Esteemed sir, your subordinate has prepared the mechanical workshop in advance for you." Some of the larger equipment was indeed challenging to transport, and it may fall short compared to what is available in the winter region. "I humbly ask for your leniency." Anastasia had been waiting outside the reception room for quite some time. The mechanical workshop was specifically arranged by her upon hearing that the executive officer would be arriving. Additionally, she had made adjustments according to the preferences of the esteemed lady, a counselor. Her status among the fatui was relatively high. Reaching this position necessitated the skill of catering to others' tastes. Initially, she intended to use this setup to win the executive officer's favor, but now she merely hoped to alleviate his displeasure. Zuo Xi cast a surprised glance at Anastasia, then quickly regained his composure. However, he was genuinely pleased with her efforts, and the timing of her appearance was indeed fortuitous. He had not given much thought to the previous matters, and now they seemed even less worthy of consideration. Under Anastasia's guidance, so she beheld his temporary workshop, which, when compared to the one in winter, was rather rudimentary. Nevertheless, machinery differs fundamentally from other crafts. The required equipment is notoriously difficult to prepare. Moreover, much of what was found in his workshop had been personally designed and crafted by him. Thus, achieving this level of readiness was no small feat overall, so she felt a sense of satisfaction. "Well done, I shall be present for tomorrow's meeting. The delegation arrives, and on the first day, we will organize. The second day will surely entail a meeting. Subsequently, there will be a welcoming ceremony and banquet. During the meeting, Anastasia, as the representative of the fatui stationed in Mondstadt, will undoubtedly take the lead, and she will primarily conduct the discussions. As the executive officer, my presence is optional, entirely at my discretion. However, with the executive officer in attendance, there will be a significant advantage during negotiations. Even remaining silent in the chair can exert considerable pressure. Your satisfaction is all that matters. Thank you immensely." Anastasia had initially hoped that this workshop would bring some comfort to him, preventing any further scrutiny of prior events, but unexpectedly, she found herself reaping rewards. Her anxious heart finally settled. She had been concerned that he might be dissatisfied, which would have spelled disaster for her. For the remainder of the night, Zuo Xi lingered in the workshop, which even boasted a luxurious bed, identical to the one he used in winter. When he emerged from the workshop the following day, Natalia was already waiting for him outside. "Esteemed executive officer, would you require assistance in freshening up and changing?" "No need. Has the meeting commenced?" Natalia's opening words startled Zuo Xi. Was her role as a personal assistant so expansive? Indeed, the counselor has already gone to the meeting. Before departing, she cast a distant glance and then left. Keeping promises is paramount. It should still be possible to arrive in time. After donning the distinctive attire of the executive officer and adorning himself with the cursed eye, Zuo Xi grasped the air beside him. And a half-face mask that covered his left eye materialized in his hand. The mask, imbued with a mechanical aesthetic, was a copper hue, embellished with gears and springs, gleaming with metallic luster, once secured to his face. Zuo Xi's aura transformed dramatically. The previously unremarkable, even somewhat languid atmosphere vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sense of oppression and coldness. Natalia felt her hair stand on end, unable to suppress a shiver. Truly, the esteemed executive officer is formidable. She mused. "Now, let us proceed." Though his voice remained unchanged, listeners could discern the underlying rationality and chill within it. The delegation's arrival aimed solely to foster amicable exchanges between the two nations. Moreover, having heard of the recent troubles facing Mondstadt, as a friendly nation, they could not turn a blind eye. The executive officer's presence was a testament to their sincerity. Your nation is remarkably unreasonable. Is this how Mondstadt treats its guests? Anastasia adeptly navigated the onslaught from her counterpart. Yet the reaction from Mondstadt's higher-ups exceeded her expectations. As a counselor, dealing with such interactions was routine, but the unexpectedly fierce assault left her feeling somewhat fatigued. Mondstadt shall resolve its own matters. There is no need for Winter to fret over them. Acting as the delegation's leader, Jean had already established a degree of authority, directly articulating Mondstadt's stance. We shall reciprocate your nation's goodwill adequately, no matter how lavish the hospitality. It cannot be excessive, and we did not anticipate such misunderstandings at the ensuing banquet. I shall personally offer my apologies. I wonder if your executive officer might grace us with her presence tonight? Kaya, while smoothing over the situation, also sought to glean intelligence, attempting to constrain the opponent's maneuvers through words. Anastasia found herself unable to respond directly to this. Where the executive officer went was beyond her authority to dictate. Just as she prepared to change the subject, the door to the conference room swung open. That I have heard that Mondstadt is renowned for its fine wines. Tonight, we shall indulge. Chapter 5. The plot commences? Zuo Xi strode into the conference room, with Natalia closely trailing him. With their arrival, the temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. In the oppressive atmosphere, silence reigned. One could almost hear a pin drop. Taking a seat at the foremost position representing Winter, Zuo Xi's identity was unmistakable. The expressions among the attendees varied. Mondstadt's leaders exchanged glances, each perceiving a hint of gravitas in the other's eyes. The Fatui members also breathed a sigh of relief, especially Anastasia, as the executive officer's presence allowed her to regain the upper hand in the forthcoming exchanges. That I apologize for my tardiness. Please continue without regard for me. Anastasia, do carry on with your discourse. With that, he busied himself with his own affairs, falling silent. Nonetheless, the members of Mondstadt felt an immense pressure. After all, he was the executive officer, the highest-ranking individual beneath the deity of Winter. And rumors of the executive officer's formidable prowess necessitated utmost caution. Jean and Kaya exchanged glances. Kaya subtly shook his head, indicating he had not encountered such an individual before. However, whether it was the woman he met yesterday or the one seated before them now, their imposing presence was unmistakable. Has Winter truly dispatched 2 executive officers to Mondstadt? Jean's internal caution heightened. The presence of 2 executive officers suggested ulterior motives, a notion no fool would dismiss. The need for vigilant defense loomed large. Yet the thought of severing ties was a headache for Jean. This esteemed individual must be the renowned executive officer of the Fatui, correct? I have long heard of your reputation. Yes, promised. I shall extend my apologies tonight. And we shall toast in camaraderie. Kaya attempted to circumvent Anastasia and directly engaged with Xi. Unfortunately, Zuo Xi paid him no mind, and it was Anastasia who seamlessly took over the conversation. Thus, the meeting progressed, with Anastasia shifting from defense to offense, seizing the opportunity to negotiate certain liberties for the Fatui, while the higher-ups of Mondstadt convened an urgent meeting comprising Kaya, Lisa, and Jean. Kaya, what is your assessment of this executive officer? Jean inquired, rubbing her temples in mild frustration. Quite formidable. Their aura is as tangible as it is intimidating. Since their arrival, the atmosphere on the Fatui side has shifted entirely. Moreover, I can assure you that I did not encounter this person yesterday. They either possess an incredible ability to conceal themselves or have been lurking in Mondstadt for some time. However, both possibilities pose significant concerns for the group. Are they truly as fearsome as you claim? Do they possess a vision? Lisa, who had not witnessed the shift in atmosphere firsthand, expressed her skepticism. While I did not observe a vision on their person, it is possible they have concealed it. Or perhaps they do not possess one at all. Nevertheless, they bear a cursed eye of ice, which grants them some elemental power, Jean replied, having closely observed the individual during their interactions. Pausing momentarily, Jean added, I cannot shake the feeling that this executive officer may not be particularly skilled in combat. Yet, my instincts urge me to avoid provoking them. Drawing from her extensive experience, Jean noted that the individuals seemed rife with vulnerabilities. Frankly speaking, she believed she could subdue them single-handedly without the use of elemental powers or weapons. Yet there was an unsettling intuition within her that encountering this person on the battlefield would prove exceedingly troublesome. Oh dear, you previously described this individual as terrifying, yet now suggest they lack combat prowess. It seems this person is indeed remarkable, Lisa remarked. Speculating here is futile. We should discuss how to proceed from this point onward. The conversation was interrupted by Jean, who deftly steered the topic back on track, that we must remain vigilant. Aside from the copper-hued masked Harbinger we encountered today, we cannot overlook the female Harbinger we saw yesterday. It is no surprise that they reacted so strongly. After all, the Fatui are notorious throughout Teyvat for their nefarious deeds, and caution is imperative. Information regarding Snezhnaya is scarce, and we know little to nothing about these two Harbingers. Jean furrowed her brow. Since becoming the acting Grandmaster in the absence of the Grandmaster, this was the first time she felt such immense pressure. Do not fret. Acting Grandmaster, someone interjected. When it comes to intelligence, there is indeed someone quite knowledgeable. Kia, you mean that senior who has always been disdainful of the knights? Though I suppose there are no more suitable candidates, then I shall leave this matter in your capable hands. Kia, it was evident that Jean was on the same wavelength. I will set off at once. The banquet tomorrow evening will also be held at the Dawn Winery. I will use my role in organizing it as a pretext to discuss matters with him, thereby avoiding suspicion. It seems you have already made up your minds. Then I shall return to the library. As it is just the right time for afternoon tea, I cannot afford to miss it after delaying my nap. The two departed from Jean's office, leaving her to continue with her duties. How chaotic must the nights be at this moment? What is the progress on your end? Upon returning to the hotel, Zuo Xi encountered Rosalind, who was savoring a fine wine. One could say, without question, that she was indeed from Mondstadt, as it seemed they often met over drinks. That I've gathered some intel. Mondstadt is currently overwhelmed dealing with the dragon crisis, which conveniently makes our tasks easier. Rosalind appeared quite pleased. The more chaotic Mondstadt became, the more advantageous it was for their plans. Indeed, the dragon crisis and the Fatui. They lack the bandwidth to address both, which is indeed promising news. While responding to Rosalind, Zuo Xi's mind was preoccupied with his own thoughts. The dragon crisis had commenced, meaning the golden-haired figure would not be far behind. The story was finally unfolding. If memory serves, the traveler's encounter with Paimon occurs sometime before the main storyline officially begins. Thus, at this juncture, these two should have already crossed paths. He had initially hoped to bring Paimon into the fold before the traveler, but it seemed that opportunity had already slipped away. The arrangements at Starfall Valley had lost their significance. Personnel could be withdrawn from that location. Assuming a disguise, Zuo Xi left Mondstadt, intending to stroll near the beach, hoping to encounter the traveler. Upon exiting the city, he shed his disguise and concealed all elements related to the Fatui. Though the traveler was not yet well-versed in Teyvat, they were nonetheless aware of the Fatui's notorious nature. Revealing his affiliation with the Fatui would obliterate any favorable first impression. Regardless of whether the individual was ether or lumen, fostering a good relationship was never a poor choice. Upon reaching Starfall Lake, he spotted a wisp of smoke in the distance. Prompting a smile to form on his lips, he had found it. Chapter 6. The butterfly that flaps its wings. So, you are a merchant from Snezhnaya? Yet you appear entirely like a Liyue person, a white floating spirit adorned with a crown circled around Zuo Xi, peering at him with unabashed astonishment. Indeed, I am originally from Liyue, but due to certain circumstances, I have resided in Snezhnaya for some time and hold its nationality as well. Thus, I could be considered a citizen of Issentim. As Paimon scrutinized Zuo Xi, he too examined Paimon and Lumen. This little creature harbored many secrets, and Zuo Xi could not ascertain their true identity. Moreover, he was face to face with a living Paimon and Lumen. Naturally, he had to take a good look. That person's gaze is rather peculiar, Lumen thought to herself, subtly pulling Paimon closer. So, Mr. Zuo Xi, what brings you to Starfall Lake? It is quite a distance from Mondstadt, and there are many monsters lurking nearby. Do you not fear for your safety alone? You do not appear to possess a vision. After pulling Paimon closer, Lumin posed her question, her curiosity piqued. You can simply call me Zuo Xi, I must admit. I intended to admire the scenery of Mondstadt, but I accidentally lost my way. I followed the smoke I saw to come here. As for the monsters, to be honest, I haven't encountered many along the way. And I have a bodyguard, though for some reason, I cannot locate him at present. So she spoke earnestly, and his words were not entirely fabricated. He indeed had followed the smoke, that it would be prudent not to wander too freely in the absence of his bodyguard. And rushing towards a plume of smoke could be perilous. Even wild hilichurls could start a fire. Upon hearing this, Lumin's wariness diminished somewhat. Though slightly dismissive, she was fundamentally a good person. Seeing Zuo Xi in this manner, she felt compelled to offer a word of caution that I appreciate your guidance. Though it may be a bit presumptuous, would it be possible to enlist the two of you as my temporary bodyguards? I had not considered it before, but hearing your words, it seems rather dangerous for a mere mortal to be alone in the wild. Fear not. Once we reach Mondstadt, I shall treat you both to a grand feast as thanks. And the compensation will not disappoint you. So she spoke without significant deceit. He lacked a vision and possessed only an ordinary physique. Without the aid of his cursed eye and equipment, he would be easily overwhelmed by 2 or 3 hilichurls. As for the reward, Zuo Xi truly had no shortage of mora. After all, have you ever met a weapons dealer who lacked funds? Paimon, he said he would treat us to a grand feast. Upon hearing the keywords feast and reward, Paimon's eyes sparkled with excitement. Very well. After we finish dinner, we shall escort you to Monza. Do you feel you wish to have grilled fish? Observing Paimon's enthusiasm and feeling somewhat concerned for Zuo Xi, Lumin agreed. Thank you, but I do not eat fish. Please enjoy your meal at your own pace. I am in no rush. Zuo Xi graciously declined their kind offer, not out of suspicion, but rather because he genuinely disliked fish. Perhaps not wanting Zuo Xi to wait too long, or perhaps having grown accustomed to roughing it, both Paimon and Lumin ate quickly, and soon the 2 fish were reduced to mere skeletons. After their meal, the 3 set off towards Mondstadt. They arrived in Mondstadt the following morning. The journey had been uneventful, aside from the occasional hilichurl or slime attack, which Lumin swiftly dealt with, and no further incidents arose until they were led into Mondstadt by Amber. Wait, this isn't right. The plot should involve Paimon discovering Dvalin in the sky, followed by an encounter with Vinny soothing Dvalin in the woods. Ultimately, they should meet Amber afterward, right? What is happening? Has the storyline become disordered? Zuo Xi felt a wave of confusion wash over him, needing to organize his thoughts. Firstly, Paimon and the traveler had indeed met, and it had occurred at Starfall Lake, suggesting the plot should have commenced. But wait, Lumin had yet to awaken her elemental powers. This meant the story had not truly begun, and Lumin had not yet confided in Paimon about her experiences. They had not even contemplated venturing to Mondstadt to find her brother. His interference had caused them to arrive in Mondstadt prematurely, resulting in Lumin missing her awakening and the chance meeting with Vinny. So she acknowledged his growing panic. He had intended to participate in the narrative, but instead he had disrupted it entirely. Was it still possible to knock them out and send them back? Calm down, Zuo Xi, you must remain composed. Repeating this mantra in his mind, he gradually regained his tranquility. This had become a habit for him since crossing over. Mentally reciting such phrases helped him maintain his composure. Meanwhile, Lumin felt an inexplicable chill and glanced around, finding nothing suspicious. This is not a significant issue. As long as the compensation is ample, hiring Lumin for a few extra days should pose no problem. At worst, I could take her outside the city for a stroll. Even if Lumin did not engage in the plot, it would not ultimately alter the grand scheme of things. Awakening her elemental powers could be easily managed. He could simply find an opportunity to lead her to the statues of the 7 and coax her into touching one. With this thought, Zuo Xi adopted a mindset of acceptance and felt somewhat reassured. Ahead lay the Deer Hunter restaurant. To express my gratitude for your assistance, I would like to treat you to a meal. Once I complete my rounds, you can find me in the square before the church, and I shall present you with a gift. So she was heartened to see that Amber's demeanor aligned closely with the storyline. Whether inviting them to dine or offering the Anemo sigil, it indicated that while this was a tangible world, some aspects remained faithful to the game. Though his expedition had not gone as planned, it allowed Zuo Xi to comprehend that this world was not merely a game. His butterfly had already begun to flap its wings. Setting aside his thoughts, Zuo Xi led the two into the Good Hunter. Zuo Xi, I heard Amber mention that this area is under the Fatui's control. Why are we here? Paimon appeared somewhat apprehensive. Her understanding of why Zuo Xi had brought them here was rather limited. Well, I must have mentioned it before, right? I'm a merchant from the land of winter, and naturally, I reside here as well. Moreover, wasn't it said that we would be treated to a grand feast? Surely, there is no dining establishment in Mondstadt that rivals the opulence of this one, is there? While that may hold true, I can't help but wonder, will they truly allow us entry? Furthermore, dining in the territory of the Fatui feels rather unsettling. Perhaps we should consider going to the Deer Hunter instead? Paimon remained somewhat frightened, hiding behind Ying, cautiously observing the Goth Hotel. However, the cuisine here is indeed quite exquisite, Ying, don't you think? I believe Paimon has a point. Perhaps we should opt for the Deer Hunter after all? Ying also seemed to exhibit signs of reluctance. Sigh. Very well then. As you wish, we shall go to the Deer Hunter. But do allow me a moment to rest. After such a long journey, I am utterly exhausted. Zuo Xi felt somewhat helpless. Upon my word, he harbored no ill intentions. The distance from the city gate to the Goth Hotel was not insignificant, and there were numerous stairs to ascend. Even though he was physically superior to the average person, his prolonged immersion in the workshop had rendered him unaccustomed to exertion. The trek from Starfall Lake back to Mondstadt, followed by the climb up to the Goth Hotel, had truly worn him out. Then, how about we just stay at the Goth Hotel? Observing the state of his companions, Ying felt a pang of sympathy. After all, he was her employer, and surely the Fatui couldn't be that terrifying. Indeed, considering your appearance, the descent and ascent must be quite taxing, wouldn't you agree? Although Paimon may not be particularly astute, her heart was undeniably kind. How splendid! Thank you for your understanding. Let us proceed then. Feel free to order anything you desire. I shall cover your lodging expenses in Mondstadt. So she let out a sigh of relief, exhaling deeply as he turned to lead the two into the hotel. The grandeur here is truly astounding. It lives up to its reputation as the largest hotel in Mondstadt. However, the Fatui guard at the entrance seems rather peculiar. He appears to be tense, as if he is unwell. Paimon, ever the lively atmosphere creator, marveled at the interior decor while quietly voicing her critiques. I can't believe they really just let us in. Ying's focus was evidently different. The fact that the Fatui allowed them entry without any obstruction was surprising. Was Zuo Xi's influence truly that profound? I have conducted business in the land of winter reasonably well. As a merchant, I cultivate good relationships, and everyone is willing to extend me a modicum of courtesy, so she explained with a smile. While his business was indeed thriving, it was equally true that no one dared to disrespect him. Let us order everything on the menu, shall we? 2 rooms in the top-tier suite. You two will share a room? Then just 1 room will suffice. After summoning the waiter and arranging everything, so she led them to the dining area, and soon, dishes began to arrive one after another. Wow! 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 Paimon was so astonished that she was left speechless. Ever since she had been fished out of the water, she had been living rough and had never encountered such a lavish spread. Ying found herself swallowing hard, hesitantly inquiring of Zuo Xi. Zuo Xi, is this perhaps a bit too much? No worries. I trust Paimon can finish it all. Right, Paimon? Absolutely. As long as it's delicious, I could devour even more. Paimon responded while stuffing her mouth with food. And seeing her like this, Ying said nothing more, swiftly joining in the feast. Chapter 7. The Heart of a Young Girl. Thank you for your hospitality. After a satisfying meal, the 3 moved to the relaxation area. So, Zuo Xi, I presume you have something further to discuss? As the saying goes, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Given the lavish treatment and the covered lodging, there must be an ulterior motive at play. Indeed, during our stay in Mondstadt, would you consider continuing to employ the 2 of you as my guards? There's south no need for close protection. Merely assist me in dealing with any monsters while I'm out. Using this as a pretext, where she could subtly guide their responses, would it be possible to grant me some time to consider? Certainly. Take your time. Regardless of your decision, my previous promise remains valid. This is the remuneration we agreed upon beforehand. So she produced a card emblazoned with the emblem of the Northland Bank. This card has a limit of 500,000. It can be redeemed at any Northland bank throughout Teyvat. It's getting late, and I have some matters to attend to. You may proceed as you wish. The room is ready. Just collect the key from the reception. Can I expect your response by tomorrow? Very well. You go ahead with your business. I shall provide my answer here tomorrow. After Zuo Xi departed, Paimon fluttered over to Ying's side. Ying, why don't you agree to him? He clearly seems quite wealthy. And the compensation is generous. To the mention of remuneration, Paimon's eyes nearly transformed into more. To be honest, Zuo Xi's offer is indeed enticing. Ying had her own reasons for traveling. Observing Paimon, with whom she had spent considerable time, she felt it was time to share some of her thoughts. Seemingly resolved to a decision, Ying began recounting her experiences to Paimon. Paimon, actually upon exiting the Goth Hotel, someone approached them. Honored executive, do the two inside require surveillance? The newcomer was Natalia. Through their interactions along the way, she had gained some understanding of the executive's tendencies. The executive typically did not mind her following, though there was seldom any communication between them. Realizing this, she made a conscious effort to minimize her presence, merely trailing behind at a distance as a subordinate. Her role was to faithfully execute orders, and superfluous thoughts were unwarranted. Moreover, it was already quite fortunate that her request for reassignment had been approved. And no need. Let them do as they please, but do your utmost to prevent them from contacting Rosalind. In truth, Zuo Xi was not disinclined to engage with her. He simply had a naturally reticent disposition, and she moved so quietly that she was easily overlooked. Furthermore, Zuo Xi was someone who preferred to dwell in his own world, resulting in minimal interaction between the two. Recently, however, he felt her presence had grown increasingly distant. Although she was still only a gesture away, the absence of a ghostly companion left something to be desired. Natalia, to your service, in the future, wear more ordinary attire and stay closer while following. Understood. Honored executive, it feels somewhat peculiar to address you this way. You may call me Zuo Xi or Modal. Zuo Xi found the name bestowed upon him by the Empress quite endearing, and he relished hearing others refer to him as such. I am most humbled. Lord Zuo Xi. The thoughts of a girl are often elusive. A certain person, a particular event, or even a specific title can stir a flurry of emotions. The fruits of her past efforts had borne the sweetest rewards, and she was more than content. Compared to the other harbingers, Natalia was not particularly tall. In Zuo Xi's eyes, she still resembled a young girl. Observing the sudden uplift in her spirits, Zuo Xi felt somewhat bewildered. He sensed the joy that she could not conceal, yet he was unsure why, attributing it merely to a subordinate receiving her superior's favor. Without delving into the reasons, Zuo Xi did not lose sight of his purpose for being out. The banquet is at Dawn Winery, correct? Prepare the carriage and my formal attire. I will change in the carriage. This upcoming banquet promises to be rife with intrigue and machinations. Logically, both he and Rosalind ought to be present. However, the Fatui are indifferent to such matters, so it is likely that Rosalind will not attend. If possible, he hoped to be somewhat casual, yet as the sole representative of Winter, he still needed to maintain a certain level of decorum. Yes, Lord Zuo Xi, my apologies, as a member of Winter's ceremonial retinue. Selecting attire was within Natalia's expertise. With just a glance, she had several ensembles in mind, her eyes brightening with inspiration. For reasons unknown, Zuo Xi felt a twinge of unease at the way Natalia looked at him. Had he perhaps made a miscalculation? 2 hours later, the carriage arrived at Dawn Winery, and out stepped a radiant Natalia. Alongside a Zuo Xi 2 whole hours, like a doll being dressed for a grand occasion. Zuo Xi found himself at the mercy of Natalia, who insisted that his attire must command attention as a representative of Snezhnaya. Under the pretext of fulfilling Lady Zuo Xi's orders, he spent a whole 2 hours meticulously adjusting his outfit. It wasn't until they arrived at the Dawn Winery that a final decision was reached regarding his ensemble, and he sensed that Natalia still yearned for more. Had his lifetime of misdeeds finally caught up with him? The foolish followers accompanying him as guards maintained a facade of indifference, their expressions inscrutable, as if they could neither see nor hear anything amiss. Zuo Xi, disinterested in their presence, swiftly composed himself as the welcoming party from Mondstadt approached. In terms of attire, Natalia truly lived up to her professional reputation. The entire ensemble was opulent yet understated, exquisite without being vulgar. It complemented Zuo Xi's Liwian image, featuring a white robe adorned with subtle golden threads. accentuating the refined elegance characteristic of Liu, while also reflecting the grand artistic style unique to his. An evil eye ornament hung from his waist, and Natalia had even thoughtfully provided him with a cane, which not only signified his status, but also considered his physical condition. Zuo Xi, however, was not particularly fond of using a cane. With this attire, he felt less like a researcher and more akin to an ornament hanging from a lamppost. If he had to choose an ornament, he would prefer the smallest one. Thank you very much. Natalia handled all the tedious small talk, while Zuo Xi wandered around the venue in a room on the second floor of the winery. Lisa remarked, "Is that the executive officer you mentioned? They don't seem as intimidating as you described." Normally, Lisa would not make an appearance at such gatherings, but given the circumstances, having an extra perspective could prove beneficial. It must be said that Dialect's intelligence network was impressively thorough. Within less than a day, they had gathered foundational information about some of the executive officers. However, this information alone could only confirm the identity of the executive officer. It was insufficient to ascertain their position or capabilities. Do not underestimate them. Lisa, they're certainly more complex than they appear, especially considering their previous conduct. Although Lisa appeared lethargic, she was, in fact, quite reliable. Thus, while Jean offered a cautionary reminder, she was not overly concerned and instead sought Dialect's opinion. "What do you think, Dialect? Do not call me senior." After a brief pause, Dialect shared his thoughts. "I have not encountered this executive officer, but according to the information, a new executive officer has been appointed in Snezhnaya in recent years, and it is highly likely that this is the individual." Due to certain matters, Dialect had seen the appearances of various executive officers. While he had not memorized every face, he retained vague memories of their physiques. However, he had no recollection of the individual before him. That's so. So, it is likely the 12th seat, who I believe is referred to as mortal. Caius squinted, stroking his chin as he observed Zuo Xi from a distance. Present. It was indeed difficult to reconcile this individual with the intimidating figure he had presented the day before. It is very probable the other, more active one, is already confirmed to be the 8th seat lady, Dialect added, providing what intelligence he had gathered. His expression remained stoic, but those familiar with him could sense his gravity. It was no wonder that the arrival of two executive officers was not a cause for celebration. He meandering aimlessly. Could he have ulterior motives? He is heading in a certain direction, towards Eula. Chapter 8. Against 3, I play my ace. Since Eula's vicinity was relatively devoid of people, so she spotted her at once. Without a second thought, he made his way toward her. The reason was simple. He was merely seeking friendly interaction with Miss Eula. "Do you mind if I sit here?" Eula looked up, noting the man dressed in a white robe, his entire demeanor exuding nobility, yet he presented himself in a remarkably amiable manner. His attire reminded her of the lofty, narrow-minded individuals from her family, yet his calm disposition set him apart, making it difficult for her to harbor any disdain. "You are one of the Fatui, aren't you? What? Are you here to mock me alone? Did no one tell you to keep your distance? You might attract unwanted gossip." That Eula's gaze fell upon the evil eye at Zuo Xi's waist, coupled with his association with the Lawrence family. It was likely that he would be scrutinized even more. "The Fatui do not concern themselves with others' opinions. I shall assume you have consented." He seated himself across from Eula, leaving the table occupied solely by the two of them. Ignoring my warnings. Are you looking down on me? I shall remember this slight." Eula coldly averted her gaze, continuing to sip her drink. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zuo Xi, the 12th executive officer of the Fatui, though you may call me mortal." Following his self-introduction, the atmosphere at the table shifted subtly. Zuo Xi keenly detected this change, but chose to remain silent, merely observing Eula as an executive officer. "I wonder what business you have with a mere guerrilla leader like me." Eula lifted her head, her eyes fixed intently on Zuo Xi. She had not anticipated that he would be an executive officer, which made her somewhat wary. "Are you truly so suspicious of me solely because of my title? What a pity. I had thought Miss Eula would understand me." He smiled and shook his head, his tone ambiguous, oscillating between jest and sorrow. After a moment of silence, Eula finally relaxed her demeanor. Indeed, how could one harbor suspicion and malice towards someone solely based on their identity? "I should know this best. To lecture me. I'll remember this debt." Though she internally acknowledged his point, Her words remained obstinate. Such was Eula's nature. Growing up in a family like hers, she had faced differential treatment from a young age. The myriad experiences she endured, coupled with her innate kindness, shaped the Eula of today. A person not adept at expressing herself, yet possessing a unique way of interacting with others. It seems your friend is looking for you. I shall take my leave for now. Let us drink together another time. Finishing her sparkling wine, with its tangy sweetness and effervescent pop invigorating her palate, so she departed before Amber arrived. What an odd individual. Eula mused, watching him retreat. He speaks of future drinks, yet he did not leave any contact information or set a time or place. Having successfully made an impression, so she found a spot to wait for the individuals he intended to test. He had already spotted Kaya maneuvering toward Eula, and once he inquired about his questions, the next step would be for him to seek Zuo Xi out. What Zuo Xi did not anticipate was that, prior to Kaya's arrival, an unexpected individual would approach him. How peculiar! I never imagined someone who spends all day in the workshop would attend such an event. Rosalind appeared before Zuo Xi, having arrived at some point without a drink in hand. Zuo Xi was genuinely surprised by Rosalind's presence. He had assumed she would be disinclined to attend. That line should have been mine. I truly did not expect you to show up, but oh, it seems you have indeed been cooped up in the workshop for too long. I frequently attend such occasions. It is not a secret within the fatui. Or do you believe I am unfit for such gatherings? Casually taking a wine glass from a server's tray, Rosalind was indeed a fitting presence for such an event. Upon reflection, Zuo Xi concluded that aside from Rosalind, no one else was as suitable for this atmosphere. Perhaps I have been somewhat out of touch. Had I known this, I would not have come. Zuo Xi preferred engaging in mechanics within his workshop, where the machines were utterly loyal and devoid of convoluted schemes. Oh, is that so? I noticed you seem to be enjoying a lively conversation with that young lady. Could it be my imagination? Zuo Xi disregarded Rosalind's teasing gaze, instead wearing a look of disbelief. He had never expected her to possess such a gossipy side. However, he soon realized his misunderstanding. Is it a member of the Lawrence family? Rosalind inquired thoughtfully as she glanced toward Eula. Rosalind, I have a hunch about what you are contemplating. To be frank, you do not genuinely believe this will be successful, do you? Given Eula's legendary quest. It was not difficult to guess what Rosalind was pondering at this moment. Mind your own business. My affairs do not require your unsolicited advice. Though her words sounded harsh, her expression conveyed a lack of concern, indicating that Rosalind largely shared Zuo Xi's perspective. Nevertheless, it is merely a casual arrangement. If it bears fruit, that is splendid. If not, there is no loss. Very well, do as you wish. To Zuo Xi, it was inconsequential. After all, Eula's uncle was nothing but a fool. Since Rosalind was willing to exert some effort to get him involved, so she was more than willing to see it come to fruition. Now, returning to the main topic, since you have arrived, you may handle the matters over there. Zuo Xi spotted Kia approaching, unmistakably heading in his direction. With Rosalind present, it would be prudent for him to make a swift exit. Although he could manage the situation, he found the pretense of pleasantries quite tiresome. He chuckled lightly. Ha ha ha. Hey no. Rosalind merely uttered those two words before departing. Tiske. Pouting slightly, Kia was nearly upon him. It was as he had initially intended to face this alone. The current situation was of little consequence. Mr. Mortar, it is a pleasure to see you again. I apologize for the unpleasantness caused by our previous misunderstanding. Allow me to drink to my own folly. Kia took the wine bottle from the waiter, filling a glass to the brim and downing it. What appeared to be an apology was, in fact, the commencement of their first round of probing. By mentioning Zuo Xi's name, one not publicly associated with Eula, he hinted at their investigation into him, seeking to gauge Zuo Xi's reaction. Furthermore, this custom of self-punishment with alcohol stemmed from Liu, serving as a test to the other's background. From where do you hail? The second young master of Legend Fend offers his apologies. I must admit, I am rather taken aback. It seemed Kia was well versed in Liu's customs. The initial remark was anticipated by Kia. He was not surprised that an executive of the fatui could possess such intelligence. However, the second statement took him aback. In a land devoid of deities. Is such a custom also practiced? Zuo Xi leaned in slightly, whispering into Kia's ear, as if afraid of disturbing something sacred, uttering words that could be deemed taboo to Kia. Merely jesting. I hope you do not take offense. Mr. Although the Anemo Archon has not made an appearance for some time, to call this place a land without gods is rather excessive. I too shall drink to my own folly. You do not appear well. I presume you are burdened with official duties? I shall not intrude further. Was this a veiled implication, or merely a test? Or perhaps, as he claimed, it was merely a distasteful jest? No, that was utterly implausible. Watching Zuo Xi's retreating figure, Kia had never found a situation so precarious. His counterpart was far more formidable than he had anticipated, reflecting on the smile that had lingered on Zuo Xi's lips throughout their conversation. Kia experienced a disconcerting sensation akin to peering into an abyss. It had been quite some time since he had lost his composure to such an extent. Regaining his composure, Kia restored his usual calm demeanor. Regardless of the truth, he appeared unperturbed. He turned and made his way to the second floor of the winery. Whether or not Zuo Xi truly possessed certain information, the immediate priority was to ensure that everyone comprehended the gravity of the situation. Vigilance towards this executive would need to be heightened considerably. Observing Kia's pensive silhouette, Zuo Xi knew he had achieved his objective. All he needed was to remain elusive for a few more days, allowing his counterpart to stew before proceeding to the next step. As for the third, I shall play my trump card. Chapter 9. Visiting the workshop, the first rays of morning sunlight were always so gentle. Upon opening the window, the dawnlight fell upon Zuo Xi, reminding him of one crucial fact. It was high time he wanted to be. It was already morning, and once again, he had inadvertently pulled an all-nighter. Exhausted from a sleepless night, Zuo Xi longed to succumb to slumber, yet he knew such an act would completely disrupt his circadian rhythm. Based on previous experience, it was better to stay awake until nightfall and then sleep normally. Some might find it surprising that Zuo Xi cared about such matters of biological timing. In truth, he once did not care at all, staying up as long as he wished, only retiring when fatigue became unbearable. It wasn't until one fateful day that he realized his hair was falling out more than he had anticipated, prompting a shift in his habits towards a semblance of self-care. It wouldn't be accurate to call it self-care. Rather, it was more of a psychological burden added to his late-night endeavors. From a state of carefree disregard, he transitioned into a realm of anxiety while burning the midnight oil. In truth, the few strands of hair lost were merely the result of a prank orchestrated by Sandone. Accompanied by a hint of revenge, his surprise, the effect was unexpectedly profound. Upon stepping out, Zuo Xi was greeted by Natalia, who stood at the door, along with Lumen and Paimon, who were also waiting. "Good morning. Shall we go have breakfast together? What is that in your hand?" Zuo Xi noticed a package in Lumen's grasp, its shape revealing little about its contents. Seizing the opportunity to glance at the package, Zuo Xi discreetly observed the faint greenish glow emanating from Lumen's chest, indicating she had awakened her Anemo elemental power. "This is the wind glider that Amber sent you. Since you were unable to attend the appointment yesterday, she asked me to deliver it to you and schedule the time for a flying test. I see that I probably won't have much use for such a thing, but I will keep it safe. Perhaps I could modify it for use?" Zuo Xi indeed had no need for it, at least not in its original form. The flying device he had designed outperformed this contraption by leagues. Thus, he rarely utilized it, preferring the grounded sensation of being rooted to the earth. Put it bluntly, he harbored a slight fear of heights, experiencing palpitations and a pale complexion when gazing down from great heights. After breakfast, Zuo Xi broached the topic from the previous day once more. "So, have you given it some thought? I'm sorry, but I still cannot accept this employment." After some internal conflict, Lumen ultimately declined. That is truly unfortunate. May I inquire as to the reason?" Zuo Xi feigned disappointment, which elicited a twinge of guilt in Lumen. Let me explain. Lumen, is it all right to share?" The mouth of the divine seemed to manifest its might. "It is fine, Paimon." The situation unfolded as Paimon revealed Lumen's purpose for embarking on her journey. Though Zuo Xi was already privy to this information, he feigned surprise, listening attentively as if it were his first time hearing it. I see. I wish you a swift reunion with your brother." So she remained unfazed by Lumen's refusal. If the plot had become muddled, so be it. With the ability to amend it, she could rectify it herself. He would not concern himself with it. If there was no corrective force, as long as the objective was achieved, he saw no issue with the narrative being disrupted. What I mentioned earlier still stands. I shall cover your lodging expenses during your stay in Mondstadt. I wish you a pleasant journey. Wait a moment, Zuo Xi. While I cannot accept your long-term employment, if you are venturing out, feel free to include us. This is no longer a matter of employment. It is merely friends helping one another. The unexpected turn of events caught Zuo Xi off guard. He had prepared himself to accept the situation's deterioration, never anticipating a twist in fate. I am truly grateful. I shall rely on you during this time. Rest assured, the matter of payment will not be overlooked. That is not acceptable, Zuo Xi, since it is a matter of mutual assistance among friends. We cannot accept your payment. Furthermore, the top-tier suite must be quite expensive, and the remuneration you previously offered far exceeds market value. We cannot unfairly take advantage of you. If you consider us friends, please refrain from mentioning such matters in the future. Lumen spoke earnestly, and despite Paimon's somewhat pained expression beside her, Lumen resolutely declined Zuo Xi's kindness. There exists no such thing as a free favor in this world. Though she understood this principle, she could not ignore the goodwill that Zuo Xi had extended. If you insist, then so be it. After discussing that matter, Zuo Xi found himself growing bored, having just emerged from the workshop. If felt amiss to re-enter, wouldn't that label him a tech nerd? Absolutely not. That was out of the question. Yet while he was disinterested in entering, others were eager to do so. Zuo Xi, I see you've been in one room for quite some time. What are you doing in there? Paimon, it is quite rude to inquire like that. It's fine. That is my workshop. Would you like to take a look? Workshop, do you create everything you sell yourself? That's amazing. Can we really go in? Lumen, who had only known Zuo Xi as a merchant, was astonished to discover that his products were indeed self-made. Come on in. Not everything is crafted by my own hands. I primarily focus on design. Natalia, you should join us as well. Inviting the two into the workshop, Natalia appeared equally eager to explore, so Zuo Xi invited her along. What an honor, Lord Zuo Xi. Upon hearing Zuo Xi call her Natalia, her eyes brightened a touch, and being permitted to tour the workshop, though not in the usual manners Zuo Xi addressed her, was indeed a cause for joy. While she had always known Zuo Xi to be a genius in mechanics, few had witnessed his working style. Being able to visit his workshop was undoubtedly a thrilling experience for Natalia. Unfortunately, the presence of the two beside her was somewhat distracting. How could Natalia harbor such thoughts about the friends of an executive? That was simply unacceptable. Wow. Incredible, Zuo Xi. You truly are remarkable. Did you create all of these items yourself? What is going on in that brilliant mind of yours? Is this what people refer to as genius? As Paimon gazed at the array of mechanical contraptions and various enigmatic devices displayed in the finished goods area, she found herself at a loss for words. These are the fruits of Zuo Xi's labor over the past few days. Trivial baubles meant merely to pass the time. Indeed, Zuo Xi, these creations are truly remarkable. I can hardly comprehend them, she exclaimed. Ying, equally astonished, noted the overwhelming sense of disconnection these items exuded, as if they belonged to another realm entirely. It struck her as peculiar that the young girl behind them wore a self-satisfied expression from the very beginning. These are merely my little time fillers. They hardly qualify as significant achievements that if you fancy any of them, feel free to take them, is what she said, before adding, since the opportunity presents itself, allow me to explain a bit. He held up a cylindrical metallic device. This is the hunter. When thrown, it autonomously locks onto a target and unleashes a barrage of lasers. If no target is set, it will float idly around. Originally part of series, I isolated this particular one due to its exceptional performance. Yes, Zuo Xi pressed a button on the top of the cylinder and tossed it forward. It split into 3 smaller components that hovered around him. That over there is a rudimentary flying apparatus affixed to the calf, utilizing air propulsion to mimic the elemental manipulation of wind. Its drawback is susceptibility to interference, limiting it to low-altitude flight, thus rendering it a failure. After retrieving the hunter, Zuo Xi pointed at a pair of shoe-like devices and continued his exposition. That is the tracker, best employed as a bomb. And that one is the hive, which autonomously produces combat drones. I find it quite practical. After an extensive introduction, Zuo Xi suddenly realized he had become overly animated and hurriedly composed himself. Turning to the trio, he noticed Paimon appeared somewhat dazed, while Ying and Natalia listened intently. Ahem, I apologize for my enthusiasm. I may have rambled a bit, he said. Not at all. Zuo Xi. It's clear you have a genuine passion for these creations. Your eyes practically sparkle when you talk about them. Is there a particular reason for this? A reason? Nothing particularly special, I suppose. For a mechanic, witnessing the moment a robot of one's own making comes to life is akin to seeing a child being born, he replied, his face radiating joy like the first light of dawn. Chapter 10. Barbados, Chapter 11. The Dragon Calamity. I pulled an all-nighter last night, so she said hesitantly to Vinny, gazing in a particular direction. Gulp, gulp, ha! This is delightful. I mean, sleep is crucial. Vinny took a hearty swig, momentarily brushing aside Zuo Xi's concerns. Yes, that might be the case. I feel rather out of sorts myself. Indeed, sleep is truly essential. This apple brew is remarkable. It's a limited edition from Dawn Winery. Isn't it? You are correct, so, if I now observe a dragon soaring above Mondstadt, it must surely be a figment of my sleep deprivation, right? Indeed, that must be the case, so you ought to rest more regularly. Within Mondstadt, the once clear sky had become shrouded in ominous clouds, as a massive emerald dragon circled ominously above. The winds whipped through the city, occasionally releasing gusts imbued with elemental air. The dragon, no longer embodying its former elegance, resembled a beast ensnared in despair, its cries indistinguishable between rage and sorrow. Many structures lay in ruins, debris swirling in the tempest. Fortunately, due to prior evacuation measures, most citizens had sought refuge indoors, escaping the calamity unscathed. However, our travelers were not so fortunate. As expected, Ying was swept up into the storm. Based on her limited experience over the past few days, she realized that merely relying on her anemo abilities would be insufficient, especially with an irate dragon nearby. What is this thing? The eternal flow of wind. Vinny's words were cut short as he observed Ying's feet emitting a green breeze, stabilizing her amidst the chaos. Grateful for having borrowed the flying apparatus from Zuo Xi, Ying breathed a sigh of relief. Without it, she would have surely been doomed. Though Zuo Xi deemed it a failure, it proved quite useful when paired with her wind abilities. Glancing down at the device, she felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, yet she sensed she had heard a voice moments ago. Looking around, she saw no one else nearby. How strange. I distinctly heard someone speaking. Regardless, she resolved to focus on the immediate situation, guiding the flying device towards the anemo dragon. She soon encountered a dilemma. She couldn't keep up, lacking any long-range attack capabilities. Is it time for me to step in? Traveler, just fly ahead. I will command the eternal flow of wind to assist you. Now, in vision, can you gather this strand of wind and part the clouds? The previous voice resonated in the air, and as a gentle green breeze entwined around her hands, Ying realized she could manipulate the wind element to launch projectiles. That it was indeed not a mere illusion. Despite its dubious nature, she had no time to ponder. Dismissing further contemplation of the voice's origin, Ying turned her focus back to combating the anemo dragon. After an intense struggle, the dragon retreated, and Ying safely descended back to Mondstadt. Ying, are you all right? You were swept up into the sky. I was so worried. Paimon exclaimed, breaking free from Amber's embrace and fluttering towards Ying, her eyes glistening with tears. I'm fine, Paimon, see? I made it back safely. Ying reassured her, gently stroking her hair. Applause echoed nearby, and looking in the direction of the sound. They spotted a dark-skinned, seemingly frivolous individual approaching with clapping hands. To possess the power to combat a dragon. Are you our guest? Or yet another tempest? Ying felt a peculiar weariness emanating from a man. What does he mean by another? He gives off a rather pitiful vibe when he mentions it. The anemo dragon has begun attacking the city directly. Kia, you two have arrived just in time. Kia, have you not rested? You look dreadful, Amber exclaimed, urgently trying to usher them to address the dragon disaster. Yet upon closer inspection, she noted Kia's unexpected exhaustion. She had always seen him lazing about, but this was the first time she had witnessed him looking fatigued. Wait, Amber, there are still introductions to be made, Kia interjected. The citizens had witnessed the battle against the dragon firsthand. The acting Grandmaster expressed interest in both of them and hoped to converse at the Knights of Favonia's headquarters. After some probing and pleasantries, Kia finally revealed his purpose. Jean, Overexertion is the nemesis of women. Just look at you. Your complexion lacks its usual smoothness. Since Zuo Xi's arrival, the quartet of Mondstadt had suffered. With only Lisa appearing relatively well, the others were unable to conceal their fatigue, particularly Dialek, who had been tirelessly gathering intelligence on Zuo Xi. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, the information he obtained was scant. Besides a name and a title, mortal, he found nothing that indicated Zuo Xi's supposed ordinariness. Moreover, Zuo Xi had been frequenting Angel's share, ostensibly to drink with Eula, but he always exchanged knowing smiles with Dialek, who was disguised as an ordinary bartender. Especially on the first day, when he left, he uttered a cryptic remark that now seemed threatening. Does the owner of the winery enjoy experiencing life? No matter. A storm is about to descend. I wonder if you will still possess such leisure then that I eagerly awaited. The group took this statement seriously, having worked tirelessly to assess any potential dangers. Just as they were at their wits' end, believing it was merely a bluff, the dragon calamity struck. Numerous coincidences had already led them to demonize Zuo Xi in their minds. Under the dual pressures of the dragon disaster and the Harbinger, the others had reached their limits. Now, the foreign traveler combating the calamity was also linked to the Harbinger, making it exceedingly difficult not to draw connections, uncertain of whether he was friend or foe and unsure of his intentions. They decided they must meet this traveler. Thus, in addition to the original trio, Dialek joined them at the Knights of Favonius. Although he held a disdain for the Knights, the current situation left him with little choice. Acting Grandmaster, I have brought the individual you requested. Kaya briefly recounted the earlier discourse delivered by Amber. Listening to Kaya's account, it seemed unlikely that there would be any intersection with the Harbinger of the Fatui. Was this due to a lack of trust, resulting in concealment, or was it a deliberate act under the executive's orders? The individuals exchanged glances, ultimately leaving the matter to Jean, the acting Grandmaster, though it may have come a bit late. Jean warmly welcomed them, stating, "Welcome to Mondstadt, travelers who arrive like the wind. I am Jean, the acting Grandmaster. This is Lisa, the librarian of the Knights. Accompanying you is Captain Kaya. As for this individual," as she introduced Dialek. Jean found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Dialek, with a cat perched on his shoulder, chose to remain silent. On behalf of the residents of Mondstadt, I extend my gratitude for your guardianship over our city. I must also express my sincerest apologies for your unfortunate predicament. Jean spoke earnestly. Regardless of any underlying schemes, she felt compelled to apologize simply because they had encountered danger within the jurisdiction of the Knights. An apology was indeed warranted. Dialek was known for his relentless criticism of the Knights, particularly when it came to their shortcomings. If the other party had indeed been sent by the executive, it would undoubtedly be a simple yet effective maneuver. Clinging to this point, the Knights would find themselves without any grounds for rebuttal, rendering them passive. Should anything dire befall the other party, the truth would cease to matter. The Fatui would surely seize upon this. Those present clearly recognized this, and the weight of unease deepened within them, manifesting in their visibly weary expressions. Why does everyone appear so burdened with concerns? Is it the matter of the Anemo dragon? Paimon, though not particularly astute, discerned that something was amiss and leaned toward Ether to softly suggest, should we offer our assistance? We can't let the Knights shoulder all the worries. Is there anything I can do to help? Ether, driven by a strong sense of justice, was inclined to assist in such matters. However, this display only served to further complicate the situation for the others. Jean was kind-hearted, yet not naive. She wished to avoid doubting the other party's goodwill, yet their overt eagerness naturally aroused her suspicions. After a moment of contemplation, Jean resolved to address the matter openly. With Kaya and Lisa present, even if the other party were to lie, they could still extract some information, which was preferable to remaining on guard. Thank you for your kindness, traveler. Before we proceed, I have one question to pose, and you may choose not to answer if it offends you. Please, acting Grandmaster, ask away. What is your relationship with the Harbinger of the Fatui, Morix? Morix, are you referring to La Signora? Chapter 12. Within reason, La Signora. She is one of the Harbingers, Paimon exclaimed, visibly shocked, only to turn and find Ether seemingly unperturbed. Paimon, I will explain everything later. For now, let's address Jean's query. Facing Jean and the others, Ether articulated his thoughts. La Signora is my friend. I asked their misunderstanding here. Ether was indeed perceptive, capable of deducing La Signora's identity and recognizing the apprehensions of those around him. He was also compassionate, choosing to clarify any misconceptions even when his goodwill was misconstrued. Simultaneously, he was empathetic, understanding the concerns of others. It was entirely reasonable to be wary of a Harbinger given their notorious reputation. Traveler, it is not that we distrust you. Rather, there are certain undisclosed complexities in this matter that we cannot reveal. We hope you understand. Rest assured, your friendship with La Signora will not influence the knight's decisions, and your contributions will not be overlooked. It seemed the misunderstanding had been resolved. Indeed, this individual is a hero who has protected Mondstadt. By the way, I still owe you a meal of honey-glazed carrots. I have no objections. The four of them reached a consensus regarding Ether and La Signora, temporarily resolving the issue. Now that the misunderstanding has been cleared, let us proceed to formulate a battle plan. After devising the initial strategy, the group dispersed to prepare for their respective tasks. Before departing, Paimon and Ether resumed their previously interrupted conversation. Ether, what is going on? Why is La Signora a Harbinger? And why do you seem so unfazed? Even now, Paimon found it challenging to process this information. Paimon, it's quite easy to deduce. The Goth Hotel is the territory of the Fatui. La Signora could easily secure the finest room for us with just a word. It's implausible that this could be achieved solely through Mora. Furthermore, the staff treated him with great respect. A mere merchant could not command such reverence. Perhaps he never intended to keep this from us, considering he brought us to the Goth Hotel right from the start. Ether shared his reasoning with Paimon, who pondered it briefly before agreeing. But Ether, do you truly not mind? He is a Harbinger, and he deceived us. Surely, as an executive, he must be formidable in combat, rendering any need for protection unnecessary, claiming instead to be a merchant. Well, I suppose I will have to find an opportunity to inquire about that. However, to be honest, I believe he is not entirely deceitful. I genuinely think he is not skilled in combat, based on Ether's experiences and observations over the past few days. He surmised that La Signora genuinely lacked combat prowess. He may have undergone some training, but he did not appear to possess real battle experience. Having concluded their discussion, the two hurried to catch up with those who had set off ahead of them. Upon completing their preliminary plans, Ether and Paimon returned to Mondstadt. On their way to the knight's headquarters, they encountered Jean, who had just finished conversing with someone. Isn't that acting Grandmaster Jean? She seems to have just concluded a discussion. Let us go greet her. Ah, traveler, you have returned. I'm immensely grateful for your assistance. The elemental cycle surrounding the city has finally stabilized. The aftermath of the Anemo dragon's last assault seems to have subsided for the time being. However, the pressure exerted by the Fatui has reached a level that is becoming increasingly difficult to ignore. The Fatui, so that's the reason you all appear so fatigued. Indeed, to be candid, even the knights feel somewhat overwhelmed in the face of pressure from two Harbingers. Jean, I happen to have something I wish to show you. Very well. Let us return to the knight's headquarters. We should not discuss important matters in such a location. The three returned to the knights. And after notifying Lisa and the others to gather, Ether produced the tear of the Anemo dragon. This tear had been acquired during his battle with the creature, having been lifted by a gentle breeze and landing in his hand. Following a thorough discussion, it was ultimately decided that Ether would retain custody of the tear, and he was honored as an honorary knight of the Knights of Favonius. Meanwhile, on the other side, Venti and La Signora sat on either side of the colossal statue of the Anemo Archon. What do you think? Venti inquired, raising his wine bottle and glancing at the pale-faced La Signora, who appeared rather displeased. I don't think much of it. Please, lower me down, or I shall lose your apple wine. Oh, the Signora clung tightly to the hand of the Anemo Archon, striving to maintain her composure, though her complexion was growing increasingly ashen. Hey, don't be like that. I shall lower you down shortly, but I was asking what you think of the traveler. I find the traveler quite commendable. The plan devised by the knights is also quite sound. However, if you do not guide them, even if they manage to execute the so-called plan, your old friend may not last until that moment. Sigh. Indeed, this is why I sought you out. Please do not let me down. Just look at how pitiful Veni is, reduced to tears. When discussing his old friend, a hint of sorrow flickered across Veni's face that a friend who once stood by his side to protect Mondstadt was now enduring such torment. Just ensure you do not regret it later, Barbados, that I will assist them in overcoming all obstacles. But the only one capable of awakening Veni is you. Do you understand what I mean? Of course. Now is the time for the world's finest bard to make his entrance. Veni swiftly darted away, presumably to attend to the yellow-haired fool. Nada. Lord La Signora, I am here. Bring back the tears from these locations. Yes, Lord La Signora. Having delegated the necessary tasks, it was now time to embark on the heist of the Sky Harp. Such laborious endeavors as searching for items were best left to subordinates. The thrill of theft was a pursuit best undertaken personally. After all, engaging in tasks occasionally fostered a sense of participation that, if memory served correctly, the Sky Harp, being an essential instrument, should presently reside in the basement of the Mondstadt Cathedral. In the original narrative, although the Fatui had initially seized the Sky Harp, it was ultimately reclaimed by Dialek. This time, he would personally attempt the theft, eager to see if Dialek could wrest the Sky Harp from his grasp once more. Though combat was not his forte, as a mechanic, there was no necessity for him to step onto the battlefield himself. Zuo Xi recalled that prior to the traveler's acquisition, a raying sorceress would intervene. Likely orchestrated by the lady herself, there was no need for concern if he aimed to act before nightfall and the traveler. Action was required immediately. With a subtle gesture, Zuo Xi activated his disguise. The scenery around him warped, and he melded seamlessly with his environment, vanishing from sight. The original disguise had not achieved such an effect. It was merely optical camouflage. However, Zuo Xi had recognized the potential of this skill and dedicated an entire year to its refinement. Now he could nearly achieve complete invisibility, effectively evading all forms of detection. The sole drawback was that deploying machinery revealed a flaw, a characteristic of the skill that could not be eliminated. Nevertheless, in this state of disguise, Zuo Xi could traverse any location as freely as he would his own restroom, that he strolled into the Mondstadt Cathedral, unperturbed, and descended into the basement right beneath Barbara's vigilant gaze, effortlessly seizing the Sky Harp. On his way back, an unexpected encounter transpired. He discovered a Fatui raying sorceress also infiltrating the area. How brazen, to infiltrate so early and choose to intercept just as the traveler was about to succeed, purely for psychological warfare. Internally scoffing, Zuo Xi deactivated his disguise and swiftly struck the raying sorceress. Fortunately, the Fatui were generally composed. Despite being startled, she remained silent and merely swung her lantern in retaliation, observing the flickering glow of the electro element within the lantern. Zuo Xi felt a sense of foreboding hovering above him. The lantern halted mid-air, defying gravity in an almost Newtonian reversal. Surrounding it, the air began to distort, signaling the imminent dissolution of his disguise. Shortly thereafter, a purple mechanical arm materialized in a grasping motion, releasing the lantern, which plummeted, while the mechanical arm returned to concealment. Everything appeared as though it had transpired without incident. Executor, the raying sorceress greeted in a hushed tone. Executing a salute befitting the Harbingers, the task was accomplished. It was time to report back to Rosalind. Understood. Technically, his mission remained unfinished. Even if the esteemed individual had given the directive, the lady would still hold him accountable. Yet, what could be done? He was, at best, merely a messenger, so she bore no psychological burden. After all, the Sky Harp would ultimately not reach Rosalind, and losing it from his possession might even alleviate some of the responsibility. Even if some commotion arose, the patrolling knights remained oblivious, which was she found utterly unfathomable. How could they fail to notice? Mondstadt had truly enjoyed an era of tranquility for far too long. While this greatly facilitated Zuo Xi and his companions, he could not resist a sharp quip. Next, they would merely await the fish to take the bait at their base. Chapter 13. The First Battle. At last, you have arrived. Had you delayed any longer, I might have succumbed to slumber. Zuo Xi felt on the brink of exhaustion. After all, he had not slept the previous night, and another sleepless evening could spell disaster. Just as he was about to doze off, Dialek and Ying made their entrance. Zuo Xi, you scoundrel! How dare you deceive us? It's infuriating. I shall bestow upon you an unflattering moniker. Ying, I can't seem to think of one. Paimon. Nickname generated. NO response. Attempt to initiate. Failure. Oh, Paimon and Ying are here as well. You don't seem surprised at all. You must have already deduced what was afoot. Let us save the discussions for later. This is hardly the appropriate setting for conversation. Zuo Xi had indeed anticipated Paimon's attempt at a nickname, yet she had fallen short this time. Enough banter. Hand over the sky harp. Old man Lu was as ruthless as ever, uttering little and launching himself at Zuo Xi with Wolf's gravestone in hand. Typically, Dialek wielded the sapwood blade, while Wolf's gravestone resided in the winery. However, facing an opponent of Harbinger caliber, he could not afford to be careless. The memories of being bested by a Harbinger from years past were still vivid. Not daring to underestimate the situation, Dialek unleashed a judgment. Rua, a fiery bird composed of pyro energy, surged towards Zuo Xi, who did not flinch or evade, allowing the judgment to descend upon him. Danger, Dialek! Zuo Xi genuinely cannot fight, Ying exclaimed anxiously. Despite the Fatui's numerous transgressions, she preferred to guide Zuo Xi back to the right path rather than seek his demise outright. Ying positioned herself before Zuo Xi, gathering a Nemo energy in preparation to shield him from the impending blow. Yet before she could act, the attack was intercepted before them. A purple-painted robot, with limbs sprouting from its head, had materialized from nowhere, blocking Dialek's strike. Ying, I'm grateful for your protection. However, mercy toward enemies is cruelty toward oneself. I hope you keep this in mind. But Zuo Xi, you are not the enemy. The Titan mech, having withstood a direct elemental burst, showed no visible signs of damage and charged toward Dialek. Yet, Zuo Xi was well aware that the internal systems were nearing overload. Given the current state of affairs, this Titan would be rendered inoperable in approximately 10 minutes. Well, its defensive capabilities leave much to be desired. Indeed, reproducing defensive stances on such a compact structure is challenging. The conclusion: insufficient mobility, with significant shortcomings in individual combat capability. It was more suited for siege warfare. Never mind, let us try the mechanized god class. Bader it is. After a ripple in space, another mech shed its disguise, revealing itself to the assembled group. Compared to the Titan, this mech was notably more slender. Entirely crimson, with a long sword in each hand that in contrast to the Titan's bulk. Bader clearly favored agility, sacrificing much of its defensive armor for enhanced maneuverability and weaponry. Dialek found himself struggling to maintain his advantage against this new opponent. Experience in combat is clearly lacking. There is no choice but to activate the child module. The mech's eyes flickered with crimson light, and Dialek, engaged in battle, suddenly felt an inexplicable apprehension. Years of combat instinct compelled him to leap forward, narrowly evading two horizontal slashes aimed at him. The once dominant Dialek was now relegated to a defensive stance. Even with the child combat data simulation AI activated, such a scenario should not have arisen. After all, AI is merely AI, vastly different from child himself. Yet the crux of the matter was that Bader's foundational combat system closely mirrored child's, effectively functioning as a less fatigable, diminished version of him. The overwhelming situation had arisen due to Dialek's own miscalculation and fatigue. While Dialek was embroiled in exertion, Paimon and Ying whispered among themselves, "It seems, she has entered that state again. He truly has an affinity for mechanics. Indeed, it appears Dialek is nearing his limit. Ying, will you not assist him? However, so she seems to be merely testing combat data. It should de-escalate too far. Right? If I intervene, what if he unleashes another mech? You've seen his workshop. His creations undoubtedly extend beyond these." Ying felt torn. Watching Dialek endure punishment felt wrong, yet she feared that intervening might provoke Zuo Xi to retaliate without mercy, rendering any confrontation futile. Almost there. I shall remember Dialek's contributions as a token of my appreciation. A small gift. Merely a gesture. As Dialek's stamina waned, so she seized upon an opportunity to send forth the sky harp. For it could only be wielded effectively in the hands of Vinny. That old trickster still lingered among the Turin rescue squad. After dispatching the sky harp, so she found himself devoid of further reasons to continue working overtime. He merrily returned to the Goethe Hotel, ready to embrace slumber. Throughout his journey, he relished the memories of the recent battle. Dialek's combat experience was undeniably extensive, and his prowess was beyond reproach. The fact that his own mech could dominate the opponent brought him great satisfaction. Using this as a benchmark, he could roughly gauge the capabilities of his other machines. During the harsh winter, he had little opportunity to deploy his creations. This time, he had volunteered not only to partake in the unfolding narrative, but also with the hope of experiencing some exhilaration. Upon arriving at the hotel, he intended to go straight to bed. However, Ying was already waiting for him there. He had completely forgotten about her ability to utilize anchor points. Zuo Xi mused to go ahead and ask. He shrugged. Whatever you wish to inquire about, feel free. Whether I choose to respond depends on my mood. Why did you deceive us? Paimon timidly hid behind Ying, her inquiry lacking the usual forcefulness. Speaking requires accountability. What exactly have I deceived you about? You claim to be a merchant, that is an arms dealer, not a merchant. You asserted that you had no guards. Did you see my guards? You said you were lost and only came upon the smoke from cooking. There is nothing false about that statement. I could swear it before the Empress. Zuo Xi silently added that being unable to find someone could also be construed as being lost. Ying, what should I do if I can't retort against him? Paimon fumed, stamping her foot in frustration, unable to find a counterpoint. Zuo Xi, we are friends, correct? Indeed, always. Good, I have no further questions. Ying appeared to have no intention of pursuing the matter any further, leaving Zuo Xi momentarily bewildered. Is that it? Yes, that suffices. Are you not afraid I might deceive you? Would you deceive me? Your words sound oddly reminiscent of my ex-girlfriend. So she replied, haunted by unwelcome memories, particularly the inquiry regarding her untimely demise. You actually have an ex-girlfriend? I thought someone like you, a tech geek, would never find a girlfriend. Paimon exclaimed, her expression one of astonishment at this monumental revelation. That floating spirit over there, you'd best clarify your statement. Otherwise, I shall turn you into a mechanical spirit. Wow. He is so terrifying. Ying, save me. After some playful banter, Zuo Xi handed over the collected tears to Ying to her astonishment. All the tears she produced were pure. Zuo Xi, however, had anticipated this outcome. Barbados had indeed concealed certain truths. Chapter 14. Rosalind Cruz Hika, Lorfat, awakening naturally from slumber, Zuo Xi found it was already afternoon. Despite his long sleep, he felt as if he had been beaten during the night. Having given all the crystallized tears to Ying, the progress of their group should have accelerated significantly, or so one would think. However, given their wariness towards Zuo Xi, it was likely that these few crystals would not be employed immediately. They would most likely conduct further searches first, and only use them if absolutely necessary. Thus, Zuo Xi could enjoy a rare few days of respite. While this was indeed true, having verified his own ability to purify pollution, he could bypass them and resolve the matter independently. Yet the risks were considerable. With his fragile physique, he was quite susceptible to succumbing to the unknown AoE attacks in turn, if someone else could handle the situation while he lay idle. There was no need for him to put himself in harm's way. Speaking of which, it had been a while since he last saw Rosalind, so she was aware that Rosalind preferred to remain at her secret base. However, having disrupted her plans, her lack of response thus far was somewhat unusual. Reflecting carefully, he realized that the narrative had not mentioned what the lady was up to, aside from emerging to express her innermost feelings after events concluded. She had only orchestrated a single theft of the sky harp. Such scant arrangements were indeed hard to fathom. Although Rosalind did not appear to be a particularly cunning individual, her haughty nature should not have permitted such a significant degree of uncertainty in her plans. Could it be that her initial scheme consisted solely of, 1. Luring out Barbados, 2. Voicing her feelings? Surely not. Was she truly so audacious? Regardless of whether others believed it, so she certainly did not, as he meticulously pondered everything that had transpired. He suddenly recalled a remark she had once made. The Lawrence family, is it? Intriguing. Moreover, during a recent drinking session with Eula, she had inadvertently complained, my uncle has become increasingly ineffectual lately. Let us continue drinking. It was over, and no wonder he had not seen Eula for several days. Rosalind's actions might be more extreme than in the original narrative. He remembered that in the original storyline, the Fatui's transaction with the Lawrence family aimed to acquire the city defense plans of Mondstadt. But he had already deduced such matters long ago. The Lawrence family should have lost their utility by now. So she felt suddenly energized, opening his portable terminal and inputting various commands. The three small robots around him transformed into projectors, displaying recent footage regarding Eula. A cursory glance revealed that the situation was entirely different from what he had imagined. It turned out she had merely been out on a mission. After all, it was not yet time to directly confront the knights. Since Eula was not entangled in the matter, he could allow Rosalind to create chaos as she pleased. The downfall of the Lawrence family was of no concern to him. With time on his hands, he decided to observe Rosalind's recent activities. Changing the command, the image shifted from Eula to Rosalind. Was she surprised? Rosalind had indeed done nothing these past few days. She merely visited the graveyard behind the church daily, staying quietly for a short while before departing. Rosalind Cruz Hikalor Fat. She was a gentle girl with a voice as melodious as a lark. A girl who harbored feelings for a young wolf, the beloved of the knight Rustin, a brilliant scholar studying abroad in Sumu. Once she was, with corruption tainting the land, disaster struck unexpectedly. The returning girl was not greeted by the smile of her beloved, but rather the news of his demise. The budding romance between the knight and the girl had withered before it could bloom. Since then, the girl who once loved to sing had vanished. All that remained on this continent was the flame which annihilated everything. When both tears and song had completely dried up, Rosalind resolved to squander the fire of her life to cleanse the distortions of this world. She would burn away everything, consuming her very soul, vowing to use her flames to purify the source of corruption. Yet, she was but a solitary being, and the fire of her life was nearing extinguishment. This was of no consequence. In such a state, she was no longer worthy to meet you, my knight, the girl thought to herself, awaiting her own curtain call. What the girl awaited was not her own demise. The initial fool bestowed power upon the girl whose life was on the brink of fading. The frozen ice sealed her past, extinguishing that ever-burning flame. So, this is how it is. This is quite all right. No matter what I do, let me become a tool to achieve our objectives. Even donned in white garments, I'm already stained with the indelible oil and ash of corpses from that moment forth. Both the girl who loved to sing and the dreaded flame, which became relics of the past. Her identity was the 8th seed of the Fatui Harbingers, Lady Rosalind Cruz Hikalor Fat. This should not be the case. This should not be the case. Rosalind, this is not the fate you deserve. You should never exit in such a ridiculous manner. Absolutely not. It is time to change my plans. Before heading to Liyue, I must first visit Sumeru. Zuo Xi found himself at a loss, unable to discern the expression on his face or the turmoil within his heart. All he knew was that he must take action. Even if it meant paying a price, that it was wrong. Indeed, it was undeniably wrong. Yet this world has never conformed to notions of right or wrong. Rustin died in defense of Mond, a noble demise. Rosalind, having lost her beloved, chose to consume herself in flames, a fate she could do little to avert. Without his involvement, Rosalind would meet her end under the blade of the Raiden Shogun for a laughable reason. There was nothing he could do to change the first two events. Any sympathy or pity would only tarnish the memory of Rosalind and Rustin. Therefore, at the very least, he must prevent the latter from occurring. Rosalind could embrace death, but not in such a manner, so she would not allow it. Logic dictated that a mechanic like him should not be so sentimental, yet he could not help but indulge in his fanciful musings. Silently, he strode toward the windrise, as was customary. Rosalind arrived at the cemetery once more. Uncertain of Rustin's resting place, she randomly selected a gravestone of an unknown individual to stand before. In truth, if she were to mobilize the forces of the fatuous and apply pressure to the knights. Locating Rustin's grave would not pose a challenge. There were countless ways to achieve this. However, the primary reason for her hesitation lay in her belief that she no longer deserved to meet him in her current state. He remained the valiant knight who protected everyone, while she had long ceased to be the person he once knew. Xi's arrival here did not surprise her, thanks to her colleagues. She had grown accustomed to accepting the inexplicable. Thus, Zuo Xi's peculiar information-gathering abilities were quickly accepted, and she had not deliberately concealed her whereabouts, making his discovery entirely reasonable. What puzzled her was the purpose of his visit. The two had coexisted peacefully in recent days, and she had not interfered with his actions. They should have had no intersection. Here you are, mourning others at someone else's grave. Is this not a form of mockery? Observing Rosalind's increasingly unfriendly gaze, Zuo Xi ceased his jesting to, "It seems you have encountered the Anemo Archon. There's an odious aura about you. Is it that obvious? Barbados must not have bathed in ages. Did you succeed? No. That would be the Seven, a being of the same caliber as the Sovereign. How could I, with my slender limbs, dare to confront them?" So she spoke with an air of confidence, entirely unfazed by Rosalind's scrutiny. "Very well. I shall report this to Her Majesty truthfully." "Hey, you won't frighten me. The Queen has a soft spot for me." Including that remark, "I shall report it all." Rosalind, have you learned a joke?" "No way, right? We've shared the same profession. You needn't take my life." Ignoring Zuo Xi's antics, Rosalind concluded her mourning for the day. "Mortal, I shall remain loyal to Her Majesty until the last ember extinguishes." Before departing, she left those words behind. Naturally, Rosalind assumed Zuo Xi was sent to oversee her. Although he was one of the 12, he was directly promoted by the Queen, from her observations over the past few days. It was evident that he should not occupy the lowest rank. Thus, his identity was clear. She had no grievances about it. If Zuo Xi were to learn of her thoughts, he would surely exclaim, "How could I not know my own impressive identity?" Zuo Xi, however, remained oblivious, only recognizing her words as an oath of loyalty. Enough, it's time to attend to serious matters. Chapter 15. The Wandering Soul. The sky darkened, heralding the approach of dawn. After a night of fruitless labor, Masters found that what he sought was not present in this cemetery. "You, Venti, just wait until I get my hands on your Barbados." Zuo Xi fumed, for it was Venti who had suggested he search the cemetery, yet it held none of the treasures he sought. Venti must have known this, yet still gave Zuo Xi a hint, mocking him all the while. Poor Tartaglia, unaware that he would soon suffer due to his deity's mischief. Yet there was little he could do, so she could not truly confront Venti. How does one capture a gust of wind? Time rewound to the afternoon before Zuo Xi arrived at the cemetery. He had come to Windrise and, without a word, began directing the Titan robots to uproot trees. He did not know where to find Venti, but he was aware that excellent wine was hidden beneath Windrise. Those few bottles were his lifeline. He refused to believe that Venti had no means of sensing his presence. Sure enough, after just a short while of digging, Venti appeared in a flurry. "Hey, what are you doing?" "That's my treasured wine." Venti, not fully materialized, immediately shielded his wine with a Nemo energy to, "My Lord Barbados finally graces us with his presence. I merely found this tree quite splendid and wish to gather some soil for study." Zuo Xi, while controlling the Titan's disguise, teased Venti, "Oh, you take me for a fool. Speak. What brings you here?" Venti clung tightly to his wine, glaring at Zuo Xi with the intention to flee at the slightest provocation. "I wish to amend our previous arrangement. I have an additional condition," Zuo Xi brazenly declared, displaying no hint of guilt. "Conscience, forgive me, but mortals need not engage in discussions of conscience with deities. You cannot do this." "One should not add conditions after an agreement," Venti retorted. "Surely, merchants are expected to uphold their integrity. 1 year. "What? I will purchase your wine for year. That seems excessive. 3 years. Deal," without even inquiring about Zuo Xi's additional condition. Venti hastily agreed, fearing that Zuo Xi might retract his offer. Moreover, he had a general idea of what Zuo Xi intended to request. If it aligned with his expectations, he would assist regardless of the outcome. "Given your expression, I must have greatly underestimated you." Venti felt a twinge of annoyance at having been outwitted, but given his need for assistance, he considered the transaction quite favorable. "You know what I'm about to ask. Can Rustin's soul be located?" The people of Mon believed that those who perished in the land of winds would have their souls carried back home. This surely could not be mere rumor, could it? Suppressing his instinctual calculations as a merchant, Zuo Xi voiced his intention that it is indeed true. The wind guides souls without a destination back to the earth of Mond. However, Rustin's situation at that time was rather complex. How should I put it? Observing Venti's hesitance, Zuo Xi deduced what had transpired. "You were preoccupied with dealing with Duran, leaving you no energy to attend to this matter?" "You are indeed correct. The situation was dire, and I had to concentrate all my power and authority on confronting Duran. Even then, it was only by sacrificing Tartaglia that we barely succeeded." Following that, I fell into a deep slumber, unable to divert my focus elsewhere. Years have passed, and whether the young wolf's soul still lingers was uncertain, let alone finding it. Despite his mental preparation, Zuo Xi felt a weight upon his heart. He had not anticipated that the first step would prove so challenging. However, do not despair. This detector can identify the location of souls, albeit with a limited range. Its effectiveness, nonetheless, is quite substantial. Vinny produced a small glass shard, and Zuo Xi instantly recognized it as the Dream Friend Detector. Do not tease me. The device can only detect a person's obsession. Correct? How could it possibly be useful? You're mistaken. While that is indeed its original function, I have infused it with some divine power, allowing it to now detect souls. Very well, I will trust you this once. By the way, here is a hint. The location of the soul cannot be certain. However, souls that have not returned to the ley lines often follow their instincts back to their resting places, namely, their graves. You might try your luck there. And thus, the situation unfolded. Yet he found nothing. Damn Vinny. Reflecting now, a cemetery serves as a spiritual refuge for the living, not the deceased. How peculiar was that in such an expanse of graves, not a single soul could be found. It seemed Vinny, despite his divine slumber, had released some measure of authority to tend to serious matters. Naturally, in addition to the cemetery, he also scoured the outskirts of the city. What if Rustin's soul lingered in the realm of the departed? The outcome, of course, yielded nothing but disappointment. He even furtively glanced at the lady beside him, only to find the same barren result. Alas, this was far more challenging than he had anticipated. Perhaps it was a matter to be deliberated upon at a later time. After exhausting every conceivable avenue in his fruitless search, Zuo Xi ceased his aimless quest. After all, time was still plentiful. Before he reached Shumi to procure what he desired, even if he did find it, it would be of no consequence. Casting aside these thoughts, Zuo Xi, having spent a sleepless night, had no intention of returning to the hotel for rest. Instead, he redirected his path towards the snow-capped mountains. There lay numerous ruins of Kangeria, along with several large treasures. He intended to dismantle them for further study. These relics, operational even after centuries, tantalized him with the promise of advanced energy technology, if he could successfully resolve the energy dilemma. The technology in his possession might achieve a revolutionary leap forward. How bitterly cold it was! This chill surpassed even the depths of winter. Zuo Xi conceded that he had been rather rash, thinking that as a seasoned dweller of the harsh winter, he could easily endure a mere dragon's pine. Thus, he had merely donned his fool's coat and cloak before venturing into the snow. The folly of such a thought led to the present predicament, where he felt as frozen as a lifeless dog. Fortunately, the advance team of the Fatui station there discovered him and brought him back to their camp. "Captain, is there a person over there?" Just another reckless adventurer, I suppose. Ignore him. But he seems to be wearing the Fatui's attire, and it appears to be the kind that only an esteemed Harbinger can don. What? It truly is a Harbinger. Quickly, escort the Harbinger to the camp. Thus, Zuo Xi was transported to the Fatui camp nestled in the snow. Upon receiving the news, Natalia hurried over, seeing Zuo Xi huddled by the stove, shivering and sipping hot soup. Natalia felt as though the sky itself was collapsing around her. As his personal assistant, she bore the responsibility for all aspects of Zuo Xi's life and work. Consequently, she too began to tremble uncontrollably. "Harbinger, I've scared the children to the point where they dare not even utter their names. Enough, enough. Can you cook? Hurry and prepare something to replenish my warmth." Originally, this predicament was merely Zuo Xi's own miscalculation, and he felt too embarrassed to place blame on others. Moreover, he genuinely craved something calorically dense to stave off the cold. He recalled a dish called thick vegetable stew with meat, which could combat the chill in the game. Although it required fresh meat, he wondered whether the Fatui had any in their stores. With a mindset of trying his luck, he handed the recipe that lingered in his memory to Natalia, and to his surprise, she soon returned with the prepared dish. As he consumed the stew, a wave of warmth cascaded down his esophagus and spread through his limbs, so she found that he truly felt less cold. It was as if he had been revived, and he felt capable once more. However, to avoid repeating his previous mistakes, he resolved to proceed with caution this time. given that the Fatui had a constant presence in the snow-capped mountains. There should be no need to deploy terrain surveying instruments. Nevertheless, the perilous nature of the mountains rendered many terrains difficult for the Fatui to explore, resulting in an incomplete map. Much like upon his arrival in Mondstadt, Zuo Xi instructed his subordinates to place various instruments in designated locations, thus allowing the previously uncharted terrains to be mapped through the sensors. Surveillance seemed unnecessary. The ceaseless blizzards rendered monitoring largely ineffective. With these arrangements completed, Zuo Xi could finally commence planning the affairs of the snow-capped mountains. Chapter 16. The right arm of Gaboga, the god-slaying spear matters concerning energy were fundamental, and thus Zuo Xi had always been particularly attentive to them. The energy system he currently employed in his robots was derived from an improved version of Sandon's technology that IT was perfect for single-unit robots or those of moderate size, being both convenient and highly efficient. However, Zuo Xi's research direction diverged significantly from Sandon's. His creations leaned more towards heavy weaponry, and mere humanoid forms could not satisfy his requirements. This severely curtailed his research, as many of his inventions had been completed but were rendered inoperative due to the lack of suitable energy sources. Take, for example, the G-Series ultimate weapon, the Warlord N Absolute War Machine, equipped with missiles, firearms, and heavy laser weaponry. It could also meet the demands of aerial combat with remarkable agility. IT promised complete fire coverage and was an unparalleled weapon at medium to long ranges, representing the pinnacle of Zuo Xi's conventional military strength. If the energy issue could be resolved, he could potentially raise Mondstadt to the ground with it. Although it had been developed, its operational time was severely limited by its energy constraints, relegating it to a single-use weapon rather than a self-operating combat unit. It required a full recharge before it could be activated again. When Sandon inquired about the progress of his research during their time in the frost, Zuo Xi had replied that he was nearly finished, with the remaining portion being the energy system. The energy utilized in his workshop and manufacturing facility was derived from Fontaine's technology, while it was efficient enough to power the entire factory. It lacked the safety and stability required for combat. Battle robots would undoubtedly experience overload during combat, and under such circumstances, their power cores could explode at any moment. Controlled explosions could be weaponized, but uncontrolled ones were akin to a ticking time bomb. Given the size of the ancient machinery, its continued operation indicated that the power source used should meet Zuo Xi's requirements. All of this could only advance once he returned to the Frost. For now, he could merely explore its feasibility as an executive. Gathering chaos cores was not something he needed to undertake personally. After issuing commands, he merely had to wait. Zuo Xi did not wait long. Since he only required a small quantity for research, the advanced team swiftly delivered one after defeating a target. Good job, Natalia. Compile the casualty report. Ensure that comfort and rewards are duly administered. Yes, Lord Zuo Xi. After dispatching Natalia, Zuo Xi began to examine the freshly acquired chaos core. Indeed, it was a product of the ley lines. No wonder it could operate for so many years, continuously siphoning energy from the ley lines to sustain its functionality. As long as the mechanism remained intact, it could run indefinitely. So she was neither surprised nor disappointed by this outcome. He had considered the energy from the ley lines before. Yet, as an outsider, he was inherently incapable of harnessing them. This was a rule of this world, unrelated to technology. Upon realizing his limitations, Zuo Xi promptly lost interest. Until a better solution was found, he could only proceed with disassembly. Independent energy sources for each component should yield similar results. This approach had long been validated for feasibility, yet Zuo Xi had hesitated to adopt it. The cost of doing so would entail sacrificing some firepower, albeit with the benefit of enhanced maneuverability in restoring the War Master. Zuo Xi had aimed for firepower supremacy, which implied that it would be outfitted with numerous heavy weapons if he employed independent energy sources. Each section would need a designated area for its energy system, thus significantly reducing the overall weapon capacity. He couldn't shake the feeling that he was doing a disservice to the name Warlord. There was no other option. The missing firepower would have to be compensated with cold weapons, which conveniently allowed for the utilization of the surplus maneuverability. Although he could not commence work in Mondstadt immediately, he could draft design plans at any time. Summoning his subordinates for paper and pen, Zuo Xi promptly began to revise the design of the Warlord. 2 days passed, and Zuo Xi finally completed the design. Aside from the Warlord, there were no concerns regarding other projects, as they had employed independent energy solutions from the outset. Thus, for Zuo Xi, the workload was not substantial, even for a complex machine like the Warlord. He managed to complete the revisions in just 2 days. Calculating the time, it seemed that the group sent to save Turin should also be commencing their actions. Opening the terminal, he glanced at their recent activities. As expected, they had not found any surplus teardrop crystals. Jean and Dialek had engaged in a brief exchange at Angel's Share, likely planning to use the few teardrops they had given to Lumen. Poor Turin, enduring unnecessary suffering for a few extra days. These individuals clearly had no fear of him suddenly perishing. Since they were preparing to take action, it was time for Zuo Xi to make his presence known. Unlike before, this operation was critical, and he deemed it necessary to intervene directly at Starfall Valley. All right, everyone step aside. The finest bard of the mortal realm is about to strum his strings, with fingers as light as the wind dancing across the strings. A melodious tune began to resonate. The gentle breeze carried the melodies of a 1,000-year-old composition, guiding it to its rightful destination. The song soared into the heavens, dispersing into the earth, carried by the wind into the ears of the great dragon, rekindling memories of camaraderie. The dragon, known as Turin, was once also revered as the wind-born dragon. He was a child of the wind, a friend of the divine. He, alongside his companions, vigilantly guards this land blessed by the winds of freedom. Amidst the calamities of centuries past, he and his friend Barbados bravely confronted the disastrous dragon Durin. Though the dragon's essence was inherently benevolent, its very birth heralded catastrophe. The divine and the dragon united to vanquish Durin. Yet they paid a harrowing price. The Anemo Archon succumbed to slumber, while the great dragon was tainted by venomous blood. Centuries of torment have driven Tevelin to madness. He harbors a deep-seated hatred for the Mondstadt he has forgotten and for the Anemo Archon, who disregarded his pleas for help. Do I truly despise all of this? As the melody resonates, Tevelin ponders silently, only to find himself standing once more beside his erstwhile friend. It's at this juncture, there is naught left to discuss. Disappointment, grievance, confusion. These myriad emotions coalesced into a singular utterance. Yes, that's so. Have I misjudged? Your gaze seems to reminisce this very tune. The dragon was engulfed in memories when suddenly an interloper emerged. A shard of icy wind shot forth from behind the dragon, aimed at the sky harp held by Vinny. Yet just before impact, an unseen force intervened, but a purple mech gradually materialized, shielding Vinny with one hand, as the abyssal mage's icy blast was thwarted by the Titan's mechanical arm. Zuo Xi had awaited this moment for long. He intended to teach this abyssal mage what true mastery entailed. It was Zuo Xi's Titan, but where was Zuo Xi himself? Alas, matters have grown complicated. Ying and Dialek immediately recognized the mech, exhibiting starkly contrasting reactions. Lord Vinny, are you unharmed? The focus of Jean was evidently different. Her concern lay primarily with the safety of her deity, observing the sudden appearance of the mech and the reactions of the others. She realized her plan to have Lisa and Kia restrained, Zuo Xi had likely faltered. Given the knight's vigilance towards Zuo Xi, how could they lack any protective measures? Yet, Zuo Xi had seldom graced their sight. Aside from frequenting Angel's Share for drinks, he had only appeared days prior at the cemetery, engaging in some perplexing activities before vanishing once more. With no sight of him, how could one even think of restraining him? You mustn't have just now guessed my identity, Jean. I appreciate you continuing to call me by that name, but this is hardly the time for idle chatter. The abyssal mage mused. You finally remembered me. Yet before it could make a move, it realized its protective elemental barrier was shattering inch by inch, and a blade had pierced its chest from behind. The baiter's figure slowly emerged from the blade's point, delivering a lethal ambush. Before it could even utter a parting remark, the abyssal mage returned to the ley line. So Xi's form appeared before the others as the disguise faded. Oh, how treacherous of you, to launch a surprise attack, Venti remarked with feigned disdain, though his expression belied a sense of admiration. However, as the group grappled with their complex emotions, believing the matter had reached a conclusion, Tevelin made his presence known. These people, these weapons, indeed, You have come to hunt me, haven't you? Barbados! The tranquility that had settled over Tevelin under the soothing tones of the sky, harp abruptly shattered, revealing his once more frenzied demeanor. No, this isn't right. Vinny appeared somewhat anxious, but he was not the most urgent. Zuo Xi, you must retract your mech at once. Indeed, Paimon never failed to disappoint, consistently managing to misplace the focal point of the situation. Don't be naive. Paimon is still inciting Tevelin's emotions from afar. Zuo Xi paused momentarily, turning to Vinny. So, you wouldn't mind, would you? Zuo Xi merely inquired symbolically, not genuinely seeking permission. He produced his terminal, this time not inputting any commands, but rather placing his entire palm upon it. Identity verification complete. Factory power supply disconnected. Workshop power supply severed. Energy core overload imminent. As the mechanical voice broadcasted a series of directives, an ominous premonition surged among those present. Whatever your intentions, I strongly advise you to cease immediately. Lu Laoi acted with decisive ferocity, already brewing an elemental explosion, clearly prepared for confrontation at the slightest provocation. The executive of the winter. I implore you to halt your actions. Dialek also urged calm. Jean began to gather elemental energy, but not for an offensive purpose. Rather, she was poised to prevent conflict. Indeed, she sought to avert hostilities towards Zuo Xi. Given that he had just saved their deity, it would be utterly unreasonable to turn their weapons against him. Ying found herself in a precarious position, uncertain of whom to support. Zuo Xi appeared to be an ally. Yet the Fatui stance remained ambiguous. I am not here to solicit your opinions. If you cannot manage such trivial matters, and nearly allow the Abyss Order to obliterate the Sky Harp, calling you useless would be an understatement. Zuo Xi's words were undeniably harsh, yet the others reacted with little more than indifference, while Vinny's face flushed with embarrassment. Oh dear, do not speak so. You carry on with your affairs, and I shall address the matter at hand. While tensions mounted, Zuo Xi's preparations reached fruition, a gentle smile adorning his face as he beheld the frenzied Tevelin. Energy supply complete. Geipoga preheating successful. Initiating right arm. Codename, Godslayer's Spear. The mechanical voice resonated, and the name Godslayer's Spear was unmistakably clear to all present. Vinny's expression morphed into one of bewilderment. What is happening? That code name sounds rather targeted. The colossal spatial portal unfolded upon the cliff of stars, for which a vast, indescribable mechanical arm emerged, grasping the rampaging Tevelin with its immense hand. Mechanical patterns glowed with an orange-yellow luminescence, akin to flowing magma, unabashedly flaunting its might. The frenzied dragon struggled violently, yet the mechanical arm remained unwavering, firmly pinning the dragon against the cliffside. Now, do calm down a bit. Observing Tevelin's futile writhing, Zuo Xi's smile grew ever brighter. Chapter 17. The princess carried upon witnessing the enormous arm restraining Tevelin. The onlookers bore varied expressions. Jean and Dialek had no need for elaboration. Their faces were visibly grim. Even though they had greatly overestimated the executive's capabilities, this spectacle surpassed their wildest imaginations, and this was merely the lowest tier. Vinny, gazing at the mechanical arm, seemed lost in thought. Paimon had fallen utterly silent, even forgetting to hover. Had it not been for Ying's timely catch, she would have tumbled to the ground. Ying, before she could express her surprise, Paimon collided with her face. Observing the group, frozen in contemplation, yet failing to act, Zuo Xi felt urgency rise within him. You have but 30 seconds. Why are you still dawdling? Ying, hurry and purify him. Even if all the energy from the factory and workshop were devoted to powering Geipoga, it would only sustain one arm at full capacity for less than a minute. Considering the portal's duration, 30 seconds was already the limit. If they continued to waste time, Tevelin would surely escape. Traveler, we will cover you. You must cleanse the tainted blood from Tevelin. Vinny was the first to react, directing Ying to purify the vile blood. However, the term cover merely implied assisting her ascent. There's still a patch on his tail. Time is running short. Vinny, you must lift me as well, and do it swiftly. 30 seconds was far too brief for the traveler to cleanse 2 patches of tainted blood, compelling Zuo Xi to take matters into his own hands. Riding upon Vinny's winds, he reached the base of Tevelin's tail. only to remember that he possessed no offensive capabilities to purify the vile blood. He first needed to extract it, yet all the energy he could muster was allocated to powering Geipoga. The Titan lacked flight capabilities, and Bader's strength was insufficient. This is disastrous. I've truly gone too far. Completing the purification before Geipoga's energy was depleted seemed an insurmountable challenge. With no alternatives, so she could only embrace Tevelin's vile blood, praying he would not be thrown off before the purification concluded. Ploing, so she doesn't appear to be well. Following the purification of the vile blood, it was Paimon who first noticed Zuo Xi's distress. So she has no combat ability. We must save him. After a moment of contemplation, Ying suddenly recalled the undeniable truth that Zuo Xi's true form was merely that of a weakling. The previous scene had been so impactful that it led one to unconsciously overlook the actual strength of the instigator. However, Ying was still a step too late. The gigantic mechanical arm abruptly lost its power, allowing Tulin to break free from the shackles of the Godslayer's spear, soaring into the sky with Zuo Xi in tow. As Ying rushed towards the dragon's tail, maintaining her balance proved difficult, resulting in her being flung off the dragon's back, just as she managed to stabilize herself using the wings of wind. She took control of her flying apparatus in pursuit of Tulin. The bard, please help me, Paimon exclaimed, stamping her feet in desperation at the sight of Tulin and Ying drifting further away. Yet when she turned to seek assistance, she discovered that Vinny had vanished without a trace. So she, however, was not particularly anxious. In just a few moments, his energy system would be restored, and he could easily purge the toxic blood. The only issue at hand was his fear of heights. Even when standing at a considerable height, he would turn pale, let alone flying about on the dragon's back. Such thrilling experiences were uncharted territory for him. Stay calm, stay calm. Zoshida will deal with landing later. First, we must address this toxic blood. Regaining his composure, Zuo produced a terminal and summoned aerial combat robots, Storm and Gale. These two models were manufactured from the same base design, albeit with different emphases. Storm focused on firepower suppression, while Gale prioritized intelligent combat systems. Releasing his grip, he allowed himself to plunge freely. The clots of toxic blood had been purified, leaving the residual matter to be dealt with by Storm and Gale. Both were mass-produced, disposable robots that, upon exhausting their energy, would track their targets before self-destructing, thus eliminating concerns over retrieval. As for whether they would cause Tulin any discomfort, he could only say it served it right for making him experience freefall. All right, it's time to think about landing. After evading the issue for so long, he could no longer avoid it. Otherwise, his work at Winter would be halted for half a day. Aside from the mechas he had stationed around for camouflage, he possessed a defense system based on spatial folding technology, which gave him the confidence to appear at various locations. Al-Hiakino was right. He had indeed been hiding behind his ironclad barrier all along. Yet the problem remained that this defense system did not protect against falls. Spatial technology could not transport a person. At least, it could not transport him. Given his physical constitution, he would be torn apart at the junction of two spaces. Thus, after much contemplation, the conclusion became glaringly evident. Winter would enjoy a half-day holiday. He was left with no choice but to resort to his final measure. Taking a deep breath, Zuo Xi steeled his emotions and called out his last desperate plea. Ying, help! The urgency in his voice was palpable, conveying the chaos within him. Just as he contemplated his impending doom, Ying arrived just in time to catch him. Zuo Xi, I've come to save you. Are you all right? Ying looked at him with concern, stifling a laugh, surprised to see this side of Zuo Xi. She began to understand why his codename was Mortal. The sensation of being alive felt exquisite, and the feeling of solid ground was delightful. Upon reaching the ground, these were Zuo Xi's most genuine thoughts. He had never longed for solid earth as he did now. The two lay on the ground, gazing up at the azure sky. Zuo Xi was terrified, while Ying was fatigued. Under normal circumstances, Ying would not have been able to catch up to Tulin, but with the assistance of Vinny's wind currents and her near exhaustion of elemental energy to propel her flying machine, she barely managed to catch up to... In fact, Vinny could have easily lifted Zuo Xi directly with wind, but he chose to take this roundabout approach just to enjoy the spectacle. Vinny, you really should be ashamed. No need for gratitude. We're friends out. No, I meant, why did you have to carry me like a princess? I still have a strength to give you a good whack. Haha, just kidding. Here, take this. With this, the Fatui will treat you like a guest of honor. And the other Harbingers will at least show you some respect. Except for that lunatic doctor. Zuo Xi handed Ying the emblem of his Harbinger identity, marked with his unique symbol. She would inevitably have dealings with the Fatui Harbingers in the future. And this would save her a great deal of trouble. That I will treasure this. For Ying, the emblem held more symbolic significance than practical utility. It not only represented Zuo Xi's gratitude, but also served as a testament to the deepening friendship between them. Honestly, why not join the Fatui? I think you could become a Harbinger in a way, but the Fatui only does wicked deeds at O, so you can still be friends with a Harbinger. That's a different matter. If you stray from the righteous path, I will pull you back. Yes, yes, yes. How could a great hero like you sully yourself with someone like me? You know that's not what I meant. The two bantered back and forth, immersed in a subtle joy. Found them, Tulin. Let's land. Venti and his companions, riding Tulin, searched the skies for the two, and the sharp-eyed Venti spotted them lying in the fallen star valley. So she observed the group ahead and guessed that the emotional exchanges had likely concluded. Tulin should have regained its senses by now. Noticing the singed marks on its tail, so she hoped it would not hold a grudge, as he could not summon Gaboga again in the near future. How useless! In the end, the crisis in Mondstadt has to be resolved by two outsiders. That he shot a glance at Venti, leaving behind a couple of stern words, and activated his disguise, vanishing from their sight. The most helpless one was Jean. Objectively speaking, they indeed owed Zuo Xi a debt of gratitude. It was foreseeable that their future diplomatic dealings with the Fatui would face more restrictions. These were matters that she, as the acting Grandmaster, needed to consider. Oh dear, we really must express our gratitude to him. However, for the moment, she decided to set that aside. You all return to Mondstadt and take a good rest. I'll join you shortly. Once we return to Skyward Harp, let's hold a celebratory feast at the Dawn Winery, shall we? I have no objections. The drinks are on me. Dialect generously took on the expenses for the celebration, and the group headed back towards Mondstadt, while Venti went to meet Zuo Xi, emblem of mortals category, precious item description, the emblem of the Fatui Harbinger of the 12th seat. Mortalis Zuo Xi, gifted to Ying during a mission. Holding this emblem grants significant convenience in dealings with the Fatui, but for her, it symbolizes the deepening friendship between the two beneath the starry sky that does not belong to either of them. They each occupy a corner of each other's world. Chapter 18. Iconic scene upon arriving at Windrise. Venti immediately spotted Ying and Zuo Xi rummaging through his wine. Zuo Xi, is this really all right? Trust me, you won't regret it. The bard's collection is filled with rare treasures that can I really drink? They won't serve me alcoholic beverages at the tavern. Small matter. Apple cider is basically like fruit juice. A little sip should be fine, right? All right then. Venti seems to have noticed us. Let's move quickly. Hey. Stop what you're doing when you see me coming. How can you be so blatant about it? Upon hearing Venti's voice, the two, who had been engrossed in their task, paused momentarily before doubling their efforts. Ultimately, Venti was unable to safeguard his wine, and the three sat down to drink. Since it was Ying's first time, Zuo Xi only poured her a small cup. Paimon also had her own specially made tiny cup, but she wasn't very interested in drinking, constantly clamoring for delicious food instead. How stingy. This isn't what we agreed upon. Since the quantity is limited, you can only sip it slowly. You can't chug it like the rest of us. How can you say that? I did share it with you. Didn't I? Minors shouldn't drink. I'm already breaking the rules. Venti's hidden stash of fine wine had been raided, and seeing his expression of despair brought Zuo Xi a sense of relief. All right, the wine won't be lacking for you. It's time to hand over the goods to is it that urgent? Can't we spend a few more days in Mondstadt? While that's true, Venti still obediently handed over the divine heart. Your esteemed acting Grandmaster is eager for me to leave. And you, as their deity, still wish to keep me here for a few more days? What is the heart of God? Is this the condition under which Zuo Xi aids us? Gazing at the chess piece before her, radiating a verdant luminescence, Ying, though oblivious to its nature, could sense its significance. Ah, indeed, I couldn't conceal this from you. You never intended to hide it, did you? Zuo Xi remarked with a touch of sarcasm. Well, this is not a topic meant for casual conversation. However, I suppose it's permissible to confide in you. Vinny elucidated the concepts of the original God, the vision, and the heart of God to the two. I see. This is knowledge I have never encountered before, for it is a secret known only to true deities. And what about that which you wear at your waist? Oh, this is merely a glowing glass orb, intended to avert unnecessary suspicion. After all, individuals like you, capable of wielding elemental power without a vision, are but rare exceptions. How wonderful! I, too, desire a vision. Could we perhaps negotiate? Would you be willing to grant me one? Safeguarding the heart of God, Zuo Xi, hearing their discourse on the vision, expressed his envy at an opportune moment. He had long coveted a vision for himself. Although his evil eye possessed the functionalities of a normal vision in every regard, he still yearned for one of his own. Look, I now have friends, albeit I may not meet the height requirement. But given our relationship, perhaps we could make an exception. So she coaxed, resembling an uncle luring a young girl. Oh dear, it seems I may have had too much to drink. Thud. Vinny stumbled backward, transforming into a gentle breeze and vanishing, leaving Ying in a state of bewilderment and Zuo Xi with a frown. From a distance, his voice echoed. Traveler, I am aware you have many inquiries. You may direct your questions to the individual beside you. He is likely to provide answers. We shall meet at the church. Oh, Barbados, is this how you choose to play? Just wait, just wait. All right, enough of that look. Ask whatever you wish. I shall speak freely. However, you ought to be swift, for there is a grand spectacle awaiting us at the church. And you may miss it if you delay. Point one thing I must clarify. The information I possess may not be what you wish to hear, but I assure you, I speak no falsehoods. Internally cursing Barbados' ancestry, Zuo Xi composed himself, awaiting Ying's questions, observing Ying's contemplative demeanor, so she surmised what she might ask, calculating how much to reveal. Oh, you know the whereabouts of my brother. After much deliberation, Ying ultimately chose to prioritize her brother's location. I knew you would inquire about this. Your brother's situation is somewhat intricate. I am not privy to the entire narrative. However, I do possess some knowledge regarding his identity. To put it simply, he is the Prince of the Abyss Order. The Abyss Order. Are you referring to those furry Abyss mages? Ying had not anticipated that her inquiry about her brother would lead to the Abyss Order. And judging by the implications, her brother held a considerable position within the organization. The Abyss Order is far more complex than it appears to you, that I have matters to attend to at the Storm Terrorist's lair. It currently serves as a temporary stronghold for the Abyss Order, and you may accompany me. Perhaps you will uncover some traces of your brother. He must go to deal with the Abyss Order, as Dialek and his companions have yet to discover the Abyss Order hidden within the Storm Terrorist's lair. Thus he must tie up loose ends for the cleanup process. Well, wouldn't it be splendid if everything were to explode? You say that is the home of Dvalin? No, no, no. Having a dragon reside in ruins would severely diminish its worth. It's best to tidy up a bit on its behalf. Very well, I shall accompany you. My next question is, do you know the deity who separated me from my brother? Before that, shouldn't you consider the possibility of Barbados being involved? So she believed that from Ying's perspective, Vinny's mysterious nature rendered him a significant suspect. I don't believe it to be him. After interacting with him, I find him vastly different from the previous deity. Your intuition appears to be on point. Based on my deductions, the deity that obstructed you is likely not one of the 7 archons. Her identity is probably that of a mediator of heavenly principles. As for her, refrain from inquiring further. I do not know more than you do. Ying had at least engaged in genuine combat with the deity, while she had only exchanged fleeting glances before her journey commenced, possessing merely fragmented information. Heavenly principles, understood. That concludes my inquiries. When shall we set off for the Storm Terrorist's lair? By the way, where's the Storm Terrorist's lair? Why is it called the Storm Terrorist's lair? Patience, patience. Do you recall what I just mentioned? There is still a grand performance awaiting us in the city as for the Storm Terrorist's lair. I shall elaborate on it during our journey. For now, let us return to the city. So she could hardly contain his eagerness to witness the unfolding drama. For such heartfelt revelations were too enticing to miss. As the two made their way back to the city, they unexpectedly encountered Vinny, who was currently restrained by 2 debt collectors, unable to move. Opposite him stood Rosalind, taunting him mockingly that it seemed he had been apprehended due to being alone, but it mattered little. A spectacle was still a spectacle. So she, intent on watching the show, was oblivious to the gravity of the situation. While Ying lacked such a carefree disposition, upon witnessing Vinny's predicament, she rushed forward to assist, only to be halted by Zuo Xi. I'm not trying to stop you, but you must consider this carefully. They are the 8th seat. Zuo Xi's intent was clear. You have seen my abilities, and theirs far exceed mine. Confronting them would be akin to delivering oneself as a meal. This is not a matter of strength. Vinny is also my friend. Zuo Xi, please step aside. Ying spoke resolutely, reminiscent of her unwavering determination to rescue Zuo Xi in the past, unaware that Vinny was an experienced actor. Very well, I find myself at a loss with you. I have offered my counsel. If you wish to rush in, then do so. However, do bear in mind that this scene unfolds outside the cathedral. Rosalind does not wish to create too much commotion. Hence her hasty departure. Here, there are no such concerns. We must remain vigilant to avoid complications. Yet, Rosalind did not sparing a glance, and several debt collectors swiftly subdued her like a chick to eye in the frigid air. Ying gradually lost consciousness. As for Paimon, she had long since been turned into a block of ice by the biting wind, and was now nowhere to be found. Mortar, are you at ease now? Barbados, I shall accept your heart of God. No, wait. You must listen to me. Vinny's words were cut short as the lady extracted his heart, leaving him in a state of confusion and frustration. Yes, that's so. The lady turned to Zuo Xi for confirmation, who, still regretting the absence of a recording device, subtly nodded at her questioning gaze. Don't tell me. Do the executors not communicate regarding the progress of their missions? Unable to restrain himself, Vinny remarked on the scene before him. You have no place to speak, you rude bard. With that, she delivered a sharp slap to Vinny. There, another hit. Since the task is complete, Mortar, hasten back to report to the winter. I am aware, but I still have matters to attend to here. Perhaps you could return with the heart of God first. This is your spoils. I lack the audacity to claim credit for your accomplishments. The lady paid little heed to Zuo Xi obtaining the heart of God first, that we are all serving the Empress. In the face of our duties, nothing else matters. Furthermore, it is a matter of merit. If one's skills fall short, there is nothing to be said. Through this incident, Rosalind's evaluation of Zuo Xi rose even higher, and her previous suspicion solidified. Watching Rosalind depart, Zuo Xi lifted Ying and Paimon from the ground. Giving a kick to the fainting Vinny, will you rise on your own, or shall I assist you? Oh dear, could you be a tad gentler with the injured? Furthermore, were you deliberately watching me get beaten? Vinny clambered to his feet, brushing off the dirt from his clothes, expressing his discontent with Zuo Xi. I did not. Do not make baseless accusations. Zuo Xi vehemently denied the allegations. Upon reaching Mondstadt, Zuo Xi proposed they part ways here. You can go to the church on your own. Ying, I shall escort you back to the inn, though the church may allow Barbara to receive treatment. The skills of the Fat Chui are not to be underestimated. The two individuals accompanying her still need to venture to the Wind Dragon ruins, as returning to the hotel will facilitate their movements. Chapter 19. The Wind Dragon ruins? No, it is the Wind Dragon Basin. When will she awaken? Surely she won't remain unconscious forever. Please no. Kindly refrain from speaking loudly. The Harbinger has instructed us to employ the finest medical techniques. Trust in the expertise of the Fat Chui. The sounds of conversation reached her ears, distant yet strikingly close. As she opened her eyes, a familiar ceiling came into view, and the surrounding air felt somewhat humid, bearing traces of residual elemental water. This was the hotel where she had been residing for some time. Wendy had been attacked, and she had fainted amidst the cold. That was her last memory. Abyss, you have finally awakened. I thought I would never see you again. Oh, how I weep. All right, Paimon, I am not so easily defeated before finding my brother, if I may be so bold. You two seem to be making a mountain out of a molehill. Furthermore, Lord Zuo Xi has instructed that you both recuperate before seeking him out. He should be in the conference room at this time. If you wish to go, you can wait in the reception room outside. The one guiding them is naturally Natalia, Zuo Xi's personal secretary. She has harbored some minor grievances towards the two, yet her impeccable composure prevents her from expressing it outwardly. Very well, please take us there. After stretching and finding no discomfort in her body, Abyss resolved not to waste any more time. Arriving at the reception room, they happened upon a lady and Zuo Xi exiting together. Upon seeing the lady, both Paimon and Abyss instinctively felt a chill and couldn't help but shiver. The lady, however, appeared largely unfazed, merely glancing at the two before disregarding them entirely, turning instead to Zuo Xi with a knowing smile. Has she changed? Was she not quite taken with that Lawrence family previously? Rosalind, it seems the land of Mondstadt has bestowed upon you not only memories, but also an insatiable curiosity. Indeed, beyond that, I have developed a fondness for communication, such as my newfound interest in conversing with Sandone. You, how despicable! So she found himself in disbelief. What was up with Rosalind? First the Empress, now Sandone. Was she next to report to Columbia? What did you say? I didn't quite catch that. I apologize. Please do not engage in such terrifying actions. Humph, I shall spare you this time. Perhaps due to the completion of her task, Rosalind's spirits seemed relatively high. Allowing her the leisure to tease Zuo Xi. Observing Rosalind in such a manner, Zuo Xi felt a sense of relief. This indicated that she had not entirely succumbed to the past, at least not on the surface. Indeed, he was merely observing Rosalind's state, not out of fear of her reporting him. In that case, once matters are concluded, I shall contact you. Rosalind, not wishing to usurp Zuo Xi's credit, declined to return to Snezhnaya with the gnosis just yet. However, a report was necessary, so it was agreed she would wait until Zuo Xi had finished before departing for Sada. It seems your relationship is rather delicate, yet it does not appear to be one of open hostility. How peculiar! Paimon, while the Harbingers may not be on amicable terms, it does not mean that everyone is at each other's throats. Take me, for instance. I maintain fairly cordial relations with most Harbingers. And what of Sandone? Ahem, that is neither here nor there. In any case, have you sufficiently rested? If so, let us set forth for the Wind Dragon ruins. Abyss was quite invested in this matter, and so she adeptly redirected the conversation towards it. The outskirts of the Wind Dragon ruins had once been enveloped in a hurricane barrier, but upon Turin's awakening, these winds had dissipated. The trio arrived at the Wind Dragon ruins, encountering a calm journey devoid of peril. Save for a few hilichurls and slimes, the situation within the Wind Dragon ruins starkly contrasted the outside. The Abyss Order's monstrosities lay entrenched here. Though their plan had failed, they were yet to relocate due to time constraints. Turin and Wendy had also been unable to spare time for a cleanup for the Knights of Favonius. It was best left unmentioned. Here we are. Let us take a look around. The Abyss Order likely hasn't had the chance to retreat, so you might discover some clues. While these creatures may be somewhat hazardous, they should not pose a significant threat to you. So she casually found a spot to sit at the entrance, adopting an air that suggested he would wait there while they explored. Aren't you coming with us? Abyss found it odd. That's where she showed no intention of joining them. Had he not come to conduct business here? I am quite fatigued. I've already walked a considerable distance, and I fear I shall be unable to proceed further. What expression is that? Am I not a technician? Is it so strange to lack stamina? Or do you intend to make me your temporary mount? If so, I would be quite pleased. Very well. You may rest here. I will handle my affairs, and once I am finished, I shall assist you with yours. Abyss was quite understanding, having traveled extensively herself. However, Zuo Xi appeared unaccustomed to such exertion, and based on her observations during this time, he seemed more inclined to remain in his workshop, making his lack of stamina all the more understandable. Leaving Zuo Xi to rest, Abyss began to explore the Wind Dragon ruins at a leisurely pace. Just as Zuo Xi had mentioned, numerous Abyss Order creatures lingered within, as Turin had only recently regained consciousness and had not yet managed to clear them out. While their numbers posed a slight inconvenience, it was hardly a significant issue for Abyss. Suddenly, she sensed a particularly familiar aura. Without a moment to ponder, Abyss seized Paimon and dashed towards the source of the energy. Despite their swift movements, they encountered various creatures that seemed intent on obstructing their path. By the time they arrived, there was nothing left. Though disappointment washed over her, it at least confirmed Zuo Xi's words. Her brother indeed had substantial ties to the Abyss. Otherwise, he could not have commanded the Abyss creatures to thwart her. Yet, she remained puzzled as to why her brother would deliberately avoid her. Oh, you're back. Given your expression, it seems your findings were lacking. Upon returning to the entrance, Abyss found Zuo Xi leisurely enjoying afternoon tea. You, how could you sneak off to enjoy delicacies while we were gone? No. Where did you acquire all this? Paimon, ever sensitive to food, quickly grasped the crux of the matter. How had he procured such an abundance of provisions? What of it? As a mechanic, it is quite normal for me to carry a box. With my cryo-elemental eye, storing food is hardly unusual, is it? Paimon paid no heed to his justifications. She zoomed over, snatching up the food and devouring it voraciously. After running about, she was indeed famished. Mumbling incoherently with her mouth full, her words were rendered nearly unintelligible. All right, Abyss, there will be other opportunities. For now, step back a bit. Do not get caught in the crossfire. Paimon, you two, come here. So she beckoned Abyss over to prevent her from being harmed by what was to come, as he would need to escort her back to the hotel afterward. Caught in crossfire? What do you mean? Though Abyss struggled to comprehend his words, she complied and stepped back a little. That IT is quite literal. By the way, do you enjoy fireworks? Upon hearing Zuo Xi's question, Abyss suddenly felt an ominous premonition, as if to affirm her dread, so she produced a button that exuded a palpable danger and pressed it. Boom, boom, boom! The explosions erupted in rapid succession, engulfing the wind dragon ruins in flames and smoke. The violent tremors rendered the surrounding cliffs unstable, causing rocks to tumble down incessantly. The central tower, battered by the explosions and quakes, finally succumbed and collapsed in the wake of the final blast. Abyss and Paimon, witnessing the swift transformation of the wind dragon ruins into what should now be called the wind dragon basin, stood in stunned silence. After a considerable pause, they regained their composure, with Abyss shaking Zuo Xi's collar vigorously. What are you doing? Why did you blow this place up? When did you plant the explosives? Wait. One at a time. Yes, you can see, I was clearing the Abyss Order-S creatures. It not now. Quite tidy. Blowing this place up was merely a byproduct of this operation. Those ruins appeared rather unstable, and I was assisting Turin in eliminating potential hazards. Lastly, you didn't think I was idling away while you were gone, did you? Additionally, I must clarify that I am not in the business of planting bombs. Rather, I have dispatched an automated reconnaissance demolition robot. Planting bombs? Whom do you think you are belittling? As a mechanic, do you truly believe I would personally engage in such tasks? After addressing all of Ying's inquiries in one breath, Zuo Xi finally seized the opportunity to liberate himself from her grasp. Paimon stood nearby, utterly dumbfounded, gesturing towards Zuo Xi, but unable to articulate a single coherent word. It was evident that she was genuinely taken aback. Amidst their conversation, Tevelin emerged from the ruins, covered in dust and disheveled. Can anyone explain what transpired? He had just regained consciousness and was about to take a restorative nap when a violent tremor jolted him awake. Upon stepping outside to investigate, he discovered that his home had vanished. What is it like to awaken to find one's home gone? Tevelin was the perfect embodiment of this experience. He roared as he searched for the culprit, unleashing his frustration on the abyssal creatures that had narrowly escaped his wrath. It seemed Tevelin was indeed searching for you. Where are you? Turning around, so she had already vanished without a trace. And a glance into the distance revealed he had fled far away. Of course, I knew he was looking for me, so why linger? Run. Following this incident, the map of Mondstadt would require revision. Chapter 20. The conclusion of Mondstadt. Have you heard? The esteemed traveler not only vanquished the Anemo dragon, but also obliterated the ruins. Indeed, the executive truly lives up to their reputation. It is said the ruins have become irreparable. Such power is indeed reserved for the executive alone. The two fools from the Fatui, who have been out of touch for 800 years, surprisingly possess quite the information network, and the reason is simple. So she intentionally leaked the news. The aim was to diminish the influence of the Fatui in Mondstadt, while resolving the Anemo dragon crisis, so she simultaneously eradicated the lurking threat of the Abyss Order. This would place Mondstadt at an absolute disadvantage in its diplomacy with the Cryo Nation. Naturally, if it were merely this, so she would welcome it, for he is, after all, an executive of the Cryo Nation. Assisting his homeland in establishing a diplomatic advantage would be beneficial for him. However, the issue lies in the fact that the executives are not benevolent souls. Once they gain absolute diplomatic leverage, they are unlikely to refrain from exploiting it. Even Paimon would find it hard to believe that they would act otherwise. Take the previous doctor as an example. He leveraged diplomatic advantages to gain the right to recruit individuals in Mondstadt for the Cryo Nation, ostensibly for recruitment. Yet not a single person returned from the Cryo Nation. It was evident that these individuals ultimately became the Doctor's test subjects, either perishing on the operating table or in one of his experiments, many of whom were children. So she is not a saint, yet he would never willingly facilitate such events without a hint of disturbance. He cannot control others, but he must ensure that events do not transpire due to him. This is the bottom line for Zuo Xi as an executive. Therefore, to maintain balance, he detonated the Anemo Dragon ruins. Consequently, while this action would not entirely negate his goodwill towards Mondstadt, it would provide Mondstadt with a pretext to prevent the Fatui's interference in their affairs. This maneuver preserved the appearance of amicable relations between the two nations, while also enhancing the Fatui's reputation in Mondstadt, allowing Mondstadt to retain a point of leverage and avoid being overly passive. Such a scenario is precisely what Zuo Xi wished to see. As he walked through the streets, Zuo Xi overheard various discussions regarding the resolution of the dragon crisis. After deliberation, the final explanation to the public was that, with the assistance of the foreign organization, the Fatui, the Grand Master of the Knights of Favonius, the Honorary Knight of the Order, and the Fatui Executive collectively resolved the dragon crisis. The deeds related to Venti and Dialek were concealed at the request of those involved. Simultaneously, the Knights took this opportunity to publicly disclose the cause and effect surrounding the Tevelin incident, trusting that the residents would understand Tevelin's predicament. Along the way, Zuo Xi noted the mixed reactions from the populace. Some expressed gratitude for the Fatui's contributions to Mondstadt. Others suspected a conspiracy, and a few reminded those around them not to forget the Fatui's past transgressions. Speaking of which, some, or rather most, still believe that the Fatui had aided Mondstadt during the previous incident concerning the Dragon of the West. It is safe to say this sentiment resonates among the residents of Mondstadt. After listening to a variety of opinions, Zuo Xi confirmed that events were indeed unfolding in the direction he had hoped for. With matters settled, it was time for Zuo Xi to keep his appointment. Welcome to the Angel's Gift. Would you like a drink? Ah, it's you. The afternoon death, right? Miss Eula is over there. Your drink will be served shortly. The adept Charles, accustomed to welcoming guests, glanced up to see a recently familiar face. Thus, as usual, he greeted Zuo Xi while discreetly signaling to the others with two gestures. The first gesture indicated, inform the Grandmaster. The second gesture denoted the level of alertness, signifying, highest alert. It is indeed difficult to fathom that this seemingly harmless young man before him is the fearsome executive. Zuo Xi, observant as he is, noticed Charles's subtle movements. After all, he is an executive himself, and if he were oblivious to such nuances, he would have no business being one. Nevertheless, he paid no heed. A notification is merely a notification, as he intended to discreetly inform them of his imminent departure. Eula remained solitary, and Zuo Xi naturally took a seat across from her. It had been a while since they last met. How did your tasks fare? Today, I shall treat you. As a welcoming gesture, I heard you were leaving Mondstadt. After a few days, Eula had grown accustomed to Zuo Xi's sudden appearances across from her. However, her customary grudge was not entirely absent, and each time, the reasons varied. This time, she unusually refrained from mentioning her grievances, curious about his impending departure. Miss Eula seems to be well informed, doesn't she? Yes, it is indeed a matter of these recent days. Zuo Xi maintained his cheerful demeanor, which lessened Eula's initial feelings of separation. I see. Let this drink serve as a farewell to you then. You will visit Mondstadt less in the future, sparing me the trouble of showing you around and wasting my time. I shall certainly return to Mondstadt to visit Miss Eula when I have the opportunity. How infuriating! Do you take my words lightly? I shall remember this grievance. After several drinks, Eula was already feeling slightly tipsy, while Zuo Xi remained quite sober. Although Eula, as a Mondstadter, loved her wine and had a fair tolerance, she still paled in comparison to Zuo Xi, who had honed his skills in the Cryo Nation. They had often engaged in drinking contests, and Eula had never won even once, which had left her dissatisfied for quite some time. Miss Eula, I invited you out today not only to bid farewell, but also to present you with a small token. Zuo Xi retrieved an exquisite small gift box from his pocket and pushed it towards Eula. Eula gazed at the gift box before her, momentarily dazed. The effects of the alcohol dulled her usual quick thinking. This is rather sudden. I assent it. While Mondstadt is indeed quite free, it shouldn't be to this extent so soon after our acquaintance. Noticing Eula's lack of response, Zuo Xi grew somewhat puzzled. He pulled the box back, opened it, and took out its contents. Eula saw Zuo Xi remove what appeared to be a mechanical pocket watch from the box, rather than the ring she had anticipated. And she breathed a sigh of relief, albeit with a hint of disappointment. After all, what girl wouldn't wish for someone to gift her a ring? Realizing her misunderstanding, Eula's cheeks flushed slightly, though the alcohol masked it. And Zuo Xi remained oblivious. This is a pocket watch I crafted myself. Your tasks often take place outdoors, and keeping track of time is crucial. You likely have your own methods of judging time. Correct? However, this watch serves more than just that purpose. If you encounter an adversary you find difficult to contend with, you can simply open the cover and press the button inside. Upon mentioning his creation, Zuo Xi began to ramble a bit. What happens if I press it? Does it explode? News of the Anemo dragon's demise had spread widely, and even Eula, having just returned from her mission, had heard of it. Thus, she decided to tease Zuo Xi about his seemingly terrorist-like style. No, it won't explode. Please do not portray me as an explosive fanatic. IT is a simplified spatial anchor point. To put it simply, when you press this button, I will receive your spatial coordinates and deploy autonomous combat robots to your location. Typically, they should be able to provide cover for your retreat. Integrating the spatial coordinate transmission device and a rudimentary anchor point into this pocket watch proved to be quite a formidable task for Zuo Xi. Constrained by the limitations of transmission energy and size, the types of items that could be transmitted were rather limited, primarily facilitating protective evacuations and similar functions. Although the results were not entirely satisfactory, it was better than nothing, considering it was merely an ancillary effect. You seem to underestimate my capabilities. I shall remember this slight. Despite her words of grievance, Eula solemnly accepted the pocket watch, recognizing that while its utility for her may be limited, it represented a heartfelt gesture to do not rush. I have yet to finish my introduction. Zuo Xi continued that, as previously mentioned, it serves as a small spatial beacon. In addition to transmitting coordinates, it can also send diminutive items, such as a small note inscribed with words. This trinket was a recent invention of Zuo Xi's, and he had gifted a similar one to Ying, albeit with slight variations in design. After all, how could one present identical items to two young ladies? No one wishes to feel ordinary. Having bid farewell to Eula, who was somewhat disoriented by the malfunctioning language function, so she returned to the hotel. After parting ways with Ying, he and Rosalind would set forth for Snezhnaya. This journey to Mondstadt was rife with regrets. For instance, he had not encountered Klee, with whom he felt he would have shared delightful conversations. He also missed the opportunity to see Eula enjoying an ice bath in the snowy mountains or to meet Albedo and his siblings. Nevertheless, despite the lingering regrets, he had to return to Snezhnaya, as this trip was a work assignment, and it was time to report back. Are you truly leaving, Zuo Xi? Paimon asked, a hint of reluctance in her voice. Unlike Ying, she had not yet grown accustomed to farewells. In this moment, she appeared somewhat flustered, flitting back and forth in front of Zuo Xi, and do not fret, Paimon. It is not a permanent farewell. There will be opportunities to meet again. Besides, Zuo Xi has provided us with a communication device. Has he not? Ying replied, displaying a more pragmatic outlook. The continent of Teyvat is not so vast that we won't cross paths again. Do you have any plans while I'm on statting? If you wish to continue your search for the divine, your next destination could be Inazuma or Liyue. I recall that the next divination ceremony is less than a month away, correct? If you intend to travel to Liyue, although time is still ample, it would be prudent to set out sooner rather than later today. As for Inazuma, while it is currently under lockdown, the Fatui fleet's capabilities should suffice for passage. You could accompany my fleet there. Or perhaps you wish to meet my esteemed empress? I could arrange that for you. So she spoke rapidly, primarily addressing Ying, as Paimon was likely already familiar with this information. You seem quite knowledgeable about these matters. Do the Harbingers often travel for assignments? Ying inquired. Indeed, while I am part of the permanent contingent in Snezhnaya, do not underestimate the Fatui's intelligence networks, where she replied, Do you have any recommendations? After learning of her brother's whereabouts, Ying found her urgency in seeking the divine diminished. Her mindset had evolved into that of a traveler rather than a desperate seeker. If you still wish to journey across the 7 nations in search of all the deities, I would recommend Liyue as your next stop. Inazuma may prove to be a bit too challenging for you. As for Snezhnaya, while I can assure you of your safety there, it does retain certain dangers. It would be wise to avoid venturing into that icy realm until you have grown sufficiently strong. You must understand that following recent events, many harbingers will likely take a keen interest in you. I understand. Then I shall proceed to as for the other harbingers. I will exercise caution, Ying affirmed, receptive to Zuo Xi's counsel. By the way, what kind of place is Liyue? Paimon inquired. Finally remembered me. Have you? Of course, I know all about it. After all, I am the finest guide in Teyvat. Paimon beamed. You can ask Paimon about these matters later. Once you arrive in Liyue, you may encounter someone. I shall refrain from divulging too much here. Discover the particulars for yourself. By now, Tartaglia should have arrived in Liyue and begun his preparations. He is likely in contact with Zhongli. Zuo Xi held a keen interest in the interaction between the two and planned to involve himself once he had resolved matters in Sumeru. Chapter 21. Return to Snezhnaya. Time spent at sea is often monotonous. Repetitive waves and an unchanging sky render Zuo Xi weary. Fortunately, these days of tedium would only extend for 3 days. A brief endurance before respite. Zuo Xi was never particularly fond of the ocean, especially at night when it appeared as an impenetrable void, provoking a sense of being watched. In truth, Zuo Xi harbored many peculiarities: a fear of heights, trepidation of the deep sea, sensitivity to temperature extremes, and a lack of physical stamina. Setting aside his intellect, the title of mortal could not be more fitting for him. Yet, paradoxically, this harbinger commanded not only great authority, but also immense respect among his subordinates. To them, Zuo Xi was a figure of profound contemplation, a genius mechanic orchestrating grand designs. However, Zuo Xi felt these descriptors did not align with him at all. His musings were merely the result of drafting new blueprints. And the notion of strategic prowess was absurd. His reputation as a genius mechanic stemmed solely from the advantages of his otherworldly existence. That he was, by nature, rather unremarkable. It was a mystery how such an image of brilliance had emerged. Merely because he pondered more than others, he was deemed a sage, and because events often unfolded as he envisioned, he was labeled a strategist. How rich their imaginations were. Regardless, the portrayal of a sagacious strategist was quite fitting for his perception of a jester. It seems the esteemed harbinger is once again lost in thought. I wonder if this time it pertains to a new plan or invention, mused one of the patrolling fatui. Indeed, our mortal harbinger is known for his foresight. Significant events often follow his prolonged deliberations. I witnessed him in deep thought aboard the ship prior to our arrival in Mondstadt, and look what transpired there. Another fatui chimed in. Indeed, Snezhnaya has garnered substantial diplomatic advantages, all orchestrated by our harbinger. The first fatui replied. Did you notice? When we departed, even the ordinary citizens of Mondstadt came to bid farewell at the port. Of course, these individuals remained blissfully unaware that it was all part of our harbinger's grand design. It is truly unfathomable how he accomplishes such feats. The brilliance of our harbinger exceeds our comprehension. Events will inevitably unfold according to his meticulous planning. All we need do is execute his orders with precision. As their discussion faded into the distance, Zuo Xi found himself in a meditative state, oblivious to their specific words. He only caught fragments about the wise and calculating harbinger. Who were they speaking of? The jester? Indeed, the jester could embody the term foresight, controlling the game from the forefront. Yet he was surprised that these two ordinary fatui possessed such insight, which was unexpected, with more than 2 days remaining until their arrival in Snezhnaya. Few harbingers remained in the region as the formal execution of plans had commenced. Among them were the jester Pierrot, the maiden Columbina, the puppet Sandrone, the rooster Puccinella, the wealthy Pantalone, and the uncertain presence of Captain Capitano. The good news was that Zuo Xi maintained relatively amicable relations with these individuals. The jester required no elaboration, while his rapport with the rooster and the wealthy man stemmed from their collaborative efforts. Sandrone shared the closest bond with Zuo Xi, as their research interests closely aligned. Thus, they often engage in discussions and exchanged insights, with nearly all but the most crucial aspects of their research being openly shared. Zuo Xi could replicate Sandrone's techniques, yet the automatons he produced never matched the vibrancy of hers. Sandrone faced similar challenges, as certain techniques remained beyond her reach. In truth, Sandrone was exceptionally talented. The techniques she could not replicate fell into the realm of skills, which could only be executed by Zuo Xi himself. The remaining techniques, which Zuo Xi had localized, Sandrone grasped quickly, even offering improvements to the blueprints. The discourse between the two individuals primarily revolved around this category of technology. Consequently, they complemented each other's strengths. Sandrone drew inspiration from Zuo Xi's techniques to enhance the armament of the puppets, while Zuo Xi improved upon Sandrone's energy system for the autonomous combat robots. As for Columbia, Zuo Xi was not well acquainted with her, and their rare encounters were merely due to the latter seeking out Sandrone. Zuo Xi often felt a vague, yet benevolent gaze directed at him from her, yet he still chose to evade her presence. Her abilities could be described as a natural counter to his own, rendering him, in her presence, indistinguishable from an ordinary individual. Capitano, on the other hand, held a disdainful view of him, believing Zuo Xi to be exceedingly weak, and had been intent on training him. Nevertheless, it mattered little to Zuo Xi, who would feign indifference and disguise himself, rendering Capitano's efforts futile. Beyond that, he maintained a commendable rapport with Duck Duck, who consistently referred to him as a partner. And the combat data from Duck Duck proved immensely beneficial to Zuo Xi. Upon reflection, it seemed that Zuo Xi's relations with many of the executors were not particularly negative. One might even say he was somewhat of a social butterfly. However, there were indeed a few with whom he struggled to get along, such as the rogue Scaramouche and the Dr. Dator. The former's caustic tongue provoked a strong desire to retaliate, yet he was often outmatched in their customary encounters. The latter, on the other hand, elicited a visceral aversion within him. Every cell in his body repelled Dator, who was undeniably a madman, a cold, calculating one at that. After contemplating these matters, Zuo Xi inevitably returned his thoughts to himself. His position as an executor had come about rather casually, making it difficult not to suspect ulterior motives. What vexed Zuo Xi the most, however, was his malevolent eye, a power bestowed upon him by the queen, which could be seen as an extension of her authority. Thus, the malevolent eyes of executors possessed certain targeted special effects. For instance, Rosalind's ice attribute malevolent eye was intended to suppress the flames within her. In contrast, Zuo Xi's malevolent eye felt utterly ineffectual. He pondered whether it stemmed from a lack of innate talent for elemental manipulation. At most, his malevolent eye merely served as a refrigerator for preserving food. And at best, it enabled him to freeze water to cross seas, merely for show. Perhaps it was indeed a matter of lacking talent, but Zuo Xi had yet to discover any extraordinary effects from it. Compared to Rosalind's and Dator's abilities, his own seemed utterly lacking. That he recalled the initial excitement he felt upon receiving the malevolent eye, believing he would finally wield elemental powers with flair. Reality, however, dealt him a harsh blow. Dreams of elemental prowess were just that. Dreams. Moreover, the nature of his seat was perplexing. Having once inquired with Dator about the matter of seats, he had been informed that the positions of the Fatui executors were determined by strength. Thus, how could his 12th seat be justified? Without delving too deeply, it was evident that overcoming Dator under firepower suppression would pose no challenge. This had been confirmed long before he became an executor. At that time, when Dator sought him out for a spar, the warlord had imparted a lesson. Although the warlord soon exhausted his energy, he had managed to subdue Dator before that point. Since then, Dator had persistently sought him out for practice, which had annoyed Zuo Xi to the extent that he fashioned a training robot tailored for him. This was not even the full extent of Zuo Xi's capabilities. If ranked by strength, his 12th seat appeared somewhat incongruous. Thus, did the 12th seat hold any special significance? Zuo Xi gazed at the heart of God in his hand, as though admiring a trophy while contemplating deeply. He had already formulated plans regarding this matter. As night fell, the deck ceased to be a suitable spot for fresh air for Zuo. He turned ahead inside the ship, not in haste to return to his quarters. Glancing back at Natalia, who had been following closely, he noted she had reverted to the standard attire of the Mirror Maid. During their time in Mondstadt, so she had requested her to dress more casually to avoid drawing attention. Now, devoid of that concern, she naturally switched back. Ever since receiving Zuo Xi's permission, Natalia no longer made a deliberate effort to diminish her presence. Although their daily interactions remained sparse, the atmosphere between them had transformed. Zuo Xi could sense the changes within the young woman before him, and he welcomed this evolution. Chapter 22. Life lies in embracing danger under Natalia's guidance, so she arrived at Rosalind's chamber. "Milady, Lady Rosalind is currently bathing. Please proceed to the parlor and wait briefly while I announce your presence." During the wait, Zuo Xi busied himself by surveying Rosalind's room. The parlor's decor could only be described as opulent. With a table carved from a single piece of exquisite amber, seamlessly integrated, the intricate details showcasing the artisan's exceptional skill and artistic sensibility. The table epitomized the artistic style of Snezhnaya. Meanwhile, the pendant lamps in the parlor were crafted from a base of floating stone, adorned with night mooring stones, secured by special methods to prevent any relative displacement due to the ship's movements. The ceiling murals displayed a blend of Mondstadt and Snezhnaya styles, eclectic yet meticulously designed. Various collectibles were displayed in a cabinet, and Zuo Xi found a chess set among them, which he inspected closely, noting its superior aesthetic compared to the Heart of God. Truly, it was evident that the bard's taste left much to be desired. Though Zuo Xi was not well-versed in art, he recognized these artifacts as genuine, as certificates were displayed beside them. A high-ranking executor would not stoop to forgery. This was merely Rosalind's room aboard the ship. Her permanent residence in Snezhnaya must surely be even more extravagant, and he resolved to visit it whenever the opportunity arose. For this journey, Zuo Xi had not taken his own vessel, which exuded an aesthetic of violent beauty. Its visible heavy weaponry surpassing that of most warships, rendering it unsuitable for diplomatic endeavors. Thus, this ship was indeed Rosalind's, and he was merely hitching a ride. Engaging with the collectibles helped pass the time, and before long, Rosalind emerged. "Finally, you are out. I thought you might never finish your bath. Are you here just to provoke me?" "Just a jest. I thought the water on you would either evaporate or freeze." "Is this your last words? I shall remember them well. And oh, more jokes. I have important matters to discuss with you." Observing the veins bulging on Rosalind's forehead, Zuo Xi understood that further jesting could earn him a real beating. Moderation was key, and he was well aware of the dangers of playing with fire. "Speak then," taking a deep breath and suppressing the impulse to hurl the person before him into the sea. Rosalind patiently inquired about his purpose. It's nothing much. We are all adults here. Let us just find some fun. The essence of life lies in adventure. Only by flirting with death can one truly appreciate the value of life." Zuo Xi could not resist the urge to provoke her further. Playing with fire might bring temporary thrill, but it could lead to incineration. Sensing the chill pervading the air, with countless ice crystals forming around them, Zuo Xi realized he may have crossed a line. Fortunately, they were at sea, and Rosalind could not employ overly extreme techniques. Otherwise, the entire vessel would surely sink. The waitstaff outside the door, Natalia and Rosalind's attendant, felt the temperature drop significantly and instinctively wrapped their clothing tighter. You feel like it suddenly got colder." "Indeed, but we are still some distance from Snezhnaya. Why the sudden chill?" Minutes later, the temperature returned to normal, likely indicating that Rosalind had regained her composure. Zuo Xi remained hidden within his defensive system, only daring to emerge after she had vented her frustrations for several minutes. Ahem, this time it's truly a matter of importance." Rosalind remained silent, convinced that the moment she spoke, it would be laden with sarcasm. If looks could kill, so she would have already passed into the next realm. By the way, are you familiar with Columbia? The ship has finally arrived at the port of Snezhnaya, and the return of the Harbinger is a momentous occasion. The fools of the Fatui have long since arranged themselves to offer a grand welcome. Aside from the usual crowd of fools and the chief harlequin, the Harbinger himself has also made his presence felt. As previously mentioned, the current Harbinger's relations with him are quite amicable, yet the sheer number of attendees is rather unexpected. However, it is understandable, for the acquisition of the first god's heart signifies a perfect beginning to their grand scheme. Rather than merely welcoming Zuo Xi and Rosalind, they are witnessing the first milestone of a monumental plan. Upon disembarking, the mayor, Puccinella, was the first to speak. "Mortal, Rosalind, congratulations on your tremendous success in Mondstadt. Your achievements mark an excellent commencement. All of the Fatui will take you as their example and steadfastly strive to realize Her Majesty the Tsaritsa's lofty ideals. The mayor is accustomed to such occasions, his opening words dripping with formal rhetoric, to the point that Zuo Xi felt as though her ears might develop calluses. Yet, one must adhere to the necessary decorum. In such a semi-public setting, one cannot afford to commit a faux pas. You are too kind, Mayor. All is for the sake of Her Majesty. All is for our noble cause. After reciprocating, Zuo Xi and the assembled Harbingers performed a standard Harbinger salute towards the palace of Snezhnaya. The remaining fools followed suit, kneeling on one knee in the same direction. All is for Her Majesty. With the collective declaration of the crowd, this grand welcoming ceremony reached its conclusion. Now, mortal, Rosalind, you must rest well after your arduous journey. Tomorrow, you are to meet Her Majesty at the palace. After delivering the customary remarks and conveying the summons from the Tsaritsa, Puccinello returned to his duties as the mayor. He has a considerable workload to manage. The orderliness of Snezhnaya owes much to his efforts. Together with Pantalone, who oversees finances, they have maintained the operations of Snezhnaya for many years, though he is reluctant to admit it in matters of commerce. He finds it difficult to rival Pantalone. While he deals solely in weaponry, Pantalone leaves no profitable venture unexploited, so she had previously been among those stationed in Snezhnaya, collaborating with Sandrone and Dator in various research endeavors. Each with differing focuses, after departing the port, Zuo Xi and Rosalind returned to their respective abodes. Although he was eager to observe Rosalind's residence, memories of the shipboard events instilled a fear of never returning should he go. Furthermore, it was likely that many visitors would arrive today, and he needed to prepare accordingly. Zuo Xi seldom returned to his own residence, spending most of his time ensconced in workshops, either his own or Sandrone's. His workshop is fully equipped, and the living accommodations are lavishly tailored to his preferences. Yet, no matter how opulent, entertaining guests in a workshop is evidently inappropriate. Thus, he ventured to the grand mansion that seldom witnessed his presence. Although it too is of the highest luxury, it does not quite align with Zuo Xi's style. Despite regular cleaning, no one dares to renovate the interiors without his permission. Upon entering the mansion, he immediately spotted 2 pairs of shoes, indicating that someone was already inside. Today, a cleaning day, he wondered, perplexed as to why anyone would be there at this time. As he proceeded inward, he discovered a uniquely styled parlor, one he was quite familiar with, as it reflected his own preferences. Retracting his earlier thought, it appeared that someone had indeed dared to rearrange his belongings, specifically Sandrone at that moment. Sandrone was reclining on the sofa, having removed her shoes, engaged in conversation with Colomina. It was difficult to reconcile the image of this seemingly homebound girl with the frosty demeanor she displayed in public as the Ice Harbinger. However, Zuo Xi had long since grown accustomed to this dichotomy. His initial surprise had faded long ago, leaving him indifferent. What did catch him off guard was the presence of another guest, Colombina. What was she doing here? Chapter 23. Objectives achieved. Unexpected gains. I am here to assist you. Though Colombina's hollowed mask concealed her eyes, there was an undeniable sensation of being scrutinized when facing her. Can you read my thoughts? Zuo Xi instantly grew wary, as this was precisely why he preferred to avoid interactions with Colombina. Based on their few encounters, he suspected she possessed psychic abilities, while all of his methods were purely physical. In her presence, he felt distinctly mortal, that he was unafraid of tangible assaults, yet intangible invasions left him defenseless. She was in every sense his nemesis. Among all the Harbingers, only in her company did he experience such a profound sense of powerlessness. I cannot read minds. That is beyond my capabilities. However, when you gazed at me at the port, I perceived your soul and recognized that you could utilize my assistance in your forthcoming endeavors. Moreover, I sensed your distress. Are you troubled by how to confront me? Hence, I requested Sandrone to bring me here. Sandrone, standing off to the side, was merely a facilitator. Her original intention was to escort Colombina and perhaps seek out Zuo Xi. She was thoroughly engrossed, for it was rare to witness Colombina speak so prolifically. More often, she was found singing those hauntingly beautiful melodies. This left Zuo Xi in a state of silence. Just earlier, He had specifically consulted Rosalind about Columbina during their time on the ship, even inquiring about her preferences. Now, however, it seemed utterly futile, as she had come uninvited to offer her assistance. Should he accept or decline? If he declined, the tasks he intended to undertake would necessitate Columbina's involvement. Conversely, agreeing felt overly simplistic, lending an air of deceit. Sandrone's gaze shifted from Columbina to Zuo Xi, who found himself unusually at a loss. He was typically composed and confident. What to do? What to do? I feel as though my eyes are insufficient that a bag of seeds would be most welcome. Rarely did Zuo Xi find himself in such a predicament. Miss Columbina, as a businessman, I believe all matters can be distilled to a matter of reciprocal benefits. I mean no offense to your goodwill, but might you share your terms? Columbina remained silent, merely shaking her head gently before extending a hand towards Zuo Xi. The implication was clear. Make your decision. In truth, Zuo Xi found himself with little choice. As long as he intended to pursue that particular course of action, he could not circumvent Columbina. Then, shall we cooperate pleasantly? Thank you for your assistance. Although his mind was still riddled with questions, the current trajectory of events proved advantageous for him, making it unnecessary to impede progress due to mere speculation. Thus, one of Zuo Xi's primary objectives in returning to Snezhnaya had been accomplished. Finished? I have yet to see enough, Sandrone remarked, her expression one of insatiable curiosity, having not anticipated such fruitful outcomes from this little excursion. Witnessing both of them in such rare forms was indeed a delightful surprise. Shall I fetch you a bag of seeds? Zuo Xi could only feel exasperated. The expression of mischief was clearly written across his face. Oh, do hurry, she urged, blissfully unaware of her own shamelessness. Where on earth did she learn such behavior? Zuo Xi pondered silently, yet he still set about preparing refreshments. After all, they were guests, and a degree of decorum was still in order. After Zuo Xi departed, Columbina turned to Sandrone, tilting her head in contemplation. Was she always of such a disposition? The little dove knows nothing. The little dove does not wish to ponder anything. The little dove only desires to sing. Columbia, brain, not responding, entering standby mode. As mealtime approached, the two remained unwilling to leave, and in exasperation, Zuo Xi had no choice but to summon Natalia at short notice. Though Zuo Xi had his own dedicated chef, he had grown accustomed to Natalia's cuisine during this period and wished for these two to savor it as well. After the meal, having seen off the two women, Zuo Xi contemplated that the time should be about right. Indeed, Paneron and Puxinella visited in succession, and apart from offering congratulations, the majority of their conversation revolved around matters of cooperation. During Zuo Xi's absence, while the factory continued to operate normally, it lacked a decisive voice to steer affairs. Many matters remained unsettled, awaiting Zuo Xi's return for approval. Logically, one was a political figure and the other a wealthy merchant, with both holding significant status. Even if Zuo Xi were on equal footing with them, there would be no necessity for them to make a special visit, as discussions regarding cooperation could have been delegated to subordinates. This would be the norm for others. However, Zuo Xi was responsible for a portion of national defense in Jidong, his political standing not significantly inferior to Puxinella's, and as an arms dealer. He was second only to Paneron in commercial matters. Each aspect alone was inconsequential, but their simultaneous presence in one individual became impossible to overlook in any regard. Zuo Xi held enough value to compel the two to lower their guard and set aside their prejudices for collaboration. Having navigated through the tedious social engagements, Zuo Xi finally looked forward to some well-deserved rest. Tomorrow, he was to meet with the Empress, a process that promised to be far from effortless. He needed to conserve ample energy. A night devoid of conversation passed. The Winter Palace, the residence of the Empress, stood as the most esteemed and sacred location throughout Jidong, in the eyes of the Jidong people, or indeed in the eyes of most residents of Teyvat. An audience with the divine was an unparalleled honor. Ordinary individuals might never encounter a deity in their lifetime, with the exception of the people of Lai and Jidong. Only the 12 individuals at the pinnacle were granted this privilege. Zuo Xi had visited the Winter Palace before, and this was not the first time he marveled at its grandeur. Yet, each time he stood before the palace, a sense of duty and reverence surged within him. Born of snow and wind, he too would return to the tempest, in this regard. His attitude was surprisingly aligned with Rosalind. Perhaps this was the reason he felt compelled to take action. To his surprise, the Empress summoned them separately. Logically, the task concerning Mon should have been executed jointly by him and Rosalind, and thus they ought to report together. However, the Empress called them in separately, with Rosalind entering first while he waited outside. Soon enough, it was Zuo Xi's turn. As he walked down the corridor, the echo of his footsteps resonated in the distance. Upon entering the hall to meet the Empress, he performed a salute akin to that at the port. This was the highest form of etiquette among the Zhidong people, reserved for officials addressing the Empress. As before, the Empress's visage remained shrouded in mist, rendering it difficult for Zuo Xi to discern her features. The figure upon the throne exuded grandeur and authority. As the saying goes, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. His divine figure embodied a compendium of all commendable attributes in Zuo Xi's eyes. Stealing his resolve, the subsequent actions felt somewhat contrary to his beliefs. Fortunately, he fulfilled his duty and successfully returned the Heart of God for Mon, presenting the preserved Heart of God to the Empress. The figure on the throne gestured slightly, and the heart soared forward that a subordinate dared to request a reward from the Empress. The probing began. Might I elevate my position? I believe this outcome should sufficiently demonstrate my capabilities. Initially confirming the uniqueness of his position, he sought to gather information based on that foundation. The 12 seats were supplementary and did not participate in the ranking. Furthermore, he directly asked, as a reward, I will selectively answer your questions. Revealing oneself right from the start, was his intent too obvious? Nonetheless, it seemed the 12 seats were indeed special. Forgive me, Your Majesty, but may I upgrade my evil eye? Some matters need not be forced. Your talent is far more precious. The Ice Empress did not respond immediately. After a moment of hesitation, she conveyed the truth with subtlety. She truly, Zuo Xi thought, I am devastated. All right, then for my final question, Your Majesty, may I be entrusted with the safeguarding of the Heart of God? Upon uttering this audacious inquiry, Zuo Xi's heart raced. This question, if handled poorly, could lead to self-immolation. Yet the Heart of God was of paramount importance to him. I comprehend your research, but the Heart of God for Mon is not suitable. Contrary to his expectations, the Empress responded calmly to this question. Directly addressing Zuo Xi's intentions, his anxious heart finally settled, and upon regaining his composure, he realized he was drenched in cold sweat. Return now. Your reward has been granted. The Empress's words marked the conclusion of this audience. And it was only upon exiting the Winter Palace that Zuo Xi felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. This was undeniably a gamble. In the worst-case scenario, he could have faced direct suppression from the Empress. Forced to devise an escape plan that a somewhat better outcome would have been confinement in Zhidong, thereby severing any possibility of accessing the heart of at present. It seemed he had achieved the best possible scenario. By initially presenting the Heart of God, he had effectively signaled his loyalty and intentions, clarifying he bore no rebellious inclinations. This foundation allowed for the subsequent exchange of questions and answers, trading the Heart of God for valuable information. A transaction Zuo Xi deemed favorable. Moreover, he was indeed loyal to the Empress. Under no circumstances did he wish to betray her. Otherwise, he would have fled with the Heart of God back in Mon. Thus, Zuo Xi achieved another objective for his return to Zhidong. However, he had not anticipated that his gains extended far beyond this. Zuo Xi initially believed the Empress's statement implied that the dialogue had concluded, and his reward was secured. Yet upon returning to the workshop, he discovered a Heart of God emanating a verdant glow, silently hovering on his desk. Only then did he comprehend the true meaning behind the Empress's words. Your request. I have consented to. Chapter 24. The two exchanged knowing smiles, sharing an unspoken understanding. Gazing at the Heart of God, gently suspended on the table, so she couldn't help but question whether he was dreaming. Had these past few days been too fortuitous? First, Columbia had willingly approached him, and now the Empress graciously provided the Heart of God without charge. Should he seek out a place to tempt fate? Such unbroken fortune left him feeling unsettled. While this Heart of God had been under his care prior to arriving in Zhidong, at that time, he had thought it would no longer be his upon returning. Thus, he felt no particular attachment. However, His current mindset was entirely different. He could say that until the Empress collected all the hearts of God, this particular one would be temporarily safeguarded by him. Now, Zuo Xi found it increasingly pleasing to the eye, even rendering his memories of Veni somewhat more charming. Carefully lifting the heart of God, it was only when the cool, gentle texture made contact with his palm that he finally felt a sense of reality. Unavoidably, his body began to tremble slightly, and an uncontrollable excitement surged from the depths of his mind, causing his breath to quicken. He was overwhelmed with elation. Possessing this heart of God signified that he had finally stepped into the ranks of Teyvat's elite combatants. Jepica was about to be unsealed. Furthermore, this marked a promising start. Since the Empress had tacitly approved his research, could it be that subsequent hearts of God would also, with such thoughts racing through his mind? Zuo Xi found it increasingly difficult to contain the fervor swelling within him. With the heart of God serving as a core energy source, Jepica would possess an inexhaustible supply of power. If a single right arm could perform as it had before, what might its full power release yield? Zuo Xi was eager to confront the scattered troops. The grandeur of large-scale battles was the epitome of masculine romance. Motor do endeavor to be more diligent. Recognizing his own anomaly, Zuo Xi quickly regained his composure. No, this is not right. How could I lose my composure over such matters? Human desires are limitless. Zuo Xi? Oh, Zuo Xi. Have you not long been aware of this? Do not allow your desires to cloud your judgment, nor should you let them sway your will. Everything should proceed as usual. This is merely one of your creations. Do not forget your purpose, to change everything, to alter all that you find objectionable. Having objectively clarified everything, Zuo Xi returned to a state of calm. This the feeling of drawing ever closer to the divine. No wonder you are so resolute, Scaramouche. You were born to attain divinity, and that yearning must be 100-fold more intense than mine. Suddenly, Zuo Xi comprehended the enigma of the scattered soldiers. In the face of overwhelming power, it is exceedingly challenging for anyone to maintain their composure, especially when such power lies before one. Within reach, regardless of whether it is a trap or not, the majority would still recklessly rush forward. Thus, could this also be a test from Her Majesty the Queen? Ah, how perilous. Nevertheless, having already validated the feasibility of the situation, it is time to deploy the next vessel. Furthermore, the Queen's assertion holds merit. This heart of God is ill-suited for the construction of Jaboga. The characteristics do not align, rendering it suitable solely as an energy core. Yet despite this, the Queen has bestowed it upon me. Has it already become an integral part of the plan? The days ahead may very well be mundane. Mundanely spending time with Sandone, mundanely scheduling a departure time with Columbia, and mundanely finalizing several significant contracts with Puccinella and Panerone. Thus, a few days passed. Morning arrived, and although sunlight did not grace Sandone's workshop, she naturally awakened. Beside her, Zuo Xi remained ensconced in slumber, having indeed grown weary over the past few days. For 2 consecutive days, Zuo Xi had lingered in Sandone's workshop, and they had engaged in extensive discussions regarding the new model of the robot. Being but a mortal, Zuo Xi could not withstand the fatigue any longer and simply fell asleep on Sandone's bed. With no one to converse with, Sandone lost interest and drifted into slumber as well. Such occurrences had long ceased to be remarkable for them. However, Zuo Xi lamented the fact that nothing transpired. When 2 tech enthusiasts convened, their exchanges were incessant, and they would only succumb to sleep when utterly exhausted, making it quite difficult for anything to occur. Observing the peaceful visage of his sleeping companion, Sandone could not help but reflect, it has been quite some time. 3 years ago, Her Majesty the Queen announced the appointment of the new executive officer. Such a significant event necessitated the presence of all executive officers. Compelling Sandone to emerge from her workshop the Winter Palace, she first encountered Zuo Xi, but he appeared somewhat flustered. Though he attempted to conceal it, all present could perceive it. A Navi lad was her internal assessment. He received the Queen's bestowed evil eye and his own executive officer insignia. This signified that he had become one of those who stand at the pinnacle of the winter. Sandone did not comprehend. To her, he seemed merely an ordinary individual. Yet, out of respect for the Queen and the jester, she refrained from expressing any opinion. Among the other executive officers, some were curious, while others were indifferent, with only Dardalia, the brash one, exhibiting signs of restlessness. She observed him glance over, his gaze unreservedly fervent. A foolish mortal, was her second assessment. Should he truly be unaware of his own limitations, she would not hesitate to enlighten him that the camaraderie among executive officers was not so amicable. Thus was their first encounter. 3 years ago, so as she had just ascended to the role of executive officer. I could see that moment. He was still enveloped in the solemnity of the Winter Palace, simultaneously experiencing a cognitive overload due to his newly conferred status. His colleagues were familiar faces, and their reactions aligned with his expectations. The cunning ones radiated shrewdness, the arrogant scoffed derisively, the brash ones clearly sought a confrontation with him, while the rest remained aloof. Absorbed in their own realms, Zuo Xi, Sandone belonged to the latter category. He quickly took note of Sandone. Amidst the throng of executive officers, only she sat elevated on the hand of a colossal automaton. Gazing at the automaton behind her, Zuo Xi realized this could potentially be the breakthrough he sought in his research. If he could resolve the energy issue, many of his aspirations could materialize. Fixating on Sandone's direction, his gaze burned with fervor. This marked the dawn of their acquaintance. Sandone soon forgot about this new colleague. Immersing herself once more in her workshop, she later heard that he had defeated Dardalia, and the process had been rather straightforward. It was merely a case of Dardalia issuing a challenge and subsequently being bested. Indeed, he possessed some skill. However, she did not pay it much heed. Her genuine interest in him began only after he established his own workshop. Shortly after Dardalia's defeat, she learned that another workshop was to be constructed near hers, under the ownership of that newly appointed executive officer. Though the winter had ample vacant land, most of it was inhospitable. From a cost and value perspective, this truly was the ideal choice. Yet, recalling his previous gaze, she suspected this was merely a tactic to draw closer to her, that the tiresome charade. In Sandone's mind, he was merely a moderately skilled amateur in her field. Everyone was an amateur. She anticipated he would approach her under the guise of collaboration, only to retreat upon realizing their disparity. Such occurrences were not unfamiliar to Sandone. As an executive officer, few dared to disturb her. Yet, over the years, there would inevitably be a few who foolishly ventured into the line of fire. Thus, Sandone set this matter aside, waiting for him to approach so she could deliver a decisive blow. Zuo Xi selected a workshop location adjacent to Sandone's, a strategic move for ease of communication. The technology behind energy cores may not be exceedingly complex, but its significance was paramount that he was confident that his bargaining chips would captivate Sandone. And he held firm in this belief that, in truth, when he later approached her under the pretext of collaboration, she did not explicitly refuse, yet her frigid demeanor conveyed an unmistakable distance. Perhaps it was due to their respective statuses. She did not deny him entry into her workshop for a tour. After surveying the premises, Zuo Xi recognized he had chosen wisely. This was precisely what he required at this stage. The subsequent phase was negotiation. Being a knowledgeable individual, she would undoubtedly comprehend the value he possessed. She could not decline, as she had surmised. He approached her under the banner of collaboration, and now all that remained was to deliver a sufficient blow. However, the materials he presented quickly captivated her attention. They were unlike anything she had encountered before. Similar to her own automaton technology, yet with a design that prioritized armament in a form that deviated significantly from reality. It bore a resemblance to the research of a certain doctor, yet fundamentally aligned more closely with her own studies. That by the time she regained her focus, she found herself confronted with his composed smile. "How about it, Miss Sandone? Do I now possess the qualifications to engage in discourse with you?" The expression which she wore at that moment is still etched in her memory. It was the first time she realized that there existed another individual in this realm who could stand shoulder to shoulder with her. "As you wish." Indeed, faced with such temptation, she could not refuse that. It has already been 3 years that my sleeping face attractive? No, it is utterly unappealing. The two exchanged knowing smiles, an unspoken understanding between them. Chapter 25. A clash of wits. Everything unfolded precisely as Sandone had anticipated. The only unforeseen element was Zuo Xi's level of skill. Yet this minor discrepancy proved costly for her. 3 years is neither long nor short. In the grand scheme of her lengthy existence, it constitutes but a fleeting moment. 3 years is not an insignificant span. Aside from the automaton she crafted herself, no one else had shared such proximity to her, day in and day out. It is unclear when it began, but she had grown accustomed to the presence of this bothersome entity. Zuo Xi special. He is not. His physical constitution is merely that of a mortal, devoid of remarkable traits, and he will inevitably perish one day. Even if he possesses immense talent, within the cohort of executive officers, that is merely the foundation upon which one stands. Yet in Sandon's eyes, he is indeed exceptional. Throughout their 3 years of companionship, Zuo Xi has been imbued with a significance uniquely belonging to Sandon. He is not special, yet during an unremarkable period, he approached her in an unremarkable manner, thus rendering him special in her perception. She is not a person prone to shyness. Upon subtly sensing her own feelings, she did not feel embarrassed. The maiden named Sandon quietly savored this unprecedented emotion, once believing that she and he would naturally progress together. This is sufficient, Sandon mused. During Zuo Xi's absence from the winter, Sandon finally recognized the truth. He is but a mortal, destined to perish one day. He is not her automaton. In terms of lifespan, they are worlds apart. Yet he seemingly harbors a disinclination toward modification. His mundane form appears to have become an obsession. Regardless, if no measures are taken, it is inevitable that one day he will depart, and she will inevitably return to her former state. How could she allow such a thing to transpire? To some extent, she began to understand Scaramouche, realizing that the other would leave within a mere century. Sandon felt compelled to prevent such an occurrence. Fortunately, there was still ample time, and she had many opportunities to seek a solution. Sandon became lost in her own thoughts, and despite Zuo Xi calling out to her twice, there was no response. She paid it no mind. Those engaged in technical pursuits often become oblivious to the outside world when deep in contemplation. Thus, Sandon was left alone on the bed, lost in reflection, while Zuo Xi stepped outside. Although it was regrettable that nothing had transpired, he was not in a hurry. There was still plenty of time. Most of the pressing matters had been addressed, taking slightly less time than anticipated, leaving a comfortable margin. However, the duration required for matters concerning Sumeru was unpredictable. If she wished to conclude those affairs before the ceremonial summoning of the spirits, it would be prudent to set off sooner. Contemplating a visit to Rosalind's residence before departure, she discovered that the latter had already left for Liyue at some unknown time. Tiske, why such haste? They could have gone to Liyue together. Redirecting her course toward Columbia's abode, she found herself thwarted once again that Columbia's home was lavish yet eerily desolate, exuding an air of isolation as though she were removed from the mundane world. Aside from the occasional chef who came to prepare meals, there were no attendants in sight. That it was only when Zuo Xi sent a probe robot inside that she realized the place was empty. What was going on? Wasn't the little dove usually idle? Why was she not at home? The surroundings became dreamlike, resembling beautiful bubbles, vibrant yet ephemeral. This was Columbia's inner world, and at some point, she had been drawn into it. The little dove sat quietly on a patch of unreal, beautiful grass, cradling a harp and singing a melody of unknown origin. What song did her own spirit sing? The anxiety that had arisen from the other's actions gradually dissipated beneath the soothing cadence of the song, restoring tranquility to Zuo Xi's heart. She could not discern whether it was the song's influence or some manipulation of her psyche by the other, which was precisely what made Zuo Xi wary. She was uncertain if she had indeed fallen under its spell. That I know, we ought to set off, shouldn't we? If it were not necessary, so she would truly prefer to avoid interaction with Columbia. Before her, she felt as though she were devoid of attire. The notion of her soul being laid bare was far more than mere metaphor in Columbia's presence. So she embarked once more on her maritime journey. Unlike her previous 2 voyages, this time she was accompanied by Columbia, and the vessel was no longer a cruiser but belonged to the standard fleet of the winters past. The route was also different. Not heading to Mondstadt, but instead toward to reach Sumeru. One must first traverse the lands of Liyue. Sumeru seemed to be a testing ground designated by the Dator. I am aware. I have my own plans. Columbia ceased her speech, standing at the bow of the ship, singing the songs of her homeland as before, like a lark without a homecoming. As she stood beside her, quietly appreciating the performance, though she lacked an understanding of music. She could discern the emotions woven into the melody: tranquility, timelessness, and an unplaceable solitude. The tune was not sorrowful. Rather, its overall tone leaned toward gentle joy. Yet, Zuo Xi could still perceive a quiet yet indelible sense of loneliness within it. It felt akin to the island of Pintao, resembling a turtle. The song abruptly ceased, clearly indicating that her soliloquy had been overheard. Zuo Xi felt embarrassed. Could one not sing with undivided attention? The little dove tilted her head, not quite grasping the meaning behind Zuo Xi's words. However, she understood that in that moment, Zuo Xi had successfully empathized with her. The melody resumed, the tune unchanged, yet the ancient loneliness within it was supplanted by something else. It was difficult to define whether it was joy or elation, but it undeniably brought a sense of ease. Liyue Harbor, a place of myriad ships and sails, the most bustling commercial port in all of Teyvat. While its scale in the game might not seem particularly meager, it still elicits a sense of inadequacy for such a title. Upon entering the harbor, one is greeted by an exaggeratedly large port, an uncountable number of vessels, and vast areas designated for extensive commercial trade. The Qinyan army was visible everywhere, maintaining order even amidst such immense throughput, under the governance of the Geo Archon and the Seven Stars. That was, without a doubt, worlds apart from Mondstadt. One could not help but feel a sense of inferiority. As soon as the ship docked, a designated representative approached for coordination, devoid of excessive vigilance or scrutiny, showcasing the poise and confidence of the Liyue nation. Their assurance stemmed from the belief that even should chaos arise, they could maintain control, thus negating the need for excessive restrictions and monitoring. This was an absolute confidence in their own strength, a refinement accumulated over millennia, and an unwavering trust in the Geo Archon. Your Excellency, I am Ganyu, serving as the Secretary of the Seven Stars. The Liyue Seven Stars request your presence at the Chuanyu Pavilion for a discussion. Following the coordination, a blue-haired girl with dark red horns approached Zuo Xi, conveying the invitation from the Seven Stars. I see, Miss Ganyu. Is it? Our schedule is rather tight. Please lead the way at once. Ganyu, a rather unremarkable figure in the Teyvat RPG, was an old acquaintance. However, the prospect of ascending to the Chuanyu Pavilion posed a dilemma for Zuo Xi. She had a fear of heights, and her recollection of the floating stone used as an elevator was that it was not particularly large. Would there truly be no safety concerns? No need to worry. I shall protect you. Was this lady truly devoid of the ability to read minds? Perhaps she genuinely was. Otherwise, just based on that statement, she would have already faced retribution. Yet soon, Zuo Xi discovered that her concerns were unfounded. The floating stone was not only significantly larger than in the game, but it was also equipped with railings and other safety measures. Indeed, as long as the administrator was not impaired in judgment, there would be no allowance for such overt safety hazards. After exchanging the secret signal, the three successfully ascended to the Chuanyu Pavilion. Limited by the Mingxia floating stone, the Chuanyu Pavilion was not excessively large, differing only in its more intricate details compared to the game. Miss Ningguang, I have brought the guest to you. I shall wait outside. After you conclude your discussion with Miss Ningguang, you may seek me to return. Thank you, Miss Ganyu. Now, Lady Ningguang, might I inquire what business brings us here to the Chuanyu Pavilion? After thanking Ganyu, Zuo Xi wasted no time in getting to the point. After dispatching both the young master and Rosalind, it was only natural for the other to send two executives as well to demonstrate their authority. You flatter us. The two of you, esteemed executives, have traveled great distances to the land of Liyue. My failure to personally welcome you is already a breach of etiquette. This invitation to dine in our celestial palace serves not only to express my apologies, but also to offer some form of compensation. With a clap of her hands, the trio of secretaries, Bai Wen, Bai Shi, and Bai Xiao, approached with trays of gifts, placing them on the table before retreating. Furthermore, there is a matter I do not understand, and I hope you two esteemed officials can enlighten me. Shifting her posture, Ningguang continued without waiting for Zuo Xi's response. May I ask, esteemed officials, has your nation sent 4 executives to Liyue to observe the spirit summoning ceremony? Upon uttering these words, the aura emanating from Ningguang became sharp, her body leaning slightly forward, exuding an invisible pressure. Yet regrettably, so she was impervious to such tactics. While Columbia remained seated, seemingly unperturbed, Ningguang's inquiry was decidedly impolite, serving both as a test and a warning. While probing, she cautioned that the Geo Archon would soon make his divine presence known, and it would be wise to consider their intentions. I have long been aware of the tradition of Liyue's spirit summoning ceremony, and I am indeed quite intrigued. Should time permit, I certainly would not miss it. However, it is a pity that my purpose in coming to Liyue is merely to pass through. That is not my aim here. Or do you, Lady Ningguang, believe that the land of your nation is off-limits to the people of the winter? So she was unsure when she donned her mask, her aura fully unleashed, standing in defiance against Ningguang, matching her in intensity. This is rather interesting. This is the thought that simultaneously arises in the hearts of the two individuals. Chapter 26. I did not expect you to be such as Zuo Xi. The gentleman jested, remarking how long they had spoken without the chance to become acquainted, so he would take the initiative. I am Ningguang, honored to serve in the esteemed position of Tianquan, graciously favored by the emperor. The executives of the Frostbite are all exceptional individuals, and today's encounter has proven the truth of that statement. However, I have yet to have the opportunity to introduce myself properly. May I ask if the two of you could fulfill this humble wish of mine? As Tianquan Ningguang, I am quite prosperous. Your reputation, my lord, resounds like thunder across Teyvat, and there is hardly anyone who does not recognize it. The prospect of mutual acquaintance has long been a desire of mine, and it is indeed my wish that you, my lord Ningguang, become acquainted with me, that I am merely Mortar, the lowly mortal who occupies the 12th seat among the Harbingers. This is the 3rd seat. The maiden Columbia. Both are seasoned players in the political arena, their banter polished and practiced. In their initial exchanges, neither managed to gain the upper hand, and now, as they press forward, it is but a matter of choice. Both are acutely aware of this reality and instinctively temper their own airs. The atmosphere is one of cordiality, and the earlier tension seems to have dissipated as if it never existed. Even the subsequent pleasantries must be delivered with care. Under no circumstances should one tear the facade apart, and the subtlety of Ningguang's words leave Zuo Xi with little room to maneuver. Yet, Zuo Xi is unfazed, for his greatest confidence lies in the presence of Columbia by his side. The first to falter in this game would certainly not be their side. The hierarchy among the Harbingers is not common knowledge, and ordinary individuals would find it challenging to access such information. However, as one of the nation's highest decision-makers, this level of intelligence is merely foundational. Hence, she understands well the implications of the 3rd seat. Even if she is unaware of the significance of the top 3 seats' prowess, the weight carried by such a high-ranking position is adequate. This complicates matters significantly. She had not anticipated the arrival of someone of such stature. Based on their interaction patterns, she had presumed that Zuo Xi's position would be somewhat elevated. The Harbingers had recently appointed a new executive, and she had initially speculated it to be the quiet maiden beside her. To her surprise, the one occupying the last seat truly is one of the two, yet not the individual she had envisioned. The maiden she had mistakenly presumed to be in the last seat possesses a rank far beyond her expectations. As the last seat, Zuo Xi is already quite formidable. Based on this, the peril posed by the individual in the 3rd seat may far exceed her imagination. This must also be one of the Empress's intentions in placing him among the 12. As a false lower limit, elevating the overall perception of the Harbinger's strength in the eyes of others. One must commend Ningguang. Although her usual composure has waned, she displays no signs of it outwardly. Speaking of which, we have already submitted a notification regarding our passage through your esteemed nation. Is it that Lord Ningguang is forgetful, or does she simply not regard the relations between our two nations? Seizing the opportunity, while the opponent has not yet fully regained composure, Zuo Xi initiates a challenge. Although he has no intention of causing trouble in Liyue for the time being, he will return to Liyue to fulfill his duties after handling matters in Simu. Establishing a favorable image now will ensure that any subsequent investigations targeting Zuo Xi will be inevitably influenced by this initial impression. That should suffice. The remainder will be filled in by those of wit. As you say, the relations between our two nations have always been harmonious, and the matter of the layered rocks was indeed aided by your nation's strong support. How could I dare to slight the two of you? The guests are unaware that in Liyue, Administration is divided among the 7 stars and 8 doors, each fulfilling their responsibilities. Communication of information may sometimes be somewhat delayed, as esteemed officials of your nation. There should be no issue with your passage, and it appears that my subordinates took the liberty to approve it on their OWIS. This not a testament to the friendship between our two nations? I trust that my visit to the Frostbite will be smooth, yes. However, if this matter has caused any discomfort to you esteemed guests, it is indeed my oversight. Why not allow me to host you at the New Moon Pavilion to welcome you and wash away the dust? Ningguang's response is swift, leaving no room for Zuo Xi to exploit the situation. Some issues are better left to be discussed at the dining table. Zuo Xi, sensing the favorable turn, refrains from allowing the other to continue the probing conversation, politely declining Ningguang's invitation on the grounds of tight schedule. Yet he cannot help but feel a longing for Liyue cuisine, reminiscent of the flavors of home. However, he finds himself more intrigued by Wanmin Restaurant than by the New Moon Pavilion or Liuli Pavilion. After departing from the Ying Terrace and reuniting with Natalia and her group waiting below, so she decides to meet with Tartaglia before setting off. Someone is following us. I know. It would be concerning if no one were. Let them follow. It will ease the worries of those prominent figures. Indeed, Columbia, possessing extraordinary strength, also has an exceptionally keen sense due to her unique abilities to her. Those adept at following them appear as if they are mockingly close at hand. Upon arriving at the North Country Bank, the guard Vlad is idly writing a letter for another guard on duty. As the group approaches, Vlad conceals the letter he was writing, preparing to present his usual greeting, only to be struck speechless upon seeing the 2 individuals before him. Among the 3, 2 bear distinctive insignias, which in the Harbingers can only be possessed by executives. Each executive's insignia is unique, and memorizing these insignias represents a task that each Harbinger must complete before formally joining. The 2 insignias represent the mortal lord of the 12th seat and the maiden lord of the 3rd seat, respectively. Fortunately, the decorum of the Harbingers prompts him to instinctively kneel before the 2, a gesture of respect afforded to executives and the Empress. Good luck. I have faith in you. The executive has spoken to me. However, we are referring to, amidst the surprise, Vlad realizes that his little secret may have been exposed, yet the executive seems not to hold it against him. Thank heavens, the executive truly is commendable. Ajax, have you made any progress on the task? So she has a good relationship with Tartaglia. Otherwise, Tartaglia would not have come to his aid previously, and he has always addressed Tartaglia as Ajax. Ah, my friend, I have long heard of your arrival in Lee, yet I did not expect it to be so soon. The maiden is here too. Never mind, I heard you had a smooth journey in Mondstadt. Congratulations. Since you are here, could you handle matters in Liyue for me as well? Zuo Xi understands Tartaglia's character. He is not one to scheme, although he will resort to strategy when necessary, preferring to resolve issues through combat. A true brawler. It is precisely because of this straightforwardness that Zuo Xi can easily deduce Tartaglia's thoughts. It is effortless to befriend such a person, and Zuo Xi is more than willing to cultivate this friendship. Certainly, as long as you accompany me to Sumeru for a while, I shall attend to the matters in Liyue upon my return. Sumeru, that is where the Dator resides, correct? But never mind. Since you say so, I presume you have already made plans? I shall accompany you. Splendid. Finally, I can set aside these convoluted matters. That Ningguang is truly a headache to converse with. Tartaglia readily agrees, eager for someone to handle his tasks. You can count on me, my friend. Would I ever let you down? Rosalind should have arrived in Liyue by now, yes? Where is she? That woman. She arrived a few days ago. But we do not get along, so I have no interest in her whereabouts. The evaluation of Skirmouch's ability to cause trouble for Tartaglia and Rosalind is equally matched. Their incompatibility may very well stem from their similar natures. I see. Then let us not concern ourselves with her for now. We should return to Liyue from Sumeru before the divine ceremony. At that time, follow my plan. Zuo Xi's words are rather brusque, lacking the courtesy typically expected among colleagues. Yet both are already accustomed to this mode of interaction, and neither pays heed to such details. You may arrange it as you wish. Zuo Xi's presence seems to have allowed Tartaglia to fully relax. His feet resting on the table, his entire being slouched in the chair. In that case, let us set forth. Are you in such a hurry? Wait for me, my friend, in truth, traveling directly by boat from Sumeru to Ormuz port would be more convenient. However, Zuo Xi opted to take the detour through Liyue for three primary reasons. First, he wished to avoid an extended sea journey. Second, he intended to persuade the 11th Harbinger to join him, necessitating a plausible justification for taking charge of Liyue's affairs. Thirdly, there were the Fatui soldiers lurking beneath the chasm of the Liyue region. Numerous Fatui soldiers had come to support Liyue, but soon, due to the Fatui's chaotic actions, the local authorities would abandon them, severing their supply lines. Yet as long as they had not openly clashed with Liyue, the soldiers below would remain regarded as heroes of support. For the time being, there was no need for excessive concern. They could be withdrawn promptly when the situation called for it. Although the 9th Brigade belonged solely to the 11th Harbinger, Zuo Xi had already secured the necessary written orders during his time in Sumu. Truly, the mayor was a wily old fox, having navigated the political landscape for countless years. While the safety of his subordinates was at stake, he could still view it as a bargaining chip to negotiate benefits with Zuo Xi. This journey to Sumu, Zuo Xi had not brought many companions. Aside from Tartaglia and Colombina, he was accompanied only by his petite assistant, Natalia. The 9th Brigade, serving as a frontline support unit, naturally had its own office and supply hub above. After delivering the written orders to the Fatui's local commander, Zuo Xi had completed half of his third task, with the remaining half to be addressed upon the conclusion of their summer trip. Traversing through the mining tunnels of the chasm, they would soon officially set foot on Sumeru's land. Before entering, he had some essential matters to discuss. Colombina, I will be relying on you from here on. What do you need me to do? There's nothing specific for you to do. Just ensure my mental defenses are fortified should anyone attempt to invade my mind, that if the intention is merely conversation, you may facilitate the connection. This was precisely why Colombina was indispensable that in terms of direct combat capabilities, the Dendro Archon might be the weakest among the 7 current Archons. Yet, regarding the threat she posed as Zuo Xi, she was more formidable than all the others combined. When beset by the other 6 gods, Zuo Xi at least had a notion of how his demise would unfold. He might even activate his disguise and have a slim chance of escape, perhaps taking 1 or 2 with him. However, in the face of the Dendro Archon's powers, he would be oblivious to when he had been ensnared. In terms of mental fortitude, he could not even claim to have a weakness. He was a blank slate. Without Colombina as a safeguard, the journey to Sumeru would be fraught with impossibility. It was against his principles to undertake such a perilous venture. Should the Dendro Archon prove amicable, Colombina would serve as a good luck charm. If the Archon sought to invade his mental space, Colombina would become an unyielding bastion of his psyche. Very well, I shall protect you. Colombina remained her usual reticent self, nodding in agreement before lapsing into silence that, in an instant, Zuo Xi felt a wave of clarity wash over him, a refreshing sensation cascading from his head throughout his body, as though someone had lifted the crown of his head and poured ice water within. Partner, I never expected you to be this kind of person, Tartaglia remarked, his complex emotions evident. Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. Chapter 27. The Demon Kingus Armentua. She had never imagined that one day he would be regarded by Tartaglia with such an expression. Ajax, why don't you protect us? Do you hear what you're saying? Which of you needs my protection? Is it the 3rd seat? Or perhaps the individual who defeated me on their very first day? Or maybe this assistant lady? Despite his words, Tartaglia nonetheless accepted the task with sincerity. Protection implied there would be a fight, which he found quite appealing. Ignoring Tartaglia's peculiar gaze, Zuo Xi and the 3 of them officially stepped onto Sumeru's territory. The sensation of entering Sumeru felt no different from arriving in any other nation. There was no surprise encounter with the Dendro Archon, nor any grand mechanism to cool the air. Following the path, they quickly approached the vicinity of the transformative city walls that, if memory served, Kale resided near the transformative city walls, and the Fatui had left her with significant trauma. Recklessly approaching might not be the wisest choice. However, he truly wished to give her fox ears a gentle tug. Nevertheless, he decided to divert his course. The opportunity to tug at her ears would have to wait for another time. Suddenly, 3 arrows laced with dendro energy shot from the forest towards them, only to be intercepted mid-air by water blades that, now this is intriguing. I never expected anyone would dare to attack the Fatui. Zuo Xi mused. Partner, you didn't foresee this, did you? I did not. I did not. You mustn't speak so recklessly. Zuo Xi internally denied the suggestion while also deducing the origin of the arrows. Targeting the Fatui with dendro energy was not a rarity. The Fatui had made countless enemies. And it was entirely possible for a few dendro users to be present in Sumeru. What truly confirmed Zuo Xi's suspicions was the subsequent appearance of the doll, Coriamba. Upon realizing her attack had failed, Kale tossed Coriamba as a distraction and swiftly retreated. After instructing Tartaglia, who was poised to give chase, to bring her back unharmed, it was not long before Tartaglia emerged from the forest, dragging a dazed Kale behind him. Here you go, partner. What do you need this girl for? Capturing Kale was hardly more challenging for Tartaglia than catching a chick. They were not even in the same league. Kale hadn't even had time to react before she was knocked unconscious. We were quite fortunate. Our first bargaining chip is in hand. Why are you hitting me? So she flashed an evil grin reminiscent of Dialect, but was swiftly met with a swift chop from Columbina. No such smiles. But we are villains, are we not? Very well. You're in charge. Throughout this journey, they would have to rely on this lady. Resisting her would be unwise. Columbina gazed at her hand, seemingly discovering newfound amusement. Suddenly, Zuo Xi felt a wave of foreboding regarding his future fate. Ever since that moment, whenever Columbina was near him, she would occasionally poke his face, tap his head, or even tug at his hair. For quite some time, she found great delight in this. Upon receiving Kale, so she entrusted her to his Titan companion. Given the vast disparity in their strengths, there was no possibility of Kale escaping. Slowing their pace deliberately, they merely needed to wait for the desert white-eared fox to detect the anomaly and follow the trail to find them. Tinari did not keep them waiting long. Noticing that the expected Kale had yet to appear, he quickly sensed something amiss and tracked them down through their footprints. Should we flush them out? Not yet. Let us have a conversation first. Calming the restless Tartaglia, so she called out into the air, Mr. Forest Ranger, you've been following us for quite a while. Why not step forward and discuss? Fatui, this is not Sumeru. You're being excessively brazen. I advise you to release Kale and vacate the premises at once. Due to their deliberate slowing of pace, Tinari miscalculated the timing, leading him to discover their presence without being able to meticulously conceal his own tracks. So he was not surprised at being detected. These individuals gave him an impression of being anything but ordinary, especially that girl with her eyes covered, who evoked a sense of unfathomable depth within him. Thus, he refrained from recklessly intervening, as his instincts warned him that the odds of success were low. His instincts had always been accurate. I believe you must be mistaken. It was this young lady who initiated the attack without cause. And we are merely acting in self-defense. Self-defense. Is it? You expect me to believe such a claim? While he spoke thus, he was also aware that it was highly probable that Kale had indeed struck first. Encountering a past nightmare in a familiar place would naturally provoke instinctual protective reactions in a state of extreme tension that, you know I'm right, don't you? In any case, you know her. She attacked us, and I require an explanation. Otherwise, Tartaglia, ever cooperative, summon a water blade, poised for action at Zuo Xi's command. Indeed, I have no doubt that given your familiarity with this forest, escaping us would be no challenge. However, should you wish to take this young lady away, I do hope Mr. Forest Ranger will make the right choice at the present. Kalai appears to be out of immediate danger. He simply fainted that it is likely that the target was indeed himself from the outset, with Kalai inadvertently caught in the crossfire. However, Tinali remains perplexed as to the motives behind these individuals seeking him out. In any case, before reinforcements arrive, it would be prudent to engage in conversation that aligns with their narrative. Very well. What would you like to discuss? Precisely, my name is Amotair. May I inquire how this gentleman is addressed? Tinali. Mr. Tinali, is it? What a splendid name. Are those ears of yours authentic? That is of no concern to you. Amotair. I presume you hold a significant position within the Sherwinter organization. Your two companions do not seem to be ordinary individuals. Surely, you must be one of the executive officers of Sherwinter? What brings such a prominent figure to Sumeru? Tinali is genuinely taken aback by the erratic nature of Zuo Xi's thoughts. How did the conversation leap to his ears? Nevertheless, it is imperative to extract some intelligence before Sano arrives. Do not be so hasty in your inquiries, Mr. Tinali. I am aware you are stalling for time, yet I am merely providing you with an opportunity. However, to be frank, I believe you need not be so wary of me. As I am certainly no devil, I have articulated the entire sequence of events quite clearly. I fail to understand why you harbor such animosity toward me that a paddle hurtles through the air from a distance, aimed directly at Zuo Xi, only to be intercepted and deflected by Dahlia. Yet it seems you too are quite agitated. It appears I must temper your enthusiasm if we are to continue our discourse. Ajax, it is your turn to make an entrance. Can you incapacitate the two of them? That is precisely what I have been waiting for, my friend. After holding back for so long, Dahlia is finally able to unleash his combat instincts. Utilizing both the Eye of God and the Evil Eye to protect Zuo Xi from Tina Li's ranged harassment, while engaging Sano in a head-on confrontation without losing ground. It is evident that he has been pent up, relishing the battle and deliberately maintaining a stalemate. Ajax, there will be ample opportunities for you to enjoy yourself later. For now, expedite the resolution of this conflict. Demon King armament, in your current state, a mere 10 seconds of activation should pose no risk to your well-being, correct? Understood, my friend. Responding to Zuo Xi's urging, Dahlia can no longer afford to revel in the battle. Water and thunder elements entwine around Dahlia's limbs and torso, accompanied by a blinding purple brilliance and a deafening roar of thunder. As the light dissipates rapidly, a set of blue-purple armor envelopes Dahlia, his face obscured by a peculiar one-eyed mask, exuding an aura of sinister madness. This marks Dahlia's complete form, a fortified state of the Demon King armament grounded in the power of the Abyss. The enhancement provided by the Demon King armament is comprehensive, with the sole drawback being significant stamina consumption and a degree of bodily harm. According to Zuo Xi's analysis of Dahlia's combat data, he can maintain this state for a maximum of 3 minutes, though a mere 10 seconds should pose no issues. However, transitioning into this form necessitates a warm-up. If forced, 10 seconds would indeed be the limit. Thus, the game officially commences. Endure these 3 minutes to the best of your abilities. TSK, this fellow truly does not take his own words to heart. Chapter 28. Prelude fully unleashed, Dahlia does not disappoint Zuo Xi. Dispatching the two adversaries in less than 3 minutes, if he were to disregard their lives. This time could be even shorter, perhaps not even requiring the complete release of the Demon King armament. However, incapacitating individuals is far more challenging than merely defeating them, thus necessitating a bit of effort. My friend, this is far more exhilarating than a mere brawl. Indeed, I shall never be bored while following you. Dahlia thoroughly enjoys this fight, finding such deliberately constrained combat ideal for honing his skills. Gentlemen, may we now settle down for a conversation, as he gazes at the two bound and discarded on the ground. Zuo Xi reveals his signature smile that, in truth, he possesses no distinctive smile, merely exhibiting a normal grin. Yet in the eyes of the two on the ground, this smile becomes particularly glaring, as Tina Li anticipated their predicament would not unfold smoothly. But he did not expect that one individual could single-handedly resolve their situation. Sano, as the Grand Commissioner of Sumru, representing the law enforcement agency, naturally possesses formidable strength. Tina Li, accustomed to patrolling the jungles, adeptly capitalizes on the terrain's advantages. Jungle warfare is second nature to him. Yet they were so effortlessly subdued, not merely defeated, but thoroughly captured. Are the executive officers truly this powerful? Regardless, they find themselves at the mercy of their captors. With no room for negotiation, they must now ascertain what the other party wishes to discuss. Fortunately, it appears these individuals harbor no intention of harming Kulai. Even with the two of them captured, they seem disinclined to treat Kulai as expendable. Let us converse. Even in captivity, Sano remains taciturn, utterly unaffected by his current predicament. Allow me to take the lead in this discussion, Mr. Executive Officer. Might I inquire about your intentions in capturing the three of us? Tina Li, having been friends with Sano for many years, is well aware of his friend's character and knows he is not adept at communication. Thus, it is more fitting for him to take the reins in negotiations. I initially stated that this was a misunderstanding. Miss Kolai assaulted us without provocation, that I intended to seek an explanation from you both, only to find you so unreasonable, launching an attack at the slightest disagreement. Truly, one is often drawn to their kind. Restraining you both was a last resort. May I now receive an explanation? Zuo Xi appears to be lamenting his plight, yet his smile remains unwavering, much to Sano's annoyance. Very well, then, what does the esteemed executive officer wish for us to offer as compensation? Regardless of the validity of the other party's assertions, the fact remains that they have been captured, even if they were to claim black was white. There would be no room for rebuttal. It may be more prudent to bypass this stage and discuss compensation instead. Zuo Xi, how obstinate. Could it be that the desert's wide-eared fox cannot comprehend certain human languages? Nevertheless, it matters not. My objective has been achieved, and I trust the other party now possesses a profound impression of our group. Heh. If you cannot comprehend human speech, then I suggest you promptly vanish from my sight while my mood remains favorable. Although I would like to seize the opportunity to gain something, such an endeavor would devolve into a transaction. Nothing is truly free. Only by creating such a tumultuous scene and then releasing them without reason will sow the seeds of doubt within them. Unravel the ropes yourselves. I am aware you possess the means. Disposing of Kolai onto the ground, he disregarded the astonished gazes of the two and departed from Huachunghua. Next, we shall proceed to Sumeru City. In the realm of Sumeru, the domain of the Dendro Archon, verdant rainforests and towering trees flourish abundantly. The principal city, Sumeru City, is magnificently perched atop a colossal tree, truly earning its title as a city in the treetops. Upon entering Sumeru City, the group encountered no hindrance, nor did anyone approach them to distribute the void terminals. They entered the city with remarkable ease, prior to the execution of the God Creation Project by the Academy's United Scholars. The void terminals were exclusively granted to the native inhabitants of Sumeru and long-term travelers residing there. However, this tranquility felt somewhat unnerving. Intentionally slowing their pace, it was expected that Tinery and Sino had already submitted their reports. Xiaoyang cast a questioning glance towards Columbia, who, despite keeping her eyes closed, turned her face towards Zuo Xi and nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, there were observers. It seemed that no matter where they ventured, they were under scrutiny. Much like the traveler, who was perpetually pursued wherever they roamed. Ignoring the watchers, the group proceeded to their first destination in Sumeru City, the Grand Bazaar. Here, a handful of the small Dendro Archon's followers congregated, making it an ideal setting for Zuo Xi to deliver a modest shock to them, reminiscent of the Harbingers. Dina Zaydai was absent, suggesting a necessary visit to Port Ormuz, as she was both gravely ill and a devout follower of the small Dendro Archon. This truly was a perfectly tempting bait. The Grand Bazaar was as bustling as ever, filled with individuals from all corners of Sumeru, each becoming a part of this vibrant place for their own unique reasons. The atmosphere was warm and cheerful, creating a striking contrast to the somber environment outside the bazaar. As anticipated, upon stepping into the Grand Bazaar, the number of watchers significantly diminished, eventually fading entirely. This location had never been valued highly, even regarded with disdain by the Academy. Despite the potential danger posed by their group, if their target was the Grand Bazaar, the level of vigilance would not be particularly high. Unfortunately, today was not the day for Nilo's performance. Leaving Zuo Xi with a sense of regret for missing the opportunity to witness her dance firsthand. After meandering through the bazaar, Zuo Xi arrived at the most prominent spot within, the central stage. "Sir, may I inquire what brings you here?" a voice asked as Zuo Xi lingered for a moment. Placing a finger to her lips to signal silence, the inquirer collapsed to the ground. The commotion quickly drew the attention of others. Eager individuals rushed to assist, yet they too fell to the ground after only a few steps. "Remember, my name is Mortar." The voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the eerie atmosphere. The name Mortar firmly imprinted itself in the minds of those present. Subsequently, encircling Zuo Xi, the entire populace of the Grand Bazaar fell to the ground one by one, and soon, only the four of them remained standing. "What have you done? What have you done to everyone?" At that moment, Nilo arrived. Though she was not performing today, she often volunteered her help during her leisure time. Upon entering, she was met with the sight of the fallen crowd and instantly sensed the ill intentions of those standing on the stage. Without a moment's hesitation, She drew her sword, the water element rippling dazzlingly in her grasp. As a wielder of the vision, her combat prowess was formidable. Of the four before her, only one possessed a vision, and she was not without the capability to fight. While her intentions were noble, her combat skills, though impressive against ordinary foes, paled in comparison to the present company. She could only contend with Natalia in a few exchanges. Unsurprisingly, Nilo was swiftly subdued by Dator, and, at Zuo Xi's signal, she remained unharmed, yet the hope of breaking free was but a distant dream. What do you intend to do? Why commit such acts? Why harm everyone? Gazing at the sprawled bodies, Nilo's eyes brimmed with hatred and regret. Tears streamed down her face as she loudly questioned Zuo Xi. The atmosphere that Zuo Xi had meticulously cultivated was momentarily disrupted by her words, leaving him momentarily speechless. They're not dead. Remember my face. Remember my name. I am Mortar. Now, it is time for you to rest. Having resolved matters at the Grand Bazaar, the four departed Sumer City under Zuo Xi's guise, heading towards Port Ormuz. This is truly astonishing. Our debt collector employs similar tactics, yet compared to your methods, it feels like child's play, Dator remarked. Moreover, how did you manage to conceal even the footprints, those external traces? This was Dator's first encounter with Zuo Xi's disguise, and his first experience being enveloped in such a ruse. To his eyes, the group appeared semi-transparent, yet none of the passers-by noticed their presence. The footprints they left behind had been erased, achieving a truly flawless concealment. The principle behind Zuo Xi's disguise was to simulate and record the surrounding environmental information, then replicate it entirely. No form of physical detection could penetrate Zuo Xi's ruse. The only drawback was its ineffectiveness against mental powers. Columbia, however, seemed unfazed, perhaps entirely indifferent to such matters, as she did not react at all. Zuo Xi speculated that Columbia's perception of the world differed significantly, with visual input likely holding less weight than for an average person. Thus, in her perception, the group's transformation was minimal, explaining her lack of response. By the way, partner, doesn't this create a bit too much commotion? Zuo Xi cast an insightful glance at Dator. Oh, so you are aware that this is noisy? Whose noise could possibly rival the chaos you create in Liyue? Within 10 minutes, those individuals would awaken, and upon doing so, they would have no recollection of the events, save for my name lingering in their subconscious. While it may seem that a significant disturbance occurred, in reality, very few would remember this incident. Those Zuo Xi found the situation amusing, he patiently explained, as he did not wish to be perceived as an uncaring madman, especially by Dator. Nevertheless, he acknowledged that the scene had indeed been rather grand, prompting him to employ disguise to facilitate their exit from the city in order to avoid unnecessary complications. Columbia remained unresponsive, given that it was she who had orchestrated these events. When they arrived, Zuo Xi had instructed her to do nothing but safeguard his mental state. Yet when it came to utilizing her, Zuo Xi was unyielding. After all, debts owed must be repaid. Why not use her while she seemed unbothered? On another note, Zuo Xi wondered if Columbia might be too kind to him. Broadening his perspective, it appeared that the esteemed empress treated him with considerable favor. It was puzzling, truly puzzling. Returning to the matter at hand. The preliminary groundwork had been laid, and the subsequent actions would be crucial in gaining access to the small Dendro Archon. Chapter 29. Preparations complete. Awaiting Nina. Port Ormuz, the largest harbor in Sumeru, is a bay controlled by the dual trees. Due to these two colossal trees, Port Ormuz, while lacking the splendor of Liyue Harbor, exudes an air of grandeur. If Liyue Harbor represents the accumulation of Liyue's civilization, then Port Ormuz embodies the exquisite craftsmanship of nature in Sumeru. Being distanced from Sumeru City, the regulations imposed by the Academy are relatively lenient, resulting in a diverse assembly of individuals in this area. Members of prominent families, mercenaries from the Golden Troop, and merchants dealing in illicit goods can all be found here. Zuo Xi's objective for coming here was none other than the young lady, Dina Dai, of the Huma family, to draw out the small Dendro Archon without raising her suspicions. The approach towards Dina Dai would be particularly significant. Natalia, please arrange a temporary residence. We must await the opportune moment. Until then, let us fully immerse ourselves in the local customs and culture of Sumeru. Due to Dina Zidai's affliction with the Mulin disease, her freedom of movement is tightly controlled by her family, allowing her only limited time outdoors. Thus, she must exercise patience. It is not merely a matter of waiting for her to enjoy some fresh air, but rather anticipating an opportune moment to intervene in the Huma family affairs. Being a family, they undoubtedly prioritize the collective interests. This is precisely the domain in which Zuo Xi excels. He is well versed in the processes of commercial suppression and coercive persuasion. However, constrained by the objectives of this endeavor, such drastic measures cannot be employed. Directly infiltrating under false pretenses would bear little fruit, as it would instill fear and other negative emotions in Dina Zidai, which would not be conducive to negotiations with the little grass god. Fortunately, Shumi offers a more suitable ally for him. Natalia promptly arranged the finest accommodations for their group, consistently executing Zuo Xi's instructions with remarkable speed and quality. Over the past few days, the group has enjoyed a leisurely existence. Dada Aliyah, with nothing to do, has taken to fishing and surfing by the water. Lun Bi Ya finds joy in sitting by the bed, gazing into the distance while singing. Zuo Xi meanders aimlessly, as if searching for something by chance. And Natalia remains steadfast, ensuring everyone's needs are met with clarity. Days later, during one of his aimless wanderings, Zuo Xi finally identified his target. Wealth can procure anything, and Shumi exemplifies this adage to its fullest extent. The underlying reason largely stems from one individual, Dali. In Dali's realm, as long as one possesses sufficient mora, they can acquire anything they desire, without a hint of concern. So she is not lacking in mora, which implies that he and Dali are likely to enjoy a pleasant rapport. I have noticed you lingering around here for several days, clearly in search of me. What can I assist you with? Is there something difficult to procure that you require my intervention for? As long as the mora is ample, I could even pluck a hair from the little auspicious grass king for you. Dali possesses a keen eye for discerning individuals, immediately recognizing that the person before her is neither more deficient nor unwilling to spend it. Thus, she fervently promotes her capabilities, sensing that this transaction is bound to be lucrative. I have heard much about Lord Dali's reputation. Might you offer opportunities here? While Zuo Xi is no stranger to negotiations among merchants, at this moment, he finds himself in the role of a customer. A position he is not accustomed to. A discerning guest indeed. My reputation is stellar throughout Shumi. What kind of opportunity does the esteemed guest seek? Merchants are ever inclined to wear smiles, and so it is with Zuo Xi and Dali alike. Though Dali's eyes sparkle with a mischievous glint, provide me with an opportunity to enter the Huma household under the guise of a physician. Beneath the moonlight, the two cunning foxes concluded their bargaining. After a deposit was exchanged, Dali set off to prepare the necessary arrangements, while Zuo Xi returned to the inn to await news. Several days later, within the chambers of the Huma family's eldest daughter, Dina Zidai, Zuo Xi expressed his apologies. Miss Dina Zidai, it is exceedingly challenging to cure your ailment. Presently, I can only achieve this degree of improvement. That it is quite all right, Mr. Mortal. Achieving this level of relief brings me great joy. Dina Zidai replied calmly, to be honest, before meeting you, I believed I was beyond hope. Dina Zidai exhibited far more tranquility than anticipated. The inability to cure her condition was within her expectations. In fact, managing to stabilize it to this extent was a significant surprise. With Dali's assistance, so she successfully entered the Huma household as a scholar of medicine and alleviated the symptoms of Dina Zidai's Mulin disease. This condition fundamentally stems from the corruption of the world tree, manifesting as a projection in the material realm. Unless the pollution is purified, complete eradication is impossible. However, Zuo Xi and other outsiders possess a certain immunity to the world tree, rendering its effects on him negligible. Moreover, during the Wind Dragon incident, Zuo Xi had confirmed his inexplicable purification abilities. Thus, slightly alleviating the symptoms of Mulin disease was not overly arduous for him in recent days. He had remained close to Dina Zidai under the pretense of providing medical assistance, and now the timing seemed ripe. Under Lun Bi Ya's influence, a particular phrase was implanted into Dina Zidai's subconscious. Once the little grass god connected with her mind, she would inevitably notice this abrupt message within her subconscious. Upon discovering the message, she would know what actions to take. With the preliminary preparations now complete, they awaited the sprouting of the seeds they had sown. Zuo Xi could only hope that the little grass god would show concern for her followers and not keep Zuo Xi waiting too long. During their days at Port, they found themselves under the scrutiny of several individuals. It appeared that the city of Shumi had already caught wind of their presence. What bothersome individuals they were. Although somewhat vexed, it was not prudent to engage in open conflict, for they had not committed any overt transgressions beyond mere observation. Being monitored by such a group rendered Zuo Xi and his companions uneasy, prompting them to remain within the inn, focusing on awaiting communication from the little grass god. The most restless among them was Dada Leah, who was inherently unable to remain idle. Were it not for Zuo Xi's reassurances to remain patient and his promise of future excitement, he would have sought to confront these observers at the very onset of their surveillance. Lun Bi Ya, by nature, was quite serene, indifferent to her surroundings, often singing for an entire day in one spot. As a maid, Natalia, even without venturing outside, had her fair share of responsibilities. Zuo Xi, however, was acutely aware of his purpose, and the anticipation was not as burdensome. Fortunately, the little grass god did not disappoint them. On the third evening, Lun Bi Ya informed Zuo Xi that someone was attempting to establish a mental connection with him. Upon his consent, a youthful yet composed voice resonated in his mind. "Greetings, executive of winter. My name is Na." Chapter 30. Negotiation with the god of wisdom Bier. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Unbeknownst to him, he had once again been drawn into the realm of the mind. Though Zuo Xi had grown somewhat accustomed to this sensation, it was indeed an extraordinary world. The mental space reflects, to a degree, the state of its owner's psyche. If one does not deliberately alter it, the scenery therein is shaped by the owner's subconscious. Just as Lun Bi Ya's mental realm is beautiful, free, yet boundlessly vacant. Nahida's mental space is far more intricate, albeit filled with elements that defy logic, yet upon closer examination, seem to adhere to a peculiar rationale. For instance, flying fish soaring through the skies, apples growing from the earth like potatoes, and trees flourishing entirely in water, with the sun and moon side by side in the sky. It is akin to a fairy tale world. Nahida harbors little resentment regarding her imprisonment, hence the absence of related elements in her space. Yet, this distorted imagery reflects her comprehensive yet insufficient understanding of the world. This realm is less a reflection of her psyche and more a beautifully woven tapestry of her own creation. Executive of Winter, how do you perceive this place in comparison to the real world? As Zuo Xi surveyed the dreamlike surroundings, Nahida displayed curiosity, for she had yet to unveil this world to anyone else. Therefore, she was particularly attentive to the thoughts of Zuo Xi, her first visitor. Beautiful, fantastical, whimsical, yet lacking in authenticity, or perhaps it is a far cry from reality. Much like a fairy tale, is this your understanding of the world? How disheartening. Zuo Xi offered a rather objective assessment, concluding with some personal reflections that, that's so. It seems my grasp of the world is still woefully inadequate. Nahida did not exhibit disappointment. Her understanding of the world was overly formalized, and deviations were to be expected. Then, mortal, your elaborate efforts to guide me before you must entail more than just a mere meeting of dreams, correct? After receiving the perspective of her first visitor, Nahida was finally ready to address the crux of the matter. The lengths to which the other party had gone, even resorting to considerable effort, could not simply be for the sake of introducing her to his dreams. His intentions were undoubtedly more profound. Yet, Zuo Xi's demeanor remained exceedingly cordial, leading her to surmise that he must have matters to discuss with her, which had orchestrated this balanced negotiation scenario. Elaborate efforts? Whatever do you mean? Since the plan has reached this stage, Zuo Xi no longer feels anxious. He intends to engage in a meaningful conversation with this childlike deity. You captured Kale to draw out Tinery, who is a friend of Sano. Both Kale and Tinery serve merely as bait to lure Sano into your grasp. Upon arriving in Sumeru, you revealed your identity as an executive, and with Tinery's prudent nature, he would surely reach out to trustworthy individuals for a joint rescue to enhance the likelihood of success. Naturally, Sano, being a close friend, would be the first choice, especially considering that he's already aware of Kale's circumstances, making the explanation more convenient. Thus, your objective of attracting the attention of the academia has been achieved. Nahida meticulously analyzed Zuo Xi's actions since his arrival in Sumu. Indeed, proceed, let me witness the wisdom of the God of Wisdom. Zuo Xi began to comprehend the behavior of villains, interpreting their own intentions. It is truly delightful to have someone understand the intricacies of one's actions. You have investigated me, realizing that my followers are few and concentrated in the Grand Bazaar. Hence your next destination is the Grand Bazaar. While none of the people there remember what transpired at that time, each individual's subconscious retains a vivid impression of the name Mortar. Moreover, when you were aware of Nilo's memories, you intentionally left a portion of the imagery on the surface of her consciousness, skillfully rendering it ambiguous, causing Nilo to question whether it was merely a dream. However, that fragment of imagery also guided me toward Nilo's deeper consciousness. To be honest, I was startled when I encountered that scene. Since I was discerning the situation through the interpretation of Nilo's memories, the events were inevitably influenced by her subjective impressions. Therefore, what Nahida witnessed was indeed a scene of carnage. One that, after being unconsciously processed by Nilo, appeared quite horrifying. Although I am unaware of your previous actions, it is evident that they were sufficiently impactful to etch your image and name into the minds of my followers in the Grand Bazaar. Zuo Xi nodded slightly. Nilo's appearance was an unexpected turn of events, yet the outcome was surprisingly favorable, akin to a serendipitous encounter. Observing Zuo Xi's expression, Nahida realized her interpretations were largely accurate, prompting her to continue analyzing his subsequent actions. Ultimately, you ventured to Port Omer. Although Dina Zadai is also one of my followers, your approach toward her was remarkably different. You alleviated the symptoms of her magical illness. The intent behind this action is undoubtedly twofold. First, you are conveying goodwill towards me. Second, you are showcasing your uniqueness. However, both points hinge upon a fundamental condition: your unwavering certainty that I would engage in a mental exchange with Dina Zadai. This is what surprises me the most. I truly cannot fathom how you gleaned this information. Lastly, after leaving a significant impression, you planted a message of meeting within Dina Zadai's subconscious. This encompasses all that you have accomplished thus far. How does it fare? Are there any flaws in my interpretation? The Dendro Archon extended a hand forward, mimicking a gesture of grandeur. A fleeting image crossed Zuo Xi's mind, causing him to chuckle involuntarily. Is there an error in my interpretation? Why do you laugh? This laughter left Nahida momentarily bewildered. Logically, her understanding was coherent, with corroboration from multiple perspectives, so there should be no issues. No, your understanding is impeccable. You truly embody the God of Wisdom, as the orchestrator. Having your designs meticulously interpreted by someone of your caliber is indeed a stroke of fortune. Now that you have comprehended to this extent, can you surmise the purpose of our meeting, my esteemed Dendro Archon? After clearing his throat twice to alleviate the awkwardness, Zuo Xi quickly masked his earlier distraction, subsequently praising the Dendro Archon's wisdom with a touch of flattery. Is it to fabricate a unique dreamscape? Oh, quite impressive. I had not specifically disclosed that information. How did you deduce it? That the other party could ascertain the purpose of his visit was indeed unexpected. Yet the fact that they could engage in conversation for so long, knowing the objective from the outset, indicated that there was much to discuss. The goodwill and identity he had previously conveyed had finally borne fruit at this moment. Your group possesses the strength to incite chaos in Sumeru and leverage that turmoil to coerce me into doing your bidding. It would not be a difficult task. That I am truly disheartened. I never imagined you would think so poorly of me. Zuo Xi feigned sorrow for a moment, and Nahida did not interrupt his performance, observing with genuine curiosity. Is this what humans refer to as acting? It is somewhat more exaggerated than I had anticipated. Sincerity is the finest weapon, and Nahida's earnest demeanor almost made Zuo Xi feel a tinge of embarrassment. Very well, please continue. Certainly. Yet even so, you opted for this more circuitous approach to negotiate from a position of greater equality. The matter you wish for me to undertake should be something only I can accomplish, and it lies outside your area of expertise. You dare not take that risk. The executive beside you has been shielding you with mental energy, indicating that you are likely not well-versed in dealing with matters of the mind, and the assistance you seek from me likely pertains to this. Therefore, since you have chosen to seek my help rather than requesting assistance from the executive beside you, despite having orchestrated all these intricate arrangements, there are only 3 possibilities that owe. What are those 3? Nahida raised 3 fingers, and Zuo Xi timely played along. First, she is unwilling to assist you. Second, she is temporarily incapacitated for some reason. Third, her abilities are insufficient to aid you. Given the current circumstances, the first and second possibilities can be dismissed. If we're to speak of matters pertaining to the mental domain, the only unique ability I possess is related to dreams. Is it not? How fascinating. I never expected to infer your objective from such scant information. You truly live up to your title as the god of wisdom. So, what are your thoughts? Nahida's deductive reasoning evoked a sense of déjà vu in Zuo Xi, akin to witnessing a live episode of Detective Conan, leaving him momentarily dazed. If you believe I can fulfill your request, then I am willing to assist you. However, as the executive of the winter, since you have placed us in a position of negotiation, what is your price? At last, we have arrived at the bargaining stage. Allow me to divulge some additional information. Consider this complimentary. After you hear it, we shall continue our discussion. You may utilize your powers to ascertain whether I am speaking the truth. All you need to prepare? Speak freely. I shall form my own judgment. In the near future. Both Sumeru and yourself will face a predicament capable of shaking Sumeru's very foundations. Should I interpret this as a threat? You may judge for yourself. Additionally, this predicament bears no relation to me. You may also ascertain this for yourself. A verdant light enveloped Nahida, the power of the god of wisdom sweeping over Zuo X. As the radiance dissipated, Nahida remained silent for a considerable time. Zuo Xi was not in a hurry, allowing her to deliberate at her own pace. Very well. Let us discuss your terms. Upon confirmation, it appeared that Zuo Xi had not spoken falsehoods. At least he believed he had not. Given his authority as an executive, he might truly possess some insight into the general trajectory of events. It is possible that Sumeru is indeed in peril. Zuo Xi smirked. The bait had been taken. If necessary, I permit you to seek my assistance. How does that sound? Gazing into Zuo Xi's eyes, Nahida fell into another silence, weighing his intentions along with the pros and cons of the situation. Agreed. Excellent. We are now in a mutually supportive relationship. Here's to a pleasant collaboration. Chapter 31. Partner, you surely do not wish for Sandonino, do you? The negotiations proceeded smoothly. Just as Zuo, she was unwilling to gamble on whether the Dendro Archon would harbor resentment and refuse to assist. Nahida was equally disinclined to wager Sumeru's future. Thus, this negotiation yielded favorable outcomes for both parties, truly a win-win scenario. Moreover, Zuo Xi also acquired justification to intervene in the Sumeru incident, entering as a collaborator. The surrounding scenery shifted rapidly, and Zuo Xi was expelled from the mental space. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the concerned gaze of Natalia. Lord Zuo Xi, you have finally awakened. But Natalia's demeanor was ever so graceful. Her hands folded at her abdomen, patiently waiting by Zuo Xi's bedside. How long has it been? 3 days. Lord Zuo X. It appears that the passage of time within dreams operates at a different pace. In his dream, he felt as though he had conversed with Nahida for merely an hour. After stretching his body, Zuo Xi discovered a verdant green bracelet adorning his left wrist. Evidently, this was a gift from Nahida. With this token, he could establish a reciprocal connection with her, functioning as an ethereal terminal exclusive to their interaction. Once Zuo Xi located Rustin's soul, he would be able to contact Nahida to commence the fabrication of the dreamscape. Indeed, this was Zuo Xi's contemplated endeavor to rectify the lingering sorrow between Rosalind and Rustin. While it was possible to create a mere illusion of a dream without Rustin's essence, such a fade would ultimately be deceptive, and Rosalind would reject any form of self-deception. Thus, it was imperative to find the remnants of Rustin's soul and immerse it within the dream, allowing for a genuine reunion of their spirits. This undertaking must transpire upon the lands of Mondstadt, where upon their reunion, Rustin would likely wish for his soul to return to the winds, to rest within the earth's veins. Wendy was familiar with this matter and could facilitate their actions in Mondstadt. Although Rustin's soul remained elusive for the time being, there was no rush. Zuo Xi had yet to find the opportune moment to present this meaningful gift. Such a gift, imbued with significance, ought to be given when Rosalind's heart is stirred, and she must be willing to open her heart. Otherwise, the dream would be unable to penetrate her mental realm. "Partner, you truly can sleep," Dvalin exclaimed as he returned from fishing. The term fishing here referred to concealing his vision and donning more ordinary attire to wander the wilderness. With favorable fortune, he might encounter some oblivious, unfortunate souls to serve as practice dummies, or perhaps find a few one-eyed creatures to toy with. This was how he had spent the past few days. Otherwise, he would not have been so placid. "It has been a while. Nada. Let's arrange our journey back to Liyue." "Yes," Lord Zuo Xi, although the ritual of summoning the Adepti was still some time away. Certain arrangements must be made in advance. By the way, Columbia, I truly appreciate your assistance this time. Will you be returning directly to Winter? I can arrange for a vessel. This expression of gratitude was heartfelt. The dream powers of the little grass deity were more formidable than he had anticipated. Without Columbia's presence, not only would he struggle to seize the initiative, but he might also find himself imprisoned after a mere encounter. "I will accompany you to Liyue." Columbia, who had been singing, paused and turned to face Zuo Xi, contemplating silently for a moment before offering her response. So she could not shake the feeling that she seemed to harbor some small emotion. How could that be? This was Columbia, who was typically so emotionally detached. How could she possibly feel anything merely because he intended to send her back to Winter after utilizing her? It must be an illusion. Indeed, just an illusion. This journey to Liyue was markedly different from the last. Previously, they had merely passed through without formality. This time, they would be traveling as an official delegation, and the display must be grand. For these reasons, they could not retrace their steps, but must wait at the port of Omal for the fleet dispatched by Winter to escort them to Liyue. After several days of waiting for the fleet, by the time they finally set sail for Liyue, 5 days had elapsed. The scale of the fleet was greater than before, although there had been 2 officers on the previous journey in name. There was, in reality, only one main ship since Zuo Xi had been hitching a ride. This time was different, as Zuo Xi's long and used official flagship had been brought along, including Columbia and Dvalin's main ships from Liyue. The fleet size was thrice that of the last journey. Some might wonder why they had traveled as diplomats in Mondstadt, but had not done so previously. There were 2 primary reasons. Firstly, the number of officers on that trip had not been disclosed, and Mondstadt's diplomatic force lacked the clout to demand Winter to reveal such data, rendering Zuo Xi's flagship's presence inconsequential. Secondly, they merely needed to go through the motions in Mondstadt. There was no need for excessive seriousness, as their core belief was one of freedom. However, Liyue was different. This land placed great importance on etiquette and contracts, making adherence to diplomatic decorum essential. The days aboard the ship were as monotonous as ever. But fortunately, Omal Port and Liyue Port were not far apart. Traveling along the coastline would take about a day. A beep sounded from his pocket. Upon checking, he discovered it was a notification from his rudimentary spatial transmission device, indicating that someone had sent him a message. He was uncertain whether it was Eula or Lumen, as Sandone did not use this model, so it could not be her. Opening the mailbox, he retrieved a white envelope, exquisitely crafted and exuding a faint, cool fragrance, adorned with a blue ribbon and sealed with a wax stamp featuring a crest of waves. Eula's personal insignia. "Oh, my dear friend. May the winds of freedom carry my greetings to you. Distant companion. Mondstadt, post-Dragon Calamity, is bustling with activity. While the people are vibrant, dilapidated homes will not restore themselves due to optimism alone. The wild monsters seem to have grown more active following the calamity as well. Perhaps this is why the Knights of Favonius are exceedingly busy. The guerrilla unit I oversee has also been receiving frequent assignments. Shortly after your departure from Mondstadt, I was tasked with a cleanup mission. And it was not until recently that I found some leisure time to examine the trinket you gifted me. I must say, this watch is indeed quite convenient. As a mechanical timepiece, its hands move soundlessly, allowing me to remain discreet in the wilderness. Speaking of which, it is truly remarkable. After a brief experiment, I discovered that it indeed opens a small spatial transmission device. Initially, I thought this was merely a whimsical invention of yours. How have you been faring lately? As an officer, I trust you have no concerns wherever you go. I am not overly concerned for your well-being. As friends, a modicum of concern is only natural, is it not? As I mentioned, I have been busy with missions, and while the intervals between them have lengthened somewhat, the essence remains unchanged. The tasks have been rather tedious, yet the landscapes of the wilderness are quite splendid. During one assignment, I plucked a dandelion. I wonder if you are in winter or elsewhere. Surely such flora does not exist there. In Mondstadt, dandelions symbolize freedom, and I hope this dandelion brings you blessings of distant winds. Eula Lawrence, as the saying goes, a person's writing reflects their character. Eula's script was graceful and elegant, reminiscent of frolicking waves. Accompanying the letter was a meticulously prepared specimen of a dandelion, revealing the creator's meticulous attention to detail. Separating the specimen from the letter and storing them away, Zuo Xi turned to retire to his chamber. Yet, upon turning, he found Valen and Columbia standing behind him, with Natalia lurking slightly further back. "Partner, you are quite adept," Valen remarked, wearing a knowing expression. Columbia stood silently, saying nothing, despite her eyes being closed, as she sensed her gaze lingering on the hand that had retrieved the letter. Upon realizing she had been discovered, Natalia feigned nonchalance, insisting it was only natural for a servant to be attentive to her master's affairs. "When did you arrive?" So she felt a sense of foreboding. Perhaps from the moment the corners of her mouth began to rise. Valen interjected with a smirk. "Does Sandone harbor feelings for her?" Columbia delivered a sharp retort. "Partner, surely you do not wish for Sandone to find out." Valen's expression morphed into one of cunning satisfaction. Under the clear night sky, so she felt the sea breeze grow increasingly frigid, reflecting the treacherous nature of human hearts. Chapter 32. Arrival in Liu. What nonsense is this? I, Zuo Xi, conduct myself with propriety. Why would I fear your complaints? Ajax, I advise you to tread carefully. Sandone has harbored discontent with you for quite some time. I suggest you refrain from walking into a trap. However, upon reflection, it had indeed been quite a while since his training automaton had received an update. And now that it had gained new insights, he would provide an upgrade upon returning to winter. He was flustered. He truly was. Resorting to coercive tactics was unexpected. What are you saying, partner? That was never my intention. Given our relationship, I would never betray you. Then it is settled. Remember to upgrade my robot when you return to winter, as its performance is becoming somewhat inadequate. You with your prominent brows and striking eyes. Ajax, typically appearing as a brash individual, I had not anticipated your ruthlessness when it comes to threats. This grudge, I, Zuo Xi, shall remember. Silently, I noted this down in my heart for Dadalia, then turned my thoughts toward how to manage Columbia and Natalia. Although it is certain that Natalia stands on my side, I cannot allow this to be the sole reason for neglecting her. Can I? In truth, I am not particularly afraid of them lodging complaints. Setting aside whether they would actually do so, even if they informed Sandone, he likely would not take it to heart. At most, it would merely serve as a pretext to exert a bit of pressure on me. Moreover, Dadalia and the others were largely joking, so why should I comply with them? Perhaps it is simply to pay the toll of my own heart that I am a mechanic, yet simultaneously a merchant. While this may sound somewhat heartless, it is only through mutual independence that I find peace of mind. I find myself in agreement with some of Skaramji's words. The relationships between individuals can be reduced to exchanges of interests. And such bonds are, in fact, the most steadfast. It is not that I lack faith in the brilliance of human nature or the solidity of friendship. On the contrary, I am a fervent supporter of these ideals. I merely do not believe that such beautiful things would manifest in my life as someone who does not belong to this world. What right do I have to indulge in the ties between people? Yet, paradoxically, I am not an indifferent person. My emotions are easily influenced, and I harbor expectations and yearning for all that is beautiful in this world, that I am a complex individual, living with this contradictory mindset to this day. Unbeknownst to me, Columbia had been quietly observing, her face adorned with a rare smile tinged with sorrow. While I was still preoccupied with my concerns about Columbia, she silently departed. It was only when I had pondered for a considerable time, without arriving at a conclusion, and decided to inquire directly, that I realized Columbia had already left the scene. Truly a person of character, I shall wait until next time. For now, I will prioritize Natalia. Natalia, I am here, Lord Zuo Xi. Drawing a deep breath, my gaze grew solemn, as if I had resolved something significant. Please prepare the attire I shall require. shortly. Of course. My lord Zuo Xi. Natalia's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ever since the last banquet, Lord Zuo Xi had insisted on selecting his own attire, and she had not had the opportunity to choose for him since. To her surprise, today brought such a delightful surprise. Thus, with a gaze resolute as if facing death, I was eagerly ushered into the changing room by Natalia. After a day of sailing, Liyue Harbor was finally visible from the lookout. Given the formal nature of this diplomatic mission, the welcoming festivities were considerably grander, even featuring the presence of the Liyue Qixing. Last time, it was Ningguang from Tianquan who welcomed the envoy. This time, it was Keqing from Yuheng. According to the functional divisions of the Qixing and the Eight Doors, such reception should ideally be handled by Ningguang. Moreover, given that the previous encounter had yet to reach a conclusion, Ningguang should have been even more invested in this. However, due to the imminent ritual of the divine envoy, it so happened that this time it fell upon Ningguang to preside, and with her being unable to spare the time, Keqing was reluctantly assigned to greet us. Esteemed envoys from the nation of Sumeru, I am Keqing, the Yuheng star among the Liyue Qixing, that I shall be responsible for your reception moving forward. After your arduous journey, I trust you are feeling somewhat fatigued. Your accommodations have been arranged. Please follow me. Once the vessel anchored and the passengers disembarked amidst the fatuous ranks, Keqing formally stepped forward. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but the male envoy in the center appeared somewhat haggard. Noting this detail silently, Keqing began the formal reception of the guests. Liyue is a realm of etiquette and contracts, and this assertion proved to be true. With the revered Yuheng star personally overseeing the arrangements, we could only comply respectfully. While her words were polite, they were laced with a subtle undertone. There was no room for choice afforded to us. Was this truly the Liyue way of hospitality? However, upon reflection, this was merely the customary procedure. Zuo Xi's actions seemed to be seeking trouble, picking at bones in an EGG. In reality, this was precisely his intent. Addressing difficulties through one individual could provide a general judgment of their character. Of course, that was secondary, so she primarily wished to observe how Keqing would respond. Although Keqing was not particularly adept in diplomacy, she could certainly discern such an obvious provocation. The relationship between Sumeru and Liyue had historically been amicable. With support troops from Sumeru still stationed beneath the towering cliffs, Keqing struggled to comprehend the envoy's intent to provoke so immediately. Nevertheless, comprehension or not, propriety must not be overlooked, as the gentleman stated. Liyue is indeed a land of etiquette. Though this may be somewhat irregular, it is not without merit. If the envoy has pressing matters to attend to, they may be addressed first. The reception can resume at your convenience. If that suits you, as one of Liyue's power holders. Keqing was well-versed in the art of conversation. Although her words were somewhat blunt, they were not particularly impolite, while guests are to follow the host's lead. It matters little. We truly do not mind, and you may proceed as you see fit. You jest, Lady Yuheng. They say the guest follows the hostess lead, so how could the host accommodate the guest? Please lead the way. Indeed, with a straightforward disposition, Keqing chose to respond directly, aligning closely with expectations. After enduring both mental and physical strains throughout the journey, what was wrong with seeking a bit of amusement upon arrival? This will be your temporary residence. Please rest for a moment, as Tianquan shall host a banquet later to welcome you. The accommodations, arranged by Keqing, were splendidly luxurious. Although she was aware that most of these guests would likely not stay there, it was merely a gesture of goodwill. Therefore, after escorting Zuo Xi and the others, she did not provide extensive instructions, merely stating that a banquet would be prepared shortly. After the banquet, they could reside wherever they pleased. But she requested they remain there for the time being, lest notifications be overlooked. Upon hearing the word banquet, Zuo Xi trembled slightly, internally exclaiming, "This is the end." Indeed, after escorting Keqing away, he turned to meet Natalia's eager gaze. After a few moments of mutual understanding, Zuo Xi resignedly nodded, leading to a tragic scene aboard the ship once again. The banquet was naturally held at Xinhua Pavilion, where Ningguang generously reserved the entire establishment. The upper level designated for the reception of Zuo Xi and his companions, while the lower floors served as quarters for the other diplomats. Mr. Mortar, I have eagerly awaited this feast, standing as the host. Ningguang raised her glass first, toasting to everyone, and drank it in one go. Due to Natalia's insistence, she stubbornly refrained from joining the table, instead remaining behind Zuo Xi to serve him. Dadalia was busy mastering the use of chopsticks. While Columbia seemed indifferent to these matters, adeptly utilizing chopsticks and nibbling on food at that moment. Thus, at the table, only Zuo Xi lifted his glass, preventing the atmosphere from growing too dull. My colleagues are individuals of great character, and they are not particularly familiar with Liyue's culture. I beg you, Lady Ningguang, do not hold it against them. This toast serves as my apology on their behalf. With that, Zuo Xi finished his drink as well. The liquor was slightly spicy, smooth as it slid down his throat, with a lingering sweetness and an enduring aftertaste. It was indeed fine wine. Liyue's specialty liquor was stronger compared to Mondstadt's fruit wines. But when compared to the firewater of Sumu, it fell short of Zuo Xi's knowledge. While Ningguang's drinking capacity was not poor, she was certainly not one to remain unaffected after 1,000 cups. Starting with such a drinking style suggested she had employed some subtle tactics. In no matter, since it was a banquet, the happiness of the guests was paramount. However, Mr. Mortar appeared quite knowledgeable about Liyue's dining culture. Judging by the manner in which he raised his glass, if I were not privy to the circumstances, I would have thought you a native of Liyue. Speaking of which, Mr. Mortar's appearance shares many features with Liyue's citizens. Does he perhaps have ancestral ties to Liyue? Do share, and perhaps we might discover some familial connection. The moment had arrived. Zuo Xi had long awaited this round of subtle exchanges. The new phase of verbal sparring commenced. Chapter 33, A War Without Gunpowder That I am not certain of. Since my arrival in this world, from the day I gained clear consciousness, I have resided in Sumeru and have never encountered my parents. I have researched them, yet have found nothing. Judging by appearance, I do resemble the people of Liyue. Perhaps my parents truly hailed from Liyue. As for the matter of familial connections, it has come to my attention that Lord Ningguang hails from a fishing village, which may indeed suggest some degree of relation. Zuo Xi has not uttered a single falsehood. Regardless of which statement you examine or from what angle you seek verification, all of it rings true. You could assert that he has been conscious in this world since the inception of the eternal winter. There is not a flaw to be found. After Zuo Xi sincerely addressed Lord Ningguang's inquiries, he seemingly jested about her origins. The fact that Lord Ningguang emerged from humble beginnings is not a secret to many, and she herself has no intention of concealing it. However, to highlight it in such a context appears rather ill-intentioned. Lord Ningguang possesses remarkable composure, and these words did not provoke even the slightest emotional ripple upon reaching her ears. Instead, she graciously acknowledged them. Mr. Modal seems to have a profound understanding of young ladies. Indeed, I came from a modest background, selling fruits and fishing, and have tried every means possible to survive. While articulating these social niceties with ease, I was simultaneously analyzing the information concerning Zuo Xi and his companions. Modal, or rather the individual known as Zuo Xi, has not been featured in any reports from other nations, and the only information regarding him from the Eternal Winter is that he became an executive 3 years ago. His parentage remains unclear, and there is no record of who raised him. He appears to have materialized from thin air. This suggests that he may well have been born in the Eternal Winter and concealed with great care. For it would be impossible to find no trace at all that, in terms of appearance, he undeniably possesses the quintessential features of Liyue. Even if he is not a native, there must be some hidden connections. Based on Yalan's observations, it is inferred that he is not adept at combat, as evidenced by his gait and physique. However, this remains merely a hypothesis, requiring further investigation. Ultimately, it is indeed suspicious for an executive to be lacking in combat prowess. The latest intelligence gathered from Mondstadt indicates that the dragon disaster was resolved by this very individual, who also eliminated the Abyss Order's threats and transformed the dragon's ruins into the dragon's basin. Each piece of information stands in stark contrast to the notion of ineptitude in battle that a reasonable conjecture posits that his combat style may be somewhat unconventional, or perhaps everything he has demonstrated is merely a guise. In contrast, the 11th seat presents a completely different profile. His background is easily traceable, with no indications of wrongdoing. His personal capabilities are exceptional, and he was recommended to become an executive by the fellow executive known as the Rooster, earning the codename Child, marking him as a quintessential warmonger. His preferred method of combat is direct confrontation, which starkly contrasts with the enigmatic 11th seat. This type of adversary lends Lord Ningguang a sense of security. Their thoughts are predictable, and their behaviors more easily anticipated. Equally mysterious is the young lady beside him, known only by her title as the 3rd seat, with no further information available regarding her abilities, combat strength, or responsibilities within the Eternal Winter. The presence of an unintroduced lady indeed poses a headache. As the cups clinked and a wine bottle quickly neared its end, a maid entered to replace it and refill everyone's glasses. In doing so, the maid inevitably drew closer, intentionally or unintentionally creating moments of physical contact. Lord Ningguang discreetly observed the reactions of the group. Throughout the affair, the young lady scarcely touched her drink. Thus, the maid had no opportunity to pour for her, leaving Lord Ningguang unable to gauge her response to the physical proximity. Nevertheless, this mattered little, despite the scant information about the young lady. Her position as the 3rd seat carries substantial weight. The child's behavior aligned with expectations, skillfully evading the maid's deliberate closeness. His warrior instincts instinctively rejected such proximity, with his body reacting reflexively, proficient in close combat. His combat awareness has nearly become second nature, consistent with the intelligence gathered. When it came to Zuo Xi, unexpectedly, the maid was thwarted from approaching as the girl named Natalia stepped in to personally pour wine for him. This was a lapse in judgment. Zuo Xi's attendant exhibited a quality far superior to what she had anticipated, displaying heightened vigilance. However, judging by her reaction, she seemed familiar with combat, instinctively displaying protective tendencies. Aside from her role as a maid, she likely served as a bodyguard for the 11th seat. This does not conclusively indicate anything. As long as one holds a position of sufficient stature, there will be protectors, regardless of their individual capabilities. She herself possesses guards, albeit hidden from plain sight. Just as she lamented her inability to extract intel from Zuo Xi, he unexpectedly delivered a considerable surprise. As the maid prepared to depart, Zuo Xi seized her and pulled her into his embrace, only releasing her after a moment, allowing her to leave. Natalia was left utterly astonished. So, Lord Zuo Xi has a preference for mature women? How can one grow up swiftly? In the meantime, Colombian remained engrossed in her meal, oblivious to her surroundings. Dator glanced toward the maid's departing figure, a look of realization dawning upon him, and resumed his battle with his chopsticks. Ultimately, aside from Natalia's somewhat curious thought process, the others regarded the incident as inconsequential. Point one would not expect the customs of the Eternal Winter to be so unrestrained. However, Liu cherishes the notion of free love. Should Mr. Modal be interested, I could certainly facilitate a connection. Though Lord Ningguang had never encountered such a scene, she discreetly wiped the cold sweat from her back while maintaining her composure. Lord Ningguang's intentions were clear. I merely envied her possession of such capable subordinates. Or perhaps partners. It was an impulse that momentarily overcame me. I have heard that Liu has a rich heritage spanning millennia, with both official and faux traditions harboring numerous exquisite and peculiar techniques. Among them, there exists a method of disguise that can nearly allow one to assume an entirely different identity. I wonder when I might have the opportunity to witness such an art. Upon observing Dator's instinctive avoidance, Zuo Xi realized that the maid might be employing physical contact to probe for information. Initially, he gave it little thought, but then a flash of inspiration struck him, prompting him to test Lord Ningguang. Yet before he could speak, Dator's reaction had already confirmed the maid's dubious nature. As a martial artist, Dator may not relish intellectual pursuits, yet he possesses an exceptional intuition. He would not have arrived at such a conclusion based solely on Zuo Xi's actions. His response indicated that he had sensed something amiss beforehand. During their earlier contact, Zuo Xi had perceived the maid's physique as well-trained, yet there was not a trace of tension in her body. This suggested that either she was accustomed to being drawn into embraces by guests or possessed an extraordinary control over her own body. Few individuals can master such subtle bodily responses, and Yelan is among that select few. With a high tolerance for pain, she even derives some enjoyment from it, making her less susceptible to the body's instinctive reactions than the average person. While the evidence is compelling, there is still merit in maintaining the ruse. Even if she can control her micro-expressions to appear unaffected, pinpointing the truth could instill a sense of caution in them, thereby exerting psychological pressure. How could he possibly know that I am testing him? No, such blatant implications suggest that I have indeed been exposed. But how did he discern Yalan's identity? His remarkable ability to seamlessly integrate into his role is nothing short of astounding. How did he see through it so effortlessly? Furthermore, how does he know that my relationship with Yalan is one of collaboration rather than mere hierarchy? The depth of his intelligence-gathering capabilities is nearly insurmountable. I remain oblivious to which aspect of my approach went awry. In a sense, this 11th seat is more formidable than the other two beside her. This truly complicates matters. Liyue has long been blessed by numerous celestial protectors. And exorcist families have passed down their legacies through generations. There are no shortage of skilled individuals among the populace. Should Mr. Modal be interested, he may wish to embark on a personal exploration, sure to yield significant discoveries. Feigning ignorance of Zuo Xi's implications, Lord Ningguang nonchalantly shifted the topic to various peculiar techniques. Having risen from a humble background to become Teyvat's wealthiest individual, she undoubtedly possesses extraordinary talents. Even as her mind raced to identify any potential oversights, she maintained a composed facade that in the silent skirmish between them. This banquet, masquerading as a celebration, concluded without a trace of conflict. Chapter 34. There are some goodies in my dreams. Chapter 35. Paid time to slack off. I finally got to pilot the Gundam. The entire realm of dreams reverberated with the carefree laughter of Zuo Xi, causing even the slumbering Zuo Xi in the real world to chuckle. Natalia, upon hearing the laughter emanating from the room, fell into deep contemplation. Has Master Zuo Xi been under considerable stress lately? It is not that Zuo Xi is incapable of creating internally controllable colossal automatons. The Teyvat version of Gibalg is already comparable in scale to a Gundam. However, his physical constitution imposes limitations on the performance of such gigantic machines. The astronomical energy required to sustain such a massive robot is beyond comprehension. And the heat generated during this process is simply intolerable for Zuo Xi, let alone the overload mode. Furthermore, machines of this scale are benchmarked against deities. They must either possess exceptional mobility or boast heavy firepower and defense capabilities. Or else they would be nothing more than a farce. Whether it be the acceleration brought about by high maneuverability or the heat generated by formidable firepower, these are burdens Zuo Xi's mortal frame cannot endure. With Teyvat's limited resources, a design that inherently harbors such colossal flaws has no place for experimentation. Thus, the dream of piloting a Gundam has yet to be realized. Fortunately, thanks to Nida, he was able to indulge in a semblance of that dream. After all, in dreams, one is not bound by the laws of physics. Heat and acceleration are rendered irrelevant. Concerns about mechanical structures or material strength are cast aside, as long as it appears aesthetically pleasing. Sumeru also possesses remnants of such massive machinery, albeit with significantly different appearances. Could this be the legacy of Kenria? The technology of Kenria is indeed awe-inspiring, yet those three relic titans are primarily utilized as fortresses. Fundamentally differing from my vision, one might interpret this as an extension of weaponry, a manifestation of one's limbs. His fixation on Gibalg stems, on one hand, from a desire to confront the god of machines, which is the origin of the name God-slaying lance. On the other hand, it relates to those three relic titans. If his technological prowess does not surpass these three titans, then he would find himself utterly inconsequential on the battlefield of deities. This revelation has placed considerable pressure upon him, compounded by the unresolved energy issues of Gibalg, leading Zuo Xi to feel as if he might soon lose all his hair. Thankfully, the battle in Mondstadt has yielded promising results. Although there were elements of cunning involved, Gibalg's performance was still commendable. Had it not been for the energy shortage, resolving the dragon disaster should not have posed a challenge. Vinny could be considered a powerhouse of Archon-level combat capability. Based on this, Gibalg's combat strength is already classified among the elite. The heart of the Anemo Archon bestowed upon him by the Queen has also alleviated energy concerns, granting him sufficient strength and confidence to face the Seven. Next comes Ultraman. With a mere thought, the colossal mech vanished, and Zuo Xi's body rapidly enlarged, his skin transforming into a silver-gray base adorned with red and blue markings. Embedded in his chest was a blue crystal. and his features no longer resembled those of a human. Crouching down, Zuo Xi defied physics as he soared through the sky, weaving through clouds and leaving various traces in his wake. This some form of gigantic race. Unlike the distinctly mechanical structure of Gundams, Ultraman resembles more of a biological entity. This ventures into Nahida's knowledge gap. A humanoid being of such immense size indeed contradict her biological understanding thus far. It is not incorrect to interpret it this way. This is a fictitious race derived from light. I have not delved deeply into specifics, but you need only to understand that this entity does not exist in reality. In the ensuing moments, Zuo Xi indulged in a VR experience of every fictional work he could recall, reveling in it thoroughly. Nahida, you are my deity, the queen replied, but are you not a subject of the ice god? That is merely a rhetorical device. The divinity is rather uninspired. From this moment forth, you shall no longer be my deity. The faith of the people of Snezhnaya truly this liberated? I have learned something new. You wouldn't be looking for trouble, would you? The two, one divine and one mortal, lay upon the grass, with Zuo Xi engaged in playful banter, while Nahida responded earnestly with inquiries. The latter's serious demeanor in learning infuriated Zuo Xi, leaving him with a belly full of frustration with no outlet. As dawn broke, Zuo Xi awoke from his slumber. Although his body had received ample rest, he felt as though he had not slept at all. Coincidentally, Columbia appeared at the moment Zuo Xi opened the workshop door, descending from the staircase around the corner. Upon reaching the ground floor, Columbia naturally approached Zuo Xi, and together they exited the Northland Bank. Comrade, you are awake. I didn't expect you to sleep so soundly in port. As previously agreed, the matters of Liyue will be entrusted to you that I excel in the fray, while strategic planning shall be your domain. Dator, of course, was not naive enough to believe that Zuo Xi, this concealed vampire, would allow him to leisurely relax. After all, this was also a task bestowed upon him by the queen, and fully delegating it to Zuo Xi would be a disservice to his faith in her. Thus, Dator took on the task of combat, while passing the planning responsibilities to Zuo Xi. Naturally, you can place your complete trust in me. Ajax, it seems you have a plan in mind. What shall we do next? Next, we shall take a vacation. Oh, I see, a vacation indeed. Precisely, it's time to eat and play in the morning. We can stroll through the streets. Ziguju and Mingxingzai are both splendid spots. If the mood strikes, we might even visit the stone gambling scene. At noon, let us savor authentic cuisine at Wanmin Restaurant. I've heard Master Mao's culinary skills are quite exceptional. With a stroke of luck, we may enjoy an unforgettable lunch prepared by the renowned chef Xiangling. In the afternoon, there's a performance at Yudia House featuring Mr. Yun. Without prior reservation, seats should already be scarce. Perhaps we can leverage our diplomatic status to secure a private box. If that fails, we can simply offer a bribe. Everything has its price. For dinner, we can dine at the old establishment of San Juan Buguigang. It should be delightful, and we can listen to storytelling while we eat. After dinner, let us take a stroll by the docks. Miss Chiming's fortune-telling may not guarantee accuracy, but it certainly is entertaining. How does this itinerary sound to you? Let us settle on it. Having swiftly outlined the meticulously planned itinerary in his mind, Zuo Xi symbolically sought the opinions of the three. Natalia complied. Columbia was indifferent, and Dator had yet to react before the arrangements were finalized. When he regained his bearings, they had already commenced their antiquities shopping. Comrade, I sent this a bit amiss. Is this truly all right? Rest assured, this is all part of the plan. Trust me, Ajax. Zuo Xi continued to admire the antiquities while placating in the latter's eyes. This was merely an excuse for Zuo Xi to indulge. Yet having found an external brain, he decided to set aside any cerebral endeavors for the time being. Besides, his comrade surely had his own plans. It was best to follow his lead, comforting himself in this manner. Dator joined the shopping expedition. Columbia displayed little interest in antiquities, perhaps even older than those so-called relics. However, she expressed enthusiasm for the numerous exquisite trinkets at Mingxingzai, continuously purchasing one after another. Unbeknownst to them, the items in their possession multiplied, necessitating the summoning of several Fatui agents to carry their belongings. Naturally, all expenses were charged to the Northland Bank. Initially, Dator felt somewhat out of sorts, but as time went on, he grew increasingly adept at indulging in leisure. Over the course of several days, the group meandered about, truly appearing as though they were on holiday. It remains a mystery what methods was she employed. But he even managed to locate Rosalind, persuading her to join their leisure activities. After days of this, the financial overseers of the Northland Bank found themselves staring at towering stacks of bills, unable to stem the perspiration beading on their foreheads. How would they explain this to Lord Pantaleon? The signature is from Lord Mortar? Oh, then there's no problem. Finally, we can report back, days later, at Yudia House. Inside the tea house, Mr. Yun's performance had just concluded, and as the group prepared to leave, a dignified figure clad in dark attire approached them. Esteemed guests, may I have a moment of your time for a brief discussion? At last, my Lord Geo Archon has arrived. Certainly, it is no issue at all that I observe that your demeanor is refined and your attire meticulous. You must not be a common individual to converse with you is indeed my good fortune. However, I am curious as to what you wish to discuss. With my limited knowledge, I fear I may not be able to provide you with the satisfaction you seek. The flowery language and tone left Dardalia momentarily stunned. He was well aware that Zuo Xi, as a businessman and politician, possessed such a demeanor. Yet this was his first encounter with such an exceedingly courteous version of Zuo Xi. This fellow truly knows how to put on an act. This was Dardalia's inner monologue. Your praise is unwarranted. Esteemed Sir, I am Zhongli, a mere guest of the Wangsheng funeral parlor, and I am unworthy of such commendation. Mr. Zhongli, you are far too modest. I trust my own judgment and discerning character. Speaking of which, I have neglected to introduce myself. I am Mortar, though you may also call me Zuo Xi. I hope my inquiry does not seem too forward, but I've had the pleasure of encountering you multiple times recently. Your exquisite taste resonates with my own, and I have long harbored a desire to befriend you. I did not expect you, Mr. Zhongli, to initiate contact today. Yes, that's so. How fortuitous. I've been observing you for several days now. Quite the coincidence indeed. However, this is not the most suitable venue for discussion. Shall we partake in a meal together? I would be delighted to host, and you may choose the location, Mr. Zhongli. Your generosity is hard to decline. Mr. Zuo Xi, how could I possibly refuse such an invitation? Both Lili Pavilion and Xinhua Pavilion possess their own merits as dining spots, yet the authentic flavors of the common folk are best experienced at Wanmin Hall. Since you have graciously allowed me the choice, let us proceed to Wanmin Hall. Shall we? Excellent. Mr. Zhongli truly possesses refined taste. Though the dishes at Lioli Pavilion and Xinhua Pavilion are exquisitely prepared, they lack a certain rustic charm. While discussing business is indeed splendid for a casual meal, Wanmin Hall is unparalleled. Then, shall we make our way to Wanmin Hall? After you. Please, you may return. I find myself quite at ease with Brother Zhongli and wish to converse further. After their meal, Zuo Xi found an excuse to send the three back to the Northland Bank while he remained behind for a private discussion with Zhongli. He had been observing this ancient relic of several millennia for days without making any direct contact. With the upcoming rite of the divine, Zhongli's plans were imminent, and it certainly was not Zuo Xi who felt urgency. As expected, after a few days, the other party could no longer refrain from seeking him out. After sending the others away, the two ascended to the summit of Tianheng Mountain. During the climb, Zuo Xi felt as though he glimpsed his great-grandmother beckoning to him, but upon reaching the peak, his fear of heights struck him once more. This made him feel as though Zhongli was imposing a challenge upon him. Brother Zhongli, you possess such refined taste to climb Tianheng Mountain in the dead of night. This spot offers a breathtaking view of Liyue Harbor, capturing the scenery from the port to Yujing Terrace. Truly a rare gem. Yet, I did not anticipate that Brother's physical stamina might be a result of his years of laborious work. Zhongli's expression did not betray a lie, yet the demeanor of this ancient rock was not easily readable, leaving Zuo Xi unable to gauge the truth. Pray tell, what pressing matter compels you to bring me to this secluded location? The deity of Lord Morix. My friend, you scholars certainly have a way with words. How is it that Rosalind has returned with you? Could it be? Dardalia's energy was truly remarkable. Even at this hour, he appeared invigorated. As dawn approached, it was unclear whether he had not slept or had only just awoken. If the two of you come to blows, I assure you, I shall not intervene. Instead, I shall call for Natalia to bring me a fine wine and a sumptuous feast, relishing the spectacle of your conflict. Accompanying Zhongli to Tianheng Mountain, he had intended to cut straight to the chase regarding their identities and business. But Zhongli had requested he wait. This wait inadvertently brought Rosalind into the fold. Thus, the three began to deliberate on serious matters, the discussion continuing until the brink of dawn. This moment, Zuo Xi felt as though he might collapse at any moment. Yet he did not forget to engage in banter with Dardalia. Foolish brute, mind your tongue. If you cannot speak with thought, then perhaps it would be best to remain silent. Rosalind was unyielding, immediately retorting. Upon hearing this, Dardalia felt a surge of competitive spirit. He had long wished to test the strength of this eighth seat. Observing the two seemingly prepared to engage in combat, Zuo Xi hastily instructed Natalia to prepare food and drink. Intervening, such a delightful spectacle is rare. Why should I intervene? The hall resonated with melodious singing, yet to Rosalind and Dardalia, it bore an unspoken sense of pressure. So she lamented the missed opportunity for a good show, surprised that Columbia would concern herself with such matters. Dardalia regretted the lack of a proper fight. He certainly did not wish to confront Columbia. He was merely combative, not insane as for Rosalind. She simply felt discomfort by being overshadowed. In her mind, only the Empress and the Chief were worthy of towering over her. Despite the differing thoughts among the three, it was evident that none dared openly defy Columbia. Thus, after a tense exchange of glances, the two parted ways, Zuo Xi felt as though his soul was on the verge of departure. If he did not sleep soon, he might never have to worry about rest again. He groggily returned to the workshop, silently praying that Nahida would refrain from disturbing his slumber. Having concluded discussions with Zhongli signified the end of his paid leisure, and the onset of work hours loomed. His plans for Zhongli were rather ambitious, carrying considerable risk. The likes of Rosalind, being as wooden as she was, could only observe without assisting, making it a considerable effort to persuade Zhongli. While preparations were abundant, those concerns were for tomorrow. At present, he yearned only for sleep. In truth, Nahida had indeed visited, but, upon sensing Zuo Xi's poor condition, had quietly departed. Unbeknownst to him, he assumed she had never come. Amidst the incessant busyness, the day of the divine right finally arrived. For reasons unknown, despite ample time, Ying and Paimon arrived only on the day of the divine rite. Finally, in Liyue, that detestable Zuo Xi has not responded to my letters, nearly causing us to miss our chance. Once the divine rite concludes, we shall inquire at Northland Bank to discover what he has been up to. Calm down, Paimon. There may have been unforeseen issues along the way. Did Zuo Xi not mention that long-distance teleportation can occasionally encounter minor problems? Furthermore, if it were not for him, we might have truly missed the divine rite. There was indeed a reason for Paimon and Ying's late arrival, due to the explosion at the Anemo Archon's ruins. The route from Dawn Winery to Sherman had been temporarily sealed off. By the time they could access Liyue again, it would be too late. Thus, they calculated that perhaps it would be prudent to head to Sumeru first. Considering Zuo Xi's position as an executive, their journey to Sumeru should pose no significant danger. With this in mind, Ying began to compose a letter using the small device Zuo Xi had provided. However, after several days of waiting, no response arrived. Left with no choice, the two decided to traverse the snowy mountains towards Liyue. Fortunately, the snowy mountains were populated with many fatua as soon as they displayed Zuo Xi's executive insignia. The formerly hostile fatui became exceedingly welcoming. They were escorted back to the camp, enjoyed a hearty meal, and after a night of rest, a small team was dispatched to escort them both to Liyue. You make a valid point. Let us consider the matter of him treating us to a meal settled. I have heard that the delicacies of Liyue are so exquisite that sampling one each day would take years to complete. Paimon, ever focused on maintaining her nutritional value, was consumed with thoughts of food. By the way, do you know the specific date for the divine rite, Paimon? Well, it could be today, or perhaps tomorrow. In any case, since we are in Liyue, we should ask the locals. I have heard that the deity of Liyue is called Morix, and the currency of Teyvat is named after him. Indeed, but the people of Liyue refer to him as the Geo Archon. Should we address him by his name directly? We would be deemed rude foreigners. Thus, we must exercise caution. I almost forgot the matter at hand. Let us hasten to inquire about the specific time of the divine right. Chapter 37. Then become a hero after the chaos of the divine right. Within Northland Bank. Why are you being hunted? Could it be that Moritz himself is behind this? So she found himself perplexed. He recalled that he had avoided the Qixing due to uncertainty regarding which deity had caused her and her brother to become separated. Thus, she could not fall into the hands of strangers' followers. Yet he had explicitly informed her that the deity in question was the heavenly principle, not any of the seven. Did she still harbor mistrust towards him? Was this a lingering effect of the Vinny incident? Due to habitual thinking patterns, Zuo Xi often found himself involuntarily mulling over various matters. At this moment, he was brainstorming, speculating on the reasons behind their being hunted. Ugh, how infuriating. Ying, look at him. It is all because of him that we are being pursued. Paimon stamped her foot in frustration, launching into a tirade against Zuo Xi without pausing for breath. Because of me? Paimon was unable to extract any clarity from the situation, prompting Zuo Xi to turn and inquire of Ying. It was only upon asking that he realized the matter indeed pertained to him. As time was pushed back slightly, a wave of anxiety washed over him. What should we do? Why do we have to encounter such a predicament upon arriving in Liyue? Are we not simply suspicious individuals encroaching too closely to the scene? We must flee, Ying. But why should we escape when we have done nothing wrong? Ying was perplexed. Why was Paimon's immediate reaction to flee? For a fleeting moment, she even felt there was no issue at all. Ah, indeed. Given that we now know your brother's situation is not the doing of the Geo Archon, we have merely drawn nearer, and there is truly no need to run. The more Paimon pondered, the more sense it made, and her tone gradually gained confidence. Upon realizing that there was no cause for concern, Ying and Paimon became exceedingly cooperative with the work of the Qinyan army. However, when the Qinyan army produced a portrait and began to compare it to them repeatedly, Ying was suddenly struck by an ominous premonition. Soon after, the Qinyan soldiers tucked away the portrait and rushed towards them, calling for reinforcements as they ran. It's them. Those two individuals have some connection to the Harbinger. Harbinger? Are they referring to Zuo Xi? What remarkable deed has he committed now? With no time for further contemplation, Ying instinctively grabbed Paimon's foot and surged through the encirclement. After what felt like a considerable struggle to hide, it was as if the threads of fate had tightened around them, drawing the attention of the surrounding Qinyan soldiers. As Liyue's tasks had been delegated to Zuo Xi, there was no dator to come to their aid this time. He was preoccupied with more pressing matters elsewhere, just as she was preparing to abandon all restraint. Ying was astonished to find that the Qinyan soldiers around her seemed to look right through her, as if she were invisible. Glancing down, she noticed her body had transformed into a translucent gelatinous form, rippling with waves across her surface. Just then, a familiar voice resonated from behind her. Alas, what a bewildering encounter this is. Follow me, and we shall discuss matters when we arrive at our destination. This is how things transpired. Zuo Xi, what exactly have you done? You haven't truly slain the Geo Archon, have you? The familiar words were echoed, but this time it was in questioning Zuo Xi. How could that be? After all, that is Moritz, the oldest of the seven Archons. What merit do I possess for such an act? Then what have you done? Why must I be apprehended merely for being in your proximity? Ying was exasperated, not expecting to be placed on a wanted list upon arriving in Liyue. Perhaps some minor arrangements were discovered by Ningguang. I never intended to deceive this group of scouts. Having remained silent for so long was likely due to concerns over the ritual of summoning the gods. I intended to settle the score later, yet I never anticipated such a significant incident would occur during the ritual, leading to the first suspicion falling upon me. What? Ying did not catch Zuo Xi's murmured words. Only hearing something had been discovered. Nothing. In any case, I sincerely apologize for this situation. Here's what I propose as compensation. Zuo Xi extended 2 fingers, intending to grant Ying the freedom to act as she wished. However, given the circumstances, his options for her were limited. I suppose you have some conscience. Do enlighten me, her surprise. Paimon's first reaction to the word compensation was not food. The first option is for you to remain at the North Bank. I can protect you until all matters are resolved. However, this would mean you might never be able to enter Liyue openly again. No, I've only just arrived in this country. To be placed on a blacklist before I've even explored is quite unacceptable. What is the other option? Essentially, Ying was fundamentally a good person. Although she had committed her share of misdeeds, they were typically justified or out of necessity. Thus, the thought of becoming a pariah was something she strongly rejected. I suspect you would not be content to remain under my protection indefinitely. So the first option was merely a suggestion. The second option is this. So she handed Ying a peculiar talisman. The Ba Ji talisman. Since you have inevitably set foot on this path, you might as well embrace it. What is this? This is the Ba Ji talisman. Are you aware that Liyue is home to immortals? Paimon picked up the thread. Paimon knows that. Liyue has a legacy spanning thousands of years, and its current prosperity is inseparable from the Geo Archon and the many immortals. The IT is said that many immortals still protect Liyue today. Indeed, Paimon appears to possess considerable knowledge that in ancient times, the Geo Archon and the immortals bestow numerous Ba Ji talismans upon the mortal realm, allowing people to seek assistance from the immortals with this talisman. To the north of the city, west of the Guili Plains, there lies a stone forest known as Jian, which is where the immortals currently reside. For nearly a century, the immortals have rarely manifested. But if you carry the Ba Ji talisman, they should be willing to meet with you. Zuo Xi recited words that originally belonged to Dator. Forgive me, Ajax, this is the last time. What are your intentions in sending us to seek the immortals? Paimon was ever so candid when Ying was around. You say they've been together all this time? Yes, hence Paimon's unfiltered remarks. Little Paimon, ordinary folks seek immortals for various reasons. Wealth, health, or love. Your pursuit of the immortals is merely to seek justice. Even though the immortals have not revealed themselves for some time, the belief in the supremacy of immortals among the people of Liyue is deeply entrenched. Consider this. They are searching for the perpetrator among the mortals. Does that not strike you as absurd? The 7 stars cannot be trusted, at least not for you at this moment. Thus, seeking the immortals for justice becomes necessary. If you can gain the immortals' trust, you need not fear the 7 stars' pursuit any longer. That is a compelling argument, but are we not being pursued due to your actions? Could you not simply clarify the situation? Ying, why is he looking at me with such an expression? Have I said something wrong? Zuo Xi's gaze towards Paimon shifted from disbelief to understanding. Little Paimon, you have pointed out that the 7 stars are pursuing us due to Zuo Xi. If Zuo Xi were to intervene, it would only further validate their pursuit. Ying has always been quite forgiving towards Paimon. Although they often bicker and joke, she would serve as a translator in crucial moments. Ah, I see. Very well then, it appears we must indeed follow Zuo Xi's suggestion and seek the immortals. Zuo Xi, you promised you would not deceive me, correct? Of course. Then, are you the mastermind behind this? Ying asked bluntly, trusting her instincts and believing she had not misjudged Zuo Xi. Ying, this matter holds no detriment for you. After a prolonged silence, Zuo Xi finally uttered this phrase, I understand. I will discuss this further upon my return from Jian. The lack of a direct answer essentially served as a confirmation, instilling a sense of assurance within Ying. Although Zuo Xi often acted recklessly, the outcome of the Mondstadt incident, despite its convoluted path, ultimately proved beneficial for all involved. Wait, Ying. As she prepared to depart, Zuo Xi hesitated and articulated the thoughts in his mind. Use your eyes to witness everything. Once you form your own opinions, should you find me in the wrong, then do your utmost to stop me. After Ying left, Zuo Xi continued to murmur. Then, become the hero of Liyue. Chapter 38. A chance encounter with the Harbinger. Zuo Xi's arrangements had long been completed. Yet as a test, he could not present an unsolvable conundrum. During the ritual of summoning the gods, the fall of the Geo Archon was an undeniably grave announcement for all of Liyue. Even with the 7 stars' swift reactions, such sorrowful sentiments could not be easily dispelled. Thus, it was essential to grant Liyue a buffer period, as per Zhongli's wishes. Naturally, in Zuo Xi's view, he merely sought to orchestrate his own farewell before concluding all matters. Zuo Xi believed that natural disasters and calamities would afford no time for contemplation. If it were man-made disasters, exploiting the vulnerabilities would be the norm. Hence, Zuo Xi initially intended to incite calamity shortly after the ritual's conclusion, diverting the ensuing turmoil and igniting the collective wrath of Liyue. In such a scenario, what potential might Liu unleash? He is filled with anticipation. Unlike in the game, Zuo Xi's original plan was to shape himself into a public hero. Creating a crisis only to resolve it is not a novel tactic for the fools. The crisis he conjured must surpass the capabilities of Liu. Otherwise, there would be no opportunity for Zuo Xi to intervene. In his original conception, whether liberating Ozir entirely or awakening the Ruoh Toa Dragon King, or even releasing both simultaneously, the goal was clear. Without Zhong Li's intervention, Liu would undoubtedly be unable to resolve the situation. When the time comes for him to step in, unleashing Gai Bo Jia would be his trump card that, if successful, he would emerge as the hero safeguarding Liu. If unsuccessful, he could summon Zhong Li to back him up, thus becoming a celebrated ally alongside Morix in the defense of Liu. Regardless of the outcome, he would not suffer a loss as for whether he could still obtain Zhong Li's divine heart after such actions. He believed it posed no issue to as the god of contracts. Zhong Li would never violate a pact he had established. Setting aside any other stipulations within the contract, he had certainly succeeded in testing Liu. Whether it withstood that test would be the concern of the people of Liu. He had fulfilled his part. Worst, he might have set the bar a bit high, but it remained within manageable limits. However, the emergence of Ying disrupted his plans, since he had resolved to place her on the path of heroism. Rescuing Liu in times of peril was undoubtedly the best choice. At this juncture, the Qixing held little trust in Ying, hence the necessity to invoke a celestial being as a talisman to create a scenario that would foster mutual understanding between Ying and the Qixing. Only in this manner could the suspicions and misunderstandings of both parties be alleviated. In light of the Emperor's passing, the immortals would certainly be restless, likely to hold the Qixing accountable after deliberations. As depicted in the game that moment, if calamity were to strike, it would compel the three parties to set aside their grievances and unite against a common foe. Once the crisis was resolved, Ying, as a neutral party, could mediate the relationship between the two factions, winning the favor of both the Qixing and the immortals. This bears similarities to the narrative in the game. However, the challenge lies in the disasters he had prepared, which Ying might not be capable of resolving. It is quite troublesome, and there is no time to prepare anew. The situation with the Ruoh Toa Dragon King is manageable. It has merely broken through its seal and has yet to be actively awakened. Yet, the seal on Ozir is nearing complete dissolution, awaiting the final unlocking of the Bai Wu Jinji talisman, after which the vortex demon, laden with millennia of resentment, would return to Liu. Unfortunately, he cannot offer Ying any overt assistance. While the fools can take action, they must maintain a clear boundary with her. Otherwise, all their efforts would be perceived as a conspiracy in the eyes of the Qixing. Alas, another round of overtime awaits, truly a debt from a past life. Just as he thought he could take a breather after a period of relentless busyness, he discovers he must once again extend his efforts. This emotional whiplash prompts Zuo Xi to exhale a long sigh, lamenting the unfairness of it all. How absurd. The Liu Qixing is genuinely disappointing. How could anyone assassinate the emperor? In the aftermath of the assassination, how could the blame be shifted onto the bystanders? Overwhelmed with rage, the Zhuang Zhenjun found it difficult to accept this reality. Yet he could not leave the duo, bearing the Bai Wu Jinji talisman. Unattended, traveler, I am aware of the injustice you face as a falsely accused assassin. My judgment is clear on this matter. However, my unilateral decisions may err, and I must convene with the other immortals to go. Take your Bai Wu Jinji talisman and deliver my message. Navigate the mountains and waters. Harness the clouds and winds. The great demon saint often traverses this realm, while the latter can be sought at the Wangshu Inn. After parting ways with the Zhuang Zhenjun, the cautious Paimon finally dared to discuss the earlier matter with Ying. Ying, is that what an immortal is like? His tone reminds me somewhat of Zuo X. All significant figures speak in such a manner. Oh dear, speaking of Zuo Xi, I almost forgot to voice my grievances about the letter. Ying, please remind me to do so the next time we see him. That immortal seemed rather amicable. Could be due to the Bai Wu Jinji talisman. Speaking of which, how did Zuo Xi acquire such an artifact? Is it related to his schemes? Am I also part of his plans? He once mentioned that all of this is not a misfortune for me. But what of others? However, Paimon, you're indeed right. We must clarify things at our next encounter. If he is truly up to no good, as friends, we must thwart him. Yes, we can certainly stop him. Huh, you think halting him will be an easy feat? That said, while I am curious to see his reaction when things go awry, I cannot permit such occurrences from a principled standpoint. Who goes there? Ying immediately became alert. The voice was not far off. And if the individual possessed ranged capabilities, a surprise attack might indeed succeed. Following the sound, a young man with orange hair, adorned in a midriff-bearing outfit, a water element vision dangling at his waist, and a red mask askew upon his brow, emerged from around the corner. Who are you, and why are you eavesdropping on our conversation? Ying drew her 6-star weapon, the woofing sword, readying herself for battle, clearly prepared to strike at the slightest provocation. Calm down, calm down. You may call me Gongzi. I merely happened to overhear you discussing my colleague out of curiosity. A discerning gaze indeed. It's evident that you are a seasoned warrior. How about we exchange insights sometime? Dardalia spread his hands, exuding a relaxed demeanor. Although he offered a commendable assessment, it seemed he had little regard for Ying. Colleague, you are an executive. Recognizing the identity of the individual, Ying became even more vigilant, secretly preparing for a swift escape. After all, Zuo Xi had mentioned that while most would show him respect in the north, many executives would take an interest in her. As an executive, Zuo Xi's influence might not hold sway, especially since he was the lowest-ranking one, unable to discern to which category this executive belonged. Ying maintained utmost vigilance. Why are you so wary of me? I heard you had a good relationship with your companions. I assumed you would not harbor prejudice against executives. Companions? You mean Zuo Xi, right? I have a great relationship with him. Since you're his friend, I certainly have no ill intentions towards you. Now that I'm openly greeting you, if I harbored malice, would I have revealed myself? Dardalia feigned innocence. While a friend's companion may not necessarily be a friend of his, he genuinely appreciated the other's gaze. His instincts told him that Ying was the type he would welcome as an acquaintance. Yet he was taken aback by her level of suspicion. That I see. It must be the woman's negative impression that has affected your view of me. Dardalia realized this, finding solace in his self-constructed excuse. What brings you here? Zuo Xi stated this is the territory of the immortals. Are you plotting against them? Ying, having heard his words, did not fully believe him but quietly lowered her guard, starting to extract some information. I am merely here to fulfill some tasks assigned by a companion. Discussing further would breach confidentiality, so I must beg your pardon. Zuo Xi's plan was wildly audacious, so much so that even Dardalia found it hard to believe. Yet it also piqued his interest. Provided he could accomplish his tasks, he would be thrilled to facilitate this plan's advancement. From what you implied earlier, Zuo Xi is indeed planning something nefarious. I never said that. If you wish to extract information from me, you might as well save your breath. Time is of the essence. Perhaps we shall meet again at the North Bank. Sensing that continuing the conversation would inevitably lead to divulging sensitive information, and given his companion's vengeful nature, Dardalia hastily departed while Ying was distracted. He's gone. One intriguing individual. Such a person, truly an executive. He feels quite different from Zuo Xi and the woman. Let us wait until we return to Liyue Harbor to inquire with Zuo Xi. Indeed, regardless of Zuo Xi's intentions, the immediate priority is to swiftly convey the celestial message, ensuring they're timely informed of this matter. This is no longer solely about our wanted status. It concerns the entirety of Liyue Harbor, and we must remain vigilant. Armed with the Bai Wu Jinji talisman, Ying and Paimon once again embarked on the quest for the immortals. Chapter 39. Testing the Waters. How is it, Lun Bi Ya? What are those two individuals? Upon departing from the exploration range of Ying, Deadeye Liya encountered the elusive Columbia, concealed in the shadows. That he did not deceive Ying. He merely refrained from divulging the entirety of his intentions. Their meeting was indeed a fortuitous coincidence, and overhearing their conversation was quite unexpected, albeit orchestrated by Columbia. It was due to Zuo Xi's sudden announcement of a change in plans that prompted him and Columbia to prepare for modifications at the South Tianmen. Just as they concluded their discussion, Columbia sensed an unusual emotional disturbance. This region often attracts seekers of immortality, and the presence of visitors is hardly uncommon. However, given the current extraordinary circumstances, she felt compelled to investigate the disturbance to prevent any disruption to their plans. Thus, the earlier scene unfolded. Was there truly no malice? Was that not an indication of ill intent? Just moments ago, she had drawn her sword. While she bore no ill will towards Zuo Xi, Columbia, despite her usual indifference to matters, possessed an uncanny ability to gather intelligence. Zuo Xi, on the other hand, always maintained a certain distance from the world, appearing to harbor no enmity towards anyone, yet few could draw near to him. Even Sandone had only slowly penetrated his heart through the accumulation of daily interactions. Perhaps she held a place in Zuo Xi's heart, albeit one of a fundamentally different nature. However, upon Zuo Xi's return to Winter, she keenly perceived that he had encountered someone truly special to him. She sensed the emotional fluctuations were related to someone familiar, surmising that this might be the extraordinary individual, which prompted her to intervene. She had lost her own path. Zuo Xi and she were akin, drifting through the mortal realm like two wandering souls. Discovering one's special counterpart is no simple feat, and she wished for no one to squander this hard-won distinction, especially if they harbored ulterior motives. In any case, Ying passed through unscathed. Although she remained unaware, her situation was perilous, more so than ever before. What are you talking about? Were we not here to ascertain whether she would effect the mission? Ilya was utterly perplexed. The conversation had taken an inexplicable turn. Columbia turned away, disregarding him. After achieving her objective, she reverted to her usual state of indifference towards her surroundings. You seem unconcerned that I believe it is best to leave it to our companions. Perhaps their presence here is a sign of camaraderie, whether it stemmed from intuition or a mere desire to be lackadaisical. Ilya harbored an inexplicable trust in Zuo Xi, a sentiment even he could not articulate. With preparations complete on this end, once their companions resolve their matters, they should be able to finalize the subsequent steps here. Next in line was the gloomy cloud pavilion, where similar modifications were required. He pondered what their companions' new script entailed, recalling a promise made to him of a grand confrontation, which filled him with anticipation. A chew not far from their departure, Ying inexplicably felt a sudden chill. What is wrong? Did you not rest well? Or have you caught a chill in the snowy mountains? It's nothing. I merely sense someone speaking of me. Have you caught a cold? Mortal bodies are particularly susceptible to ailments. Returning to the matter at hand, it is indeed peculiar that your 100 no restrictions talisman still retains considerable celestial power. However, this merely enhances its efficacy as a token and does not attest to your inherent trustworthiness. I shall verify all that you have stated. I presume the esteemed June of the moon-cutting and sun-raising invited us for this very reason. Intending to dismiss them outright, June of the borrowed wind paused. Recognizing the celestial power imbued within the 100 no restrictions talisman, viewing it as a form of celestial affinity, thus deciding to utter a few more words. Though my focus lies in the art of mechanisms, I have inevitably dabbled in divination through exposure. Time constraints prevent me from conducting a formal reading, yet I perceive the erratic flow of luck around you. You are likely not of this world. However, traversing the mortal realm inevitably leads to various intersections that I cannot ascertain good or ill, but I hope you can remain true to your heart and act accordingly. Now, begone, and do not further disturb me. This celestial being is indeed remarkable, discerning at once that you are not of this realm. Yet, it seems that celestial beings possess an inherent peculiarity. June of the borrowed wind is fond of crafting celestial mechanisms. Akin to a tech enthusiast that I am in that regard, they seem quite similar to Zuo Xi. I have a feeling they would get along famously. Who do you think is more formidable, the two of them? Upon exiting the dwelling of June of the borrowed wind, Paimon felt her awe of celestial beings gradually diminishing, as they appeared somewhat different from her preconceived notions, yet they were undeniably unique individuals. Your observation is astute. They do seem to be the kind of individuals focused on their craft. If one were to gauge their prowess, perhaps it would be somewhat disrespectful to celestial beings. But I do not believe the celestial being we just encountered could craft a mechanism capable of subduing Tavatlin with a mere hand. Thus, Zuo Xi is indeed the more formidable one. Like Paimon, Ying had undergone several encounters with celestial beings, leading to a transformation in her rigid perceptions. She could now discuss celestial beings without any psychological burden. You make a valid point. Zuo Xi's creation is truly terrifying. Recalling that moment left Paimon in disbelief. According to the minstrel's account, that creation could indeed slay gods. While it may lack endurance, it was nonetheless impressive. Next, only the Wang Shuan remains, correct? I believe it is referred to as the demon-dominating great sage. Paimon gets the sense that this celestial being will be quite different from the previous ones. The name alone suggests immense power. I suppose we shall only discover the truth upon meeting them. Furthermore, do we not possess the 100 no restrictions talisman? They should not pose any threat to us. Ying, being accustomed to grand spectacles, considered the worst-case scenario to be merely engaging in a skirmish before seizing an opportunity to flee. It was hardly a matter of great concern that Mr. Zhongli. You previously mentioned the importance of completion to provide Liu's divine rule with a definitive conclusion. Entrusting this matter to the Fatui is evidently unwise, and assigning it to your mortal identity would only result in a sense of isolation. Therefore, may I recommend someone who could undoubtedly assist you in orchestrating a flawless celestial sending ceremony? Zuo Xi approached Zhongli, as Ying's desire to meet the 7 gods had become somewhat complicated. Merely being Liu as hero might not suffice to draw forth the reclusive Zhongli, who might deliberately avoid a meeting. However, if a rapport had been established in advance, the identity of Liu as hero would only serve to deepen their friendship. Thus, it became necessary for him to navigate this situation to facilitate such an outcome. Essentially, he was undertaking Dedai Lia's original task, an endeavor fraught with loss. It so happened that Zhongli required a neutral party to aid him in executing the celestial sending ceremony. Proposing this matter in light of that need would appear rather natural. You refer to the one who saved the neighboring nation? Oh, do not say such things. I feel almost embarrassed. What is it? Did I not save Mondstadt? Is there an issue? Zuo Xi fully leveraged his shamelessness. Yet he still could not break through the defenses of this ancient stone. Indeed, I have heard of your hasty departure. It seems that drunken Bard did not have the chance to express his gratitude to you. As an old friend, I shall convey his thanks on his behalf. Furthermore, I must also request your assistance with matters concerning Liu. Why do all you gods behave in such a manner? Barbados, and now you, truly lacking in substance. Zuo Xi, aware of his own dullness, chose not to press further, lifting his teacup and downing it in one gulp, as though quenching his resentment with Zhongli's essence. Indeed, I sensed the presence of the Sumer deity earlier. I was merely uncertain that so. You have met the Sumer deity? I have heard her situation is rather complicated. Indeed, a foolish deity, imprisoned for 5 centuries yet unaware of her own anger. Obediently watching is quite vexing that T.O. refer to the god of wisdom as a fool. To Xi, you truly possess a unique perspective. It is indeed a pity that someone like you lacks a vision. However, the deity of Sumeru likely has her own burdens, does she not? I share a good rapport with the first Dendro Archon. It is regrettable that the second Dendro Archon finds herself in such a predicament, which is not my desire. Alas, meddling in the affairs of foreign lands is indeed inappropriate. Should the opportunity arise, I hope you will extend your assistance. Zuo Xi. Enough already. Why must I shoulder all these tasks? Do you view me as a laborer? Lord Morix certainly holds me in high regard, expecting me to assist deities. How could a mere mortal like me be worthy of such a role? However, speaking of visions, would it not be possible for Lord Morix to grant me one? The words of complaint slipped out effortlessly, and in the end, Zuo Xi grasped the key term, the goddess eye. Although he had little fondness for the Geo element, always finding it lacking in flair, he mused that it was better than nothing. That he chuckled. Brother Zuo is jesting that I am powerless in this matter. Why not inquire with your esteemed queen? Meanwhile, he expressed his desire. Mr. Yun's performance is about to commence. Such artistry deserves to be savored in tranquility, as a mark of respect for both the performers and the art itself. Let us enjoy the show first. Zhongli interrupted Zuo Xi's discourse, abruptly concluding the topic, reminiscent of Wendy S. demeanor at that moment. Tisich, here we go again. Let us watch the performance. Chapter 40. Peril Zuo Xi welcomed the arrival of the esteemed friend of the mortal. The mortal has invited you to gather at the Lioli Pavilion tomorrow evening, claiming to introduce you to someone who can assist you. The intelligence network of the Fatui spans the entirety of Teyvat, with internal communications occurring at remarkable speed. The matter of Ying revealing the mortal insignia at Dragon's Pine had already reached Mondstadt for verification that very night she took her rest, following confirmation from the Fatui S intelligence in Mondstadt. It was indeed established that this traveler shared an extraordinary relationship with a mortal. Once verified, the information was swiftly disseminated to all relevant authorities. The act of bestowing an executive's insignia upon another is no trifling matter. It is tantamount to the executive's personal presence. Unlike a mere friendship, possessing this insignia, though devoid of actual power, bestows a status equivalent to that of an executive within the Fatui and the entirety of Snezhnaya. Such standing is undoubtedly top tier. Faced with a traveler of such a distinct identity, Ekaterina dared not to be remiss, adopting a tone of utmost respect and employing honorifics. That's so. Do you happen to know where Zuo Xi has gone? I'm not entirely certain. Why would the executive's itinerary need to be reported to us subordinates? However, Mr. Yin is performing today. Miss, you might have luck at the UT house. All right, thank you. Paimon, let's go and seek him out for clarification. You mean the guest dressed in Snezhnayan attire? He indeed attended a performance today, but has since departed. It appears he was headed towards Wanmin Hall. Thank you, boss. You refer to the guest who keeps tabs? He is a regular at our establishment. Unfortunately, he just finished dining and left. However, I did overhear them discussing antiques. He might have gone to Ziguju. Understood. Master Mount, that we shall head there first. Please send my regards to Xiangling. The guest packed quite a few antiques, and was quite generous. To be honest, it's rare for someone to purchase antiques in bulk. He left an address, mentioning someone would come to collect them shortly. The shopkeeper, Miss Lin Lang, pointed towards a group of Fatui approaching. Taking advantage of the moment, Ying seized one of them to inquire. Excuse me, do you know where Zuo Xi is? And you are, with the golden hair and a floating white spirit beside you. I see. You must be the one with the insignia of the mortal. My apologies. Does Zuo Xi refer to the mortal? If so, he has returned to the Northland Bank. That is where he instructed us to collect the items. I see. Thank you. You may continue with your tasks. After a winding journey, Paimon and Ying found themselves back at the Northland Bank. Upon entering, they were promptly escorted by Ekaterina's aide into a room where Zuo Xi was peacefully sipping tea, evidently having waited for some time. Meeting you is quite the challenge. I feel as though I've traversed the entire Liyue Harbor. As soon as they took their seats, before Paimon could utter a word, Ying began her tirade. This cannot be blamed on me. You are simply too impatient that a normal person would return if the first destination yielded no results. Wouldn't they? Who knew you would circle around like this? You might as well have asked Catherine to lower your rating. Zuo Xi took a leisurely sip of tea, delivering a merciless retort. His calm visage betrayed a hint of unmasked derision and disdain. You, how dare you say that? By the way, are you playing us for fools? That pocket watch you gave was utterly useless. One may indulge in culinary delights, but one must not speak carelessly. How could it be of no use? While he was indifferent to being labeled sly, treacherous, or shameless, he could not bear the thought of his skills being questioned. You never even responded to the letter we sent you. Is that not useless? Let us see how you will explain this. Paimon seemed to finally feel a sense of triumph, her hands on her hips, adopting an air of arrogance. You sent me a letter? When was this? Zuo Xi suddenly felt an ominous premonition wash over him, sensing as though a great danger loomed above him. What happened shortly after you left Mondstadt? Why do you suddenly appear devoid of hope? As Paimon spoke, she noticed Zuo Xi slumped on the ground, his eyes vacant, resembling a soulless shell, muttering incessantly, it's over, regardless of Paimon's attempts to rouse him. Far away in Snezhnaya, Sandone looked at the letter in his hand, his expression devoid of emotion as he made his way toward the Palace of Winter. Zuo Xi, you've done well. Just wait for me to this moment. Zuo Xi felt a profound sense of despair. Fearing his days were numbered, Ying and Paimon gazed at him with concern, but he was entirely aloof. He had not anticipated that the malfunction of this pocket watch would strike such a heavy blow to him. Ying, do you think we should have kept this from him? My design is flawless. It was merely the coordinates of two similar terminals that were too close together, resulting in the misplacement. Zuo Xi, in his dire state, shot upright, refusing to concede any faults in his design. Who would have thought that disturbances could occur in positional coordinates? The details determined success or failure, and neglecting this detail led to his impending tragic fate. Zuo Xi could already foresee that painful future, mourning for his own destiny. However, upon hearing Paimon imply flaws in his design, he could not contain himself that, I'm back to life. You're all right. Ying, ever concerned for Zuo Xi, hurriedly inquired as he seemed to regain his composure after Paimon's provocation. Point 1, cannot say, I'm entirely fine. And if misfortune befalls me, remember, it was Sandon's doing. Perhaps Sandon had not noticed the additional letter in his terminal. Perhaps he was still unaware of Ying. Perhaps it was not yet the time to give up. No, he ought to inform Ying of the true culprit, I understand. Though perplexed, Zuo Xi's grave expression prompted her to instinctively agree. Sandon, is he another executive? Ah, you should return for now. I need some solitude. Are you truly all right? Do you require my protection? After asking, Ying herself failed to notice the oddity. What need did Zuo Xi have for her protection? An enemy capable of breaching Zuo Xi's defenses would find her assistance futile. No, I am fine. I merely need a moment to gather my thoughts. Do not worry about me. Truly, despite her efforts to maintain a smile, it appeared more akin to a grimace than joy. Ultimately, Ying remained concerned, deciding to stay back and observe. In the event of trouble, she would be ready to act. Perhaps Paimon and I shall linger at the Northland Bank tonight. Tomorrow you are to introduce someone to us. After all, it would be convenient to go together then. Fabricating a reason, Ying led Paimon to stay at the Northland Bank. The scene was reminiscent of their time in Mondstadt, protection and residing within the territory of the Fatui. Paimon, though somewhat naive, was undeniably kind-hearted. Zuo Xi's current state only heightened her anxiety. Very well, thank you. With a soft call, the manager of the Northland Bank, Andre, promptly arrived at the door. Esteemed executive, Miss Natalia is currently unavailable. I am Andre, the manager of the Northland Bank. Please relay any instructions you may have. Please arrange accommodations for them and assign someone to accompany them. Fulfill any requests to the best of your ability. Understood, esteemed executive. Is this truly the traveler of whom everyone speaks? Indeed, the relationship with adults is rather extraordinary. It is said that the mortal and the puppet have essentially begun cohabiting. However, such a notion regarding the puppet is, no, far too disrespectful. Stealing a glance at Ying, Andre forcefully suppressed his twinge of curiosity and turned his attention to arranging the matters entrusted by Zuo Xi. Occupying this position, he possessed an inner scale to discern what ought to be said and thought. He was acutely aware of what could cost him his position and what could jeopardize his life. Zuo Xi observed the glint in Andre's eyes, recognizing him as a shrewd individual. Speaking of which, where has Natalia gone? Chapter 41. Natalia Schneitsfna. When did it all begin? Was it after that great fire? Was it when she awoke from her stupor? Or was it upon maturing and noticing the changes around her? Yet what was the underlying cause? Was it the mechs dimly visible amidst the smoke? Was it the robots that greeted her upon opening her eyes? Or was it the gradual improvement of her surroundings due to machinery? The young girl could not articulate it clearly. She simply knew that once she realized everything was intertwined with that person, her desire to become part of the Fatui had become nearly insatiable. Countless individuals in this world, much like her, were rescued and subsequently inspired, and she was merely an ordinary one among them. Aspirations do not materialize merely through longing. Achieving one's goals necessitates corresponding effort and sacrifice. Henceforth, she doubled her efforts, persistently training herself. After enduring numerous elections, she finally passed the Fatui's assessment, awaiting only the guidance and address from an executive officer to formally become a member of the Fatui. This was a rite of passage every new recruit must undergo, akin to a sacred ritual. She vividly recalled that scene, the poised and dignified figure on stage being one of her reasons for joining the Fatui, the 12th seat. The mortal, outsiders often refer to the 12th seat as the last seat. Yet within the Fatui and throughout the entirety of Snezhnaya, it was referred to simply as the 12th seat, as the term last seat seemed somewhat disrespectful to the esteemed officer. This nomenclature also served to reflect the theoretically equal status among the officers. Remember the oath you have taken today. Your will shall be as unyielding as the snowstorm that endures for a millennium, and all your actions will be a manifestation of that vow. From this day forth, you shall become a cog in this magnificent machine, unwaveringly contributing to its operation. Her Majesty the Queen awaits your loyalty. And all that transpires today will be carried to the Queen's ears by the biting cold wind. Is this truly the mortal? Is this the figure I've been pursuing all along? Will I one day stand beside him? The girl did not know. Yet from that day forth, she acquired a new objective. Through her diligence and remarkable talent, she ultimately succeeded in becoming the personal assistant to the esteemed officer. At long last, she stood behind him, fully prepared to pay the price of betrayal, should it be required. The girl's name was Natalia Schneitzfna. Columbia, are you here to purge me? It was evident to anyone with eyes that Columbia favored Zuo Xi. Certainly, the young lady would not tolerate someone like herself lingering by Zuo Xi's side. Right? Natalia had deliberately waited until Zuo Xi's business with Columbia was concluded before emerging, providing the two with a private space and seeking her own fitting demise. Yet Columbia exhibited no reaction, proceeding with her own affairs. Twirling a strand of hair and humming a tune, she utterly ignored Natalia, as if she were invisible. The atmosphere was exceedingly bizarre. One party was steeped in despair, while the other remained indifferent. The two seemed to occupy entirely different realms, devoid of any interaction. The waiting was excruciating, the unissued judgment continually igniting her already tormented heart. Is this my punishment? Truly, the esteemed officer is formidable. Upon coming to this realization, Natalia no longer felt urgency, choosing instead to await in tranquil silence. Natalia, what are you doing here? Is Columbia present? Were you two whispering behind my back? Zuo Xi, noticing Natalia's prolonged absence, decided to utilize his terminal for tracking her whereabouts. It may seem somewhat shameful, but he had equipped everyone around him with tracking devices for contingencies. Those with considerable strength would likely be aware of this, yet both Columbia and Dvalin had tacitly accepted it. Rosalind, on the other hand, promptly dismantled hers, yet offered no further comment. Both Columbia, still lost in her own world, and Natalia, awaiting judgment, reacted simultaneously. Upon seeing Zuo Xi approach, Columbia naturally walked over to his side to remain on standby. Zuo, what brings you here? This location had been specifically chosen by Natalia. It was quite secluded, with a beautiful view, perfectly suited for Columbia's designs. Why should I report my whereabouts to you? I merely noticed your extended absence and felt a touch of discomfort due to the lack of your usual presence. Observing the atmosphere between the two, Zuo Xi began to comprehend the unfolding events. Esteemed officer, although she had mentally prepared herself, when the moment arrived, Natalia found herself at a loss for words. Natalia, I believe you may have misunderstood something. If this emotional turmoil was not resolved here and now, Zuo Xi felt that unforeseen complications would arise later. Surely you do not presume you could deceive my discerning gaze? Upon hearing this, Natalia felt as though struck by lightning. Indeed, the officer often asserted that mortals possess their own wisdom. How could he possibly overlook such details? Lacking the unique abilities of her colleagues, relying solely on machinery, one could easily become a pawn in another's game. To avert such a fate, Zuo Xi's observations were markedly sharper than those of ordinary individuals, a skill that had proven immensely advantageous in business. From the very beginning, he had known that Natalia was a child of the family. Then, esteemed officer, may I ask you to accompany me on my final journey? To be unmasked by one she revered was the gravest punishment for Natalia. She could scarcely bring herself to meet Zuo Xi's gaze. With tears welling, she managed a resigned smile. If her life were to be taken by Zuo Xi, it would not be so bad, for he was the one who had saved her life in the first place. How did I never realize that you have this dreadful habit of not allowing others to finish their sentences? I told you, you must have misunderstood something. From the outset, I was aware. Do you understand what that implies? Upon reflection, did Al-Hikino truly ask you to relay information to me? Natalia was a clever individual. There is no need for Zuo Xi to elaborate further. She could grasp the crux of the matter herself. Indeed, if you were aware from the beginning, why have I been allowed to remain until now? So, this is regarding father? You underestimate Al-Hikino far too much. She would never employ such a simplistic method to plan a mole here. Being a child of family and serving as my assistant, as long as I and Al-Hikino do not find ourselves in a reconcilable conflict. There exists no contradiction between those two aspects. Natalia, you need not betray either side. You have not betrayed either side, have you? Even if we were to take 1,000 steps back, the family inherently serves as a vital source of fresh blood for the Fatui. Your position here is merely part of your duties. Then, what of Columbia? This was perplexing. Under Zuo Xi's knowledge, Columbia should not have intervened so casually. You ventured into a desolate area on your own. She likely sensed your unusual emotions and went to check on you, perhaps to protect you as well. For at that moment, I was otherwise occupied. This response was entirely unexpected for Natalia. Had she truly been the sole one in turmoil all along? Upon realizing this, Natalia felt an immense weight lifted from her shoulders, and the sudden release of tension, coupled with her earlier emotional upheaval, caused her to lose consciousness. Just before succumbing to darkness, a singular thought echoed in her mind. Do not allow such a thing to happen. Chapter 42. Did you? I observed that Zuo appeared haggard, with dark circles under his eyes. Surely he did not rest well last night. While the ceremonial send-off is of great importance, there is no need for haste. We mere mortals must prioritize our health to prolong our lives. The following day, Zuo Xi, sporting dark circles, arrived at the Lioli Pavilion accompanied by Ying and Paimon. Throughout their journey, Paimon bore her own dark circles. While Ying appeared to be on the verge of speaking but hesitated, there is no need for Brother Zhongli to concern himself. Life inevitably imposes certain constraints upon us, and a life devoid of tribulations can only exist in dreams. This Nazida, upon noticing Zuo's slight improvement in spirit, once again intruded upon his thoughts, treating his mind as her own abode, it seemed. However, he also comprehended that, despite being the god of wisdom, he remained a child at heart. Having been confined for so many years, it is only natural for him to be filled with curiosity about the world. Her understanding of this realm stemmed entirely from knowledge. Yet knowledge, if not put into practice, remains merely knowledge and cannot transform into experience. With Zuo Xi's abilities, both parties could attain their desired outcomes, thus constituting a win-win scenario. Were it not for Zuo Xi's mortal limitations, he might have been even more proactive than neither. Now, let us get to the crux of the matter. Allow me to introduce, this is Brother Zhongli, a person of the path, an esteemed guest of the Wangsheng funeral parlor. He is well-versed in both ancient and modern knowledge. And with his assistance, achieving your goals should not pose a challenge. Since Zhongli was already aware of Ying and Paimon, it was customary for Zuo Xi to introduce them to Zhongli first. A person of the path? Is it as I understand it? Paimon began to concoct her own assumptions, her expression gradually shifting to one of fear as she stealthily hovered behind Ying. How you interpret is up to you. As the name suggests, the business of the Wangsheng funeral parlor revolves around guiding souls to the afterlife. You may deduce its implications. This organization has been entrenched in Liyue for a millennium, inevitably encountering some dealings of a darker nature. Those who tread in the shadows often become targets that the Fatui are eager to engage. Zuo Xi, with a playful intent to tease Paimon, refrained from elaborating too much. He was uncertain if Tartaglia harbored such intentions in the narrative, yet he currently relished this sensation. It is a pleasure to meet you both. I have heard of your exploits in Mondstadt. It is indeed a stroke of fortune to make your acquaintance. I am truly honored at how delightful. Truly, a cunning old fox, speaking with such confidence. The Wangsheng funeral parlor, with its dealings in the shadows, has endured for a millennium. Could it be that this Wangsheng funeral parlor is actually, indeed, just as you suspected? Zhongli is also a rather mischievous fellow, scaring little children even at his advanced age. You think compared to these individuals, I am but a child, am I not? Paimon's expression grew increasingly grim, her altitude diminishing, hinting at a potential inability to fly any longer. The Wangsheng funeral parlor is an organization that oversees funerary rites, dedicated to ensuring a peaceful passage for the departed. Observing that the atmosphere had settled, Zhongli took a sip of tea before slowly clearing up the misunderstanding. What is it? Your expression suggests you mistook Brother Zhongli for an assassin. While it is true that there are many assassins among the Fatui, the Wangsheng funeral parlor is a legitimate organization in Liyue. It is implausible for them to openly engage in such nefarious dealings. Is it not? The specifics are not convenient to elaborate on, but let us return to the main topic. That I brought you here to meet Zhongli because I possess a means to facilitate your encounter with the divine body of the Geo Archon. Indeed, he is seated right before you. Upon reflection, this statement cannot truly be deemed a falsehood. Since you have come to Liu upon my suggestion, it stands to reason that you wish to continue your audience with the seven gods. Although the Geo Archon has ascended, encountering the remains is still a form of meeting, is it not? Hence, I have arranged for Mr. Zhongli to assist you further with the particulars. The Geo Archon, while the progenitor of all adepti, is ultimately one of the immortals. Throughout Liyue's millennia of history, the departure of immortals has become an irreversible trend. In previous years, each immortal's departure was accompanied by a grand commemorative ceremony. This is a tradition of Liyue. However, it is truly unbecoming that even the Liyue Qixing has been unable to attend to this tradition this time. I see. You feel a sense of imbalance, do you? I understand. Others possess divine visions while you do not. It makes one wonder whether these seven gods truly possess sight. After all, it is a murderous case of the divine. Indeed, the true culprit remains at large. The Wangxing funeral parlor does not concern itself with such matters. What the Wangxing funeral parlor is concerned about is whether the grand ceremony for inviting the gods is being upheld while the ceremony for sending them off is neglected. Traveler, I have heard of your deeds. Since you share a bond with the Anemo Archon of the neighboring nation, would you consider collaborating with me to prepare a farewell ceremony for the Geo god? Very well, I accept your proposal. Do not be hasty in your refusal. This matter, have you agreed so readily? Based on Zhongli's understanding, this traveler should not have acquiesced without any reservations. He had prepared to speak at length, yet was taken aback by the swiftness of the agreement. Since Zuo Xi has gone to the trouble of orchestrating this meeting for me, the subsequent arrangements must also be within his foresight. That I trust his words. Thus, I find no reason to decline. Ying, are you truly not reconsidering? Very well. If that is the case, I shall accompany you as well. It appears your relationship with Brother Zuo is stronger than I initially expected. Since you have consented, let us proceed. The details can be discussed along the way. Zuo Xi, will you not join us? Ying turned to Zuo Xi, who had been rather inconspicuous and was now casually tinkering with one of the floating machines. Appearing rather bored, I have fulfilled my promise to you. From here on, you shall follow Brother Zhongli. I have other matters to attend to. Your expression suggests you have something to inquire about. Am I correct? Please do ask. That it is merely a question of whether my actions may inadvertently harm the innocent. So she had already prepared his response. What are you hesitating for? This is not like you. If you have something to ask, just ask it directly. It is just that this morning, when I passed by your room, I did not see your little attendant at the door. Then last night, I inadvertently overheard some rather joyous sounds coming from your room. Finally, seeing you today looking rather sleep-deprived, I cannot help but wonder, did something happen last night? Ying spoke hesitantly. Despite having lived for hundreds if not thousands of years, this topic was truly a blind spot in her knowledge. Upon hearing this, Zuo Xi felt a wave of dizziness. Nearly losing consciousness, he never anticipated that this elderly woman's thought process could be so peculiar. You, Paimon, lacking in wit, are you joining in the jest? Yesterday, Natalia was out of sorts and fainted. What is wrong with me, giving her a break? What is wrong with me, smiling happily in a dream? ISNT at the norm for those engaged in research to appear fatigued. Ah, I see, Paimon. I told you it was not the case. This is all your fault. Upon reflection, it was indeed peculiar for her to think along those lines. Perhaps she had truly been led astray by Paimon. After all, she had constantly been whispering in her ear about how she was a wealthy individual. And perhaps, Ying, you should be a little accommodating. That girl named Natalia seems rather formidable. Hasn't the number of girls around Zuo Xi been increasing? Truly, a character seeking personal gain through friendships. Realizing the absurdity of her misunderstanding, Ying instead adopted a stubborn attitude, turning the tables on Zuo Xi. Speaking of which, this is clearly your fault. Who told you to act in a manner so easily misconstrued? Making such strange sounds in the dead of night, it is only natural for me to think this way. And why did you appear so agitated? Are you trying to hide something? Enough. I shall say no more. Mr. Zhongli, we must be on our way to attend to important matters. After turning the tables, Ying prepared to make her exit, while the onlookers sipping tea seemed to relish the unfolding drama, reflecting on the complexities surrounding the farewell ceremony for the gods. There was no urgency to resolve everything at once. The two of them could first address their own issues. Chapter 43. The meeting at Wangshu Inn. The arrangements here should be nearly complete. Just as Ying had surmised, Zuo Xi's plans indeed bore no ill consequences for her, yet they were undeniably infused with ulterior motives. After finalizing the alteration of plans, guiding Ying to seek the help of the immortals. His new arrangements had already commenced. One of the objectives of leading Ying to seek the immortals was to divert their attention to this moment. The immortals should be preoccupied with discussing how to handle Liyue Harbor and the Qixing. Even if they were to discover something, they would be too busy to concern themselves with it, only able to settle accounts after everything had concluded. This afforded Zuo Xi significant convenience. After all, if Ningguang could detect some of his arrangements, it was even more so for the immortals who had long resided in Jiankarst and were intimately familiar with it. The prior arrangements at the Falu tree had likely been noticed by some immortals. But it mattered little, as the immortals lacked the means to reinforce the seal on the Falu tree. As long as Zhongli did not intervene, it would have no substantial impact on his plans. Thus, he did not take it to heart. However, the current circumstances are vastly different. The arrangements of Gilianjuan can hardly be deemed profound, and they are perilously close to the residence of the demon-slaying great sage. It is quite easy for Xiao to detect them. Should he become aware, the setup here would be swiftly dismantled. The message sent by Ying would draw the attention of the immortals, including Xiao, entirely towards Liyue Harbor, leaving Gilianjuan unattended, by merely fabricating a reason related to archaeology to station troops here. Even if the Qixing were to uncover some traces, they would lack sufficient grounds to intrude upon the territory of the Fatui. Next, there's the Fulong tree. Ajax and Columbia should have completed the preliminary preparations there, and it is time to wrap things up. Yes, he made his way to the South Sky Gate. He paused after a few steps. Fatigue washed over him. Given the urgency of the situation and the necessity for discretion in his approach from Liyue, he had traversed under disguise. Present, his legs felt somewhat unresponsive. He signaled, and a debt collector emerged from the shadows. "Your Excellency, what are your orders?" This specialized unit, adept in stealth, represents the elite among the Fatui. Their proficiency in concealment makes them well suited for assassination and covert protection, ideal for assisting in various tasks. Thus, aside from their primary duties, debt collectors are often assigned to the executive officer, ready to be summoned at a moment's notice. Typically, the standard configuration for an executive officer includes 2 covert debt collectors, 1 hidden mirror maiden, and 2 elementalists, 1 of ice and 1 of lightning. Currently, there is no suitable candidate for the elementalists under Zuo Xi, and the hidden mirror maiden is still slumbering at the northern bank, leaving him with only the 2 debt collectors at his disposal. Return and prepare the carriage. He did not specify a destination or a deadline. After uttering these few words, Zuo Xi proceeded towards Wangshu Inn. Such details need not be elaborated upon. Those below him would find a way to manage. When Zuo Xi leisurely arrived at Wangshu Inn, Ningguang was already awaiting him. Guided by a maid, Zuo Xi entered the private room where Ningguang was situated. It came as no surprise that she had come early to await him. The recent actions were not insignificant, yet nothing of great consequence had transpired. Naturally, Ningguang could not boldly approach, following the passing of the Geo Archon. Zuo Xi's arrangements had shifted to a more clandestine nature, significantly reducing their visibility. Even if there were suspicions, it would be challenging to produce evidence. Ningguang also lacked sufficient reason to approach directly. However, after the completion of the arrangements at Gilianjuan, Zuo Xi had ceased to deliberately conceal his whereabouts. When he instructed the debt collectors to prepare the carriage, he had not advised them to do so covertly. Based on Zuo Xi's direction and the route taken by the departing carriage from Liyue, it is not difficult to deduce that Zuo Xi's destination is indeed Wangshu Inn. Armed with this rationale and insight, it would be unreasonable for Ningguang to refrain from making an approach after waiting in silence for so long. Lord Tianquan has an exquisite taste. Amidst such circumstances, you still find time to cultivate at Wangshu Inn. It seems the passing of the Archon is not regarded as an overwhelming misfortune by the Qixing. The exchanges between Zuo Xi and Ningguang have always been laced with irony, since the other party has taken the initiative to approach this time. There is no reason for him to lose the upper hand, and I urge the executive officer to tread carefully. The Archon's passing is an irrefutable sorrow for every citizen of Liu. Yet, the Fatui have remained unaffected, continuing their pursuits with even greater fervor. Could it be that all of this was anticipated by you, sir? Taking a puff from his pipe, Ningguang leisurely countered. Smoking in the presence of guests generally signifies one of two situations: either a close relationship that renders small matters inconsequential, or a complete disregard for the other party, intended to project an air of nonchalance and exert psychological pressure. Where would such notions arise? I am but a mere mortal, lacking the ability to foresee the future. It is simply that the Fatui possess a higher level of composure, accustomed to various significant events. Maintaining tranquility in the face of such matters is a fundamental quality we embody that I merely wish to stop by Wang Shu Inn for a simple meal and rest my feet. Yet here I am encountering Lord Tianquan. I am uncertain whether to admire your ability to share in the joys of the people or to lament the immense influence of the Qixing. Publicly and privately, whispers abound regarding the Qixing's mismanagement, accusing them of oppression without offering relief. How can they possibly cope with other unforeseen events under such circumstances? Ah, executive officer, you jest when it comes to power. It is likely that one would struggle to find anyone higher than the executive officer throughout Teyvat. I have heard that in the land of Snezhnaya, the executive officer's authority is second only to that of the empress. The orders of the executive officer are deemed ordinary divine decrees, not to be disobeyed. Numerous high-ranking officials may dominate their own nation, yet only the executive officers of the Fatui can command respect across borders. Wielding power like a tempest, with a slight shake of her head, Ningguang let out a soft laugh. She waved her hand, adopting a joking demeanor, while her expression betrayed a hint of genuine admiration. This expression, paired with her barb remarks, was laden with unmasked sarcasm. There is no need for me to elaborate on the actions of the Fatui throughout Teyvat, is there? While you claim we possess extensive influence, we find ourselves humbled compared to your executive officer. It is disheartening to realize how deeply Lord Tianquan misunderstands us. It truly saddens the heart. By the way, whatever happened to that maid for last time? You mentioned wanting to facilitate a connection, and I have eagerly awaited news, yet there has been no follow-up. It has truly been a long wait for me. Could it be that you believe there is nothing about me, aside from my official FA that merits your attention? I am aware of your relationship with Yalan. What is it? After one failed attempt, you cease your probing. Come now, do try a few more times to bring me some amusement. Let us see what else you can uncover beyond mere status. Lifting the teacup before him, so she showed no fear of poison, taking a sip, while savoring his tea, he casually responded to Ningguang's words. Upon completing the ritual of tea drinking, he set the cup down and glanced casually in a certain direction. The muted thud of porcelain against wooden furniture resonated like a hammer, striking against Ningguang's chest. He had indeed already learned of it. This meeting was unlike the last. Previously, at least they had maintained a facade of harmony, whereas this time, the atmosphere was charged with tension, thick with the scent of conflict. Observing that the situation had reached a point of resolution, Zuo Xi opted to cease his verbal assaults and concluded this brief encounter. Then, Lady Ningguang, I have some official matters to attend to, so I shall not linger any longer. Farewell. Ningguang wished to detain him, for her purpose for being here remained unfulfilled. She had yet to commence her inquiries for intelligence. However, lacking sufficient reason to forcibly retain the executive officer of the Fatui. She had no choice but to relent, watching him depart towards the direction of Mianlin. We have already been exposed. Should we pursue? Yalan emerged from the shadows, her gaze directed at the spot Zuo Xi had just been observing, leaving one to wonder if it was intentional or accidental. No need, since we have been exposed, to follow it only escalated into a diplomatic incident. Sigh. Ever since these executive officers arrived in Liu, I have found no peace whatsoever. Chapter 44. Fulong the Xianhuang is gentle, and the immortal monarch is benevolent. Suppress the evil dragon here. Let no idle person be reckless. In the stone village beneath the Fulong tree. In the Mianlin beneath the Hulao mountain, within the South Sky Gate, there exists a tree bathed in moonlight, known as the Fulong tree. Its roots delve deep into the earth, and its branches seem to shimmer with moonlight. It is said that this is the tale of the evil dragon suppressed here by the Archon. If so, based on the visible size above ground, it is difficult to fathom how fearsome the entirety of the dragon would be. The world praises the might of the Geo Archon, yet few delve into the intricate stories behind it. That is a tale more distant than the mountains themselves in anciently, when this nation was still in its infancy. The Geo Archon traversed the world and discovered the naturally birthed Ruochuo Dragon King beneath a peculiar land. The ancient Geo elemental beings residing underground in Liyue were mostly blind, having not seen the light of day for centuries. The Ruochuo Dragon King was no exception. The Geo Archon granted him the sight to perceive the world, fulfilling the Ruochuo Dragon King's wish to ascend to the surface. They established a pact, and the Geo Archon promised him cohabitation with the people above. Thereafter, Ruochuo followed the Geo Archon into battle, and they became inseparable friends. Regrettably, the wear and tear of existence is a constraint imposed upon the world, equally eroding all living beings above ground. The cataclysmic war of betrayal ultimately erupted. Following that, the well-known tale unfolded, wherein the Geo Archon sealed the evil dragon here. The details of the process are unknown. Yet that does not hinder future generations from romanticizing it, though none remember the Ruochuo Dragon King, who fought for peace in wear and tear, truly so terrifying as a short-lived being, as what she could hardly fathom the sight before her. It was unimaginable to consider the mindset of the one who remained clear-headed when faced with the necessity of drawing swords against a once-beloved friend. What expression might grace their countenance? Perhaps a myriad of emotions. Soon, she would have the opportunity to witness it firsthand, the thought of observing the intricate emotions that would soon emerge on the ancient, unruffled face of the millennium-old stubborn rock deepened Zuo Xi's gaze, causing her lips to involuntarily curve upward. Zhongli, who stood beside her, was rendered speechless. Could you not refrain from laughing until I have departed? Laughing so unabashedly in my presence. Does it truly seem that I possess no temper? Initially, Zhongli had rejected Zuo Xi's plan to unleash the Ruochuo Dragon King. However, the additional conditions presented by her had plunged him into prolonged hesitation. If it were indeed feasible, would it not be worth a trial? The worst-case scenario would merely involve the continuation of the covenant with the Divine Land. Under Zuo Xi's timely encouragement, gentle persuasion, and repeated assurances, he ultimately nodded in agreement. For a breakthrough to occur in the stalemate, external interference was essential. The collaboration with the Ice Queen was predicated on the principle that some tasks could not be accomplished alone. Perhaps an outsider could indeed succeed where one could not. Even stubborn rocks possess emotions. Were it not so, war would no longer be a source of dread. When Zuo Xi proposed a change in plans, he felt a twinge of disappointment. Surely, the difficulty had proven insurmountable. Yet, to his surprise, the revised plan significantly mitigated the risks. If executed properly, the optimal outcome would yield 3 benefits in one fell swoop, leading him to wonder why she had not presented this strategy from the outset. So she explained that the latter required more intricate steps, and the more meticulous the plan, the easier it became to lose control. As a deity, you would not wish for such an eventuality to transpire, would you? While the reasoning was sound, Zhongli knew it was likely merely a pretext, based on her performance in the Land of Freedom. He believed that although the process might deviate somewhat, the outcome could be anticipated with optimism. After all, that drunken poet had never been one to jest about such matters, since she chose to mention it. It was likely that the affairs of Mondstadt had been handled to her satisfaction, whereas inevitable for all things. I, too, cannot escape it. The longer one lives, the more acutely one can perceive the terror of wear. After speaking, he cast a slightly envious glance at Zuo Xi, conveying a clear sentiment. How fortunate you, a short-lived being, are free from such burdensome considerations. Whether there was a hint of mockery in his gaze, only he could discern. She found herself at a loss for words under his scrutiny. While it was true that Zhongli had substantial grounds to speak on the matter of wear, it was hardly a valid reason for him to belittle her. However, recalling the expression he would wear upon reuniting with an old friend, the heaviness in her heart lightened considerably. I shall not quibble with you. I will recover my dues with interest later. So Xi's thoughts on this matter were hardly concealed, and Zhongli certainly perceived it. Yet, the passage of millennia had dulled his sensitivity to such trivialities. If this was the extra gain she sought, then let her revel in it. Speaking of which, was it truly necessary for you to make the trip in person? Have you completed your duties regarding the immortal sending ceremony? He merely sought some special props for arrangements. There was no need for him to accompany her. In fact, at the first sight, namely the Guili Plains, he had no intention of accompanying her. However, upon Zuo Xi's arrival at the South Sky Gate, she discovered Zhong Li waiting beneath the stone town, appearing to have anticipated her arrival for quite some time, merely reminiscing about an old friend. There was no rush regarding the immortal sending ceremony. Observing the twilight, I instructed her to return to the North Bank for rest reminiscing about an old friend and perhaps preparing oneself psychologically. Think as you will, I shall not intrude. Someone, prepare tea for Brother Zhongli. The rest of you, let us return to Liyue Harbor. Brother Zuo has shown kindness. I shall not see you off further. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. In the wake of tangible reminders of others, emotions surged forth, and it was inevitable to desire a moment to savor tea in reflection. Upon returning to the North Bank, Zuo Xi did not rush back to her workshop, but instead diverted her steps to Ying's room. Since their last encounter, Ying had been residing at the North Bank, as the decree from the immortal rendered her untouchable by the Seven Stars. Zuo Xi believed that the Seven Stars would not cease contact with her due to this matter. The Seven Stars had the means to investigate Ying's past, and there was also a recommendation letter written by Jean for Ying with Ningguang. Moreover, Ying had not only ventured into the absolute cloud realm, but had also successfully interacted with the immortal, returning with a decree that in such a sensitive moment. The Seven Stars had no choice but to engage with Ying, their sole intermediary. Thus, if Ying was willing to stay here, then so be it. Lord Zuo Xi. Just as she was about to knock on the door, it swung open from within. Emerging were not only Ying and Paimon, but also Natalia, who had awakened at some point. The expressions of the trio were unremarkable, yet Zuo Xi sensed an odd atmosphere that she could not quite articulate. She chose to disregard it. Welcome back, Natalia. Yes, Lord Zuo Xi. I have returned, though Natalia maintained a calm demeanor. A careful observer would discern the glimmer of unshed tears in her eyes. After experiencing the highs and lows, the girl's thoughts had become transparent. Nothing was more important than being by his side. She vowed to follow that figure for the rest of her life, seeking nothing but to draw closer to that light. She felt reborn, just as she had in the past. The girl cherished her treasure, swearing to protect it with all she had. Chapter 45. Oh no, I become a wallet? Ying, look quickly, I was right, wasn't I? Paimon, keep your voice down. They might hear you, da-da. It seems he's looking this way. Could he have really heard us? All right, enough chatter. Ahem, could you two not ignore us? Must be a misperception. It feels like Ying's skin has thickened considerably. Without changing her expression, she deftly brushed aside the topic. Apologies, but how did Natalia come to be in your room? So she, perceptive as ever, feigned ignorance of the hushed exchange between the two, playfully apologizing before inquiring about how Ying and Natalia had come to be together. What? As a superior, am I to restrict my subordinate social interactions? Or do you feel abandoned and resentful? Now you're speaking my language. This is the true Zuo Xi, the one who is snarky. The previously genteel and affable one must have been a counterfeit. This Zuo Xi had increasingly begun to disregard the boundaries of formality. Externally, she feigned disdain, but internally, she delighted in the notion that she had genuinely penetrated Ying's defenses. Lord Zuo Xi, it was simply that I awoke and could not find you. So I inquired if Ying knew of your whereabouts. Alas, the world had changed. Even Natalia was now lying to her. Truly, she had chosen her friends poorly. Not particularly skilled at deceiving Zuo Xi, Natalia felt a surge of guilt at the pained look in Zuo Xi's eyes. Her gaze grew evasive, unable to meet Zuo Xi's eyes. Zuo Xi turned to Ying, her eyes full of reproach. Look at what you've done to Natalia. How long has it been? And already she's like this. If this continues, I can hardly bear to imagine the outcome. Not bully Natalia. Ying disregarded Zuo Xi entirely, instead pulling Natalia behind her, closing the door without inquiring about her intentions. Who am I? Where am I? Why am I here? A moment later, the door swung open again, and Natalia, still engulfed in guilt, was pulled into the room by Ying before she could react. Once she regained her senses, She realized how disrespectful she had been to the esteemed Lord Zuo Xi. Without a moment to spare, she dashed to the door and flung it open. So she regarded Natalia with a look of appreciation. Gently reaching out to stroke her head, Ying cast a disappointed gaze at Natalia, while Paimon directed a similar look at Ying. The scene was undeniably bizarre. All right. What brings you to seek me out at such a late hour? Forgetting the earlier interlude, Ying suddenly recalled her intention in approaching Zuo Xi. So she hadn't had anything of great importance to discuss. She merely wished to gauge Ying's progress and perhaps seize an opportunity to play the riddle master. Ever since her peculiar thoughts had interrupted Zuo Xi's previous attempt to assume the role of riddle master, she had longed for a chance to make amends. What started as a casual inquiry had slipped from her mind entirely thanks to Ying's interruption. Ugh, could it be that this golden-haired old woman is my celestial nemesis? It feels as though misfortune has befallen me ever since encountering her. No. I am a researcher. How can I succumb to such superstitions? Yet, this world undoubtedly harbored deities, and strange occurrences seemed plentiful. Forget in matters with clues, it is never excessive to ponder. In matters without clues, no amount of contemplation will yield results. Such is the wisdom born of years in research. Identifying the prospects and feasibility of research is an essential course for scientists. So she had a general understanding of what merited contemplation and what did not. Thus, he decisively relinquished any further thought. Fortunately, due to his recent musings, Zuo Xi recalled his fundamental intention. How is the preparation for the immortal sending ceremony with Brother Zhongli coming along? Is there anything the foolish crowd can assist with? Although overt support is no longer feasible, covert assistance is still possible. Indeed. Ying nodded, appearing to have been anticipating Zuo Xi's inquiry. Dio share, so she was somewhat surprised that there were indeed matters where the foolish crowd could lend a hand. Why hasn't Zhongli mentioned this? Allow me to speak, the voice of the gods. Paimon had been striving to assert her presence. Given her recent less-than-stellar performances, just a bit of funding would suffice. Upon mentioning Mora, Paimon unusually began to fidget, rubbing her hands together and shuffling her feet. That's what it was. You should say something, right? Paimon, observing Zuo Xi's demeanor, grew anxious, fearing he might refuse. No, such a trivial amount can simply be mentioned at the front desk. Yekaterina knows to charge it to my account. There is no need for you to bring it up specifically. The cost of living in Teyvat is quite high, but as far as he recalled, the funds originally allocated by Tartaglia weren't substantial. Was it 50,000 or 100,000? Even if that amount were multiplied 100-fold, so she would hardly lift an eyelid. Is this what it feels like to be financially affluent? As if daunted by Zuo Xi's nonchalant tone and words beyond her comprehension, Paimon sighed before turning to whisper into Ying's ear. It remains unclear what Paimon conveyed, but before Ying could fully comprehend, she had yanked Paimon down, cradling her in her arms and covering her mouth, indifferent to Paimon's protests. After settling Paimon, Ying turned back to share her progress with Zuo X. It seems the advancement is slower than I had anticipated. Clearly, that old man Zhongli is quite invested in Toma. Having rushed over there before any developments here had taken place, I shall not disturb you further. Do rest well. The procedures for the immortal sending ceremony are rather complicated, and tomorrow should not be too leisurely. Very well. See you tomorrow. By the way, Ying, what is it? If you do not release your grip soon, that will truly become your rations for the journey tomorrow. Upon hearing Zuo Xi's remark, Ying realized that Paimon had unexpectedly ceased her struggles. I was wondering why it suddenly became so quiet. At this moment, Paimon sat with her hands folded over her abdomen, her expression remarkably serene. Natalia, witnessing this scene, felt a slight stir within, yet the other two present remained utterly composed. So she was unfazed, and surprisingly, Ying appeared indifferent when she should have been anxious. This left Natalia somewhat perplexed, though Ying's subsequent actions quickly dispelled her confusion. Paimon, dinner is ready. There is an entire table of dishes. Gurgle. Following a growl from her stomach, the sound of swallowed saliva followed suit. You were just pretending, weren't you? If you don't get up soon, there won't be any breakfast left for you tomorrow. Having spent considerable time together, Paimon's behavior was quite predictable, and Ying was well acquainted with her antics. After tugging at the whimpering Paimon, Ying exchanged good nights with Zuo Xi before returning to her own room. Chapter 46. I truly care. I genuinely do. Speaking of the immortal sending ceremony, one cannot help but mention its intricate steps and the myriad of items involved. Each item and its usage carries significance. Among them is a fragrant balm used for honoring deities, with the type of materials varying according to the deity being revered today as for this balm. If memory serves, the one ultimately selected for the Geo Archon exudes a gentle fragrance that lingers, akin to a misty haze, aptly named ethereal celestial affection, a type that matured elder sisters would appreciate. I'm genuinely curious about the Geo Archon's female form. It would have been ideal to include such a condition from the outset. Reflecting on this now, it is regrettable. Zhongli, being the god of contracts, would undoubtedly not permit any alterations midway, which is a rather unfortunate thought. Nevertheless, the concept of a matured elder sister is not entirely beyond imagination. I find myself even more intrigued by the other two types of bombs corresponding to different forms. Although I long to partake in the immortal sending ceremony, I must first consider whether it would alert the Liyue authorities. Time is also a constraint that I still have to finish up my work. The modifications at the Cloud Ascension Pavilion are yet to be completed, and they are awaiting my final touches as for my evil eye, though it may not serve much purpose in daily life. Merely serving as a decorative piece, it is a boon for someone like me, who harbors a slight fear of the deep sea but must undertake maritime tasks. For instance, at present, I am leisurely traversing the sea on my ice bridge towards the Cloud Ascension Pavilion. It is said that the flower god creates blossoms with each step, whereupon the land beneath her feet flourishes with vibrant patishalan. Zuo Xi, too, is somewhat akin to this. Ice flowers are still flowers. After all, though he may be a novice, the spectacle he creates is quite impressive. With each lift and fall of his feet, the sound of his sturdy soles meeting the icy surface resonates. The surrounding seawater promptly crystallizes into ice, forming a broad, glacial thoroughfare. To an unknowing observer, one might think the Queen of Winter had arrived, as he does not need to exert elemental power for defense. The ice he conjures is remarkably sturdy and expansive. Walking upon it feels little different from traversing a firm path. However, the ice surface cannot bear the weight of his mech, so he must wait at the shore. This is of no concern, as with Tartaglia and Columbina accompanying him, he harbors no safety apprehensions. Humph. It's astounding that Morix would consent to such a scheme. I truly wonder how you managed that. Rosalind smirked, her brows slightly furrowed, crossing her arms in a pose of disbelief. Though displeased, she could not help but acknowledge the audacity and boldness of Zuo Xi's plan. Yet, this audacious scheme has garnered the approval of the guardian deity of this nation, who even personally descended to assist in its arrangement. What sort of charm has this fellow cast upon Morix? Rosalind, your understanding of Liyue's deities appears to be somewhat flawed, as one of the oldest among the current 7 archons. Morix's strength is beyond our comprehension. Extending his palm, Zuo Xi raised it to eye level, then gradually clenched it. He would acquiesce to this plan, not only due to the vulnerability exposed by my capture, but also owing to his unwavering confidence in his own strength. Control your emotions, otherwise this ice will melt. The feeling of lecturing is rather intoxicating, especially considering Zuo Xi is a researcher. However, our dear Rosalind evidently disdains being lectured and seeing Zuo Xi's nonchalant demeanor, as if everything were a matter of course. She could not resist the urge to punch him. Glancing down at the ice beneath her feet, Rosalind's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Perhaps this is a good opportunity. This ice surface surely cannot support his mech, right? Wouldn't that mean? As she pondered, Rosalind found herself somewhat eager to try. Yet this thought dissipated as Columbina turned her head in this direction, that it is far easier to deal with the mech. Partner, shall we clear that anemo hypostasis over there? It will only re-emerge from the Earth's veins later, so it wouldn't hurt to eliminate it now, would it? The presence of elemental constructs is often more pronounced than that of ordinary monsters in the eyes of Genshin. Just as they approached the Cloud Ascension Pavilion, Tartaglia, with his keen sense for battle, spotted his grand toy, his previously bored expression transformed into one of eager anticipation. Truly, Tartaglia is always seeking opportunities for battle. Our poor anemo hypostasis remains blissfully unaware that it has been targeted. Go ahead, but don't linger too long. After dealing with it, clear out the hilichurls, slimes, and abyss mages on the island as well. Having granted Dahlia permission to act, Zuo Xi also requested that he tidy up the surroundings, allowing him to stretch his limbs a bit. Curiously enough, it seemed that Dahlia no longer required Zuo Xi's approval to proceed. However, at some point, this small team appeared to have begun operating under Zuo Xi's leadership. It was utterly perplexing. I am the one in the last position, yet none of you seem inclined to use your brains. After receiving permission, Dada eagerly leaped off the ice and plunged into the sea, making his way toward the island of the irrelevant stone, naturally, with the elemental vision of the hydro element. He moved through the water with remarkable ease, far outpacing the others who trudged along on foot. Shortly thereafter, Zuo Xi could only see the white froth of waves surging in Dahlia's wake. What a hasty character he is! Shaking his head, Zuo Xi thought that Dahlia's proactive cleaning would benefit their endeavors, and there was no reason for him to object by the time the others leisurely arrived on the island. Dahlia had already cleared the vicinity. If he wasn't mistaken, a blue whale composed of water elements had just emerged from the irrelevant stone area. It was not as grand as he had imagined. Likely not a great evil law. Indeed, it was merely an elemental creation, not something that required the aid of a demon king's armament. The creatures of Teyvat are quite peculiar. After being vanquished, they always return to the ley lines, leaving behind only a trace as spoils of war. This kind of death does not feel like death at all. It resembles a reincarnation or reclamation. Thus, despite recently having undergone a cleaning, the area did not appear to be in disarray. Ajax, you've grown stronger again. Zuo Xi raised a hand to his forehead, his gaze towards Dahlia filled with an indescribable envy. What is this person made of? He hadn't seen him engage in battle these past few days. Yet he somehow continues to grow stronger. He's simulating in his mind. Alas, the data will need to be updated again. Back to winter, and more overtime awaits. My friend, I am Dahlia, who is always growing stronger. If you don't update your skills soon, you won't be able to catch up with me. Dahlia laughed heartily, clearly enjoying this exchange. The sunlight reflecting off the droplets of water in his orange-red hair was somewhat blinding, cascading down in sparkling droplets as he moved vigorously. The combat was evidently not intense. Although his clothes were soaked, the combination of Dahlia's cheerful demeanor and vibrant hair color rendered him entirely unbothered, exuding a sunlit, carefree aura. The scene hardly captivated the few present. Lun Bi Ya remained silent, quietly following Zuo Xi, occasionally playfully tugging at a strand of his hair out of boredom. She would sometimes poke his waist, discovering that he was quite sensitive in that area, eliciting significant reactions with the slightest touch, which amused her, while Zuo Xi could only seethe in silence. Natalia was even more forward, her entire focus fixated on Zuo Xi, her gaze never leaving him for even a moment. Despite her attire obscuring her eyes, it was unclear how she and Lun Bi Ya managed to convey such expressions under these circumstances. Rosalind's eyes were fixed on Dahlia, though her gaze was laced with mockery and disdain. Mere scorn was not enough. Rosalind parted her crimson lips and spoke words that offered no courtesy. It's just a bunch of monsters. I truly don't understand what you have to be proud of. Is it any wonder you two are the last and second to last? Her mockery of Dahlia did not cease there, as Zuo Xi found himself caught in the crossfire. While an increase in strength is indeed commendable, I suspect someone of your age has long since forgotten the joy that comes with such improvement. The sunny youth did not appear as radiant as he seemed. He casually leaned against a boulder and feigned a stretch. Only then did he retort Rosalind's words. Their banter was a well-known spectacle among the group. It was simply the norm for the executives to exchange barbs, with these two being particularly unrestrained. As for Dahlia's unabashed delight, it stemmed from receiving Zuo Xi's official acknowledgement. After all, since the latter had become an executive, Dahlia's victories had become exceedingly rare. The few times he had triumphed were merely due to the absence of the upgraded matches. Zuo Xi had been diligently gathering data on him, and to speak frankly, he was more aware of Dahlia's strength fluctuations than Dahlia himself. Since Zuo Xi had acknowledged it, there must indeed have been a genuine enhancement in his strength. A soft yet audible applause broke the tension, drawing the attention of the two squabbling individuals. They turned to see Zuo Xi lowering his hands. Let us put an end to this trivial quarrel. My dear colleagues. The sea breeze gently caressed Zuo Xi's cheek, causing his black hair to sway slightly. His opulent garments harmonized seamlessly with the staff in his hand, and coupled with the calm smile on his face and the tranquil tone of his voice. His leadership qualities were on full display. In one present could rival Zuo Xi. Yet at that moment, none dared to voice a contradiction. Even the typically proud Rosalind merely huffed and fell silent. Very well, then, let us commence with our actual business. Chapter 47. Can you assist in restoring Ozer's power? Once upon a time, the land of Liyue was home to numerous formidable deities, and during the Archon War, competition in this territory was fierce. With the victory of the sovereign, who led everyone in establishing Liyue Harbor, they have gradually progressed to the present day. Many legendary deities have since faded into obscurity. However, there exists one figure that the people of Liyue will never forget. His name can silence a crying child and strike fear into the hearts of adults. He is none other than the Vortex deity. Ozer Ozer powerful? Undoubtedly. Just how formidable is he? As previously mentioned, during the Archon War, Liyue was home to countless mighty deities, yet nearly all have perished by now. Only Ozer remains, sealed beneath the Cloud Ascend Pavilion. It is said that those who possess strength may not necessarily survive, but those who do survive are certainly formidable. According to legends, the Cloud Ascend Pavilion was formed from the rock spears cast down by the sovereign, serving both as a weapon of attack and a seal in itself. How does one go about unsealing him? The most straightforward method would be to blow up the Cloud Ascend Pavilion. However, Zuo Xi need not ponder this dilemma. With either the forbidden talismans or the sealing methods acquired from Zhongli, he can resolve this issue. To be frank, this journey could have been undertaken solely by Zuo Xi. Yet, lacking guards at sea, he shamelessly brought along several companions. Rosalind was somewhat reluctant, but Zuo Xi invoked the name of serving the esteemed emperor, leaving her with no choice but to comply. Throughout the journey, Rosalind's resentment was palpable, her displeased expression never wavering, yet she still followed along. Much like the Lord of the Deep, Ozer had endured millennia of wear and tear, and his mental faculties had long since diminished, moreover, due to his seal. The erosion not only dulled his intellect, but also gnawed away at his power. Now, even if Ozer were to be fully liberated, he would no longer possess the might he once had. How could this be acceptable? With such diminished strength, how could he be of use to Zuo Xi? In order to unlock his value, his power must be restored to some degree. Thus, Zuo Xi's primary aim for this expedition was to whittle away at Ozer's remaining mental clarity and to restore his former strength. Even if he could not regain his peak power, it must not differ too greatly. For this purpose, Zuo Xi sought guidance from Zhongli. That scene remained vivid in his memory. As the saying goes, one can only see the Geo Archon during the rite of invocation, but one can find Zhongli anywhere in Liyue. The character named Zhongli had only a few refresh points, making it easy for Zuo Xi to locate him. Fortunately, his first stop at Sanwanbugua port led him to Zhongli, who was sipping tea and listening to stories of tea that time in Liyue. The sea was plagued by great demons, while evil serpents lurked in the mountains. The Geo Archon rallied the many adepti, vowing to restore peace to the world, to create a harmonious realm. The storyteller, Tian Tizui, continued to recite the tale of how the Geo Archon led the adepti to victory in the Archon War. This story has remained a timeless classic in Liyue Harbor for thousands of years, cherished and passed down through generations. As he aged, he found himself reminiscing about the past. The river of history has surged through this ancient land for countless years, and Zhongli has drifted along with it for several millennia. These classic tales never fail to evoke memories of his youthful vigor and the long-forgotten friends lost to the passage of time. Time has taken away his old companions, and the grind of existence continues to wear him down. One day, he too would meet his old friends in the twilight of his life. Wouldn't he? I wish to buy osmanthus flowers and share wine, but alas, my old friends are not here. The individual uttering those words is certainly not Wendy. Zhongli turned his gaze upon the source of the voice, and a friendly yet lackluster smile came into view. In the realm of breaking the ice, Zuo Xi is a true professional. Despite the warmth of his smile, there lingers an inexplicable urge to reprimand him. Zhongli set down his teacup and nodded slightly to Zuo Xi in greeting, then gestured for him to take a seat. Zuo brother, it is a pleasure to see you well. Zhongli would not be so easily disarmed by this trivial ruse. Among his old friends, there are many with mischievous natures. Such light-hearted banter was something he had become accustomed to millennia ago. Lately, I have been overwhelmed with trivial matters, unlike your leisurely demeanor, Zhongli brother. He shook his head, both self-mocking for living like a mere cog in the machine and deriding the seemingly aimless life of a retiree. Yet beneath this mockery, a sense of envy and jealousy was unmistakably palpable. What brings you here today, Zuo brother? Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. With his teacup still in hand, Zhongli casually inquired about Zuo Xi's intentions. This question was merely a formality, for he was aware that the other's plans had been completed the previous day. And thus this visit should bear no pressing matters. Since Zhongli brother has offered, I shan't be modest, to be frank. I find myself utterly powerless in a certain matter and must implore your aid. Zuo Xi's lips curled into a smile that displayed he had been awaiting this very moment. But please, do not hold back. After blowing gently on the freshly poured tea, Zhongli felt a twinge of surprise. Yet he was open to hearing a request from a cooperative ally. Essentially, it was also for the sake of Liu, and thus he had no grounds for discontent. He lifted the teacup to savor the fragrance of this third brew, while awaiting Zuo Xi's elaboration. However, the subsequent words caused his raised hand to freeze mid-air, as if gold were flowing in his tranquil eyes. Might I request Zhongli brother's assistance in restoring the strength of Vortex demon god Osail? At the moment he uttered his desire to aid Osail in regaining his power, Zuo Xi felt a fleeting sensation that Zhongli might revert to Morax. He sat upon the rocky crag, reminiscing about the scenes of yore. A shiver still ran down his spine. Fortunately, he had managed to persuade Zhongli. Otherwise, he could scarcely guarantee that Zhongli would not perceive him as a spy dispatched by the remnants of the vortex. Ultimately, it was my superior wit that triumphed. After installing his own apparatus atop the lonely cloud pavilion, he approached the sealing site and affixed the items Zhongli had entrusted to him at the seal's mouth. When Osail breaks free from the seal, these two items will serve their intended purpose. That all. Such a trivial task you cannot accomplish on your own. Must you involve us? The thoughts of mortals truly perplex me. With arms crossed, Rosalind cast a sidelong glance at Zuo Xi, her eyes brimming with dissatisfaction. Mobilized for such a meager workload only incited her ire, making her feel quite insulted for the greater good. She refrained from resorting to violence, but barbed words were inevitable that you special individuals need not comprehend the thoughts of mortals, nor am I beholden to make my ideas comprehensible to you. Though a smile remained on her face. Her words were imbued with a biting coldness. She was certain she would not resort to violence, allowing him to become increasingly audacious in his verbal sparring, if jesting. So she would never reveal that he had summoned this group solely due to the lack of guards at sea. He could have left Rosalind behind, yet witnessing her loafing about while he toiled was far more unbearable. Thus he had forcibly included her. Chapter 48. A scheme to reenact a fragment of the Archon War with the arrangements at Lonely Cloud Pavilion complete. The simplest portion of the task had finally concluded. Why is Zuo Xi's plan deemed audacious? His original intention was to resurrect the vengeful spirit of the Hydro Dragon King or to fully liberate Osail. Neither the vengeful spirit of the Hydro Dragon King nor the fully liberated Osail would possess their peak strength. Although such a challenge might be deemed excessive, with Zhongli as a safety net, it was not wholly insurmountable. However, to save a Yue harbor without relying on Zhongli and with the traveler's involvement, these two alternatives were evidently unsuitable. The semi-liberated Osail had only been dealt with after the combined efforts of numerous individuals and deities. This was still the outcome after expending a celestial weapon, that if it were the fully realized Osail or the vengeful spirit of the Hydro Dragon King, their current power levels would indeed struggle to prevail. Consequently, Zuo Xi pondered for quite some time, even contemplating binding Ying and sending her to Sumru and Inazuma to interact with the statues of the seven before returning. The four elemental powers within Ying might enable her to face the god of the rightful ruler, thus granting her a fighting chance against these two incomplete Archon-level forces. However, such an action would significantly disrupt Ying's travel plans, and so she hoped for her journey to unfold according to her own desires. Thus, he conceived another approach. If a singular party struggles to resolve the issue, why not unleash both, with a modicum of guidance? Placing both forces in proximity, given their severely diminished faculties, the likelihood of them clashing upon meeting would be exceedingly high. If one could subtly exploit their mutual resentment towards Morix, orchestrating a grand battle between the two sides would not pose a significant challenge. Once a victor emerged, Liyue would merely need to rescue their homeland from the hands of the triumphant faction. And after a fierce confrontation, that victor would undoubtedly not remain in peak form in this manner. The trials facing Liyue Harbor would shift from withstanding a direct assault from Archon-level might and defeating a god to guarding Liyue amidst the aftermath of their conflict, ultimately vanquishing the victor of the battle. The disparity in difficulty between these two scenarios is not even comparable. The latter is perfectly suited in terms of challenge. However, the fundamental prerequisite for realizing this hypothesis is that the disparity in combat strength between both parties must not be too great. Ideally not overwhelmingly one-sided. The wear and tear inflicted upon the Hydro Dragon King has not greatly diminished his strength. The greater toll lies in the mental realm. Moreover, considering Morix's lingering sentiments, the sealing methods employed would not significantly affect the sealed entity. Even if the Hydro Dragon King is not at his zenith, he is still formidable. In contrast, Osael has suffered severe degradation in strength due to Zhongli's unreserved assault, his spears raining down like a tempest. Should the two sides encounter one another, while an instant defeat might not be guaranteed, Osael would certainly struggle to exhaust the Hydro Dragon King. This cannot be permitted. The Hydro Dragon King, with his relatively intact faculties, is not something Liyue can withstand. Thus, he must seek Zhongli's assistance in restoring Osael to his former strength, ensuring a level playing field for competition. This is the only way to truly recreate a fragment of the Archon War. Scaramouche, facing the distant Inazuma, Zuo Xi wore a triumphant expression. The clash of the mountain-shaking Dragon King against the Vortex Demon God is a scene that once epitomized the height of the Archon War. Another concern arises. The reawakening of these two Archon-level forces would undoubtedly disturb the ley lines, resulting in a surge of monstrosities across the land of Liyue. Furthermore, as the Vortex Demon God, Osael would possess little rationality upon breaking free from his seal. It is almost inevitable that he would unleash a tsunami, driven solely by instinct. The same principle applies to the Hydro Dragon King. The upheaval of mountains and the shaking of the earth is not merely figurative. To address these issues, relying solely on the Qinyan army would prove insufficient. While as a port nation, Liyue would undoubtedly have measures in place to counter tsunamis. What about earthquakes? What of the debris? All of these require manpower to achieve a flawless resolution. Liyue requires a powerful external ally. That ally, the Fatui, is undoubtedly the prime candidate. However, the Seven Stars might not share this sentiment. They would likely assume the Fatui has ulterior motives, which, in truth, they do. Nevertheless, whether it be arranging equipment or participating in support, the acquiescence of the Seven Stars is imperative. Otherwise, it would lead to diplomatic incidents that a diplomatic incident is manageable, as the Fatui has grown accustomed to such occurrences. However, if mishandled, it could even escalate into a minor war. Before the ensuing trials arrive, the Qinyan army cannot afford any losses. Alas, despite my tireless efforts for Liyue Harbor, this oblivious group continues to hinder me. Were it not for that divine heart, I would hardly bother with this thankless endeavor. With that time, I could have nearly finalized my Heavenly Father design, had it been dedicated to developing Heimdall or Hephaestus. Either of them should have been completed by now, all for the sake of Her Majesty the Queen. Gazing out at the sea, Zuo Xi grumbled while contemplating his subsequent strategies, compared to Osael and the Hydro Dragon King. It is evident that the arrangements within Liyue Harbor pose the most formidable challenge. After all, mere archons are nowhere near as formidable as the complexities of human hearts. I have listened to you, Zuo brother, complain for quite some time, and I find it quite resonant. Yet it is precisely due to the intricacies of the human heart that humanity shines with a brilliance unmatched by any other creature. Is it not? Just like you, Zuo brother, who, despite being human, has reached heights that even the divine cannot aspire to. The stars of humanity sparkle, and you, Zuo brother, are the most resplendent among them, as the sun dipped below the horizon. The silhouettes of two figures at the harbor gradually elongated. Zhongli, never one to withhold his admiration, praised Zuo Xi, believing wholeheartedly that, from his divine perspective, Zuo Xi was indeed deserving of such accolades, though he had not witnessed it firsthand. He had heard whispers of a neighboring nation's exploits. Those mechanical creations, it seemed, could only be rivaled by that lost realm, a nation that encapsulated the brilliant ingenuity of humanity, that I am still far from such heights. So, dear Zhongli, please refrain from elevating me too much. Zuo Xi gently shook his head, a wry smile gracing his lips, dismissing it as mere flattery from Zhongli. From his own viewpoint, he felt he still had much to learn. At the very least, he currently found himself at a loss regarding the heavenly principles, devoid of any leads. Moreover, his weaknesses were glaringly apparent. He was far from being in a position of comfort. Just like now, he was deeply troubled by matters concerning Liyue Harbor, grumbling about the Liyue people, while simultaneously cursing the deity idly lounging beside him. I say, Mr. Zhongli, while we have signed an agreement. Surely this is ultimately for your Liyue, is it not? Rather than lounging about, why not assist me in devising a solution? He shot Zhongli a disgruntled glance, his dissatisfaction palpable. I have heard you often say that mortals possess their own wisdom. Dear Zuo, I trust that with your intellect, resolving such matters should pose little challenge. I shall await your good news in due course. Why complicate matters further and invite ridicule? It was rare to see a smile grace Zhongli's countenance. Had he not so effortlessly absolved himself of responsibility, so she might have found some joy in witnessing him smile more often. You deities truly are utterly unreliable. Chapter 49. How wonderful Mondstadt is the sun had long since set, and the silvery moonlight cascaded upon Zuo Xi. From behind, all that could be seen were the elongated shadows and a dark silhouette. In contemplation, he resembled a statue, silent, composed, and exuding an aura that discouraged interruption. Even the pigeons alighting at the dock seemed untroubled by his presence. The thinker, the pigeons, and the moonlight melded harmoniously, radiating unique beauty. The Qinyan army had noticed Zuo Xi from afar. Though they wished to approach and offer a word of caution, they hesitated to disrupt the serene scene. Thus, they could only patrol nearby, ensuring that this quiet contemplator remained undisturbed. Yet the night in Le was anything but tranquil. The streets and docks were bustling with life, sailors, travelers, adventurers from the Adventurers Guild, and lovers entwined in their own world. Soon, attention was drawn to Zuo Xi standing by the dock. Passers-by, upon casually glancing in his direction, found it difficult to tear their gaze away. Those who hurried past would stop for a brief moment, captivated by this seemingly ordinary yet profoundly enchanting sight. Yes, a crowd began to gather. They quietly observed this enchanting scene, which was filled with an ineffable charm. Lost in thought, Zuo Xi grappled with the complexities of the current situation in Liyue. He was both the player and the piece on this chessboard. Having entered the game, he found it challenging to break the stalemate without external assistance. The previous deadlock had been shattered by him, an outsider. Now he pondered who could resolve the current impasse. That it seemed there was indeed a neutral force that might fulfill this requirement on the timeline. It was slightly premature and would require some catalytic action. The Wind Dragon ruins had already been detonated by him, and the Mondstadt officials were in the process of cleaning up. He had heard that the Stone Gate had recently been reopened, indicating that the cleanup was nearing completion. Consequently, that artifact should now be in the hands of the Mondstadt authorities. While this presented some complications, it was also a step toward finding a solution to the stalemate. Startled by his murmurs, the pigeons took flight, and the crowd, as if awakening from a dream, suddenly realized that the enigmatic figure at the dock had vanished without a trace. The atmosphere, once serene, had been disrupted by his soft-spoken words. Individuals glanced around, whispering to one another, attempting to validate the surreal scene they had just witnessed. Was that real? Did you see it too? But where did he go? Though they were confident in their observations, none could articulate the whereabouts of the mysterious individual. From that moment on, the nighttime dock seemed to grow even livelier. The unusual surge in foot traffic quickly reached the desks of Ningguang's 3 aides. The nighttime influx of the dock was reportedly due to a contemplative figure by the seaside, What bizarre intelligence was this? How could such news reach this level? Were the preceding individuals incapable? Due to an unexpected incident during the divine invitation ceremony, the management of Liyue had been on high alert. Such urban legends, if it were any other time, would never have reached their ears. They would have been filtered out during the preliminary checks, verified, and ultimately resolved. After their review, they merely needed to submit for Ningguang's approval. Yet now, all that had arrived were mere rumors, accompanied by speculative annotations. The taut nerves were suddenly ignited, and Baizhu could not contain his frustration. After venting, he carelessly pushed the report to the bottom of the pile and continued to address other matters. Welcome to Mondstadt, esteemed yet unfamiliar guest. Upon entering Mondstadt, the familiar faces at the gate greeted him. Lawrence extended a salutation as he stood guard at the city gate, a routine part of their daily duties. A gentle breeze caressed the air, and the sunlight shone warmly. It was said that Mondstadt, blessed by the Anemo Archon, would never see rain. This was the soil favored by the winds of freedom, thus perpetually basking in sunlight and vitality. Question: where will the Harbinger go upon arriving in Mondstadt? Answer: naturally, it shall be to the office of the acting Grandmaster, not the Goth Hotel, I presume. In Jean's eyes, a Mondstadt without Zuo Xi had a sweetness even in the air. The work was invigorating. To put it plainly, since when she left Mondstadt for the Frostlands, she had let out a significant sigh of relief. Although he had caused no tangible harm to Mondstadt, the troubles he had brought during his stay were far from insignificant. These troubles were not of a physical nature, but rather a strain on her psyche. Moreover, in Jean's view, Xi's audacity was remarkable. Detonating a millennia-old ruin was no small feat, though it was not the first time such destruction had occurred. Despite her unwavering love for Mondstadt, it was only after Zuo Xi's departure that she truly comprehended how wonderful a Mondstadt without a Harbinger could be. Previously, she had taken her fortune for granted. For the sake of a beautiful Mondstadt, she felt compelled to work overtime. With renewed vigor, acting Grandmaster Jean motivated herself, sipping on a cup of coffee to invigorate her spirit as she prepared for a new day's tasks. A glance at the reception area revealed a figure clad in Frostland attire, yet bearing the features of Liyue. The person's smile appeared tranquil, though their striking visage was marred by a hint of fatigue, reminiscent of her own past self. Perhaps this was why, alongside a book, there was a cup of coffee before him, likely poured from her own kettle. Noticing her gaze, he politely waved and spoke, acting Grandmaster. I trust you are well. It seemed that the recent days of overtime had taken a toll on her, leading her to hallucinate, and now she was confronted with that devilishly unfortunate figure. Jean rested a hand on her forehead, comforting herself. Acting Grandmaster, while work is indeed paramount, your health is of utmost importance. Perhaps unbeknownst to her, Mondstadt would remain unaffected without Barbados. However, should she fall ill for a few days, the entire city would be rendered paralyzed. The coffee in her cup was well to Zuo Xi's liking. He found himself unconsciously taking a few more sips before setting it down. He then earnestly offered Jean a suggestion. Joking aside, a Mondstadt without you would be lacking. I am perfectly fine. What brings you to visit unexpectedly? Lord Zuo Xi. Jean set aside her hand from her forehead, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled. Having mentally prepared herself, she was finally ready to confront reality. In truth, Zuo Xi held a fondness for Mondstadt. Here, he did not have to bear the weight of exhaustion, unlike now. Although Jean's words were official, they lacked the cunning of Ningguang. Engaging with Ningguang required vigilance and strategy, while conversing with Jean was far more relaxed. Mondstadt is truly wonderful. I shall visit often, Zuo Xi mused. Chapter 50. I have come to retrieve my spoils me? I am, of course, here to reclaim my spoils. Nestling deeper into his chair, Zuo Xi uttered this statement without a shred of hesitation. The Wind Dragon ruins were his doing, and the Abyss Order had been cleared by him. Surely, it was reasonable for him to reclaim what lay within. In light of your assistance in organizing the battlefield, I may grant you a modicum of what you seek, but I must first exercise my discretion. Qi-Qin's forehead was etched with bulging veins, for she had never encountered such unabashed audacity. The destruction of Mondstadt's relics was not yet settled, and now they wished to demand spoils from Mondstadt. An affront too great to bear. Mr. Motor, I implore you to be mindful of your words. We have yet to hold you accountable for the devastation of Mondstadt's significant heritage. Now you audaciously seek to claim artifacts that rightfully belong to Mondstadt. Do you not perceive the impropriety in such a request? Qi leaned over the table, rising slowly, her body inclined forward in an attempt to exert psychological pressure on Zuo Xi. Her words dripped with suppressed fury and helplessness. Yet, Zuo Xi paid her no heed, sipping coffee while engrossed in a book. Uttering shameless remarks, his visage betraying no sign of distress. Conscience. What is that? Esteemed acting commander, here are the documents that require your attention today. Ah, it seems we have a visitor, without so much as a knock. The door swung open, revealing an individual burdened with a stack of papers towering above their head, seemingly having pushed the door open with their foot. Due to the obstructing documents, Kaya did not immediately notice Zuo Xi. Peeking from behind the papers, he intended to hand over the documents to Qi, only to be confronted by an unforgettable figure. To be candid, the moment Kaya laid eyes on Zuo Xi, his mind buzzed, not unlike Qi's reaction. After exchanging a solemn glance with Qi, Kaya heavily approached her desk to deposit the documents before unreservedly assuming the responsibility of dealing with Zuo Xi. Alas, dear acting commander, you are inundated with such a multitude of documents daily. It truly is a laborious task. By the way, Mr. Zuo Xi seems to be rather distant. To think he would arrive in Mondstadt for leisure without prior notice, so we could prepare for a proper reception. Kaya consoled himself inwardly. You must be here for enjoyment, Mr. Kaya. Your hospitality is overwhelming. I am truly flattered by your graciousness. Since you are so kind, I shall certainly pay a visit to the Dawn Winery later. When considering the most likely destination for the first tiller, it would naturally be that esteemed collector, Dialek. However, Zuo Xi's true intention lay elsewhere. He had superior means to ascertain the whereabouts of the tiller, and his visit to the winery was merely to vex Dialek. Ah, that is indeed splendid news. I trust my brother shall be delighted. Upon hearing of Zuo Xi's plan to visit the Dawn Winery, Kaya found him increasingly agreeable. Surely, my brother will extend a warm welcome. Just as he believed he might find respite, Zuo Xi shattered his illusion. Before that, would you kindly show me the sights of Mondstadt? My previous visit was for official duties, and I scarcely had the opportunity to appreciate this free city. You appear to be quite the entertainer, Mr. Kaya. I hope to impose upon you for the next few days. Kaya's outstretched hands trembled slightly, his smile nearly faltering. Although it was indeed his intention to accompany Zuo Xi before heading to the Dawn Winery, a tinge of sorrow lingered. Yet upon reflection, he realized that this provided him with a reason to remain by Zuo Xi's side, rather than allowing him to retreat into the shadows that in that light. Perhaps this is a fortuitous turn of events? Kaya, adept at contemplating matters from various perspectives, swiftly grasped the pivotal point. Accompanying Zuo Xi might entail significantly less work than he had anticipated. Still, he wondered about Zuo Xi's true motives, hoping they were not of a ludicrous nature. By the way, I believe I overheard you two conversing at the door. Would you mind sharing the details with me? Finding a seat close to Zuo Xi, Kaya endeavored to appear relaxed, though he felt a twinge of trepidation, uncertain whether Zuo Xi harbored secretive schemes or was poised to reveal a substantial revelation, judging by Qi's expression. It seemed the latter was true as anticipated. Zuo Xi recounted his earlier words to Qi without reservation, adding his own insights thereafter. I believe the acting commander's perspective is somewhat biased. Firstly, I have resolved numerous troubles for Mondstadt. The Abyss Order incident was entirely handled by us, with Mondstadt taking no initiative. Secondly, the artifacts within the Anemo Archon's ruins cannot be solely classified as Mondstadt's heritage, as far as I know. There are numerous guardians of the ruins. Can they truly be considered Mondstadt's artifacts? Lastly, even the cleanup efforts cannot be attributed solely to Mondstadt's merit, as the Fatui also contributed significantly. Having articulated 3 points in quick succession, Qi gradually reclaimed her seat, the tension in her forehead easing, replaced by an expression of profound resignation. These matters truly defied rebuttal. Had it not been for the Grandmaster's expedition, none of this would have transpired. She was indeed still lacking. The acting commander has performed admirably. As the saying goes, even the most skilled cook cannot work without rice. Under such circumstances, even the Grandmaster would not fare better than you. so you need not belittle yourself. Observing Qi-Qin's waning resolve, Zhao Xu quickly surmised her thoughts. This acting commander was indeed capable, yet her self-perception remained flawed. In such situations, she often compared herself to the Grandmaster, pondering what actions he might take in her stead. Only when she attains a proper understanding of her own worth will she undergo transformation. A young lion may cast a shadow of a wolf. But who can say that a shadow cannot emit its own unique radiance? You. No. I must thank you, Mr. Zhao Xu, for your reminder. However, your assertions remain open to discussion. Until we reach a conclusion, I invite you to savor the essence of Mondstadt's freedom. Kaya, I entrust the hospitality of Mr. Zhao Xu to you. I'm certain you will find common ground. In an instant, Qi-Qin's expression morphed into one of disbelief, as though her innermost thoughts had been laid bare. Yet, she quickly masked her surprise, shaking her head to issue a dismissal. Indeed, as she had stated, this matter was not devoid of negotiation, and given the unprecedented esteem the Fatui currently held in Mondstadt, disregarding their opinions could incite discontent. However, the possibility of negotiation did not equate to full agreement. A proposal would still require deliberation among her superiors. Until then, she had no choice but to allow Kaya to accompany Zhao Xu. Chapter 51. You seem to harbor some unfavorable thoughts just now. Is this truly the library of Mondstadt? It is exquisite. Miss Lisa, long time no see. I apologize for intruding upon your rest. Securing the first tiller was not the primary objective. Rather, the focus lay upon the Abyss Order lurking in the background, a matter that could not be rushed, as he required an opportunity. In other words, it was time to relax. This time, he must rectify the regrets of the past. With this mindset, Zhao Xu chose the West Wind Library as his first destination. Initially, he had intended to visit the nearby confinement room, but alas, it was not open to the public, prompting him to settle for the West Wind Library instead. Here, the shelves brimmed with a plethora of books, ranging from children's literature to profound elemental tomes, an abundance of knowledge. However, Zhao Xu found little interest in such materials, for he believed that Mondstadt's mechanical prowess would not catch up to him even in 100 years. The mechanical texts here were, in his eyes, akin to reading children's stories that, in Zhao Xu's estimation, only two individuals in Mondstadt were truly capable of research: the Witch of Roses, Lisa, the librarian here, and the Child of Chalk, Albedo, the chief alchemist of the Knights of Favonius. Strictly speaking, the Guardians of the Ruins did not fall within the purview of their studies, yet the issue of power sources pertained to the ley lines, an area both had explored. With time to spare, he could leisurely peruse while conducting a slight investigation. Given the snowy mountains were somewhat remote, he wished to avoid a repeat of previous experiences, thus shifting his focus to the nearer Lisa. If memory served correctly, her alchemical workshop was located somewhere within the library. Who might this be? Is it not young Master Zhao Xu? What brings you to my humble abode today? It was morning, and Lisa had been dozing lightly at her post as the librarian. The warm sunlight streamed through the window, casting a serene and beautiful scene. Sensing someone approaching, she quickly awakened. Ignoring Kaya's sidelong glance, she languidly stretched and playfully greeted Zhao Xu. Unlike the others, she bore no burdensome thoughts regarding him. After all, this was not her domain of responsibility. Let others contend with the headaches. She merely needed to recognize him as a clever and handsome young man. Though you are quite tall, it would be inaccurate to say, I am small. Having come to Mondstadt after quite some time, and wishing to catch up with Miss Lisa, he decided to visit the library in hopes of a fortuitous encounter. I am deeply grateful for the gracious favor of Her Majesty the Queen. This journey has not been in vain. Miss Lisa remains as leisurely as ever, which is truly enviable. I subtly remarked on her lackadaisical attitude towards work, while also expressing my own admiration. Alas, these days, I have been exceedingly busy, burdened with the trivial matters of Liyue that have consumed my thoughts. Now that I find myself on the land of Mondstadt, I shall take this opportunity to relax. I believe the spirit of freedom here will help alleviate all my worries. Speaking of which, I too have not been as untroubled lately, as I have suddenly found myself inundated with an array of tasks to research. Miss Lisa, it seems you and Zhaoyang are quite compatible, leaving me feeling somewhat excluded. Kaya timely interrupted Lisa's words. He was concerned that Lisa's lack of vigilance towards Xiaoyang might lead to the inadvertent revelation of sensitive information. Lisa, however, accepted this news with grace. Though she appeared slightly indifferent, she refrained from continuing the conversation and turned her cheerful gaze toward Xiaoyang, half-jokingly remarking, "Is that so? Little sir, you truly are mischievous, attempting to extract information from your elder sister. Such a naughty child." Xiaoyang felt a pang of helplessness. He had not intended to pry, but rather had instinctively sought information upon arriving from Liu, still adjusting to the change in mindset. Instead of explaining himself, he brought up Lisa's junior disciple from Sumeru. Hearing that Miss Lisa had once studied in Sumeru and had earned the title of Rose, which speaks volumes about her remarkable talent. Speaking of which, I had the pleasure of meeting Mr. Sano in Sumeru. Like Miss Lisa, possesses exceptional prowess. When I encountered him, Mr. Sano was exceedingly cordial. Please send my regards to him when next you see him. As for Sano, he does not strike me as the overly enthusiastic type. Has he really changed so much in these few years? She did not consider the potential conflict as Xiaoyang, an executive of the Fatui, and Sano, the Grand Master of the Knights, seemed to be at odds. However, the Grand Master's enforcement of the law necessitates substantial evidence and procedure. It would be unreasonable to resort to violence merely because one is an executive. If anything were to transpire in Sumeru, it would not go unnoticed in Mondstadt. Therefore, has that disciple truly become more amiable? The commotion caused by Xiaoyang was not insignificant, though few remembered it afterward. Those who did merely thought it a fleeting dream. Thus, the matter did not spread, leading to today's misunderstanding for Lisa. I had not anticipated such a significant transformation in my junior disciple over the years. When next you encounter him, do convey my greetings, and perhaps inquire about our master's well-being. Lisa and her mentor do maintain correspondence, yet the significance of sending greetings differs from that of written letters. There is no contradiction between the two. Oh dear, how swiftly lunchtime approaches. Conversations with you, little sir, are always so delightful and leisurely. Kaya, little sir, shall we share a meal? How about at the Hunter's Lodge? My treat. After a morning of idleness, merely chatting and dozing off, this delightful work is one I yearned for. This silent cry echoed in Xiaoyang's heart. Alas, Miss Lisa finally remembers me, observing your lively conversation. I feel quite left out. It would be quite rude to decline Miss Lisa's invitation. Wouldn't you agree, Xiaoyang? Kaya casually draped his arm over Xiaoyang's shoulder, a common tactic to forge closeness, while also gauging the other's physical condition through their brief contact. Given Dialec's remarks, Xiaoyang should indeed be unaccustomed to combat. At such proximity, whatever the situation, it would be exceedingly convenient. With Xiaoyang's combat acumen, he would find it challenging to react effectively in an ideal scenario. That is, yet Kaya's intentions were swiftly thwarted. Before his outstretched hand could reach Xiaoyang, an unseen force intercepted it, causing a slight distortion in the space around them, a fleeting gleam of metal flashing by. The defensive system of Xiaoyang's alternate dimension had automatically activated. The activation of this system indicated that the system assessed Kaya's actions as potentially hazardous and malicious. The air around them seemed to freeze. Kaya's casual smile vanished, and Lisa found it increasingly difficult to maintain her previous languor. For before them stood Xiaoyang, now squinting at Kaya. In a swift motion, he grasped a copper-hued mask materializing in his hand. As he slowly donned the mask, the atmosphere grew palpably tensed. A chilling smile adorned his face as his words sent a shiver down Kaya's spine. Mr. Kaya, it seems you harbored some rather unpleasant thoughts just now. Chapter 52. Silence in tonight's Mondstadt. Brother Kaya, are you here to play with Klee? In the confinement room, the innocent and unspoiled Klee was joyfully bouncing around, thrilled that someone had come to keep her company. Kaya, however, showed no mercy when it came to deceiving children. Indeed, Brother Kaya is here specifically to play with Klee. He is a good person. Klee's confinement period was about to end, and soon we would go fishing together. Oh, but please don't tell Captain Jean, okay? Just as Kaya was weaving tales for the child, he suddenly paused. Klee's confinement was ending, while his own was just beginning to. I deeply apologize, Mr. Mortar. This matter is indeed Kaya's fault, and I extend my sincerest apologies on his behalf. Jean inclined her head slightly toward Xiaoyang. her apology as the acting captain carrying substantial weight. It is of no consequence. Perhaps Kaya has simply misunderstood my intentions. I can certainly comprehend that. After all, this is your territory, is it not? As an outsider, I am but a fragile entity, and Captain Jean need not be so formal with me. Zhao Yang reclined on the sofa, attempting to feign a startled demeanor, yet anyone with keen eyes could see he had no desire to conceal his glee. His expression was unabashedly triumphant, as if his tail were poised to soar to the heavens. What a stroke of luck, a perfect reason to challenge Mondstadt. Kaya truly is a great benefactor. Once again, I offer my sincerest apologies, Mr. Mortar. Please believe me, Mondstadt will certainly provide a resolution that will satisfy you. In this situation, it was impossible for her to believe that the other party was not laying a trap. Yet, what could she do? Kaya's cunning plans had been exposed and captured in the act. To placate the situation, they had no choice but to confine him. Kaya was typically adept at handling such matters, which is why Jean had allowed him to accompany Zhao Yang, but who could have anticipated that Kaya would not last even a day, stumbling into someone else's trap within just a morning. The current situation was quite unfavorable. It would be exceedingly difficult to refuse the conditions proposed by the other party, lest they exacerbate matters and find themselves in a worse predicament. Then I shall await your good news. Dear Acting Captain, I hope that during the forthcoming discussions, your country will indeed demonstrate sufficient sincerity. Time was running short, and thus Zhao Yang took his leave. Remind Mr. Kaya to find a moment to inform his brother of my impending visit. Having achieved his objective, Zhao Yang waved farewell, realizing he had yet to contact Eula since arriving in Mondstadt. He had no time to entertain such neurotic matters. Exiting the Knights of Favonia's headquarters, Zhao Yang navigated with ease to the Angel's Share. Regrettably, this evening, Old Man Lu was not on duty, and Eula had not come to indulge in drinks, though he did stumble upon a drunken bard. A death in the afternoon. After surveying the premises without sight of Eula, Zhao Yang felt no inclination to seek a seat. He simply sat at the bar and began to place his order. Certainly, please hold on for a moment. Although he spotted Vinny, Zhao Yang had no intention of settling his tab for him. He had already covered the bard's drinks for 3 years, and it went without saying that he would undoubtedly keep a running tally. This bard had recently ceased performing, seemingly making daily pilgrimages to the Angel's Share. Initially, Charles found it peculiar, as this bard rarely visited the establishment, typically appearing every few days. Each visit, he would penny pinch, only ordering a drink or 2 of apple cider. However, during this period, he not only came every day, but also drank to the point of inebriation, stumbling out each time, sometimes even collapsing on the ground. Curiously, he always settled his tab with the bills sent to the Goth Hotel. Once or twice, that was acceptable, but as the occurrences increased, suspicion arose. Thus, he had taken the bill to the Goth Hotel for verification. To his surprise, the bills were indeed legitimate, and the fatui bore no grievances. On the contrary, they cordially settled the account and graciously escorted him back to the Angel's Share. Since the bills were genuine, there was nothing more to say. Moreover, Vinny typically refrained from disturbing others and, when in high spirits, would often serenade for free. Thus, Charles regarded it merely as an addition of a regular patron and an impromptu performer to his daily routine. He reported to Dialek, who simply instructed him not to concern himself with the matter, and, as a subordinate, he naturally refrained from meddling. Over time, he had grown accustomed to this. However, the unexpected visit from Zuo Xi took him by surprise. After a moment's hesitation, he chose to relay the news to Dialek. Based on Charles' observations of Zuo Xi, it seemed he would indulge in drinking for quite some time. This would allow sufficient time for him to convey the message to Lord Dialek and hopefully receive a reply before his departure. Yet, perhaps due to Eula's absence, after some aimless glancing around without spotting the person he longed to see, he opted to leave after just 1 drink, taking along the poet who frequently got intoxicated. Family, I found a god, and he wants to come home with me. How outrageous! How could one pick up a corpse right in front of someone? He had been fretting over how to stop him. Although both were men, they were quite handsome. Who could tell what might transpire? Dear guest, I kindly ask you to release the individual in your grasp. Mondstadt may be free, but that did not mean it would tolerate such indiscretions. Charles spoke with great righteousness, blocking the door, extending his hand towards the inebriated bard in Zuo Xi's hold, attempting to rescue him from Zuo Xi's clutches. However, to his astonishment, as soon as he reached out towards Wendy, the drunken bard swiftly swatted Charles' hand away with surprising agility. This action left both Charles and Zuo Xi in a state of stunned silence. Charles realized that Wendy simply did not wish for him to interfere. His well-meaning attempt to assist had inadvertently disrupted their arrangement. How awkward. Charles scratched his head, caught in a dilemma, rooted at the entrance with no clear way to proceed. Zuo Xi, equally exasperated, pondered whether his decision to bring this troublesome individual back was indeed wise. Would his illustrious reputation be tarnished by this bard? Was it too late to feign ignorance and walk away? The silence enveloping Mondstadt that evening was palpable, and in that stillness, Charles quietly relinquished his position. Zuo Xi, too, departed the tavern in silence. Both chose to act as if nothing had transpired. Indeed, nothing had occurred. Chapter 53. Baba's disrobing. Can we have a proper discussion? Please don't take off my stockings. I beg you, let go. In the luxurious suite of the Goth Hotel, Wendy clung desperately to Zuo Xi's outstretched hand as it reached for his stockings, reminiscing about his youthful exuberance. Now, he found himself relying on his own hands to protect his dignity. Enough with the nonsense. Do you enjoy pretending to be drunk? Let me show you the consequences of that charade. That my reputation is already in tatters. You shall not escape unscathed. Zuo Xi, please don't. Zuo Xi remained unchanged. Yet the tranquility that once adorned his face had vanished, replaced by a fierce countenance. From the moment Wendy had swatted his hand away in front of others, he felt compelled to have those stockings removed. Upon inspecting the stockings closely, he determined they were merely ordinary. How peculiar! How could such mundane stockings vanish in a thin air? Could it be a matter of the garment itself? With this thought, Zuo Xi discarded the stockings. Turning his gaze towards Wendy, who cowered in the corner, clutching his knees, contemplating whether to strip him of his coat for further examination. Sensing the malicious glare from Zuo Xi, Wendy shivered involuntarily, fearfully glancing at the ill-intentioned Zuo Xi. His trembling voice tinged with desperation. Surely, the stockings suffice? What more do you want? This is Mondstadt. If I call out, knights will come to my aid, so please do not act rashly. This old rascal truly had a flair for theatrics. It seemed he had become addicted to the performance, that if he truly wished to escape, he would have done so long ago. Yet here he remained, playing the part. If you continue this charade, I shall take action. Growing weary of indulging this seasoned actor, Zuo Xi mercilessly exposed Wendy's ruse, disdainfully kicking the discarded stockings towards him. Trash. You thought it was something divine, yet it's merely a man's stockings. How utterly unfortunate. How can you treat me this way? After what you've done, you no longer wish to take responsibility? Wait, please, don't resort to violence. I shall stop pretending. Wendy, who had been thoroughly immersed in his performance, faltered when he noticed something lurking beside Zuo Xi. Beginning to shed its disguise that no, how could the majestic Anemo Archon fear such trivial matters? I simply cannot be bothered to engage with this rude Harbinger. It is not fear of your god-slaying spear that holds me back. Well, at least you're sensible. Now, what brings you to me? Has Lord Barbados come to express his discontent with my presence in Mondstadt? Hold on, did you not retrieve me? Have you forgotten so soon? Truly a man of fickle loyalties. Wendy, being a wind spirit, possessed a mischievous nature. However, his reckless antics in front of Zuo Xi stirred a deep irritation within him, making him yearn to strike. Was this how Rosalind felt back then? It was a wonder how she managed to refrain from dragging him to the depths of the he reflected on his past self. He found a surprising resemblance to the current Wendy. Perhaps Rosalind had spared him for this very reason, preventing him from meeting a similar fate. Realizing his thoughts were spiraling, so she quickly refocused on Wendy. Now, what is it that you desire? Our transaction should have concluded by now. I am quite busy, as I have yet to complete the tasks entrusted to me by Morix. So she could not fathom Wendy's intentions. Logically, their interactions should have ceased upon the completion of their agreement. Although he had heard Morix speak favorably of this fellow on occasion, Zuo Xi believed that to be the extent of their connection. But you are the great hero who saved Mondstadt. I merely wish to see what troubles you. Nada didn't accompany you. Anastasia, see him out. Zuo Xi, feeling no inclination to engage in idle chatter, dismissed Wendy with a wave. Enough with the jest. I'm not in the mood for your games. All right. Actually, it's Ms. Alice who entrusted me with delivering a letter to you. Here it is. Noticing Zuo Xi's dwindling patience, when he finally revealed his purpose for visiting Zuo Xi accepted the letter with one hand while maintaining an unwavering gaze on Wendy. Why do you stare at me so? Surely you do not still distrust me. Feeling the weight of Zuo Xi's skepticism, Wendy dramatically plopped down onto the floor, rolling back and forth while lamenting. You do not trust me. How could you? The sight of the great Anemo Archon rolling on the floor seemed almost surreal, causing Zuo Xi to question whether Nahida had orchestrated this farce. Yet, upon remembering that this was Barbados, everything fell into place. After observing Wendy for a while, Zuo Xi confirmed that the bard had no ulterior motives, allowing him to open the letter and voice his confusion. How did this letter come into your possession? Ordinarily, even if Alice's correspondence did not reach you, it would at least arrive at the Fatui or the Knights of Favonius to be delivered. In truth, this letter had been sent to the Knights along with another addressed to Klee. However, upon inadvertently discovering it, Wendy had requested that Jean hand over Zuo Xi's portion. How about that? The great Anemo Archon himself, serving as your messenger. What an honor. You merely wished to sneak a peek. No need to be so secretive about it. When he lightly tapped his hat with a clenched fist, tilting his head and sticking out his tongue, winking one eye in a playful manner. Such was the absurdity of two individuals who had completely transformed the Wind Dragon ruins coming together. If he does not confirm, he fears that one day Mondstadt may be greeted not by the sun, but by ominous mushroom clouds. Having read the letter, he chooses not to dwell on it, considering the sender's openness. The letter is swiftly perused, conveying that Alice has heard of his destruction of the Storm Terror's lair and expresses her approval. It further laments the formidable youth of today, noting that such actions bear a striking resemblance to her own past endeavors. Perhaps the two could exchange insights on demolition techniques. The correspondence concludes with an invitation for him to spend time with Klee, suggesting that they would share plenty of topics to discuss. Along with the letter, a signed Dodo King card is included, essentially serving as his pass while under temporary guardianship. Portraying me as a demolition fanatic. Yet it would indeed be worthwhile to visit Klee's well-behaved daughter. Although he had previously confirmed it, Vinny cannot help but feel a sense of unease for Mondstadt's future. Well, let Jean and the others handle the headaches. Chapter 54. The cat in the trap. With the mission accomplished, Vinny finds no reason to linger any longer. Holding his tights, he strides confidently out of the front entrance of the Goth Hotel, leaving Anastasia in shock. What on earth happened with the puppet master? Could it be that the puppet master actually... Shaking off her bewildering thoughts, she follows the instructions of the adult and returns to her room. Anastasia hopes to live a few more years. Tonight, everyone is on leave. Regardless of any noise, no one is to leave their rooms. As night deepens, a masked red figure begins to stir within Mondstadt. Our dark hero is on the move, with a clear target, the Goth Hotel. You may find it hard to believe, but during their previous encounter, he had retained his strength, knowing that Zuo Xi would refrain from lethal force due to her connection with Ying. His intention was to gauge the capabilities of this new executive. Initially, he was unconcerned, as he had easily dealt with both Titan and Bader. However, facing a single opponent was manageable, yet a swarm would pose significant trouble. This was Dialec's first assessment. After the other party uttered something about a module, the combat mode of the mech named Bader suddenly intensified, catching Dialec off guard. Realizing that a quick resolution was unlikely, Dialec pretended to be fatigued, hoping to lull his opponent into a false sense of security to seize a decisive opportunity. To his surprise, the opponent ceased their assault and even tossed over the skyward harp. He felt a sense of indignation, yet regardless, the outcome was satisfactory. Not only did he obtain the skyward harp, but he also gained a rough understanding of the executive strength. It was undoubtedly formidable, yet not insurmountable. This was Dialec's second evaluation, and his most current assessment thus far. Hearing from his subordinates that the executive had returned to Mondstadt, and knowing that his subordinates would be no match, he issued instructions to leave matters be and opted to take matters into his own hands. Based on his judgment, this executive, while possessing a capable entourage, was likely more of a cerebral strategist. Once in close proximity, he believed there would be no significant issue. It seems that the two brothers share a similar mindset. Tomorrow, Jean will undoubtedly have a headache again, will she not? The dark hero, however, is unconcerned with such matters. To him, as long as he is not captured on the spot, the Fatui cannot exert substantial pressure. With his capabilities, even if he cannot win, he certainly would not be unable to escape. The Knights of Favonius are far too timid in their approach to handling issues. Extraordinary situations call for extraordinary measures. While the Knights may be oblivious to the Fatui's actions, Dialek is all too familiar. On the surface, it seems they are assisting Mondstadt, but this executive must harbor some ulterior motive. The only perplexing aspect is why Barbados would place such trust in him. According to tonight's intelligence, that Bard seems to have been in contact with the executive again. He must uncover the truth behind these events. With these thoughts in mind, Dialek arrives at the Goth Hotel to gain entry. He cannot simply waltz through the front door. Although the defenses are tight, they are not impenetrable. Acting alone, there remains a possibility of infiltration. Once inside, many matters would become more manageable. Having studied the hotel's security measures since the Fatui took it over, he is aware of the patterns despite some changes. The precise operations of the Fatui's machinery allow him to better seize the opportunity to infiltrate. Based on his calculations, there would be a guard shift around dawn, leading to a brief period of vacancy on the hotel's side. This is fortunate, as it is a hotel and not a fortified stronghold. Otherwise, such areas would not contain windows for passage as dawn approaches. The guards indeed begin to withdraw, and Dialek seizes the moment, nimbly scaling the wall and slipping through a window. The entire process is silent, unnoticed by anyone, save for an almost imperceptible particle camera in the air. The infiltration goes remarkably smoothly, almost too smoothly that Dialek's finely honed instincts alert him that something is amiss. However, it is already too late to withdraw. Looking back, he realizes that the window has been shut, and outside is no longer the night, but an unknown wall of metal. Humph! With a cold snort, Dialek begins to grasp the gravity of the situation. Escape is impossible. He has fallen into a trap, and achieving his goal seems increasingly unlikely. He tentatively knocks on various doors, but naturally receives no response. Following the corridor, Dialek arrives at the lobby on the first floor, where the main entrance lies. Although he anticipated this moment, his heart sinks upon seeing the metal wall behind the door. It is as though it awaited his realization that he can no longer escape. Zuo Xi's somewhat exaggerated voice resonates around him, sounding like a mocking echo. Please do not be in a hurry to leave, my dear friend. Welcome to my domain. Proceed to the top floor. There lies the only exit, as well as the key to my domain. There are some little trinkets along the way, mere tokens of respect. Enjoy yourself, my esteemed guest. Cooperate or not to cooperate. This was never a choice for Dialek. He has no habit of sitting idly by nor the leisure to entertain others. He refrains from recklessly attempting to breach the walls. Past experiences have taught him that even his maximum output is insufficient to melt through such specialized metals. Yet he possesses other methods. Before the executive named Mortar arrived in Mondstadt, the Goth Hotel underwent considerable renovations that he secretly obtained the expense list, which included numerous mechanical devices. Given the executive's combat style, it is not difficult to deduce the existence of a workshop belonging to him. In such a scenario, where would he be? The workshop is undoubtedly the main stage, rather than mere rooms. The answer is self-evident. Having surveyed the lobby earlier, he has a general understanding of the layout. Behind the wall directly opposite the main door lies a considerable space that is not accessible to the public. What could this space be used for? Only a closer inspection will reveal the truth. When preventing intrusion, individuals often reinforce doors, as it is subconsciously perceived as the main point of entry. But who says one must always enter through the door? From his pocket, he retrieves a transparent vial containing a bright red, unidentified liquid. This is the alchemical explosive he purchased at a high price. While it may not be able to blast through thick metal, it is more than adequate for ordinary walls that I refuse to believe you have reinforced the entire interior. He hurls the explosive, and the thunderous roar of the detonation follows. As the smoke clears, Dialek takes in the situation within. Rows of Titan mechs are arranged in a vast space, their eyes glowing red, a sign of activation. Regrettably, my friend, You have made the wrong choice. Zuo Xi's voice echoes once more, resonating in Dialec's ears like an abyssal echo. Chapter 55. The bait to establish or amend rules. One must first possess sufficient power to shatter the existing ones. This principle holds true for both gods and mortals alike, that I take solace in your audacity to defy the rules, yet I also lament your recklessness. Oh, my apologies, I've spoken too much. Regardless, let us allow them to entertain you for a while. It shan't be long, just hold on for 5 minutes. As the last echoes faded, the Titans stirred to life, fully awakened. Drawing from previous experiences, Zuo Xi had augmented the cooling system, opting to expel coolant as a consumable alongside excess heat during overloads. In addition to the internal circulation method, while this would increase the consumption of coolant, the enhancement in operational endurance was substantial. However, with so many Titans deployed simultaneously, this strategy might prove unnecessary in the Grand Hall. Dialect maneuvered between the Titans, leveraging his physical advantage to create scenarios of one-on-two or even one-on-one confrontations. The typical Titan stood approximately 5 meters tall, about the height of a 2-story building. While Zuo Xi's specially designed experimental model had been lightweightened for mobility, standing at merely 3 meters. Zuo Xi's workshop connected the first and second floors. Otherwise, accommodating such colossal machines would have been impossible. Within this constrained space, it was challenging for Dialect to capitalize on his agility, but the Titans also found it difficult to move freely. As he twisted and turned, Dialect struggled to maintain his position. At such close quarters, unleashing elemental bursts or explosives risked collateral damage to himself, and the effectiveness of these methods remained uncertain. Ultimately, he might find himself struck before his opponent's defenses were breached. Fortunately, Zuo Xi adhered to the principles of fair play, allowing only 5 minutes without extending the time further. As the 5 minutes elapsed, Dialect was firmly pinned to the ground by a Titan. One Titan continued to restrain him, while the rest retreated into a spatial portal behind them, awaiting further orders. The Titan grasped Dialect as one might lift a small cat and began to walk toward a certain spot in the hall. A previously empty space shimmered, revealing Zuo Xi seated elegantly on a sofa. Since the onset of hostilities, he had been observing from this vantage point, akin to admiring a caged beast. Long time no see. Mr. Dialect, he remarked, I must say, your talent for disguise is rather lacking. The fact that you've managed to conceal your identity until now is the most surprising aspect. Are all Mondstadt citizens blind? Or are the Knights of Favonius simply foolish? The Fatui would be happy to offer complimentary vision tests and intelligence assessments to the people of Mondstadt. That it could only be said that Zuo Xi's acerbic wit had become a habitual trait. His casual remarks capable of raising blood pressure. Coupled with his relaxed demeanor and graceful posture on the sofa, Dialect felt an overwhelming urge to explode. Humph, spare me your words. Do as you will with me. Even in captivity, Dialect maintained an air of indifference that was difficult to discern whether he was simply expressionless or exceptionally skilled at managing his facial expressions. Why do you harbor such animosity towards me? Each and every one of you sought trouble that I am a person of a kind heart and broad-mindedness. I won't hold grudges against you. Tomorrow, I shall take you to see the acting grandmaster. How she chooses to handle the matter is entirely up to her. So she continued with a sly grin. Care to guess whether she will release you under pressure the very next day? Finding herself at a disadvantage during negotiations? Or will she prioritize the greater good and keep you imprisoned for an extended period? I eagerly anticipate the conflicted expression on the acting grandmaster's face. I can never get enough of it. Devil. This man is undoubtedly a devil. Regrettably, our devilish lord had to retire for the night, lacking the time to indulge in idle chatter with a man. First Charles, then Wendy, and finally Dialect. It had been an entire evening spent in the company of men, which felt rather unfortunate. My sincerest apologies, Lord Mortar. You will ensure I receive a satisfactory response regarding this matter. Correct? I have grown weary of such rhetoric. Zuo Xi's tone turned sharp as he interrupted Jean. In objective terms, a diplomat attack by fellow officials in the host country, followed by another assault that very night, could only be deemed a failure on Mondstadt's part. They could never adequately explain the situation. Zuo Xi sought precisely this effect, aiming to place Mondstadt at a significant diplomatic disadvantage during this period. Essentially, whenever Zuo Xi had a request, it was met without hesitation, leaving no room for negotiation. That I can be magnanimous and grant you time to resolve this incident. However, you must share all research findings from the Stormterror's lair with the Fatui. All equipment related to machinery within the ruins will be reclaimed by me. Having said this, Zuo Xi turned to leave, affording Jean no opportunity for negotiation. Impulsiveness carries a heavy price. Shortly thereafter, Mondstadt acquiesced to Zuo Xi's demands. They agreed to share the research findings from the ruins and to surrender all components and machinery related to the ruins to the Fatui. However, Mondstadt stipulated that Zuo Xi must publicly declare, in his capacity as an executive, that diplomatic relations between the two nations remain strong, emphasizing their joint responsibility for the research and excavation of the Stormterror's lair. This was intended to quell the public's concerns and inquiries, especially after the significant commotion at the Goth Hotel the previous evening, which had drawn considerable attention from the populace. This was precisely what Zuo Xi desired. Not only did he secure the first agricultural machine, but he also managed to disseminate this information in a natural and reasonable manner. When the time came, he would only need to subtly hint that the agricultural machine was remarkably ancient, drawing the Abyss Order's attention. Both the Abyss Order and Dainsleif would soon focus their gaze on the Fatui, and they would inevitably realize that what they sought was in Zuo Xi's possession. Following that, they would trace Zuo Xi's steps to Liu at the bait has finally been cast. Chapter 56. Are you open to psychological evaluation? Brothers Zuo Xi, will this truly allow us to fish automatically? Of course, little Klee. Just toss it into the water, and it will pursue the fish on its own. It's incredibly convenient. Removing Klee's hat, Zuo Xi gently stroked her hair. He was unconcerned that Klee might get caught in the explosion. Her destiny was that of the lucky four-leaf clover, ensuring her safety even if all of Mondstadt were to be engulfed in chaos. Zuo Xi endured the murderous glare of the supervising adult nearby as he handed Klee the torpedoes he had meticulously prepared. Clutching a bundle of torpedoes gifted by Zuo Xi, Klee merrily scampered off to the water's edge to fish. Furthermore, since Zuo Xi was leading the way, she effectively enjoyed an exemption from fishing regulations today. Free to indulge without fear of confinement. Yesterday, Brother Kia visited the confinement room to play with her, but for some reason, he didn't take Klee along when he left. Today, another strange adult has arrived in the confinement room. One who doesn't seem to enjoy smiling. As Klee ventured off, so she finally had the opportunity to converse privately with a nearby supervisor. This is a blueprint. It can serve as a reward for her in the future. When things become plentiful, they lose their preciousness. You understand? Zuo Xi intended to give the blueprint directly to Klee, but he worried about Albedo, who was nearby, crafting a replica of the sunflower. Weighing his options, he decided to hand the blueprint to the supervisor, simultaneously diverting the latter's menacing gaze. Zuo Xi had already heard of the exploits at the Stormterror's lair. It was impossible not to know of such significant events. Although he admired Zuo Xi's talents and machinery, under normal circumstances, he wouldn't mind engaging in discourse with him. However, his instincts told him it was best to keep this individual away from Klee. Their interaction would only spell disaster for Mondstadt, for him personally, or for Captain Jean. Yet he never anticipated being backstabbed by Lady Alice. When the knights approached him with news of Zuo Xi getting closer to Klee, he abandoned his ongoing experiments in a hurried rush from the snowy mountains. Upon seeing the card in Zuo Xi's hand, he felt a sinking sensation akin to witnessing a rebellion against the sovereign. Zuo Xi quietly observed Albedo, who remained on high alert, that I end this tense atmosphere. Zuo Xi could not resist raising his right hand, forming a circle with his thumb and forefinger, pointing toward Albedo's head while uttering those fateful words. Teacher Albedo, I am not lying. Albedo. Ahem, my apologies. In this context, I couldn't help myself. After indulging his mischievous whim, Zuo Xi retracted his hand in satisfaction. It was a surprisingly exhilarating sensation. I have come to acknowledge you. Bishop Otto. Mr. Zuo Xi, I have made certain achievements in the realm of biological psychology that if you do not mind, I could conduct a psychological evaluation for you. Albedo, with his left hand cradling his right arm and his right hand stroking his chin, scrutinized Zuo Xi with a hesitant gaze. After a moment of contemplation, he finally expressed his opinion. Regardless, since the other party has already gained the approval of Lady Alice, it would be unreasonable for him to reject them. To prevent Klee from being led astray, it is indeed necessary to ensure Zuo Xi's mental well-being. I am in excellent mental health. Mr. Albedo, you need not worry if there are any hair loss prevention potions. I apologize for my rudeness. You seem to know me. Haven't we met before? Albedo, ever observant, noticed the subtle expressions on Zuo Xi's face. Though it was their first encounter, the way the other looked at him was certainly not that of a stranger. Albedo was certain he had never met Zuo Xi before, and the contradiction was perplexing. As a researcher, Albedo decided to ask directly this question I shall leave for Mr. Albedo to explore at his leisure. Having spent much time with Vinny, Zuo Xi had not learned much, except for the essence of this playful aha. However, he could not muster the accompanying cute gestures. It was simply too embarrassing. Albedo raised his hand again, maintaining his previous posture while continuing to observe Zuo Xi. Lady Alice may have her own intentions, but this individual is indeed not entirely trustworthy. Strangely, it seemed the other was deliberately keeping him on guard. Whatever the purpose, he was succeeding. Speaking of which, besides attending to Klee at the behest of Miss Alice, I came to discuss a small matter with Mr. Albedo. Feel free to speak. The blood of the Tulin possesses potent and unique properties, capable of altering everything around it. I believe Mr. Albedo is more aware of this than I am. Your mother must have more than one child, correct? If, and I emphasize if, the abandoned child has not perished. What would their feelings be upon encountering you? This perfect creation? This individual undoubtedly harbors significant issues. What on earth is Lady Alice thinking? Has she even informed him of such matters? No, there are aspects that Lady Alice should be unaware of, and even I cannot fully ascertain them. Where does he draw his confidence from? Do not look at me with such eyes. I am merely offering a friendly reminder. You must understand that the two of you cannot coexist. When you meet, only one will survive. As Zuo Xi strolled around Albedo, he spoke as if engaging in casual conversation while subtly coaxing him. I'll put it bluntly, when the two of you meet, how can I be certain that the Albedo who returns is the same as before? Aside from your greater worldly experience, you share no differences that I believe you are aware of this. Approaching Albedo from behind, Zuo Xi affectionately draped his arm over Albedo's shoulder and leaned in to whisper softly in his ear. This matter seems unrelated to you, does it not? Mr. Zuo Xi, what exactly is your objective? Albedo remained composed. Even upon hearing such news, he brushed aside Zuo Xi's hand from his shoulder, turned to face him with crossed arms, and met his gaze. It is merely a friendly reminder. After all, this matter has no bearing on me. But can you guarantee that the other version of you harbors the same goodwill towards those around you, towards all of Mondstadt? You and he may be locked in a deadly conflict, but others are not the same. Please consider this carefully. We shall continue to correspond. Brother Albedo, has Brother Zuo Xi left? After Zuo Xi departed, Albedo remained lost in thought for an indeterminate time until Klee returned, having finished her fish explosions, interrupting his contemplation. Well, Brother Zuo Xi is left, dear Klee. Brother Zuo Xi is quite busy. Please refrain from disturbing him in the future. He is busy as Brother Albedo? Klee understands. Klee will not trouble Brother Zuo Xi or Brother Albedo. Gently stroking Klee's head, Albedo's gaze drifted towards the distant snow-capped mountains. That does make sense that today there will likely only be 2 chapters. In addition to this one, there will also be an extra chapter, Foolish Games of the Winter Night. Then, perhaps later this evening, there may be another chapter of the main text, extra chapter. Foolish Games of the Winter Night, the sages believe themselves to be omniscient. While we only begin to grasp the morals behind those foolish acts in the battlefield, there are no so-called discarded pieces. For this game of chess, checkmate is not the end in a hall reminiscent of a grand auditorium. The snowflake-patterned vertical banners gradually froze as snowflakes continued to fall. To the center of the hall lay a massive coffin, where 11 of the 12 executive officers, the highest authorities of the winter, have been summoned from various locations to gather. Beside the coffin, a young girl bent over the ornate ice coffin. Her eyes, still gently closed behind a lace mask, were partially obscured by her long, straight pink-black hair that cascaded over the ice coffin and her back. Adorned with six-winged hair ornaments, she appeared like a graceful angel amid the cold, solemn backdrop, guiding the departed souls. Her mournful song echoed through the hall, empty and lonely, resonating endlessly. The snowflakes continued to fall sporadically. The funeral was about to commence. The executives stood apart, each a solitary wolf. It was rare for them to be free from mutual conflict, and one could hardly expect them to gather in harmony. Today, we are gathered here to commemorate our dear companion. His sacrifice deserves a mourning period of 2.5 days for all of winter. His passing will be an irreplaceable loss for all of winter. The mayor, Rooster Puccinella, was the first to speak. Accustomed to public appearances, he articulated these words without a hint of strain. Yet, compared to his usual official rhetoric, there was a rare tone of regret in his voice. Only 2.5 days, and already the northern bank is in turmoil, filled with blood and tears. But Mr. Mayor, your perspective is even more distorted than mine as a banker. A black-haired man with glasses and squinted eyes, Pantaleon, a wealthy individual, stood alongside the mayor, one governing, the other managing finances. Their interactions were typically fraught with tension, making it entirely normal for him to seize the opportunity to deliver a jab. Mortal affairs are beyond your comprehension. The fall of mortar on foreign soil must be unimaginable for you, who lack empathy and are content to hide behind the walls of winter. If so, kindly keep your lips sealed, lest the children weep. A.S. the father of the hearth house. The servant El Chino was a figure of complexity and contradiction. However, there was no doubt that the person in the ice coffin had earned a shred of her respect, provided it did not encroach upon her interests. She never anticipated encountering this individual again under such circumstances that the comrade's funeral is not a place for your petty squabbles. Dator, who had remained seated on a bench with his arms crossed and silent, could no longer contain himself. He released his embrace, slowly rising, his expression frigid. Foolish mortals, silence your tongues. Otherwise, you shall all be ejected. Equally irate was Skirmouch. His feelings at this moment rivaled those of anyone present. Known for his unfiltered speech, he never concealed his malice, and upon hearing their mutual barbs, he erupted. Scaramouch, you are the last person who should be here. Were it not for the Queen's permission, do you think you would still stand here? The one lying in that coffin should have been you. Lady Rosalind Kruzka-Lofat was dressed in a long white robe, her attire no longer revealing as before if she remained silent. One would perceive her as a gentle, sunny girl from a distance. This current image was hard to reconcile with her previous demeanor. I do not require your reminders. Rosalind's words seemed to strike a nerve in Scaramouch, instantly igniting his fury, as if he were ready to lash out at any moment. However, upon glancing at the central ice coffin, his anger quietly dissipated. Mortals only know deceit. The puppet Sandrone paid no heed to the ongoing conflict, still clutching her design sketch even in this solemn setting. Her brow furrowed, she occasionally murmured to herself, "It has already been completed. It has already succeeded. Why? Why have you still not awakened?" Zuo Xi, I will never give up. Captain Capitano, silent as ever, chose this moment of quietude as a gesture of respect towards the acknowledges. Mortar, is this the extent of wisdom you possess as a mere mortal? Humph. Foolishness. The scuffles on the field merely drew the attention of Dr. Dator, who, after a brief mockery, dismissed the matter entirely. Yet, coupled with his frail stature and pallid visage, this feeble taunt sounded particularly ludicrous. However, this remark did capture the attention of others, causing the various executives to turn their gazes towards him, prompting him to involuntarily take a step back. This moment, you stand without an audience. All noble sacrifices shall be etched upon the unyielding ice, enduring alongside the nation, under the exalted reign of the Ice Empress. We shall seize the dominion of the deities. The funeral marked the conclusion of Pierrot's endeavors, leading the executives to disperse. The hall, where the ice coffin was laid, gradually succumbed to the dominion of frost. An absolute tranquility, a gift of the Empress, a testament to her benevolence. Deep within the layers of solid ice, the enormous coffin opened silently. The Ice Empress descended without a sound. Mortals have perished at this moment. You shall take the 0 seat, and I bestow upon you the new title of Machina. Chapter 57. A Fraud. Chapter 58. a misstep in strategy to diverge momentarily during the time when Ying emerged from the Fool's Camp en route to meet Zhongli at Dihuan Marsh. Intelligence regarding the duo's conduct along the way had already been dispatched to the celestial Chuanyu Pavilion. Lord Ningguang, this is the situation concerning the traveler. Please take a look. Baizhu respectfully presented a dossier before Ningguang. The thickness of the document suggested that the observer had recorded the details meticulously, capturing almost every observable piece of information. This indicates the observer's remarkable skill and extensive experience, while many in Liyue excel in tracking and intelligence gathering. The pool of candidates capable of doing so without drawing the attention of a skilled traveler is rather limited. It is not difficult to deduce that the covert observer is Yalan, the discreet glove handling various unsavory matters for Ningguang. Understood. You may leave now. Ningguang buried herself in the multitude of documents, fatigue evident in her brow. Yet, in front of her subordinates, she must maintain an air of composure. Concealing any signs of distress, she had to muster her remaining strength. The magnitude of affairs she had to oversee was overwhelming. Even after delegating her usual responsibilities to Kaching and Ganyu, focusing solely on matters related to the executives, her workload had only increased. Ceasing her current task, Ningguang took the long-awaited precious intelligence and began scrutinizing it. This information was hard-won and came at a significant cost, potentially jeopardizing her relationship with the formidable traveler. However, she could not afford to dwell on such concerns. This was a necessary course of action. The actions of the Fatui were both audacious and meticulously planned. They conducted their affairs brazenly before the Liu Qixing. Yet all vital documents and procedures were accounted for. Despite knowing these were mere facades, they remained within the bounds of acceptable diplomacy, leaving Liyue with no reasonable grounds for intervention. Nonetheless, their undertakings must be thoroughly investigated. Ningguang had a premonition that if not stopped promptly, the entire Liyue harbor would be at risk. The weighty dossier in her hands provided a slight sense of reassurance. After dismissing all her subordinates, she had not yet had the chance to review it when Yalan emerged from the shadows. What is it? The intelligence has arrived. Why did you come in person? Ningguang set aside her documents and turned to her longtime collaborator. Unless absolutely necessary, the two would not meet at the Chuanyu Pavilion. Yalan wished to fulfill the role of the discreet glove, establishing a clear separation from Ningguang in public view. Frequent meetings would be a folly. You haven't reviewed the intelligence yet, have you? Once you do, you'll understand why I came. Yalan toyed with the dice in her hand, avoiding a direct response to Ningguang's inquiry, instead urging her to examine the documents first. Yalan's reaction stirred a sense of unease within Ningguang, prompting her to pick up the dossier again for a thorough examination. Before long, Ningguang had perused the entire document. Upon completion, her brow furrowed, and she fell silent. Gently tapping her customary pipe rhythmically against the table, she occasionally took a puff to ease her current state of mind. The white smoke wafted across the table, enveloping the documents in a mist that obscured their contents. Alas, this is troublesome. After a considerable pause, Ningguang seemed to finally calm her tumultuous thoughts, taking a delicate drag from her pipe and exhaling a long sigh. It was not that the intelligence revealed any earth-shattering secrets. On the contrary, the report indicated that the traveler had discovered nothing of significance in several locations. This signified that Ningguang and her allies had not only gained nothing, but had also irrevocably lost the trust of the traveler. So, you found nothing either. Truly, a loss on all fronts, ensnared in a trap. Yalan astutely added this remark, having reached the same conclusion during her observations. Yet, regardless of the situation, the information presented to her must remain comprehensive. At such a critical juncture, no detail should be overlooked. Thus, we find ourselves in a most passive position. Continuing down this path is untenable. We must act swiftly. Concealed with such secrecy, the Fatui's plans may exceed our wildest imaginations. Because the incident involving Vinny did not occur within Mondstadt, the Knights of Favonius remain oblivious to the fact that their deity has been compromised. Consequently, the upper echelons of both Mondstadt and Liyue remain unaware of the Fatui's true intentions regarding the Heart of God. Although her intuition led her to hide the Archon's remnants, she remained uncertain of the Fatui's ultimate goals. Ningguang had never been one to dither. When decisive action was required, she acted without hesitation. Realizing that the gravity of the situation might surpass her expectations, she resolved to implement some coercive measures, even at the risk of inciting a severe diplomatic incident. You intend to conduct a search without cause. True to their years of collaboration, Yalon quickly discerned Ningguang's intentions. While not the most prudent course of action, it was the best available option at present. There were no alternatives. If the activities of the Fatui remained unclear, it would be too late by the time a crisis erupted. I sense a high likelihood of returning empty-handed. Yalon's foresight into Ningguang's potential subsequent actions prompted her to personally visit the Chuanyu Pavilion to dissuade her. Some matters, when conveyed through intelligence, may appear ambiguous and require the first-hand account of someone who has witnessed the events. What leads you to this conclusion? The traveler's demeanor does not suggest a failure to uncover anything, but rather that there was indeed nothing to discover. Are you implying that it was not a lack of thorough investigation on the traveler's part, but rather a comprehensive inquiry yielding no results? Just as Yalon understood Ningguang, so too did Ningguang comprehend Yalon. Combining Yalon's earlier assertion of returning empty-handed, she quickly grasped the implications of Yalon's words. You mean to say that there truly was nothing suspicious within? How could this be possible? Do not tell me the Fatui orchestrated this grand scheme solely for the sake of archaeology. This absurd notion flickered through her mind, nearly provoking a laugh from Ningguang. Despite her usual composure, such ostentation, such elaborate planning, dispatching for executives at such a critical juncture for the purpose of archaeology, are they perhaps digging up the ancestral graves of the sages? No. Could it be that these are mere decoys? The true bait may lie elsewhere. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped upon, and Yalon slipped away at the sound. Ningguang took a moment to compose herself before granting entry to the visitor outside. Lord Ningguang. The Fatui have made new movements. Baiju's announcement seemed to confirm the suspicions of the two, as the Fatui indeed had further arrangements. Alas, it appears I have underestimated the situation. Fortunately, it is still not too late to discover this now. With a renewed vigor igniting within her, Ningguang regained her erstwhile confidence that in the next round, I shall undoubtedly prevail. Chapter 59. A step ahead in auction? Indeed, do the esteemed guests wish to attend, fresh from gathering wild glazed lilies and returning to the Northland Bank. Ying and Paimon were halted by Yekaterina. Upon inquiry, they learned that the Northland Bank was to host an auction, featuring as its centerpiece an ancient mechanism of significant historical value. However, is it truly wise to hold an auction at this time? While unaware of the specific reasons, Paimon sensed that hosting an auction at this moment might not be the most prudent decision. This organized by Zuo Xi. The notion of hosting an auction at this juncture seems rather peculiar. As everyone remains engulfed in the sorrow of Rex Lapis's passing, the response is unlikely to be substantial. Such an elementary deduction is evident even to Paimon, so it is surprising that someone with Zuo Xi's acumen has not discerned it. However, this auction is being conducted under the auspices of the esteemed lady. Nevertheless, as friends of the esteemed mortals, should you wish to attend, we shall certainly reserve a VIP section for you. Yekaterina continues to exhibit utmost deference. If she previously had but a vague understanding through intelligence, her recent observations have afforded her a clearer insight into the extraordinary relationship between these two individuals and the Harbinger. It is imperative to engage with them appropriately, for neglecting their significance could lead to dire consequences, especially if the Harbinger were to express dissatisfaction. Although it is said that the esteemed mortals are rather easygoing, who can truly ascertain that? After all, even the seemingly amicable young master exhibits little concern for common folk. So, it is indeed the lady, but if she is involved, it is somewhat understandable, for that woman does not appear to be one who would be overly concerned with such matters. Furthermore, she seems quite splendid in appearance, suggesting she possesses an impressive collection. Yet, ancient machinery, surely that is the sort of thing that would pique Zuo Xi's interest. How could it possibly have escaped his grasp? Will Zuo Xi attend? If he does not, she is rather reluctant to venture into that lady's domain alone, as the memory of being frozen unconscious lingers vividly in her mind. Yes, the esteemed mortal will indeed be present at the auction. That large piece of machinery is provided by the esteemed mortal himself, reportedly acquired in Mondstadt some time ago. Due to its antiquity, it lacks substantial research value and mechanics, but holds considerable significance as a collectible due to its historical context. Thus, the esteemed mortal decided to auction it off. Unexpectedly, the response to this machine has been quite favorable, leading it to be showcased as the centerpiece of the auction. Yekaterina, with her keen perceptiveness, not only answered the inquiry, but also shared additional information that Lumen might find intriguing. Since Zuo Xi is attending, it would be prudent for me to go as well. With this confirmation, Lumen feels a sense of relief and resolves to broaden her horizons. Although she has heard of auctions, the rarity of the items often makes it financially unfeasible for her to participate. Thus, she has never had the opportunity to witness one firsthand. This occasion presents a perfect chance to experience something new. If all else fails, there is always Zuo Xi. Paimon clearly shares Lumen's enthusiasm, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazes at her companion. The two exchange a knowing glance, and in unison, they finalize their decision. An auction? Indeed, Lady Ningguang. Just moments ago, the Northland Bank issued a notice regarding an upcoming auction. According to the diplomatic treaty between our nations, the Fatui is obligated to ensure safety during large-scale commercial activities within Liyue. Ningguang is well aware of this treaty. It was something she specifically advocated for to prevent the Fatui from engaging in underhanded tactics. Is it possible that hosting an auction at this critical juncture is a scheme to divert Liyue's guard forces, allowing them to execute undisclosed plans? It seems there are no alternative possibilities, yet is it truly as simple as that? Such a blatant intention. Could it genuinely be the brainchild of that troublesome Harbinger? Under whose authority is this auction being conducted? It is organized in the name of the Harbinger known as the Lady. Moreover, it is said that the centerpiece of the auction will be an ancient piece of machinery. Understood. You may leave now. Thank you for your efforts. After dismissing the informant, Ningguang delves into contemplation regarding the purpose behind this auction, but if the aim is merely to distract military forces, there is little cause for concern. After all, the tension of a single auction would not significantly impact military strength. Could it be that the auction serves as a pretext to exert pressure on Liyue? Yet, that too seems illogical. An organization capable of launching an attack on the auction site could not quietly infiltrate Liyue Harbor. If the Fatui orchestrated this, the faction pretending to be bandits would effectively be cast aside. To further complicate matters, even if the Fatui were to abandon these soldiers to play at being bandits, their identities would be quickly exposed, rendering such a tactic devoid of any substantial merit and compromising their diplomatic standing with Liyue. Could it truly be a strategy to disperse military forces? If so, one might expect a subsequent request for reinforcements. If it is indeed the lady's doing, employing such a simplistic ruse is entirely plausible. I have heard that the Harbinger's internal dynamics are not entirely harmonious. The relationship between the lady and the esteemed mortal appears rather strained. In any case, it would be prudent to monitor the Fatui's forthcoming actions to ascertain their intentions. The following morning, I am unaware of the purpose behind your summons, your ladyship. What matters require discussion? Early in the day, Ningguang received a request for a meeting from the lady. Without hesitation, she acquiesced. This presents an excellent opportunity for probing. For this Harbinger does not seem as formidable as the esteemed mortals. Humph, to Mortar, she is my lady. Yet to me, she is merely your ladyship? Is this the perspective of the Liyue Qixing? Without directly addressing Ningguang's inquiry, Rosalind carelessly delivered a scathing remark, venting her dissatisfaction over Zuo Xi's influence. Ningguang, however, remained unfazed, internally acknowledging the validity of her observation. The rapport between these two harbingers is evidently strained, judging by her tone. There may even be underlying conflicts that I demand reinforcements. Without granting Ningguang the opportunity to object, Rosalind continued, leveraging her own words. According to the treaty, I am entitled to make such a request. You are equally obligated to comply. Now, let us not waste anyone's time. Should any issues arise at the auction, the responsibility will fall on you. After delivering her unilateral decree with an arrogant flourish, Rosalind rose and departed, having come solely to deliver her demands. Mortar had no particular stipulations, so she was disinclined to linger. Once Rosalind was out of sight, Ningguang feigned indignation, revealing a triumphant smile. This round is mine. Chapter 60. Emptiness. In the ensuing days, Liu and Ningguang experienced an unusually tranquil period. Since their last encounter, the Fatshui seemed to have quieted considerably, refraining from both overt mockery and covert maneuvers. The Harbinger, who had been absent for several days, returned to the forefront, and all appeared to settle into a peaceful routine. The Harbinger in question, of course, was Zuo Xi. He too enjoyed a rare reprieve, leading a cadre of Harbingers back into a state of leisurely idleness. The sole concern was Rosalind's insatiable desire for consumption. Previously disdainful of idleness, she had unexpectedly transitioned into a shopping frenzy upon learning that it was Zuo Xi's coin she was spending, seemingly as a means of expressing her dissatisfaction with him. Naturally, our beloved Natalia also joined in the spending spree. Following their last confrontation, she appeared to have relaxed considerably. While she maintained ample respect for Zuo Xi, the persistent melancholy that once clouded her had vanished without a trace. The once serious girl seemed to have adopted a brighter demeanor, spending Zuo Xi's mora with abandon, free of any guilt. If anyone suffered the most from this situation, it was Zuo Xi, who, in the span of just a few days, witnessed billions of mora dissipate into thin air. However, for him, matters resolvable with mora hardly qualify as issues. Rounding it off, one could say he incurred no real loss. Moreover, for Zuo Xi, several billion mora is but pocket change, easily recouped during a casual outing. Notably, compared to before, this time the motley crew of idlers had expanded to include 3 new members: the societal recluse, the elderly lady with golden hair, and the ethereal white spirit. They frequented renowned eateries such as Xinyue Pavilion, Liuli Pavilion, and Wanmen Hall, while also indulging in entertainment at establishments like Star's Rest, Shirgu Residence, and UT House. Such monotonous revelry is nothing but a dreary existence, a reflection of utter despondency. Over these few days, Lumen and Paimon experienced a joy unlike any they had known before. This truly the life of the affluent. They could not help but exclaim in their hearts. All matters pertaining to the auction were entrusted to Andre for negotiation with the Liu side, relieving both Zuo Xi and Ningguang from any burdens regarding this affair. Ningguang need only exert effort on the additional military forces, while other matters did not require her direct involvement. Thus, both parties enjoyed a period of calm coexistence. Meanwhile, neighboring Mondstadt encountered a series of events, both minor and significant. Acting Captain, all matters have been addressed. Thank you for your hard work, Kia. Have you uncovered any useful intelligence regarding the sudden congregation of the Abyss Order around Mondstadt? As the acting leader, Jean remarked that the Abyss Order had recently abandoned their usual low-profile demeanor and gathered extensively around Mondstadt. In her capacity as the acting leader, she promptly ordered a thorough sweep to ensure the safety of Mondstadt citizens. Given Mondstadt's current capabilities, accomplishing this task was somewhat arduous. However, they ultimately succeeded in the cleanup. Kia also managed to unearth the lurking Abyss mages within the city. Strangely, all the Abyss Order's creatures seemed to be recklessly suicidal, choosing to charge forward even when escape was an option. Typically, while these Abyss entities were indeed frenzied, they had never exhibited such extreme behavior. This unusual conduct quickly aroused Jean's vigilance. The 2 brothers from the Ragnavinder family were adept at interrogation, particularly when it came to dealing with such inhuman entities. Yet, what was even more perplexing was that these Abyss creatures, primarily led by the Abyss mages, demonstrated a chilling resolve regarding their own lives, laughing maniacally until their final moments. "Haha, you cannot stop us. Even in death, you shall glean no information from me." This left Kia with no opportunity to employ his interrogation skills. Despite what should have been a resounding victory, he obtained not a single shred of useful information. Sighing, he lamented the futility of their efforts, acknowledging that the recent disturbances from the Abyss Order were most unusual. Acting leader, I recommend we bolster patrols in the coming days. Kia, unusually serious, found it difficult to maintain a smile in the face of such pervasive and bizarre suicidal assaults. I have already given the order. I appreciate everyone's hard work during this time. Jean, unlike Kia, did not express despair, recognizing that although the Abyss Order posed significant challenges, they were far more manageable than that of the Harbinger. In a hidden ruin, a peculiar man with golden hair stood resolutely, his expression devoid of joy or sorrow, his gaze fixed upon the encroaching darkness, where a hint of concern lay hidden deep within his steadfast eyes. A portal crackled open behind him, and a battered, barely alive frost creature tumbled out. Nevertheless, it clung to its mission, mustering the strength to report in a tone filled with reverence and excitement. "Your Highness, the first cultivator machine has been located." Trembling, it retrieved a scroll containing precious intelligence from its bosom, its life approaching its end. Until the very last, it emitted barely audible whispers, "The grand plan." Witnessing the abyss mage dissolve before him, the man's empty gaze flickered with a trace of sorrow, the determination in his eyes intensifying. However, he swiftly suppressed this emotion, focusing instead on the intelligence gleaned at the cost of the abyss mage's life. The portal opened once more, this time revealing an abyss apostle. Without raising his head, he handed over the intelligence he had just read, patiently awaiting the apostle's review. The report was succinct, and the abyss apostle quickly finished reading it, subsequently kneeling on one knee. "Congratulations, Your Highness, that we have finally obtained the whereabouts of the first cultivator machine. Next, we simply need to seize it at the auction." The grand plan was finally poised to commence. The abyss apostle's reaction was entirely as expected. Though somewhat cruel, it was necessary to temper their enthusiasm. This intelligence had been deliberately leaked. Why would Mondstadt take such an action? Logically, Mondstadt should have no knowledge of their plans, and releasing such information should hold no significance for them. It was not Mondstadt, but that Harbinger. His sister spent her days by Lumen's side. It would be impossible not to notice. Initially, he thought little of it, believing that travelers would inevitably encounter various companions, and he felt happy for Lumen. However, he soon detected anomalies, the first sign of something amiss occurring after the explosion at the Stormterror's lair. That incident had imparted a strong sense of conspiracy, prompting him to review Lumen's every action. The more he reflected, the more cold sweat dripped down his brow. This individual was nothing short of monstrous. Every action was interconnected, and aside from the somewhat incomprehensible act of sacrificing himself to purge the tainted blood, everything else lay firmly within the Harbinger's control. Adopting this mindset allowed him to view subsequent events through a lens of unsettling clarity. Everything seemed too reasonable, too flawless, leaving no room for error. Yet, such perfect order itself constituted a significant problem. Considering the intelligence acquired this time, from the destruction of the Stormterror's lair to Mondstadt's recovery of the cultivator machine, from Lumen's ambush to Mondstadt's compensation, from Lumen obtaining the cultivator machine to his own acquisition of intelligence, every event was interconnected, yet they all appeared to be mere coincidences. Various uncontrollable factors were at play, yet everything consistently unfolded in a manner favorable to that individual. He began to worry that Lumen, in the company of such a person, might find herself sold out while unwittingly counting the money. Though his sister was somewhat disdainful, she was too kind-hearted. "Then, Your Highness, shall we seek a more opportune moment?" The abyss apostle had no inkling of his prince's thoughts, yet blind loyalty to the prince was a commendable trait shared by every member of the abyss order. "No, the auction is the best opportunity." Though reluctant to follow the other's lead, he could not deny that this was the prime moment to strike. If this too was part of the enemy's scheme, the chances of returning empty-handed were significantly increased. However, to fish, one must be willing to bait the hook. If the enemy desired them to make an appearance, what they presented would undoubtedly be genuine. This was their singular opportunity. There would be no second chance. They must prepare for action. Chapter 61. Experiencing grace beside the Yin Hall, there lay an open space outside the Yuehai Pavilion, merely a door away from the square designated for ritual activities such as the Ascension Ceremony. Most official events in Liyue took place here, and the auction was no exception. Though this auction was ostensibly organized in the name of women, after discussions between the two parties, it was ultimately decided to be co-hosted by Liyue and Snezhnaya. Ningguang provided ample reasoning. With the passing of the Geo Archon, the people of Liyue needed an event to alleviate the atmosphere of mourning beyond the Ascension Ceremony. Since Snezhnaya expressed interest in holding an auction, it was deemed prudent for both parties to collaborate and amplify the event. Naturally, the venue would be provided by Liyue, and the responsibility for selecting the site fell upon Keqing, only to be subsequently taken over by Ningguang. This detail was inconsequential. What mattered was that Ningguang had seized the opportunity to intervene in the auction and successfully secure the authority over the venue. Consequently, by situating the venue near the already heavily guarded Yuehai Pavilion, the defense forces would remain concentrated. Even should unexpected events arise, they could swiftly mobilize the guards, rendering the Fatui strategy of dispersing their forces futile. Ningguang's strategy was indeed astute. Not only could she closely monitor the Fatui's every move, but she could also fulfill the diplomatic needs of the Fatui without compromising their military strength. While utilizing their own requirements. Everything was arranged seamlessly, and the rationale presented was beyond reproach, as it was they who initially proposed the request. Within the Northland Bank, Lumen sat at the desk belonging to Tartaglia, reviewing the documents handed to her by her subordinate, which originated from the Liyue authorities. The issuance of this document signified that matters had been set in stone. Ningguang had no intention of granting him any leeway. Yet, my companion, why do you appear so utterly unfazed? Observing Lumen's persistent smile, Tartaglia discerned that, despite appearances suggesting Ningguang held the reins, the current situation was likely still within his companion's control. What is there to be anxious about? Am I concerned that the fish might bite too quickly, or perhaps that Ningguang is being too accommodating? I simply want her to remain vigilant. The tighter the security, the greater the responsibility should something go awry, granting us all the more justification to act. Reflecting on it, if issues could arise in a place like the Yuehai Pavilion, one must consider how the higher-ups would perceive it. How might the populace react? Under such circumstances, it would be entirely reasonable for Snezhnaya, as a friendly nation, to offer a modicum of military assistance. Wouldn't it? Zuo Xi leaned back in his chair, articulating his plans with remarkable composure. The notion of military assistance is not unprecedented between Liyue and Snezhnaya. Indeed, it is widely recognized. The most conspicuous example is the 9th Brigade stationed beneath the chasm. Having set a precedent, the populace would likely exhibit minimal resistance to a second occurrence. And soon their voices would rally in unison. Even if Ningguang were to sense something amiss, as long as she could not procure direct evidence, the pressure would compel her to temporarily acquiesce, seeking an opportunity to address the matter when her influence had waned. However, this was inconsequential to Zuo Xi. All he desired was the garrisoning of troops during this interim. Any other time, he would be disinclined to even cast a glance in their direction. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, a villainous smile gradually crept across Zuo Xi's face. Yet, just as he was savoring the moment, as if suddenly reminded of something, he swiftly retracted the upward curve of his lips and glanced around. Only when he confirmed that there was no figure with 6 wings looming behind him did he feel at ease to resume his impersonation of the elder of the Soul Palace. A sinister laugh echoed, sending shivers down Tartaglia's spine. Fortunately, Zuo Xi's rebellious spirit was merely at play. After a fleeting symbolic chuckle, he found himself feeling somewhat nauseated. So, my friend, when will you fulfill the promise of battle you made to me? Tartaglia could hardly contain himself, for anticipation only intensifies with prolonged waiting. Patience, Ajax, trust me, that moment is not far off. With a stroke of luck, you might even have a chance to unleash your full potential in a couple of skirmishes. Very well, but how can you be so certain that the auction will indeed descend into chaos? To Tartaglia, Zuo Xi seemed devoid of any directives in this regard. It was hardly plausible that a horde of monsters would descend upon the auction. Was it? Ajax, have you ever been fishing? As long as the bait is right, you need not worry about the fish not biting. As the grand finale of the auction, this piece was provided by Lord Tianquan. It is rumored that its history can be traced back to the chaotic times of yore, potentially entwined with the legacy of the Lord of Geo, with the passing of the Lord of Geo. Artifacts associated with him serve as the finest tributes to his memory. This item is indeed a rarity among the many treasures in Ningguang's collection, and it was only for the sake of commemorating the Lord that she reluctantly decided to part with it for the auction. The starting bid is 150 million, 170 million, 200 million. I bid 300 million. No one shall compete with me. I bid 500 million. The atmosphere was exceptionally intense. In this unique period following the demise of the Geo Archon, anything related to him would acquire an immeasurable significance. Fortunately, Zuo Xi had anticipated this and had discreetly requested Zhongli to leave some traces on the plowing machine. Otherwise, it would have been challenging to bear the weight of the grand finale. As the staff brought forth the last item for auction, the auctioneer dramatically pulled back the curtain. This final piece, of remarkable origin, was provided by an envoy from the friendly nation of Snezhnaya. What? Is it merely an ordinary ruin guard? Indeed, is this truly worthy of being showcased as the grand finale? Oh, well, since it is from a friendly nation, I shall refrain from disparaging it. The audience buzzed with chatter, unanimously deeming this item unsuitable for such a prominent position. The auctioneer, well versed in the art of suspense, waited until the murmurs subsided before striking the gavel to regain attention. He then began to elaborate on this final piece. Please remain calm. It is said that this item is the most ancient ruin hunter discovered to date. Due to its age, it can no longer operate. Moreover, it is rumored that the reason for its inoperability is that the Archon himself once laid hands upon it. Observe the lingering aura within this crack, as well as the noble geo element. I trust you all understand the implications of this. The starting bid is 500 million mora. After a brief silence, the audience erupted into unprecedented commotion. This revelation was far more substantial than the previous cup. The latter was merely hearsay, while this bore tangible evidence. Most attendees were merchants, and merchants, by nature, are always concerned with the ritual of the seven. Thus, they were all quite familiar with that noble aura. Undoubtedly, this is a relic left behind by the Geo Archon. The atmosphere grew increasingly fervent, with the price soaring to an astonishing 2 billion. After 3 strikes of the auction hammer, the Ruin Guard was ultimately acquired by the Feiyan Commerce Guild for 25 billion. Just as the auction was nearing its conclusion, a deep blue portal tore open before the Ruin Guard on stage. A low and powerful voice resonated from within. Feel the grace. Chapter 62. Intense Battle. A flaw, fleeting, without Zuo Xi's signal. The moment the portal opened, Tartaglia's warrior instinct compelled him to charge forward. He conjured blades of water in both hands, and as he approached the Ruin Guard, a bolt of purple lightning surged forth, heralding the onset of his assault. Foolish mortal, you cannot impede me. Although Tartaglia's attack forced the Electrocaster to retreat, the latter remained defiant. I care not for your intentions, whatever you sought to accomplish before. Now you can do but one thing. Defeat me. Denying the Electrocaster further opportunities for prolonged banter, Tartaglia regained his footing and charged once more. The clash of purple lightning and pale blue water blades ignited the air, transforming the scene into a spectacle of chaos. Given the Electrocaster's position, close-quarters combat was profoundly disadvantageous for him. Hence he unleashed waves of lightning to thwart Tartaglia's advance. Simultaneously, he retreated in an effort to create distance, preparing to chant the spells he was more adept at. However, it was evident that there existed a disparity in combat experience between the two, although the denizens of the Abyss were battle-hardened. They paled in comparison to Tartaglia, who was either in combat or on the road to battle. Tartaglia nimbly maneuvered beneath the barrage of lightning, evading every strike with remarkable agility. This was sufficient. Though brief, his evasion had bought him precious time. Seizing the opportunity, the Electrocaster swiftly distanced himself, beginning an impassioned chant. Light of the Abyss, decree to all beings. The previously opened enigmatic purple tome closed, hovering before the Electrocaster as it began to rotate horizontally. With this motion, several massive orbs of lightning emerged behind him. The Electrocaster retracted his right arm, raising it from below toward Tartaglia. The purple orbs condensed behind him surged forth rapidly in tandem with his gesture. Upon contact, the spell rapidly expanded, engulfing the surrounding area within a few meters. Quickly, evacuate the guests. Qinyan army. Apprehend the assailant. Everything unfolded in the blink of an eye. Even Ningguang was a beat slow to react. It was only after the orbs detonated that she hastily issued orders to evacuate the attendees and commanded the Qinyan army to advance. Yet, regrettably, matters were not so simple. The Abyss was not composed of merely a handful of beings. The portal that had just cracked open had yet to close. From it poured forth a myriad of diverse monstrosities. Furry creatures of all attributes, small and large hilichurls under the control of the furry ones, slimes, and even treasure hoarders. Heaven knows how these treasure hoarders ended up in league with the Abyss. They appeared thoroughly dazed. The silver lining was that there were no hilichurl kings among them. Otherwise, the situation would become exceedingly difficult to manage. Damn it. Prioritize restraining the monsters. Do not allow them to scatter. It was imperative to maintain control and ensure that no creature could escape the encirclement. Ningguang, with decisive clarity, promptly altered her orders, and the Qinyan army reacted swiftly, forming battle lines and groups to methodically fend off the onslaught from the Abyss. It must be acknowledged that the Qinyan army, renowned for its capacity to restrain the minions of the Archons during the War of the Gods, still retained an admirable level of discipline. Even after so many years of lacking sufficient vigilance and drills, their inherent quality remained commendable. The Qinyan army managed to stabilize the situation momentarily, but as the tide of monsters swelled, they gradually found themselves overwhelmed. The situation was growing perilous. Returning to the battlefield of Tartaglia and the Electrocaster, the tension was equally palpable. The massive orbs had not inflicted any significant damage on Tartaglia. He had skillfully evaded the majority of the harm. He took advantage of the cover provided by the lightning to swiftly close the distance to the Electrocaster. Once again engaged in close combat, the Electrocaster found himself in an unavoidable predicament of being overwhelmed. Observing the entire scene, it was Tartaglia who seemed to hold the upper hand. The others quickly realized this, and Ying rushed forward to assist, only to be halted by Zuo Xi. Zuo Xi, you should attend to the Qinyan army. They are on the verge of collapse. Ying turned her gaze. She indeed discovered that the defensive line of the Qinyan army was precariously balanced in a state of extreme vulnerability. With no time to ponder, she swiftly rushed over to join the encirclement. The Abyss Order was advancing with ferocity, had it not been for Zuo Xi's deliberate guidance in bolstering Ningguang's forces. This defensive line would have surely crumbled by now. Even so, without Ying's intervention, their endurance would have been severely tested. Yet, that was of little consequence, for Zuo Xi had long been prepared. Teams 1, 3, and 8 were dispatched to support the Qinyan army. The gunner skirmishers positioned themselves in the rear to provide cover, while the Lightning Hammer and Wind Fist Vanguard held the front line. The Ice and Water Gun Heavy Guards were instructed to seize control of the battlefield at the opportune moment. The remaining squads, follow me to assist the esteemed gentleman. The leading debt handler issued commands with remarkable composure, the efficiency of the Fatui starkly contrasting that of the other 6 nations do not interfere. It is a rare opportunity for a proper fight, and I would rather you not dampen my enthusiasm. Before the Fatui could successfully arrive for reinforcement, Tartaglia had already taken the liberty of commanding them to refrain from involvement in the fray. The soldiers of the Fatui, caught mid-charge, abruptly halted, their leader visibly conflicted. While the military prowess of the Fatui was indeed commendable, the orders of the Harbinger were not to be disobeyed. Let them go. You shall support the Qinyan army. Yes, we will assist the Qinyan army. With Zuo Xi's directive, the indecisive Fatui now had a clear objective and promptly turned to provide aid. The Qinyan army felt an immediate alleviation of pressure, as most of the burden shifted onto the Fatui. This spectacle did not escape the eyes of the assembled citizens and merchants, who could not help but admire the training and noble spirit of the Fatui. After all, in their view, even with a contract at play, there was no need for the Fatui to go to such lengths, leaving them deeply moved. The expressions of the crowd were captured entirely by Ningguang, who inwardly felt a sense of dread. Yet, at that moment, she could not refuse the assistance of the Fatui. She preferred to endure diplomatic constraints rather than allow these fiends to invade Liu. With the Fatui's involvement, the situation appeared to gradually improve, and Tartaglia became increasingly emboldened, quickly bringing the Electro Herald to the ground. But would things truly end here? Certainly not. The fallen Electro Herald once again levitated into the air, radiating an oppressive aura of lightning. Noble truth, great divine decree. Mortals, the battle has officially commenced. Chapter 63. The Melee. Quite impressive indeed. Very well, I shall unveil some of my true capabilities. Water elements rapidly coalesced around Tartaglia, erupting into a barrier composed entirely of pure water. As the barrier exploded, Tartaglia emerged transformed. His gray attire shifted to a striking red and black ensemble. while the scarf around his neck transitioned from red to deep purple. No longer were the elements surrounding Tartaglia merely azure water. Vibrant purple lightning now danced amidst them. Tartaglia unleashed his wicked EYASU stated, "The conflict has only just begun," merging two blades that had shifted from blue to purple. Tartaglia hoisted them onto his shoulder. The deep crimson mask, once askew atop his head, was now removed and donned over his face. Tartaglia glared down at the Electro Herald, his desire for battle surging within him. Unquenchable. No. The battle has already concluded. A profound voice resonated from the platform as an unknown figure stealthily approached the relic hunter atop the stage. Apostle of the Abyss, Riptide, foolish mortals, we need not engage in combat with you. We shall reclaim this artifact. Before the Water Apostle could finish his grandiloquent speech, a massive ice spear struck him, forcefully propelling him off the platform. Do you truly believe I am absent? I have long found your kind intolerable. Without needing Zuo Xi's directive, Rosalind brazenly interrupted the Water Apostle's pretentious display. Having been constrained beneath Zuo Xi for several days in service of a plan, her resentment had been building for some time. It was only fitting that someone walk in her line of fire. She would not refrain from striking. Wait, Rosalind, Ajax, you two should switch opponents, Zuo Xi interjected, suggesting the two exchange adversaries. Ice against water is manageable. Lightning against lightning could lead to a lifelong struggle. Do you understand the fundamentals of elemental theory? Partner, I alone can handle these two. Tartaglia, in high spirits, was reluctant to interrupt this hard-won battle. Nevertheless, out of habitual trust in Zuo Xi, he complied, charging towards the Water Apostle despite his protest that I am indifferent. I prefer to conclude this battle swiftly. Rosalind was merely seeking to vent her frustration. It mattered not who her opponent was. And that individual appeared to be more resilient, which suited her just fine. It must be said, the speed of lightning breaking through water shields and ice breaking through lightning shields is indeed remarkable. With this exchange, efficiency surged, and the combat became significantly more relaxed. However, it was precisely because of this that Tartaglia felt less fulfilled, while Rosalind's frustration remained unquenched. Soon, though, both would cast aside such concerns. The revelation of celestial fall. A multitude of fireballs rained down from the heavens, crashing onto the square, shrouding the scene in thick smoke. The Abyss Herald. The technique of abyssal fire was not intended to fend off foes, but rather to create chaos, facilitating their covert extraction of the first plowing machine's core. While they yearned to seize the entire apparatus, circumstances did not afford them such luxury. They had to settle for the most crucial component, the core. Their objectives had always been clear: extract the core and retreat. Yet the enemy's reaction was far too swift, necessitating the deployment of substantial forces to disrupt the situation. Mere brutes skilled only in combat. Amidst the billowing smoke, the Pyro Herald accurately located the plowing machine. After extracting the core, he sent a retreat signal to the Abyss Order and vanished through the portal. The members of the Abyss Order, upon receiving the signal, rapidly evacuated the battlefield. Although the Qinyan army endeavored to eliminate them, they hesitated to advance recklessly under the cover of smoke. A few Qinyan soldiers who discovered the portal dared not pursue indiscriminately. Thus, when the smoke cleared, there were no remaining members of the Abyss Order in sight. The Qinyan army exchanged glances, awaiting Ningguang's next instructions. The Fatui, upon receiving Zuo Xi's nod, reorganized their ranks and returned to their original encampment. The tumultuous skirmish concluded abruptly, yet its repercussions were far-reaching. Following the assault, Zuo Xi promptly sought out Ningguang at the Yujing Pavilion. Esteemed Tianquan, I believe I require an explanation, with a countenance that desperately attempted to convey gravity. Zuo Xi regarded Ningguang, whose expression was even darker yet utterly helpless, and inwardly reveled in amusement. This incident will compel Li Yue to provide you with a satisfactory response. The losses incurred under your command will be my sole responsibility. How does that sound? From the onset of the attack, Ningguang had anticipated such a scenario. Not only had the proposed auction been disrupted, but the primary merchandise had suffered irreparable damage. Compensation was an inevitability. Yet for Ningguang, it was the easiest matter to address. She was not naive enough to believe that the matter would conclude merely with compensation. The real complications lay ahead. The crux of the issue does not lie here. You are well aware of that. The pivotal point is that the performance of your nation in this incident has been profoundly disappointing, were it not for the coincidental passage of a Fatui squad during the handover. This affair would not have been resolved so easily. After a brief pause, Zuo Xi allowed a moment for the pressure to mount on Ningguang before continuing. Furthermore, while the Qinyan army was responsible for security, you did not allocate even a single individual to safeguard the auction's assets. Naturally, human lives are of paramount importance. I can comprehend that. However, when confronted with the enemy's formidable combat capabilities, to leave everything to us to handle. Is that not rather inappropriate? Each word struck home. Due to the extraordinary circumstances, the group within Liyue Harbor that could be deemed high-end combatants, or demigods, were all engaged in matters concerning the divine, leaving them largely absent from the harbor. Even if present, they would hardly arrive in time. After all, the events unfolded abruptly and concluded swiftly. Most infuriating was her nagging suspicion that this incident was inextricably linked to the opposing side. Yet, there was no evidence to substantiate her intuition, and, ironically, the attack was executed by the Abyss Order, a claim that even she found hard to believe. If you have something to say, feel free to express it. There is no point in concealing anything at this juncture, is there? Given the current situation, it seems futile for both parties to continue their pretense. It would be far more advantageous to proceed directly to the bargaining stage. She is a merchant, and this phase is her battlefield of expertise. However, Zuo Xi is also a merchant. After laying the groundwork for so long and creating such a significant advantage, is it not to compel the other party to fully accept her terms in the final stage? Ningguang, you have never had a choice. Meanwhile, in an unknown ruin, Your Highness, I am pleased to report that I have successfully retrieved the eye of the first plowing machine. The fire chanter knelt on one knee, presenting the spoils with trembling hands, his voice betraying his excitement. The grand plan has finally borne fruit. Just as Kong intended to commend him for his achievement, he noticed something amiss with the plowing machine's eye, which seemed to be flickering with red light. Beep, beep, beep. The sound intensified, and a sense of foreboding took hold of Kong, prompting him to kick the plowing machine's eye into the air. Boom! Chapter 64. A glimmer, oh dear. What a marvelous item this is. It exploded on the surface without sustaining any damage. So she was indeed referring to the eye of the first plowing machine, which he had rigged with a self-destruct mechanism. It remains uncertain whether its quality surpassed similar models, or if Kong had taken precautions at the last moment. Regardless, after the explosion at close range, the item emerged merely charred on the outside, with no internal damage whatsoever. Crafted in Canderia, it is undoubtedly a fine product. So she could not have simply installed a bomb. In addition to the explosive, he had affixed a rudimentary spatial folding device. As the crowd remained momentarily stunned by the explosion, the spatial folding device activated. By the time they regained their senses, the eye of the plowing machine was already in Zuo Xi's possession. To avoid any unforeseen complications, this space was not connected to the one he usually used. Instead, it was directly sent to a predetermined receiving location. With Columbia overseeing the area, there were no issues throughout the entire process. After meeting with Ningguang, he would come to admire his spoils. I wonder if Ying would come after me if she knew I had blown up her brother. Suddenly, I feel a strange anticipation. Nevertheless, the successful return of the plowing machines signifies the completion of this phase of the plan. Now, I shall wait a few days for Ningguang to crumble under the pressure, and my objectives will naturally be achieved. The next few days will allow me to leisurely indulge in my pursuits once more. Life resumed its favored rhythm for Zuo Xi, eating, playing, sleeping, and whenever inspiration struck, crafting small machines or sketching designs. Life was indeed delightful, of course. He did not simply indulge. While enjoying himself, he remained attentive to the sentiments of the people of Lai. In recent days, he often overheard discussions about the events that transpired that day. Most people, particularly merchants, held a favorable view of the Fatui. He had already discreetly disseminated snippets of his negotiations with Ningguang, and now many perceptive individuals were aware that the Fatui intended to provide reinforcements. It would not be long before Ningguang could no longer withstand the pressure. If placed in a similar position, he too would choose to bide his time. Confronting the pressure head-on would not be a wise course of action. as it could easily lead to backlash. Ningguang is an astute individual, and intelligent people know what actions to take. After all, the recent clamor surrounding the Fatui has become rather overwhelming. That it is worth noting that Ying's valiant actions quickly garnered admiration. Despite being falsely accused by the Seven Stars, she set aside past grievances and bravely assisted the travelers of Liyue, her image gradually spreading that a few days later, the Seven Stars issued a decree permitting the minimum deployment of troops around Liyue Harbor and, to some extent, acknowledged the military activities of the Fatui, such as military drills. The public explanation stated that the friendly nation of Snezhnaya extended a helping hand during a critical moment, alleviating the pressures faced by Liyue. With such a brief statement, Ningguang had no desire to elaborate further, so she could easily envision the fly-swatted expression on her face as she penned the notice. However, she managed to secure some concessions. The decree stipulated that troops could not enter the city, and the station forces were to be kept at a minimum, with any large-scale military activities required to be reported in advance. These were all quite reasonable demands, yet they held little significance for Zuo Xi. The prohibition on troops entering the city might seem to disrupt his plans, but they did not explicitly ban visitors from entering. Did they? Our soldiers from Snezhnaya long to visit Liyue, especially with the mortal realm granting benefits and everyone enjoying a holiday. Taking advantage of this hard-earned break, what harm is there in exploring the city? It merely reflects the diverse preferences of individuals, resulting in a natural dispersion throughout Liyue. What of it? I simply adore this place. Do you take issue with that? While it may not be ideal, Zuo Xi is unrepentant. It is a reasonable request, and the Seven Stars cannot act without evidence. Thus, all preliminary preparations have been completed, and every cog is now in its rightful place. Now, we await Ying, the cog that will set this machine, dubbed the plan, into motion. Ying, have you noticed that everyone seems to be discussing the Fatui lately? Moreover, they seem to be talking about us as well. It's a bit embarrassing. Ying and Paimon have been following Zuo Xi as he idles, and naturally, she has overheard the same news that Paimon's first reaction is pride. As Ying's companion, she feels a swell of pride at Ying's growing reputation. Furthermore, there are times when she is mentioned alongside Ying, which only adds to her delight. However, Ying's focus is clearly different. She keenly observes that the clamor surrounding the Fatui appears excessively high, unreasonably so. Someone must be orchestrating this behind the scenes. Her initial suspicion falls upon Zuo Xi. Although she lacks concrete evidence, it feels like something he would do, although Zuo Xi has been acting quite normally in recent days. On the day of the incident, he hardly concealed his air of control in her presence. It seems I must investigate further. I cannot fall prey to Zuo Xi's monetary schemes, despite Paimon's reluctance. She is eventually led away by Ying. Paimon, if I'm not mistaken, all of this should have been orchestrated by Zuo Xi. Ying shares her suspicions with Paimon, who, noticeably perplexed, struggles to grasp the crux of the matter. Is that so? But why would he do such a thing? Paimon, do you remember what the Fatui's objective is? Ying patiently guides Paimon to contemplate, for while the naive Paimon is endearing, cultivating her intellect would be advantageous. The Gnosis? But what do these actions have to do with the Gnosis? Although Paimon may not be adept at active thinking, her memory proves to be quite sharp, and she quickly recalls the answer to Ying's question. Yet, she still struggles to comprehend the connection between elevating the Fatui's reputation and obtaining the Gnosis. Is it the case that if their reputation is sufficiently high, Liyue will willingly hand over the Gnosis? I'm not entirely certain, but do you remember? The lady once sought to extract the Gnosis from Veni's body. I see. So the Gnosis is likely located in a specific part of the divine body. Now that the Geo-Archon is deceased, then the Gnosis must surely reside within the body of the Geo-Archon. Thus, Zuo Xi, or the Fatui, would be inclined to assist us in contacting Zhongli to hold the right of dissension. After all, encountering the corpse would count as meeting the Geo-Archon. Ying elaborately unravels the clues for Paimon, whose eyes widen increasingly, her mouth agape in disbelief. That is how it is. So she's been manipulating us all along. How despicable. No, wait, he did give us money, so perhaps it's not so despicable after all. I'm a bit confused. What should we do, Ying? Rarely, Paimon begins to feel conflicted, experiencing a complexity of emotions. While it may be accurate to say she is being used, it is also true that he has not brought them any harm. Over the past few days, not only have they evaded the 7 Stars pursuit, but they have also gained considerable renown. Yet, Paimon senses that matters are not so simple. Despite the already intricate situation, she believes Zuo Xi's plan must extend beyond this, that it's too convoluted. I can hardly comprehend that oh, what should we do now? If this is for the right of dissension, Zuo Xi should have already succeeded, right? Unclear. We have no grasp of the entire situation, in any case. Let us head to that place and see if he has succeeded. Chapter 65. Becoming a Hero. The deity of Liyue. Morix is endowed with numerous titles. The god of war, the god of commerce, the god of contracts, and the ancestral sovereign of all Adepti. These titles stem primarily from his formidable martial prowess and his esteemed status as the divine protector of the trade metropolis. However, the name Morix also bears significant connotations. The universal currency of Teyvat, Mora, derives its name from him. The reason for this is that all Mora in Teyvat is crafted by Morix himself, with the production occurring within the Golden House. Previously, while Lumen was bustling about with Zhongli for the sending-off ceremony, she learned that the corpse of the Geo Archon, ancestral sovereign transcendence, was secured within the Golden House by the Liyue Qixing. The Golden House, the very place where Mora is forged from Morix's flesh and blood, now houses the body of the Geo Archon, which evokes both irony and poignant reflection. Setting aside such musings, the Golden House, as a site of currency production, is naturally guarded by formidable forces. Yet upon Lumen and Paimon's arrival, they found the Qixing soldiers lying motionless on the ground. Lumen exclaimed, "What a coincidence, just as I thought to come here. I stumble upon the scene of a crime." Without time to ponder further, she rushed to assess the condition of the Qixing soldiers. Fortunately, though injured, none were in mortal danger. The assailant demonstrated a certain martial integrity, leaving Lumen at a loss for words. Alas, the business of the Wangshang funeral parlor would soon be usurped by the uninvited intruder. Since the Qixing soldiers were not in dire straits, at least not dead, Lumen decided to leave them for the moment and prioritize thwarting the plans of Zuo Xi. Little did she anticipate that within the Golden House, she would not encounter Zuo Xi, but rather another Harbinger, the 11th of the Fatui, Tartaglia. Earlier, he had been keenly aware, yet something had distracted him. This pursuit was proving to be less challenging than anticipated. Could this traveler truly provide him with the thrill he sought? Tartaglia hid in the shadows, quietly observing Lumen's every move, akin to a smitten admirer. He had been following her for quite some time. The reason? His companions had informed him that by shadowing this traveler, she would undoubtedly lead him to the hidden location of the ancestral sovereign's transcendence. Although he did not comprehend the significance of this, he was instructed to feign an intent to tamper with the body in front of the traveler, thereby allowing for a grand confrontation. If his allies believed this plan would unfold favorably, he felt little need to worry about the outcome. Yet, could this traveler truly bring him the excitement he craved? Throughout the pursuit, he sensed a lack of vigilance on her part. Nevertheless, as his companions had suggested, perhaps there was something to look forward to. This direction must lead to the Golden House. The Liyue Qixing certainly knew how to conceal their treasures when his external brain was not by his side. Tartaglia would transform from his playful persona into the formidable Harbinger, armed with a CPU that, while not the best, was certainly efficient. Based on Lumen's trajectory, her destination was unmistakably apparent. After all, the ancestral sovereign's transcendence could not possibly be situated far from Liyue Harbor. To satisfy the conditions of stringent security and infrequent visitation, the only location in the direction she was heading was the Golden House. Thus, Tartaglia arrived ahead of time to clear the area. After unleashing a sweeping elemental assault, not a single Qixing soldier remained standing. He had shown no mercy, yet none had perished, which was a pleasant surprise. Well done. They were indeed well trained. Consider yourselves fortunate to have retained your lives. Perhaps it was the anticipation of an impending grand battle that buoyed Tartaglia's spirits, leading him to expend little energy on the fallen soldiers. Speaking of the ancestral sovereign's transcendence, it truly resembled the real thing. Had his companions not informed him, he might have failed to recognize its authenticity. Arriving early at the Golden House, Tartaglia found himself idly circling the ancestral sovereign's transcendence, increasingly moved by the sight. Truly befitting of the god of contracts, such tricks were executed with remarkable finesse. Upon entering the Golden House, Lumen was first struck by the towering piles of mora. Goodness! Previously, whenever mora was spent, it was meticulously accounted for by Zuo Xi, and she had never before witnessed such a vast fortune. Momentarily distracted, Paimon's eyes gleamed with the shape of mora, yearning to reside in the Golden House for eternity, dreaming of bathing in mora and sleeping atop it. Her second glance fell upon the solemn and majestic ancestral sovereign's transcendence. The sacred dragon bowed its head, its eyes shut tight, its whiskers and mane stirred without the breath of wind, emanating a formidable presence steeped in history. Were it not for the absence of life, one would scarcely believe this to be a corpse. Undoubtedly, this overwhelming aura stemmed from the ancient seven gods, Morix. Morix was truly dead, although she had glimpsed him once during the sending-off ceremony. That encounter had been brief, leaving little room for thorough observation. While this was hardly the moment for admiration, the imposing presence of the sealed ancestral sovereign's transcendence evoked a sense of awe within her. Truly, as the most ancient of the seven gods, even in death, he retained such majesty. His former prowess was unmistakably evident. How formidable must the assassin who brought down a deity be? Did that assassin have any connection to her own adversaries? Lumen found herself without answers. Yet now was not the time for such contemplations. The Harbinger known as Tartaglia was poised to lay hands on the ancestral sovereign's transcendence. Her instincts clamored within her mind, warning her that the Fatui-esque scheme was far from over. Inquiries with Zuo Xi had yielded little, leaving her to seek information elsewhere. This Harbinger appeared less astute than she had anticipated, perhaps providing an opportunity for unexpected revelations. Lumen herself was uncertain why she felt compelled to intervene. She held no formal stance to justify her actions. Though an outsider, it would seem he was more closely aligned with the Fatui. Yet, she resolved to act nonetheless. Perhaps it was due to that unspoken agreement. Lumen, bear witness. When you have borne witness with your own eyes, should you still deem me in error, then do your utmost to thwart me, and thus become a hero. Chapter 66. Confronting Tartaglia. Why was Tartaglia promoted to Harbinger? Undoubtedly, it was largely due to the recognition and elevation bestowed by the Tsaritsa. Yet ultimately, it was his unparalleled combat talent and his inclination to immerse himself in turmoil that earned him this distinction. In essence, there exists but one reason for his ascendance: fighting. Whether regarding his motives for joining the Fatui or the qualities that caught the Tsaritsa's attention, everything converges upon this singular notion of combat. Although his current strength may not yet rival that of the veteran Harbingers, he possesses an exceptional talent and an unrivaled instinct for battle. His youth is indeed his advantage. Tartaglia often employs a bow as his weapon, not out of affinity for archery, nor because it is his forte. Rather, it is precisely the weapon with which he is least comfortable. He is proficient in all forms of weaponry. Lumen had once heard Zuo Xi's assessment of Tartaglia. Despite his youth, had risen to the rank of Harbinger due to his astounding talent in combat. He truly exemplified genius like a tea that time. Lumen had suspected Zuo Xi was subtly praising herself, given her own youth, and thus paid little heed to the details. Yet now, it was evident that Zuo Xi's appraisal was devoid of exaggeration. Fists, axes, spears, daggers, swords, halberds, all weapons, known and unknown, danced in Tartaglia's hands as if imbued with life, each movement teeming with lethal intent. Within the Golden House, shimmering waters reflected Tartaglia's swift weapon transitions, resembling both a display of skill and sheer enjoyment. The intertwining blue water elements and verdant wind elements seemed to cleanse the very air of the Golden House. Lumen could no longer afford to contemplate anything else. This Harbinger's prowess far exceeded her expectations, rendering it impossible to divide her focus. Windblade, braving the onslaught of Tartaglia with a sword lacking a blade. Ying seized upon the opportunity to unleash the wind element she had long since gathered in her right hand. Tartaglia's combat awareness was indeed remarkable, even in a state of near imbalance. He managed to mount an effective defense, but he deftly turned his back, transforming the two water blades behind him into a shield, successfully countering what could only be described as an extraordinary attack. Ha ha! Quite impressive. This is more like it. My companions were right. You truly know how to entertain me. In that case, if I do not display some genuine prowess, it would be quite remiss of me. After being propelled backward by the impact, Tartaglia performed a nimble maneuver mid-air, regaining his footing upon landing. Despite suffering a minor setback, a wild grin remained on his face. The water element enveloped him swiftly, and the scene from the Moonsea Pavilion was set to repeat itself. With the release of his evil eye, Tartaglia's aura intensified, transforming the prior urgency into an almost leisurely demeanor. Now, traveler, let us continue. The air crackled with violet lightning as Tartaglia's movements accelerated, surpassing his previous speed by more than double. While Ying had previously sought an opportunity to counterattack, she now found herself solely on the defensive, inwardly lamenting her plight. Compared to the fierce nature of the water element, the lightning element was far more volatile. Accompanied by a numbing sensation from the minuscule currents, the thunderous attacks were nearly impossible to evade. Fortunately, Ying was an experienced warrior. Upon recognizing the shift in combat, she swiftly adapted her strategy. She soon discerned the patterns in Tartaglia's attacks while wielding the water element as a manifestation of the divine eye. His assaults were unpredictable, with an array of weapon transformations that left one bewildered and unable to defend. However, when wielding the lightning element through his evil eye, while his strikes became swifter, they exhibited less variation. Although he still employed various weapon forms, his attacks leaned toward a more direct approach, and with some acclimatization, evading them became manageable. Ying quickly adapted to this rhythm, gradually finding her footing amidst Tartaglia's tempestuous onslaught. I must say, I am pleasantly surprised. I did not expect you to exhibit such remarkable growth in battle, and no wonder my comrades hold you in such high regard. Perhaps we could become quite compatible? But first, you must defeat me. While Ying grew more accustomed to Tartaglia's tempo, he too seemed emboldened by the ongoing skirmish, resulting in a stalemate where both sides were evenly matched. Despite the perilous circumstances, Ying could not help but internally scoff. What is up with these Harbingers? Was that last remark not a veiled self-praise? The sustained combat was an immense drain, yet both combatants held their cards close to their chests. Though the exchange was fierce, it remained relatively conservative, with both parties still in a phase of testing each other's limits. Managing stamina was a fundamental skill for any warrior, and Tartaglia was no novice in this regard. Meanwhile, Ying not only excelled in this aspect, but possessed a physique far beyond that of an ordinary person, demonstrating both resilience and exceptional endurance. The battle was intensely locked, with both sides exchanging blows, allowing Ying to seize certain opportunities to counterattack. However, this equilibrium did not endure for long. Tartaglia had evidently deciphered Ying's tactics. After parrying her thrust with his right-hand dagger, he swiftly drove his left-hand dagger into the ground, unleashing a violent surge of lightning that sent Ying, already teetering on the brink of imbalance, flying backward. Tartaglia, seemingly confident of his victory, refrained from pursuing her in that moment. Instead, he methodically fused his dual blades into a single double-headed spear. As he approached Ying, who was hurriedly regaining her composure, he spoke with a tone reminiscent of a victory proclamation. Not bad. Your swordsmanship is indeed intriguing. However, ends here, with lightning element locked onto Ying. Tartaglia concentrated it at the spear's tip and lunged forward with unprecedented speed. Caught off guard by the sudden acceleration of the lightning, Ying had no time to evade and hastily formed a wind element in her palm to counter the lightning spear. Yet, how could her hastily conjured wind element possibly withstand the full force of Tartaglia's impending strike? The spear tip pierced through the wind barrier inch by inch, and soon, Ying found herself struggling to maintain her defense. The scales of victory began to tip in Tartaglia's favor. Ying's morale faltered, and defeat seemed imminent. But was it truly so? Tartaglia had a hidden card, and so did Ying. With no other choice, she resolved to employ her less practiced technique. With this thought, she forcefully stomped her rear foot, causing a brilliant rock element to erupt from the ground, aimed directly at Tartaglia's feet. Turn to dust, Chapter 67. Ancient Malice. Incredibly, after such a fierce exchange, you still manage to retain your strength. The praise my companions bestowed upon you is evidently well-deserved. The sudden emergence of the rock spike caught Tartaglia completely off guard, in a moment of urgency. He could not mount an effective defense, opting instead to abandon his assault on the traveler and retreat from the impending danger. Ying seized the opportunity presented by the explosion of rock. Swiftly retreating to safeguard the sacred ancestor's law and position it behind her. It seems I truly underestimated you. Why, closing in on the sacred ancestor's law, you not only diminished one avenue of defense, but also effectively predicted my attack route. Your combat experience is truly seasoned. Though reluctant to resort to it, there was no better option at present. Traveler, strive to survive. What awaits you next is the power from the abyss. A deep indigo aura enveloped Tartaglia's form. A colossal singular manifesting at the center of his mask, while the sides of the mask extended upward, morphing into the horns of a demon lord. His body underwent a transformation as well. A blackish-purple armor enveloping him as the dark light dissipated. Tartaglia, clad in the garb of a demon lord, appeared both eerie and frenzied, as if a fiend had descended upon the world. While the demon lord's armor would enhance his physical abilities comprehensively, it bore significant side effects. Prolonged use would not only inflict damage upon his body, but would also impair his mental faculties during this phase. Thus, Tartaglia wished for the traveler to survive. Should he inadvertently slay her, he feared his companions would harbor resentment toward him for all eternity. Tartaglia raised his hands, grasping at the air, as lightning element coalesced into a dual-headed short spear in his grasp. He brandished the spear high and then thrust it violently into the ground, unleashing a cataclysmic shockwave that shattered the very earth beneath him. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt an overwhelming urge to do so, perhaps fueled by the destructive desires bestowed by the demon lord's armor. With no foundation to stand upon, Ying plummeted downward, nearly entombed beneath the rubble. Paimon, in a panic, frantically searched for Ying's whereabouts, struggling to lift the debris with her feeble hands. It must be said, Ying's body was remarkably resilient. Having fallen from such a height and being buried beneath the stones, she emerged unscathed, vibrant as ever. Tartaglia descended from the upper level, clad in the demon lord's armor. The two locked eyes for a moment before charging at each other. In such circumstances, seizing the initiative greatly increased the chances of victory. The third round of combat commenced, if the previous two rounds could be considered a contest of martial prowess. This third round was a clash of deities, green, purple, blue, and yellow elements intertwined in a dazzling display, captivating the senses. The entirety of the underground layer of the Golden House was filled to the brim with the residual energy of their spectacular techniques. Now donning the demon lord's armor, Tartaglia ceased to engage in a mere exchange of martial skills. He unleashed a barrage of elemental attacks that overwhelmed Ying. The speed and force of his strikes surged once more, disrupting the rhythm she had only just begun to master. Just as she was on the verge of being overwhelmed, Tartaglia abruptly created distance between them, while this granted Ying a moment to breathe. Her instinct screamed that something dire was afoot. The ground beneath her feet was being consumed by a pale blue pool of water, almost saturating the entire underground layer, and she could faintly hear the haunting songs of distant whales. Moments later, a creature composed entirely of water element surged from the pool, crashing heavily down upon the ground. Evil Law, Wailful Devourer. Following the earth-shattering blow, the azure waters receded, leaving behind a fatigued Tartaglia, who could no longer float, and Ying, who struggled to rise from the ground. Summoning her waning strength, Tartaglia advanced step by step toward Ying, who valiantly attempted to stand, yet each effort ended in failure. "You don't come any closer. Stay away from Ying." Paimon suddenly appeared from the sky, eyes closed in fear as she cautiously approached Tartaglia, yet she bravely flew in front of Ying, attempting to use her frail form to halt Tartaglia's advance. Both of their movements were sluggish as time ticked away. Finally, Ying stood up while Tartaglia, exhausted, collapsed onto the ground, forced to relinquish his demonic armor. This battle concluded with Ying's narrow victory. Both sides had exhausted their trump cards. But ultimately, it was Ying's stamina that prevailed. It was somewhat unfair to pit Tartaglia's ordinary human physique against that of Ying, an experienced traveler. What a delightful experience! As expected, my companions never deceive me. Alas, had I listened to my partner from the beginning and equipped myself with the gear he offered, the outcome would have been different. Sitting on the ground, slowly regaining his strength, Dadalia bore no expression of disappointment despite his defeat. After all, battles are characterized by victories and losses. He focused on his personal growth. The only regret he harbored was not heeding his partner's advice. Otherwise, it would have been a traveler lying on the ground now. Ying, too, possessed equipment from Zuo Xi, but she could not bring herself to use his gear against her colleague, as such an act felt beneath her dignity. Ying accurately identified the key information in Dadalia's words. It seemed this battle had been deliberately orchestrated by Zuo Xi. At this point, there was no reason to conceal the truth. Indeed, everything had been meticulously planned by her partner, but there was no need for astonishment. You do not yet know him well enough. Once you truly understand him, you will grasp the meaning of meticulous strategy. Dadalia exuberantly praised his high-end external CPU. Moreover, the true plan was only just beginning. Traveler, please stay tuned. Let us see if you and Liyue Harbor can truly thwart the ancient malevolence that looms. With that, Dadalia retrieved the device his partner had entrusted him with earlier and pressed it down decisively. Ying, witnessing this scene, felt an urge to intervene, but it was already too late. Surrounding the fallen Shinzu Fate, for floating robots emerged, collectively forming a portal that absorbed the artifact within. How infuriating. When did this happen? Through the pocket watch in her hand, Ying had some understanding of Zuo Xi's spatial technology. The device in Dadalia's hand, given its size, could only be a locator and switch. It could not possibly support a portal large enough to contain the Shinzu Fate. Didn't I tell you? My partner's strategies are flawless. This was all prepared long before your arrival. Dadalia, having secretly regained his strength, stood up and laughed heartily, his body trembling slightly with excitement. Traveler, are you ready to confront the ancient malevolence? Chapter 68. The examination. This was a day destined to be recorded in history, that on this day, an unexpected calamity swept through the peaceful Liyue, which had enjoyed tranquility for a millennium. An earthquake surged forth, bearing the momentum to obliterate everything in its path as it spread towards Liyue Harbor. Fortunately, Liyue's predominantly wooden structures displayed commendable earthquake resistance, with most buildings escaping destruction. However, some older or stone edifices could not withstand the tremors and ultimately collapsed under the strain. Everything transpired so suddenly, yet miraculously, the soldiers of the Fatui, who were on holiday throughout Liyue Harbor, reacted swiftly. Even at the slightest hint of the earthquake, they rushed into homes to rescue the populace. Those who could not be saved in time were methodically extricated by the Fatui, even though the Qinyan army had a rapid response. It paled in comparison to the immediate presence of the Fatui at the scene. Upon emerging, Ying dashed towards Liyue Harbor, only to be met with a scene of devastation. The streets twisted and fractured, shards of tile strewn across collapsed walls. Some houses had toppled during the quake, while others teetered precariously in the aftershocks. Yet amidst this destruction, signs of life persisted. Open spaces on the streets were crowded with people, as the Fatui and Qinyan army worked together to maintain order. Moreover, the rescue efforts were primarily spearheaded by the Fatui's vanguard, with the Qinyan army mainly responsible for transporting the injured and clearing debris. This was unavoidable, as the Fatui's vanguard possessed significant physical advantages, allowing them to handle large boulders with ease. One of them could equal several Qinyan soldiers in strength, thanks to their timely evacuation. The number of injured was minimal. This left the Qinyan army feeling somewhat idle. Thus, they focused on maintaining order and soothing the populace's emotions. Many civilians remained bewildered by the sudden disaster, berating the Fatui as they were forcibly extracted from their homes. Now, these survivors bore expressions of relief, their legs trembling uncontrollably as they slumped to the ground, unable to articulate a coherent sentence. Some clutched the Fatui and Qinyan soldiers, expressing their gratitude. However, the Fatui had no time to acknowledge them, turning instead to continue their rescue efforts, leaving the civilians exchanging glances, ultimately gathering together in gratitude for their survival. This scene starkly contrasted with Ying's initial expectations of a lifeless aftermath, and her mind, previously in shock, began to function once more. Reflecting on the discussion surrounding the fatui in recent days, she recalled the winter faces she had seen on the streets. Faces she had unconsciously overlooked. Suddenly, Ying comprehended the meaning behind Lia's assertion of meticulous strategy. Elevating the fatui's reputation was merely to prevent the populace from being overly resistant during the rescue. Ensuring they would not panic upon encountering winter individuals, the soldiers scattered throughout the city, seemingly a provocative military display, were actually positioned to respond swiftly to any impending disaster. Yet, what significance does military presence hold? What purpose can the warships in the harbor serve under such circumstances? As these thoughts occupied her mind, an unusual occurrence erupted from the sea that a colossal tsunami surged forth from a distance. Initially, it began as mere splashes, but as it approached Liyue Harbor, it transformed into a towering wall of water. Before the might of nature, humanity's struggles appeared utterly insignificant, facing such a massive curtain of water. Ying felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness rising within her. Zuo Xi, how will you resolve this? Soon, she found her answer. Several fatui warships pivoted, aiming their main cannons at the water curtain, unleashing a coordinated barrage. The shells struck the curtain without exploding. Instead, they began to coalesce around their impact points. These were not ordinary projectiles, but elemental shells infused with ice, such specialized ordnance, with limited range and small explosion radius, was seldom utilized. However, in this situation, they proved remarkably effective. As the barrage continued, layers of ice formed beneath the water curtain, gradually lowering its height until it reached a level that Liyue Harbor could withstand. The situation had stabilized unexpectedly. So, this was the solution. How outrageous! Ying was taken aback, realizing the warships served this purpose. Was this part of your plan, Zuo Xi? But this was not the end. The heavy water curtain merely heralded the resurrection of some ancient entity. Even within Liyue Harbor, one could clearly discern the elongated, colossal blue figure gradually emerging from the clouds. Alia pressed the button. The Shinzu Fa-2A was absorbed into the spatial gate. Zuo Xi's plan officially commenced. With Ajax's side resolved, Columbia and Rosalind, the next step now rested with you. Long before Ying ventured to the Golden House, Zuo Xi had already received word. During their fierce battle, he had been preparing at his designated location for quite some time. Columbia and Rosalind were already in position, awaiting the conclusion of Dad Alia's affair to commence their actions. Ha 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 ha. Mortar, I never imagined you would reach this point. I must regard you with newfound respect. You have indeed calculated this far. What is your mind made of? Nevertheless, I truly admire your plan. You live up to your title as an executive officer. You are truly a complete madman. Rosalind could no longer contain herself. Her cooperation with Zuo Xi during this time was solely due to her fervent anticipation for the execution of this plan. The swirling demon, the ancient Dragon King. These battles were no different, were they? And all of this would be reenacted upon the once peaceful land of Liyue. How would Liyue respond? Is this also within your control? I am genuinely curious. Mortar, carrying such sentiments in their hearts, Rosalind and Columbia each set forth to execute their respective parts of the plan. Their tasks were rather simple. Rosalind would employ the unrestricted talisman to lift the seal, while Columbia would awaken the hatred between the two by utilizing the flesh and blood of Moryx that had been strategically placed beforehand, further eroding the already diminished sanity of the long-imprisoned. Once all remnants of clarity were consumed, only an overwhelming emotion of hatred would remain, an unquenchable loathing for Moryx. Beyond that, the arrangements for both sides differed slightly. There was no need to tamper with the power of the Hydro Dragon King, as he was already formidable enough on his OWNT or restrain his might. A small portion of benevolent sentiment needed to be preserved. Fortunately, this aspect had long since separated itself and dwindled to nearly nothing. Columbia merely needed to safeguard it and awaken it at a crucial moment. However, the situation with Osail was more troublesome. Due to significant power loss, it was imperative to restore his strength. Thus, Zuo Xi sought out Zhongli to craft a special unrestricted talisman, which, while drawing Osail's hatred, would also harness Moryx's great power and the formations from the celestial ancestor to gather the elements of the sea, enabling Osail to regain his former glory in a short span of time. The time taken for this restoration would serve as an opportunity for the Seven Stars and the Celestials to devise countermeasures. The IT was hoped that this challenge would meet their satisfaction. Chapter 69. A storm approaches. Chapter 70. Radiance, what is happening? Has a new situation arisen? Keqing hurriedly returned to the Chuanyu Pavilion, her voice preceding her presence, just as she had set up the return machine and was preparing for an intense confrontation with Osale and the Dragon King. She received an urgent summons. Without delay, she rushed back. Upon entering, she found Ningguang and the other Celestials gathered around a sand table, engrossed in research. Although she was unaware of the specifics, she could deduce the urgency of her call back. Researching the sand table fell squarely within her area of expertise. Keqing, you've arrived. Come quickly and take a look at this sand table. Let me explain the current situation to you. In summary, Osale and the Hydro Dragon King had not launched an attack on Liyue Harbor. Instead, they had coincidentally headed to this location. Ningguang pointed at the Geely Plains and succinctly outlined the events that had transpired. Given the current circumstances, it is likely they will converge at the Geely Plains within half a day. What will occur then is unpredictable. Whether it is fortune or disaster remains uncertain. We have gained half a day's time for preparation and retreat. However, if we allow them to meet, we will lose the opportunity for a piecemeal approach. Yet, against these two, a piecemeal strategy seems rather futile. Reflecting on this, it felt as though they had squandered half a day. Integrating Ningguang's information, Keqing swiftly analyzed the present state of affairs, and no wonder Ningguang prioritized summoning her rather than hastening to prevent their convergence. She must have reached the same conclusion. Regarding this, we have already discussed our conclusions. Calling you here was also to hear the expert's opinion. Thus, we have unanimously approved the plan to allow them to meet. With that established, Keqing, please consider how we might gain a geographical advantage if we were to use the Geely Plains as our battlefield. This was, in fact, the fundamental reason for summoning Keqing. Having traversed the wilderness for years, she possessed an intimate understanding of various terrains, allowing her to simulate scenarios on the sand table as if she were present in the field. The Geely Plains are quite flat, which, to be frank, puts us at a disadvantage. However, neither side possesses the ability to fly. If we utilize the Chuanyu Pavilion as a fortress and launch an aerial assault, we could gain a significant advantage, at the very least achieving considerable control over the situation. Furthermore, everyone, look here. Keqing pointed to a specific location, one that Ningguang recognized immediately. This is the Wangshu Inn. Are you suggesting we use it as a staging point for our attack? Ningguang quickly grasped Keqing's intentions. Engaging in battle on the plains against clearly superior foes was decidedly unwise at such a time. A vantage point became crucial. While it might seem inconsequential against such a large adversary, having an excellent field of vision would aid in grasping the situation promptly. Indeed, but that is not all. Look, the Wangshu Inn is surrounded by water. While it may not deter Osale, it should have some effect on the Hydro Dragon King, for what I have heard from the Celestials. Their remaining sanity is quite limited. With the aid of the celestial formations, we should be able to execute a surprise attack before they can react. While it may not guarantee a decisive victory, it should yield some unexpected results. Keqing's analysis was sound and presented in a manner easily comprehensible to all present. Soon, everyone in attendance, Celestials included, fell into deep contemplation, continuously evaluating the feasibility of her plan. Indeed, I believe this plan is executable. While I am not proficient in formations, there are others among the Celestials who are well-versed in this art. Moreover, I am skilled in celestial mechanisms. Certain devices that are inconvenient to place in the Chuanyu Pavilion can be effectively positioned at the Wangshu Inn. Luyan Borrowed Wind's true monarch was the first to express her opinion. When Keqing mentioned the Wangshu Inn, she immediately thought of the mechanism she had created in her early years. If utilized there, they might produce unexpectedly favorable outcomes. Indeed, both I and Li Shui have dabbled in formations. Masking presence and obscuring vision is not particularly challenging. Additionally, I have a general understanding of the mechanisms Lu Yun spoke of. Equipping them with a reinforcement formation should yield commendable results. Xu Yue's true monarch quickly voiced her agreement, while Li Shui's Shanshan true monarch, hearing her friend's mention, nodded in affirmation. In contrast, Xiao found himself at a loss for words. His expertise lay solely in combat. leaving him entirely unfamiliar with mechanisms and formations. However, this was of little concern. Some tasks could be performed without technical expertise, and he believed he was the most suitable candidate for the job. Though I may not be well-versed in formations and mechanisms, maintaining the formation will surely require a focal point to provide energy. Allow me to take on that role. Noticing the other's expressions of opposition, Xiao articulated his thoughts clearly. You need not object. Safeguarding Liyue is my duty, and this sacrifice is insignificant. Furthermore, it is not certain that trouble will truly arise. Moreover, since it is a celestial formation, having a true celestial as the focal point will maximize its efficacy. Lu Yun, Li Shui, and Xu will be operating the return machine and cannot afford distractions that I am the most suitable candidate. Xiao spoke these stark words with remarkable calmness. As the focal point, he would not only bear the burden of the formation's operation, but also supplement any missing energy when the supply was insufficient. No matter how powerful a celestial might be, this task was undoubtedly demanding. Haha, old friend, why must you go to such lengths? This old body of mine can offer little assistance, so why not let me share the burden with you? Chi-Chi, along with Genshin Longshi's true monarch and Juka Due's true monarch, unexpectedly joined the conversation, having arrived at the Chuanyu Pavilion at some point. However, as Celestials, it was likely no challenge for them to ride the winds. So there was no need for concern. With 3 individuals sharing the load, the strain of maintaining the formation would be significantly lessened. Observing this, the others refrained from further objections. After all, had they been in the same position, they would have made the same choice. Thus, there was no reason to tarnish their noble intentions. Yet, one issue remained unresolved. Lu Yun Borrowed Wind's true monarch raised the final concern, while everyone had their roles. One crucial position lacked a necessary candidate. I and Xu will be responsible for operating the return machine. The 7 Stars Immortals will handle the controls, and the formation will be maintained by the Celestials of Exorcism, Duo and Genshin. However, the remaining celestial mechanisms lack an operator. The others were manageable. They could teach the mortals the necessary methods and techniques to meet the demands, albeit barely. Yet, the critical Guanhong required 3 different celestial powers to operate. As the name suggests, it drew upon the might of the former emperor, augmented by the celestial mechanisms to create an enormous crossbow. IT had to be launched from High Point, and the launch platform needed to be exceptionally sturdy. Otherwise, it would destroy itself before vanquishing the enemy, presenting a significant flaw. Moreover, its size was excessively vast. The crossbow alone was as large as 1/5 of the Chuanyu Pavilion, and only a few terrains in Liyue met this stringent requirement. After being created, it had remained and used until now, fortuitously finding itself in a situation where all conditions were finally satisfied. Even so, it required at least 3 different celestial powers to activate effectively. The more celestial power involved, the greater the might. At this moment, the celestial beings are understaffed, and mere mortals find it exceedingly challenging to bear such immense celestial power. That child Ganyu possesses ample capability. Yet Shinha is currently at a critical juncture. Even if she were to forcibly emerge, the turmoil in her aura would render her incapable of shouldering such a heavy burden. Yanfei, on the other hand, is feeble in celestial energy, and thus would likely face difficulties as well. Lu Yun is well acquainted with the younger generation of the celestial realm, and thus understands all too well the gravity of this situation. Given these circumstances, I shall shoulder the formation alone, while the 2 esteemed true monarchs operate the Guanhong. Xiao prepares once more to bear the burden alone. The others are at a loss on how to dissuade him when an unexpected voice resonates throughout the assembly. Let me take on this task. Chapter 71. Preparations. Just as the 7 stars and the celestial beings find themselves in a quandary, a thunderous voice fills the air. The newcomer, with radiant golden hair, is accompanied by the brilliant white star. Ho! It is none other than the world-traveling adventurer. She steps forward in the face of danger, ready to rescue Liyue from dire straits. Excerpt from the storyteller. The golden and silver stars save Liyue. Ah, it's you. If it is indeed you, then you should be able to endure a multitude of celestial fortunes. I have long perceived your sincere heart. Even though the 7 stars harbor doubts about you, you have demonstrated the ability to rise above past grievances and step forward in this critical moment. That is no small feat. The speaker is the true monarch of shattered moon and rising sun, who, during a previous visit to Lumen, had infused her with celestial energy to dispel the disturbances caused by the Qianyan army. At that time, he had already sensed the adventurer's remarkable nature. For an ordinary person, bearing a small amount of celestial fortune might not be overwhelmingly painful, yet it would certainly not be so effortless. Out of curiosity, he had secretly increased the pressure, yet the traveler remained unfazed. It was then that he concluded her celestial affinity was quite profound, and it is no wonder she could acquire the talisman of boundless prohibitions. It seems that enduring additional celestial power would pose little issue for her. Traveler, I wish to express my personal apologies for the previous incident. My past actions were unilaterally taken, and my conduct was indeed inappropriate. I shall certainly present a generous token of my contrition in due course. Simultaneously, on behalf of the 7 stars, I extend my gratitude to you for extending your hand in this perilous time. After this matter is concluded, you shall be hailed as a hero of the entire Liyue harbor. The words of the true monarch of shattered moon and rising sun seem to mock the 7 stars, yet they also serve as a subtle reminder to Ningguang, providing her with a means of escape from the situation. Ningguang, naturally, comprehends the underlying sentiment and deftly takes hold of the conversation, shouldering all responsibility. You must treat us to an abundance of delectable dishes afterward. Otherwise, I shall never forgive you. Paimon, with arms crossed, closes her eyes and tilts her head back, soaring into the air with an air of superiority. Yet this, in its own way, also signifies Paimon's forgiveness of Ningguang, a testament to her emotional intelligence. Of course, when the time comes, if Ningguang is still here, I shall certainly invite both of you to savor the finest banquet of Liyue in Teyvat. With this small interlude concluded, and with Lumen's addition, the group resumes their discussion on the prior topic. With the traveler's involvement, the operation of Guanghong should pose no problem. Next, let us clarify our roles. First, Keqing, you shall lead the Qianyan army in operating the Guizhong mechanism and await the right moment to strike. The celestial beings shall be responsible for maintaining the operation of the Guizhong mechanism and the celestial formations. After I organize the evacuation, I will direct the Chuanyu Pavilion to advance to the Gili Plains for preliminary reconnaissance, creating suitable offensive conditions for the Guizhong mechanism, and the traveler will collaborate with Miss Ganyu to pilot the Guanghong, striking at the opportune moment to deliver a decisive blow to the battle's outcome. The specific tactics will be determined after Aosel and the Dragon King make contact. Depending on the circumstances in the worst-case scenario, we shall face simultaneous assault from 2 top-tier Archon-level combatants. Now, each of you, prepare accordingly. We have only half a day left. Once everyone has confirmed their tasks, they depart from the Chuanyu Pavilion to attend to their respective duties. Traveler, wait a moment. As Lumen walks a short distance away, Lu Yun, the true monarch of borrowing wind, calls to her, "Come with me." Although the operation of Guanghong is not overly complicated, it cannot be mastered without instruction. Come back to my abode, and I shall teach you the operational methods of Guanghong. Time is of the essence. You may ride on my back, in this critical moment. Even the proud Lu Yun, true monarch of borrowing wind, sets aside her heirs, opting for whatever is most convenient. They are racing against time, and every moment is crucial. A celestial being truly lives up to their title, particularly one as esteemed as the true monarch of borrowing wind. That on the back of this celestial being, the journey that would typically require considerable time is significantly shortened, rendering Paimon's flying speed inadequate to keep up. Thus, she finds herself cradled in Lumen's arms. Wow! Is this the Celestial's method? How swift! If we could master this technique, we would never need to worry about travel again. That is only natural. Such celestial techniques, while merely rudimentary for a celestial being, are not something just anyone can learn. However, I see you possess considerable celestial affinity, so it is not beyond the realm of possibility for you to learn it. I shall arrange for someone to deliver it to your residence. Whether you can learn it depends on your own fortune. Wow! Thank you, celestial being, but we do not have a fixed residence. Usually we either stay at the Northland Bank or camp in the wilderness. Paimon added, "However, Paimon, we have rarely stayed in the wild lately. We either reside at the Northland Bank or find a Fatui camp to stay in." Lumen aptly supplemented Paimon's comments. noting that, strictly speaking, they had not experienced roughing it in quite some time. Their recent adventures have been so comfortable that it hardly felt like adventuring at all. Rather, it resembled a leisurely tour. Speaking of which, she seems to have been a traveler all along. Could it be that this is a return to normalcy? No fixed residence. That simply will not do. I shall inform that fellow when we return. Huh. That fellow? Paimon, with her left hand on her hip and right hand forming an 8 gesture beneath her chin, struck a questioning pose. Which fellow are you referring to? Is this another celestial being? Haha. If the opportunity arises, you shall come to know in due time. Speaking of which, you have already encountered them, yet I shall keep it a mystery for now. You will reveal the answer in due course. The true monarch of Borrowing Wind already possesses remarkable speed, and with their continuous conversation, by the time Lumen processes everything, they have arrived at Lu Yun's dwelling. This is not Lumen's first visit to the true monarch of Borrowing Wind's abode, yet she remains awestruck by the intricate mechanisms within. However, to be fair, it pales in comparison to Zuo Xi's, following the true monarch through various peculiar mechanisms. They arrive at the lowest level of the cavern. According to Lu Yun, this is where she stores the mechanisms that have not been utilized in years. I believe it was in this spot that I found it. Traveler, come over here quickly. After rummaging for a while, Lumen hears Lu Yun's call. Following the sound, they quickly locate the true monarch. Lumen intends to ask a question, but is rendered speechless by the sight of the enormous mechanism behind Lu Yun. There stands an enormous crossbow, considerably larger than the Guizhou mechanism, and, astonishingly, it possesses a cannon bore. Is this truly a crossbow and not a heavy cannon? Lumen cannot help but feel skeptical that this Guanghong cannot truly be regarded as the work of this celestial being. In the past, I borrowed the power of the Emperor to store it within as a projectile. The power is undoubtedly formidable, yet is likely diminished to the strength of a single shot over the years. Furthermore, though this mechanism was crafted by my hands, I find it exceedingly challenging to replicate or even maintain that I truly cannot fathom how it was originally constructed. Gazing at the colossal crossbow before her, the true monarch of Borrowing Wind seems to drift back to those days of yore. Alas, now is not the time for nostalgia. Come closer. I shall teach you how to operate it. Reining in her wandering thoughts, the true monarch recalls the purpose of their visit and calls Lumen to her side to provide careful guidance. This technique is crucial, leaving no room for error. Chapter 72. Preparations for Battle Ningguang. Do you truly believe that Traveler can be trusted? After the others depart from the Chuanyu Pavilion, Yalan emerges from the shadows. She poses a fundamental question. Is that Traveler truly trustworthy? From the available information, it appears that the Traveler is not entirely reliable. However, from my personal perspective, I am willing to place my trust in her this once. Moreover, given the current circumstances, that matter has become inconsequential, has it not? Ningguang seems to have anticipated this inquiry, responding without much contemplation. She is already aware of the events surrounding the battle at the Golden House, though she has not had the time to delve into its deeper significance. Yet, in terms of outcomes, it is clear that this Traveler has engaged in battle with the executive known as the Young Master. Moreover, the state of the battlefield appears to be exceedingly dire. Of course, this does little to absolve her of suspicion, especially given that the ancestral artifact has mysteriously vanished, which only adds to her dubiousness. However, when considering the actions of this Traveler throughout her journey, she exhibits qualities worthy of the title hero. Though she harbors her own schemes, she nonetheless retains a heart filled with sincerity. She goes to great lengths to assist matters that do not directly concern her. And even in the face of scoundrels, she refrains from resorting to lethal force. Her strength is undeniable. Such a person as someone Ningguang is willing to place her trust in at least once. Furthermore, as she herself stated, the question of trustworthiness has become irrelevant in the present circumstances. Liyue Harbor stands at a critical juncture of survival, and every potential ally must be fervently pursued, to say nothing of a Traveler who is suspected to be connected to the Fatui. If it comes to the brink of national destruction, she would not hesitate to kneel and implore the Harbingers for assistance, even if this could very well be a ploy on their part. It is precisely this reasoning that leads her to tacitly accept the Fatui's presence in the city amidst the impending disaster. Her failure to prevent this situation is a reflection of her inadequacy. Yet, given the current state of affairs, Even if it is a trap, she cannot disregard the safety of the Liyue populace by rejecting their aid. Xiaoyang has astutely grasped this psychological aspect, enabling her plan to unfold with such ease that it is somewhat ironic that had she been a tad more ruthless, Xiaoyang's scheme would not have progressed so smoothly. Overall, the remnants of that battle and her performance in Mondstadt are sufficient to validate the traveler's formidable abilities. In this context, Liyue has no justification to refuse her assistance. You are absolutely correct. I was merely making an idle inquiry. However, this defeat is indeed quite thorough, playing with the dice in her hand. Occasionally spinning it or tossing it into the air, Yalan's words lack any semblance of resentment, sounding almost as if she has come to terms with the outcome. Yet, Ningguang is well aware of her partner's nature. She would never concede so easily. Even if this defeat is comprehensive, it does not imply that a comeback is impossible in their next encounter. Ningguang shares this sentiment, recognizing that the opponent's victory is a testament to their skill. All she needs to do is reflect on the game and prepare diligently for the next round. Although this round seems yet to be concluded, both parties understand that the situation has been entirely controlled by Xiaoyang, signaling its effective end. However, to say it is over would be premature, for whether they will truly survive remains an uncertainty that a complete rout. Ningguang, how long has it been since you faced such a total defeat? Setting aside her feelings, Ningguang begins to address the matters at hand. Currently, the most pressing concern is not how to confront those two god-level adversaries, but rather how to swiftly relocate the populace. Were it not necessary to traverse the battlefield, she might even consider organizing the citizens to seek refuge in Mondstadt. This course of action is impractical. She must instead direct them to Qingshu Pool. Surely, Keqing arrived at this optimal solution after careful consideration. The citizens of Qingshu Pool need not worry too much, as it lies far from the battlefield, and if they utilize Wangshu Inn as a stronghold, it will effectively isolate Qingshu Pool from the conflict. Should the situation here become irretrievable, they can send word to the Qianyan army to retreat to Mondstadt. A myriad of plans flit through Ningguang's mind. And after clarifying her thoughts, she swiftly issues commands. After all, once her tasks here are complete, she must pilot the Yujing Pavilion scout ahead once Keqing brings the final machine. What she does not disclose to others is that the Yujing Pavilion serves not only as a fortress, but also as her ultimate weapon. How goes it, traveler? Have you grasped the instructions? After a round of guidance, Lu Yun borrowed the wind to reconfirm with the traveler. The matter is of utmost importance. Should a misstep occur, resulting in a missed opportunity that jeopardizes the entire battle, it would not solely be the traveler's responsibility, but also hers as the instructor. This is quite complex. Isn't it overly intricate? Paimon exclaimed, her eyes already spinning. This level of mechanism far exceeds her comprehension. Her mind nearly overwhelmed that I have no issues. I've memorized everything to Hu Tao quickly retained the information. Perhaps influenced by Xiaoyang, she now possesses a heightened sensitivity to mechanical matters. While not entirely effortless, she adapts quickly. Excellent. It seems you have a talent for this. Afterward, would you consider studying mechanism arts with me? I possess knowledge beyond this. Observing Hu Tao's rapid progress, Lu Yun's interest in nurturing her talent was piqued. Among her many old friends, none remained to delve into mechanical arts alongside her. Discovering a promising prospect, she certainly wished to seize the opportunity. That is unnecessary. I may not linger in one place for too long. Hu Tao decisively declined the proposal, affirming her role as a traveler who would not settle for an extended period. Furthermore, she still seeks her brother and can always request assistance from Xiaoyang for any mechanical needs. Thus, there is no pressing requirement for such a study. What a pity to waste such a gift, but so be it. Since your ambitions lie elsewhere, I shall not force you, since you have already mastered the operation of Guanhong. You may head to Wangshu Inn. There should be no further need for your assistance here. Go check if any help is required in arranging the formation, that I do not excel in formations and cannot ascertain whether assistance is needed. It will be prudent for you to investigate. Noting Hu Tao's lack of interest in studying mechanical arts, Lu Yun promptly refrained from further mention of it and directed them elsewhere. The task of relocating Guanhong to Wangshu Inn is ill-suited for a traveler. It will be better for them to assist with minor tasks at the inn. Having bid farewell to Lu Yun's abode, Hu Tao and Paimon hastily made their way to Wangshu Inn. Chapter 73. The Full View of the Iceberg. Chapter 74. Awakening time moves forward slightly. With Ajax's side concluded, Columbina and Rosalind are ready to proceed. Jiang, who has long awaited at Guiltless Plains, observes the device in her hand flickering with blue light, signifying that Dator's operation has succeeded and the ancestral artifact has been successfully acquired. All elements are now in place. The plan can officially commence. I wonder if Hu Tao has suffered greatly. However, since even the pocket watch I provided when unused, it should not have been too severe. Let us hope she has been knocked unconscious. Missing the main event altogether, for that would be rather amusing. The next course of action involves releasing the Hydro Dragon King and Ojal. This is a task that requires no intervention from him, as it lies beyond his area of expertise concerning metaphysical matters. Although the seals must be broken, it is not necessary to accomplish this on site. Rosalind, Columbina, and Jiang are all present at Guiltless Plains. The necessary arrangements had long been established, and the trio merely needs to control the process from a distance. The release of the Hydro Dragon King is relatively straightforward. Once the Fatui collectively excavate the tunnel, they can utilize the All-Wrath Talisman to facilitate the seal's unveiling. To Ojal's release is even simpler. Even a replica of the All-Wrath Talisman can partially breach the seal, so creating an authentic one on-site to release it is merely a matter of finesse. There is little need to manage emotions. The animosity of the two towards Morix has fermented over a millennium, rendering it unimaginable. Once freed, their first course of action will undoubtedly be to seek vengeance against Morix. Even if they are disoriented immediately after breaking the seal and momentarily forget who Morix is, it matters not. Jiang has already prepared items imbued with Morix's essence at the seal's entrance, ensuring that once they break through, they will undoubtedly detect the aura of their enemy. Yet, the plan does not end there. Merely releasing the two is insufficient. They must also instigate conflict between them. Otherwise, if both were to assault Liyue Harbor concurrently, even the peak Morix would find it troublesome. Thus, the ancestral artifact shall come into play. Once the Shinzu's method of transformation was released, Zuo Xi employed a particular technique to disperse his aura. Confident that the two colossal beasts would take the bait, of course, he also pondered whether his released aura might lure the celestial beings, prompting him to contract the aura's range. Instead, he utilized spatial techniques to control the aura along a fixed trajectory, ensuring that the paths of the celestial beings and the two monstrous entities did not overlap, thus avoiding any detection. To achieve this, Zuo Xi dedicated several nights to refinement. After this endeavor, he would hardly need to engage in such a seemingly unprofitable study again. Were it not for its necessity, he would scarcely spare it a glance otherwise. Alas, after such a lengthy toil, the moment to sit back and enjoy the spectacle had finally arrived. Although there were still some aspects to oversee, he merely needed to time his commands. The practical execution was the responsibility of Columbia, not his concern. Truly adept at delegating, but never mind, being able to witness such a splendid performance was indeed thanks to your efforts. I, in my magnanimity, shall not hold it against you. Rosalind, while verbally lamenting the inconvenience, remained unceasing in her actions, exhibiting remarkable zeal. One would hardly expect her to possess such a penchant for revelry. She produced the talisman of boundless freedom from her bosom. Though the manner of extraction was somewhat peculiar, yet such details were trivial. Upon retrieving the talisman, Rosalind activated it with elemental force, enhancing its efficacy in conjunction with the technique imparted by Zhongli. Two beams of light erupted from the talisman, soaring towards Goyan Pavilion and Fulong Tree. Moments later, ominous clouds rapidly enveloped the sky, transforming the once azure expanse into an oppressive darkness that a torrential downpour unleashed, shaking the very ground. Even the three individuals standing upon the plain could distinctly sense the tremors beneath their feet. Was this not akin to an apocalyptic scene? In the distance, a roar reverberated across millennia. A king's bellow, a lament born from a millennium of accumulated resentment. Morix, today, all grievances shall be accounted for. Within that furious cry resided no semblance of joy at regaining dominion, but rather an overwhelming hatred directed towards Morix. Ah, Brother Zhongli. No, perhaps I should address you as Lord Morix at this juncture. Lord Morix, what thoughts cross your mind in the face of such a spectacle? The elaborate endeavor Zuo Xi undertook, was it merely to fulfill his own ambitions? Undoubtedly. However, witnessing the expression of this millennia-old stubborn stone in response to the unfolding scene was also a significant gain not to be overlooked. The complex emotions flitting across Morix's visage brought Zuo Xi immense pleasure. The weariness of recent times seemed to dissipate in an instant. Zhongli remained silent, gazing into the distance, his thoughts seemingly drawn back to a millennium past by the familiar echo of Morix's name. Indeed, they had once been inseparable comrades, having fought side by side upon this familiar land, striving to carve out a haven for Liyue, until weariness eroded nearly all his reason, and the insatiable greed of the Liyue people became the final straw that broke his resolve. Former comrades turned blades against one another, and the clash of their peak combat powers was nothing short of brutal. Even though Morix intentionally guided the confrontation, it irrevocably altered the very geography of this land. Both were supreme kings of the Geo element, their strengths evenly matched, yet from the perspective of sustained combat, Morix was perhaps slightly inferior. The Lord of the Jade Dragon, born of and intimately connected to this land, while Zhongli, as its deity, naturally bore all its burdens. It was unclear how long the battle raged, but in the end, the Lord of the Jade Dragon found a glimmer of clarity and willingly accepted his sealing. Thus, this epic-defining conflict finally drew to a close. My old friend, I truly hope this time you can be rescued. Brother Zuo, I entrust this to you. After a prolonged silence, Zhongli finally emerged from his reverie and solemnly addressed Zuo Xi. The mighty god of war now spoke with a hint of humility, even tinged with a plea. Over the millennia, he had lost many dear friends, their departures leaving indelible marks upon him. Now, this rare opportunity to mend a 1,000-year-old regret rested squarely upon the shoulders of this young executor. Naturally, I have come for that very purpose. Zuo Xi rarely displayed such seriousness, but as if suddenly recalling something, he turned to Zhongli, pointing towards the Goyan pavilion. Then, Brother Zhongli, what of Osale? Brothers may proceed as he wishes. Ah, to speak of double standards, that would be your concern. Lord Morix, Chapter 75. Convergence. The populace had all retreated to Qingshu port, and the formations and mechanisms at Wangshu had been duly arranged. The 3 return machines had also been relocated to the Chuanyu pavilion. Ningguang, what is the situation here? Keqing, known for her decisive and rapid actions, had not only swiftly organized all matters, but also found time to address other miscellaneous tasks. By the time she returned to the Chuanyu pavilion, she was not far from the convergence of the 2 colossal beasts you'll understand upon seeing for yourself. Ningguang did not provide a direct answer, for the truth was one that could be discerned at a glance. Upon hearing Ningguang's words, Keqing said nothing further. She ascended the makeshift observation platform to survey the scene. What she beheld was the harbinger of doom, an epic of calamity. The sky, shrouded in dark clouds and crackling with thunder, might not have felt overwhelming on the ground, yet at the Chuanyu pavilion, where the clouds were within reach, the sense of awe was palpable. The atmosphere of disaster laid bare. The towering multi-headed serpent was now perilously close to the shore. Even from afar, its elongated form conveyed an immense presence, rendering the thought of observing it up close utterly staggering. The sea demon Osale drew near, its several writhing heads betraying the madness accumulated over a millennium of confinement, its haunting cries echoing the malice from the deep sea. The blue-hued body appeared so pure, yet the brutality emanating from it was unmistakable. Its elongated form thrashed violently, stirring tumultuous waves that mercilessly battered the coastal shores. While the ice domain at Liyue Harbor provided some insulation, the outer coasts bore no such protection. The relentless waves crashed against the shore, their sounds mingling with the thunder to compose the dirge of this storm. This was a feast of the deep sea, a revelry of the whirlpool. Yet, the calamity facing Liyue was far from over. Another colossal dragon unabashedly declared its presence. The immense form of the Lord of the Jade Dragon towered above the plain, each step causing violent tremors. The sensations atop the Chuanyu pavilion were less direct, but the rolling boulders tumbling from the distant mountains offered a glimpse into the fierce impacts faced by those on the ground. The majestic body and robust limbs, while perhaps inadequate to describe a dragon in traditional terms, fit the Lord of the Jade Dragon perfectly. it lacked the slender elegance of the emperor, yet its size dwarfed that of the emperor by unfathomable margins. Though such a comparison may seem disrespectful, the emperor's form appeared diminutive in contrast. Point 1 could hardly imagine the ferocity of the battles fought in those bygone days, compared to traditional depictions of dragons. The Lord of the Jade Dragon's proportions may seem somewhat stunted, lacking in grace and nobility, yet the overwhelming sense of power radiating from it was unmistakable. Its appearance might provoke a chuckle, yet none present could muster a smile. That form and posture resembled a heavy hammer, striking deep into the souls of all who beheld it. The primal fear surged from the depths of their souls. Even though those gathered possessed steadfast spirits, they could not help but feel a weight in their hearts. The dragon advanced slowly, appearing sluggish, yet with its colossal mass, it was anything but slow. Its tail swung erratically, sending rocks flying and carving a wide path in its wake. The mountains appeared diminutive beside it, and even the deepest chasms seemed inadequate to contain such a supreme being. Keqing had once believed that feats, such as moving mountains and filling seas, were reserved for deities. Yet the scene before her revealed the might of creation was far beyond mortal comprehension. Observing Keqing's dazed expression, Ningguang felt a modicum of balance restored within herself. Her own initial reaction had not been much better than Keqing's. Despite thorough preparations, she had still somewhat underestimated the impact. Fortunately, both women were extraordinary individuals. The intense pressure did not break them. Rather, it ignited their fighting spirit, reinforcing their resolve to resist. This the pinnacle of combat power during the War of the Gods. Were the ancestors perpetually faced with such spectacles? How magnificent! Yet, they too had compelling reasons to fight. What of the Whirlpool Demon? What of the Lord of the Jade Dragon? Should they dare to infringe upon Liu? Even at the cost of their lives, they would ensure to tear a piece of flesh from them. Seemingly incensed by a fleeting moment of self-doubt and further ignited by the apocalyptic scene before her, Keqing's tone turned unexpectedly fierce, imbued with a palpable intensity as she spoke. Indeed, it should be thus. Regardless of who it may be, any who dare to encroach upon Liu must not be permitted to escape unscathed. Young lady, are you perhaps this generation's Ying? Quite commendable. I have great faith in you. The Liu Qixing ought to be so. Do not underestimate my mechanisms. Seize the moment, for the outcome remains uncertain. The immortals, having concluded their respective tasks, returned to the Chuanyu Pavilion, with Lu Yun, Li Shui, and Xue standing by for the impending operation of the return mechanism. Upon their arrival, they chanced upon the earlier scene, aware that any pre-battle despondency is a grave taboo, a concern they had harbored. However, it now appears they may have been overly apprehensive. This current generation of Qixing is truly remarkable. The immortals need not be courteous. Let us reserve our discussions for after the great battle has concluded. Before long, the two colossal beasts shall clash. It is then that the true turning point shall unfold. At present, they remain uncertain of the reasons for their mutual approach, while both radiate formidable intensity. The consequences of their convergence remain unknown. Should fortune favor them, the two may engage in conflict, allowing them to reap the benefits from afar. Conversely, should luck abandon them, the worst scenario would entail facing the joint offensive of two entities of godlike combat prowess. In terms of top-tier power, the synergy of two is not merely additive. To speak frankly, had this duo existed during the era of the Archon War, the outcome of the Emperor's victory would have been uncertain. It is no exaggeration. The mere presence of the Yujing Dragon King possesses the capability to contend with the Emperor, and should Ozer take advantage of the situation, he might indeed surpass the once impetuous but now steadier Morix. Prepare yourselves, for they are about to collide. Their positions differ slightly from prior estimations. It seems they are drawn by something. Could it be the legacy of the ancestor? Why is the body of the Emperor here? Ningguang intended to employ a secret technique to observe the situation below, but upon casting her gaze, she beheld something extraordinary. The two mighty beasts were irresistibly attracted to a majestic dragon form laid out upon the ground. What else could it be but the legacy of the ancestor? Shifting her gaze, Ningguang questioned whether her recent exertions had led to hallucinations, while there had indeed been unusual activity at the Golden House. She had not discerned any transport of the ancestor's legacy. How could such a grand dragon appear so suddenly and far away? In doubt, she glanced again, only to find it vanished. Chapter 76. A Marvelous Imagination. Chapter 77. A Fragment of the Archon War. Part 1. Cataclysmic. The Archon War feels like a distant memory to contemporary Liyue, even though it has been passed down through generations. Without first-hand experience, relying solely on imagination proves woefully inadequate. For them, the Archon War is but a remnant of history. In times of peace, such scenes are rarely witnessed. The earth trembles, the seas surge, and the elements, thick as molasses, soar to the heavens, their residual force rampaging indiscriminately, obliterating all in their path. Thankfully for the people, the Archon War remains a historical account, while the immortals possess tangible memories of that monumental battle. Although such a spectacle constituted an unparalleled conflict in its day, they had at least witnessed it before, preventing chaos from ensuing. Focus your energies and activate the defensive formations. We are not the primary targets, and under full operation, we shall withstand it. The words of Zuo Xi jolted the stunned onlookers back to awareness. Ningguang formed hand seals, her figure flickering into the air. Her right hand gesturing forward as the Huangyu formation materialized anew in the air before Ningguang. A colossal six-leafed golden lotus formation unfurled, resonating with harmonious vibrations. This resonance swiftly transmitted throughout the Chuanyu Pavilion, with each mechanism responding rapidly, radiating brilliant golden light. Following the flash of gold, a large-scale formation centered around the immortals rapidly took shape, with components of the Chuanyu Pavilion as its circulatory focal points. Witnessing Ningguang's preparations, the other immortals promptly aligned themselves, swiftly finding their positions to maintain the formation's operation. This formation, in addition to its defensive capabilities, could attract the majority of the incoming impacts, preventing the force from dissipating into the distance. Soon, a tidal wave of elemental force crashed against the formation, dazzling light erupting in every direction. The impact surged forth unreservedly toward the formation. The formation, alongside the Chuanyu Pavilion, resembled a fragile vessel in a tempest, teetering perilously yet managing to hold its ground. Spectators watched in breathless suspense as the first wave of impact was endured. The riot of colors faded, leaving the entire Gili plains seemingly cleansed. Buildings and landscapes were irrevocably altered. Under the relentless assault of various elemental torrents, the very terrain underwent monumental transformation. Some areas lay charred, while others inexplicably bore new peaks. Once land became a pool, the previous visage utterly unrecognizable. Despite their mental preparations, the magnitude of this initial strike exceeded all expectations. The power capable of reshaping landscapes. The spear casually discarded by the Geo Archon birthed the current Lonely Cloud Pavilion. Yet witnessing these two colossal beasts alter the terrain seems scarcely less formidable. Though the devastation was fierce, everyone managed to endure this first onslaught. Based on earlier assessments, the initial targets of the two beasts' assault were likely not each other, but rather the ancestors' legacy that had occupied that position. Now, with the legacy vanished, the subsequent actions of both beasts are of paramount importance. With their target lost, the attention of the two colossal beasts swiftly turned towards one another. There was no prolonged wait for the onlookers. The two giants soon collided, igniting a battle of Archon-level ferocity. While their heights were comparable, the Ying Dragon King held a significant advantage in size. Conversely, Ozer, with his elongated form embodying the water element, exhibited superior agility. Strength and nimbleness intertwined, heralding the commencement of this titanic clash. The clash of the two combatants was anything but graceful. Every movement epitomized the brutality of violence. Each encounter was a release of raw power, each skirmish showcasing the savagery of their conflict. The Ying Dragon King, leveraging his size advantage, relentlessly pressed Ozer, letting out a thunderous roar as he savagely tore a sizable chunk from Ozer's neck. This act not only intensified the Ying Dragon King's fervor, but also drove Ozer into a frenzied state of retaliation. Ignoring the Dragon King's bites and stomps, the remaining heads of Ozer coalesced the water element. Preparing to douse the Dragon King at close range, a brilliant column of water erupted unreservedly upon the Ying Dragon King's visage. The forceful impact surged from below, momentarily launching the Dragon King into the air. Even in his frenzied state, Ozer's instinct for battle remained sharp. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed a series of water bubbles against the Dragon King. While this combination appeared impressive, the Ying Dragon King suffered minimal damage. The creations of the Geo element lack the flamboyance of abilities, yet their power is monumental, rendering the Dragon King's form nearly indestructible. As the King of Rock, the splashes from Ozer's assault proved entirely inconsequential. However, being treated akin to a ball being batted about only served to further incite his wrath. Once more, the tail coalesced elemental energy, but this time it was no longer a conglomerate of all elements. Instead, it was solely the power of It was astonishing to discover that the Lord of the Ruins, known as Ruochuo Longwang, was well-versed in the foundational theories of elemental manipulation and understood how to harness the power of ice to counter the pure water element that constituted Ozer. Unlike certain individuals who, despite their ability to wield multiple elemental forces as a mage, or at the very least, serve as an elemental warrior, only charge forward with a blunt sword in battle. To claim her combat awareness as lacking would be an understatement, yet a blunt sword could still manage to exchange blows with anyone. Conversely, to say her combat awareness is commendable would be misleading, as she remains oblivious to the utilization of such advantageous skills that I am, of course, referring to you, the elderly lady with yellow hair. Let us return to the matter at hand. Although Ozer may be mad, he certainly is not foolish. He would not idly watch as Ruochuo Longwang siphoned the power of ice, twisting his elongated form. Ozer sacrificially bound Ruochuo Longwang with his own essence, triggering a direct explosion. It was not that he wished to employ such a self-destructive tactic, but he instinctively recognized the overwhelming disparity in their raw strengths and understood that without taking risks, victory would elude him. Had he been in a clearer state of mind, he might have hesitated, but in his frenzied state, he would seize any means necessary to prevail. Had he dared to threaten Morix with self-detonation back in the day, perhaps Morix would have regarded him with a hint of caution. The water element erupted around Ruochuo, enveloping the entire area in a thick mist, rendering the battlefield nearly invisible. Chapter 78, A Fragment of the War of the Gods, Part 2, Chapter 79. Ladies and gentlemen, I have another plan. This radiant light was all too familiar to Ozer. A millennium ago, it was this very brilliance that had pinned him beneath the solitary clouds. Now, as history repeated itself, even in his frenzied state, the deeply ingrained fear and hatred etched into his soul surged forth once more. Regrettably, the present circumstances left Ozer little time to savor the moment, for in an instant, that beam of light struck him and Ruochuo Longwang squarely in the face. At that moment, it felt as though time itself had come to a standstill. Dust, water droplets, and debris were all rendered vividly visible in that brief pause. After a moment of silence, a thunderous roar erupted suddenly. In the blink of an eye, brilliant white light filled the heavens, as though one were standing at the very inception of the universe. Due to their distance, Zuo Xi and his companions did not feel the intensity of the shockwave as acutely as Ozer. However, the violent roar and the tremors of the ground continually underscored the magnitude of the strike. Swallowing hard, Zuo Xi turned to glance at Zhongli beside him. The old man certainly kept his prowess well concealed. Zuo Xi was aware of Zhongli's formidable abilities, but knowing was one thing. Witnessing it firsthand was entirely another. While Zuo Xi believed he could withstand such an attack, as even a strike capable of obliterating a large city had merely incapacitated Gai Buija temporarily, without inflicting real damage. He had to admit that the destructive power of this blow had exceeded his expectations. Was this the might of Morix, the god of war? The impact of this strike was evidently not limited to the physical realm. As the expressions of those present, particularly Rosalind, began to reveal a sense of unease and awe, it is good to broaden one's horizons, lest one become so arrogant as to be struck down by the Raiden Shogun without the chance of salvation. Columbia maintained her tranquil demeanor, seemingly unconcerned with the chaos unfolding around her. It was no wonder that the Qinyan army had lost its former glory with such a powerful father. It was indeed challenging for a child to find room for growth. A fledgling, raised under the protective wing of a mature bird, may have well-developed feathers, but without having faced the storms of life, its wings would lack the strength to soar against the wind. Zuo Xi's words rang true. Since the conclusion of the War of the Gods, Liyue Harbor had remained largely unscathed. While Liyue flourished under divine governance, the stone of the mountain would eventually erode. Leaving Liyue to confront unforeseen calamities, Zhongli perceived this reality clearly. If that were the case, why retain such a trump card? Only through the trials of adversity can a child truly mature, sheltered by their parents. They can never truly grow where she expressed these sentiments. A hint of resentment colored his tone, for Zhongli had left behind such a formidable weapon, making him feel as though his own examination was being undermined in plain sight. He felt an acute sense of dissatisfaction that in his vision. The recent situation could have been resolved using the Guizhong mechanism and the Chuanyu Pavilion. Zhongli, however, did not respond to his lamentation. The original intent behind the Guanghong was to serve as the ultimate weapon for Liyue Harbor, once he had either retired or truly departed. Unfortunately, the scale of this examination was too vast, necessitating its premature deployment. He saw no issue with this, for under normal circumstances, only the Guanghong could address either the Peak Ozer or Futo Longwang. He could comprehend the strategy of attempting to ensnare both combatants at once. The timing was indeed well executed. The only flaw lay in their underestimation of Ruochuo Longwang, as expected, when the light dissipated. A towering mountain stood where Ozer had once been. He had vanished, once more sealed beneath the rocky spear. Yet Ruochuo Longwang erupted from the earth anew, letting forth a series of furious roars. Though this time they lacked the vigor of before, clearly, that overwhelming strike had inflicted considerable, albeit not insurmountable, damage. To think that one could defeat Ruochuo Longwang with a single blow was an exercise in naivety. Zuo Xi noticed the opportunity. Ruochuo was not in optimal condition. Quickly, Ningguang, activate the Chuanyu Pavilion. The Guanghong had but one shot. With that strike, the original decoy and enhancement formations lost their efficacy, reappearing in full view. While the Chuanyu Pavilion was vast, it was less conspicuous than the Wangshu in the preceding battle. Ruochuo Longwang had overlooked the buzzing flies around him, but the sudden emergence of the Wangshu and the overwhelming cannon fire immediately captured his attention. Ruochuo Longwang was finally poised to turn his wrath upon them. Following the firing of the Guanghong, the Wangshu lost its strategic value as a fortress. The Qinyan army and various guests had already retreated. As Ying and the other adepti departed to lend their support at the Chuanyu Pavilion this moment, the sole remaining function of the Wangshu was to divert Ruochuo Longwang's gaze, providing cover for the impending counterattack. Ningguang, we have returned at everything prepared on your end. Upon arriving at the Chuanyu Pavilion, Ying and the adepti hurriedly inquired about the situation. The urgency was palpable. They had to act swiftly, for Ruochuo Longwang could demolish the Wangshu in no time, leaving them little room to maneuver. The previous strike had been executed flawlessly. The Guizhong mechanism was primed and ready for action. Ningguang was still occupied with controlling the Chuanyu Pavilion and the formations, unable to divert her attention. Ying quickly recognized this issue and turned to Keqing for clarification. Keqing, without hesitation, succinctly explained the current situation. Ready to organize a counteroffensive. Enough chit-chat. Prepare for the first round of concentrated fire. Traveler, come over here. You still possess 6 distinct types of adepti power, making you the optimal choice to control the Guizhong mechanism. The task of firing fell to Ying, given her unique constitution and prior experience with the Guanghong. Naturally, she would not refuse assistance, positioning herself according to the instructions of Lu Yun, the wind-borrowing, true monarch. As she began to familiarize herself with the operation, the familiar adepti energy coalesced around her once more. The healing powers of Xianlin and Qi-Qi, the purifying force of Granny Ping, the lightness of the demon suppressing Great Sage and Lu Yun, and the enduring essence of the moon-cutting and water-stacking arts surged through her, revitalizing her and restoring her to peak condition. The Dragon King approaches. We will handle the first round of concentrated fire. Traveler, Your task is to seize the moment and control the three Guizhong mechanisms to unleash the most formidable strike possible. Although the power would pale in comparison to the Guanghong, it was crucial for their success. The true monarch Lu Yun felt uncertain. Even that seemingly decisive strike had not incapacitated the Dragon King entirely, nor had it inflicted severe wounds. Faced with such an opponent, everyone present felt a sense of trepidation. Only Ningguang seemed to have made a resolute decision. Descending from the air, ladies and gentlemen, Ningguang has another plan. Chapter 80. The Shifting Chuanyu. I am prepared to abandon the Chuanyu Pavilion. The Chuanyu Pavilion. Soaring above Liyue Harbor was a palace that belonged solely to Ningguang. From the moment she wielded power, the construction of the Chuanyu Pavilion had been one of her utmost priorities. Her affection for it is second only to Mora. A considerable portion of the endless wealth she has amassed has been devoted to the Chuanyu Pavilion, which has grown increasingly grand and vast under the continuous expansion by master artisans. Initially, it was no larger than a room, yet it has now become capable of overshadowing the true silver moon above Liyue. This aerial palace symbolizes Ningguang's gradually tightening grip on power, as well as her unabashed ambition, which one day shall cast its shadow over the 7 nations that in her eyes. It stands as a testament to her authority and charisma, as well as a symbol of her thriving business. The pavilion can be deemed a representation of Ningguang's current wealth and status, encapsulating countless years of her dedication. Now, she has finally resolved to destroy it. What could this mean? The adept Lu Yun borrowed Feng Zhenjuan is not oblivious to Ningguang's intentions. Being well-versed in mechanisms, she certainly recognizes the formidable power that this airborne fortress harbors. She is merely astonished by Ningguang's choice. The Chuanyu Pavilion slowly ascends towards the realm of the Ruochuo Dragon King, hovering in the sky above him. Although the Ruochuo Dragon King, captivated by the Wangshu Inn, has not overlooked such a triviality, he is too preoccupied to care. The breath of Morix remains his primary objective. In the face of vengeance, all else can be set aside. Traveler, focus on controlling the Guizhong machine. After unleashing its most potent strike, the Dragon King will not grant us a second opportunity, that time. Please lend your strength to assist my old friend on his journey. After all, the Chuanyu Pavilion is not a conventional weapon. Ningguang did not specifically design it to self-destruct during its creation. To achieve her goal now, a powerful external force is required. This moment. Lumen is brimming with various celestial energies, and gathering these powers to shatter the energy core of the Chuanyu Pavilion poses no difficulty. She is indeed the most suitable candidate. It seems that Ningguang has sensed a hint of incongruity. From the beginning to the present, the most appropriate choice for important matters has always been this traveler. Is it merely coincidence? Or is there more to it? No. Such a scenario offers no benefit. It would be more fitting for the title of hero to rest upon one of our own rather than be bestowed upon a traveler. It must indeed be coincidence. This critical moment. Ningguang's intellect sparked, nearly grasping the crux of the situation. However, her keen mind detected the paltry returns, which could almost be deemed negligible. Instinctively, she dismissed that possibility. If it were truly the work of that executive, what could he possibly gain? A smile for a beauty. Such a naive individual could hardly occupy that position. Indeed, what does Zuo Xi seek? Even he does not know. He simply feels that such actions are commendable and proceeds without impacting the plan. Much like the deeds he performed for Rosalind, devoid of any profit, albeit for different reasons, he still chose to act. On the battlefield, 3 Guizhong machines on the floating platform each gathered an orb. Upon completing their charge, they transformed into beams of light that coalesced into a larger luminous sphere. This represents the collaborative output of the Guizhong machines, merging their energies to create an effect greater than the sum of its parts. Although it pales in comparison to the might of Guanhong, it nevertheless constitutes an attack capable of harming a god. Fire, Lumen provided her own sound effects, seizing the opportune moment to unleash the pre-gathered energy into a more robust beam directed at the Ruochuo Dragon King. What constitutes the opportune moment? Should this attack strike the Ruochuo Dragon King's back, it would be akin to a mere scratch. The upgraded Guizhong machine's power alone would struggle to breach the Dragon King's defenses. However, should the energy within the Ruochuo Dragon King be detonated, It might yield some effect. Though a cliché approach, it proves effective as Lumen timed her beam to coincide with the moment Ruochuo concentrated energy at its peak with its tail. Her shot struck the base of its tail. How audacious to aim for such a spot. The intense energy detonated at the Dragon King's sensitive area, inflicting minimal damage but significant humiliation. Fortunately, he lacks sentience. Otherwise, this act would surely incite more ire than Morix himself. While the damage inflicted was not substantial, it successfully garnered the Dragon King's attention. He lifted his gaze towards the floating contraption in the sky, fury igniting within him as he vowed to bring down this bothersome entity. However, Ningguang and her companions had anticipated this moment. Your external defenses may be formidable, yet surely your internal ones cannot be equally so. Traveler, now is the time. Gather your energy and shatter the core of the Chuanyu Pavilion. As the traveler concentrated the powers of the celestial beings along with their elemental energy into a single strike, the core deeply buried beneath the ground was shattered. Farewell, my old friend, that today's parting is but a step towards the possibility of future reunions. The luminous points representing energy on the Chuanyu Pavilion began to flicker and extinguish, indicating the severance of its energy supply. As the power waned, the pavilion gradually swayed unsteadily. The individuals atop struggled to maintain their balance. Yet the celestial beings gathered close to protect them. After all, safeguarding Liyue and its people is their duty, and these individuals are comrades who have fought alongside them. After swaying for a considerable time, the Chuanyu Pavilion ultimately lost all propulsion, plummeting directly into the gaping maw of the Ruochuo Dragon King. However, its descent was still too slow. Witnessing this scene, the agitated Ruochuo Dragon King initially intended to quickly charge up and send it flying. Yet, as the mingled elements within his mouth reached completion and the Chuanyu Pavilion was on the verge of being swept away by the torrent, a glimmer of insight seemed to flash in the Dragon King's previously furious eyes. His poised strike faltered, and his form froze in place. Thus, the Chuanyu Pavilion successfully fell into the Dragon King's mouth, and he ceased his rampage. After casting a deep glance in one direction, he closed his jaws. Pure energy intermingled with chaotic elements, weaving complex light beams that were obscured by his closed maw, with only faint strands of light escaping. Following a brief silence, a deep, resounding boom emanated from within the Ruochuo's mouth, and the flickering red light in his eyes dimmed in tandem with the sound. The Ruochuo Dragon King's form gradually petrified. Being a creation of the Geo element, he ultimately returned to his original state. He is a born ruler, unwilling to bow to any circumstance, consumed by madness. He at least reclaimed his nobility as a king in his final moments. The grand battle has drawn to a close. Division line. Not dead. Do not criticize. Chapter 81. Aftermath. Chapter 82. Banking discussions. My friend, I must truly thank you for this. That traveler is remarkable. Be sure to call me for such splendid events in the future. Inside the northern bank, Zhongli sat sipping tea, while Zuo Xi and Tartaglia engaged in conversation. Colombina was absent, while Rosalind sat nearby, disdainfully observing Tartaglia, and before Zuo Xi could respond, she interjected with a sharp remark. Young master, while we were busy toiling away, you seem to be enjoying yourself quite a bit. If anyone had the least enjoyment these past few days, it would certainly be Rosalind, constantly directed by Zuo Xi to do this and that. Her inherent pride had long been stifled. Were it not for the allure of this plan, she would hardly have submitted to Zuo Xi's authority. Now, seeing Tartaglia appear to be having a splendid time, she could not restrain herself from rebuking him. It is worth noting that while conflicts between the executives are not uncommon, the combinations that frequently clash are relatively few. Coincidentally, Tartaglia and Rosalind form such a duo. Cough, cough, please, no fighting. We have guests. Zuo Xi, noticing Lumen eavesdropping at the door for quite some time, found that the guards at the entrance dared not drive her away out of respect for his status. Observing that Rosalind and Tartaglia were on the verge of escalating their conflict, he hastily pulled Lumen out as an excuse to interrupt their brewing discord. How did you know we were at the door? We were being so careful. Paimon, upon being discovered, exhibited no shame but instead inquired how Zuo Xi had noticed them. Foolish creature, have you forgotten whose territory this is? Here, your every move is under our watch. Paimon's absurd question successfully attracted Rosalind's attention, and her ire shifted to Paimon. What do you mean by that? So she's bullying me. Paimon's bravado visibly diminished, retreating closer to Lumen as she began to cower.